there was probably a guy. And so today I'm going to be talking to Professor James F. McGrath. We're going to be talking about this topic of mythicism and historical Jesus. He's written extensively on this in his blog post in response to works by Richard Carrier and others. You know, I bring the debate from all angles. I like to hear mythicists too. It's not like I don't listen to them. I ask everybody to try and be polite and kind. And if you have any challenging questions or something you think is being missed, feel free to super chat it, and we will discuss your questions in super chat. All I ask is that you are respectful. Now, we're going to delve into this topic. We'll see where it leads because it can be an endless discussion of ideas. And I'm going to introduce our guest, Dr. James F. McGrath. Welcome.
Here,
how are you?
James McGrath.
Okay, good. I'm unmuted. I'm doing just great.
Birthday, Lina.
Beautiful day
go
here.
Ahead, fuck faces. Go to fuckhead.
The first time I've done that since before the pandemic.
We got a show to do. We got to go ahead. Happy
and
birthday,
I'm going to be on sabbatical,
Lina.
so spending time into
whoop it up.
Specifically about the historical Jesus.
Love you, Lina. Thank you so much for all your support. Happy birthday.
Thank you so much for joining me today. You're literally stepping into the lion's den because here we were
thank you, Lina.
I myself was a staunch mythicist. I'm not going to say staunch, but I listened to all
I'm not going to say it's the greatest day of the year to be born. But you and I, we got an understanding about these things, I'm sure.
If you really try hard enough, you could say even the Jewish rabbinic sayings, well, they took those from Hillel or they took those from surrounding, how far do you want to go with this baby? So, for the
both of us were born on this day. Lina's getting older, but I'm a timeless, spaceless, immaterial being, and so I've decided that I'm not aging today.
Maybe there was just
so you should celebrate Lina because she's getting old and she's gonna die.
A small group of people, and then it evolved from there. First thing I'd like to do is introduce you to our guests or to our audience. And Dr. James F. McGrath, he's the Clarence L. Goodwin Chair in New Testament Language and Literature at Butler University in Indianapolis, Indiana, USA. He has a diploma in religious studies from the University of Cambridge, a BD from University of London, and his PhD from Durham University.
Okay.
Right down the street from me. He is the author of John's Apologetic Christology, The Only True God, Theology and Science Fiction, and The Burial of Jesus, as well as, with Charles Harborough of Rutgers University, the 2-volume Mandean Book of John, critical edition, translation, and commentary. Also author of numerous articles and a few science fiction short stories, and the editor or co-editor of several volumes.
YouTube Punk, we're going to open
blog
it.
about religion, and I want to share this so that everybody could see some of your publications as well as your blog. Here are his books on Amazon.
Thank you so much,
you can go
YouTube
down
Punk.
in the description. If you're interested in...
I just brought it in. We'll probably open it in the middle of the show today, probably after this. I wanted to make sure we see this broadcast. I'm really excited about this stream that Derek's doing.
Because we've been delving into Trinitarian concepts and
thank you,
what does the New Testament teach? What is monotheism? I read your article on that, and I was like, okay, we need to talk. So please go check that out. Also, he writes at pathos.com.
Gospel
Is this
nudity.
where we can write all your criticisms of mythicism?
There's a lot on there. It'd be interesting. I need to go and see. I'm not sure if I've ever traced back to figure out exactly which is like my first post on the subject, but it didn't become a major focus for me until some other people with whom I disagreed online.
I saw it when I took Sam out and I brought it in.
A major focus of their ire because I didn't agree with them. And things
thank you. What's up, Peter?
In interesting ways.
I can't wait to get into some of this and to learn from you. I will say, please support us at Myth Vision Podcast. We not only bring both sides of the debate, which I will hopefully I can get someone like Richard Carrier even to respond maybe to some of the things that are said here. It's too bad we can't have a conversation together on these topics. Maybe one day. We'll see. You never know. Things can always happen. People can talk and people can find ways.
They did. That's crazy, YouTube Punk.
Shouldn't have gotten too
worked up. It sounded like it was on an adventure.
Whatever. Who knows what we can do? But I don't want it to be derogatory. I've never wanted that. I don't feel this topic should ever go that path.
They can make a Disney movie about the topic.
Say people's motives.
Sorry about the package.
I want us to try and get along. Help support us here at Myth Vision because we want to bring to light all of these topics. If there's one thing I must say up front is we definitely see legend. We definitely see mythology. And the real question is it all myth? Is it all legend? Is this guy just a heavenly figure? My question, just getting our feet wet, and I'm going to bring critical questions and super chats for anybody who wants to super chat tough
Peter,
questions.
nobody wants to talk about
Why are
deplatforming.
you interested in this topic? What got you into this to begin with?
Let's
Well,
go.
it depends whether the question is the historical figure of Jesus or mythicism, because my interest in the historical figure of Jesus goes back earlier and deeper than my interest in mythicism. In fact, I found my way to learning about mythicism by way of engaging in the historical study of Jesus. For me, I came to the study of the Bible, the academic study of the Bible, by way of exploring, my own sort of faith tradition and background and things like that, and discovered in the process that a lot of things I thought were sure are not sure. Some things I thought were true are quite likely not true, and found that the academic study of the Bible challenged my assumptions, challenged many of my beliefs. And so it's one of those things that is probably worth mentioning right here. There are people, I've heard people say in the mythicist camp that these Christians are biased in favor of the existence of Jesus, and well, sure, I mean, but people who are, who admire Abraham Lincoln are biased in favor of his existence, and would, if somebody came up with trying to make a case that he never existed or something like that, would probably have an emotional reaction, not just a logical one. Not that there wouldn't be some serious logical problems, but the point I'm trying to make, and it's
a bad example, but go ahead.
Not a particularly good analogy.
All right, there we go.
Historical study of Jesus and of the Bible didn't
Cameron.
bolster my faith. It challenged it and forced me to really radically rethink a lot of the things that I assumed and took for granted. I think that I have a mature worldview that still has room for the spiritual and for Jesus and for other things, but not in anything like the kind of conservative evangelical configuration that got me interested in these things in the first place. And so I don't think it's at all plausible to say that scholars, conservative scholars who may actually work at institutions that require them to sign a statement of faith, they can't do what academics in the wider academy consider research.
Boom!
Right? Because their conclusions are determined
boom!
Unless they're willing to put their jobs on the line.
I need to clip that.
Fortunate not to have
it's
to
nice
work
and
at that
early
kind of
too.
Institution. And so I'm absolutely free to, if I conclude that there was no historical Jesus,
then they wouldn't know.
Not only would my job be safe at Butler University, right, which is not religiously affiliated.
That's
they
right.
get some angry letters, right? But they've already gotten some from Young Earth Creationists.
There you go. We used to it all in the game.
But I have the freedom to explore ideas and to draw conclusions that are at odds with
that public university versus Bible university
and
difference.
So, all this to say that it really doesn't make sense to say that people who have acknowledged that history doesn't provide evidence for the resurrection and have said that there's a development towards Jesus becoming a pre-existent divine person, and so that is a later development and not something that actually was Jesus' own view of himself. And all of these things that have forced us to rethink beliefs that we had as assumptions when we came to the academic study of the Bible, that somehow we're like, okay, but I'm gonna take a stand. The hill I'm gonna die on is whether he existed, right? It just doesn't make a lot of sense, right? I mean, it's like, okay, he didn't, the atonement's gone and the incarnation and various other things, but his existence, I'm gonna fight for that. I mean, why? In some ways, I think that mythicism,
Jesus exists on these motherfucking tights, don't he?
People whose pendulum has swung away from that conservative Christianity, and they've allowed it to just naturally swing all the way to the other extreme, right? It's just, I viewed it all as true, and so now I'm going to regard it all as myth. And the reason why historical study has kept my belief that there's a historical figure, even though he's a figure that's often inconvenient to any religious beliefs I might be inclined to have, is precisely that
historical study doesn't deal with evidence en masse, right? It looks at each particular piece of evidence. And the truth is that we have lots and lots of figures who are so thoroughly mythologized.
Yo, that
so
might be a great
thoroughly surrounded by legend
start for custom
that
tights.
Historians don't
Shroud
feel like
of
they
Turin
can feel
tights. I'd be
confident
all
saying
about that.
saying much of anything about them. But they're persuaded they were real figures because
that's got to be
the evidence points in
doable.
that direction. And so when you have a few tidbits that really resist explanation in terms of people just making stuff up and a whole lot of mythology, then that's the appropriate conclusion to draw, right? And if you really have to force the evidence, even if it's only a few pieces, in order to get this, get rid of the last little bits of, historical fragments, then you're forcing the evidence, right? You're not following the evidence where it leads, following the evidence where it leads doesn't always lead people to the same place, but that should be the ideal, I think.
Okay, so there's a lot here. There's so much, right? How do we begin on this topic? Obviously, the major scholarly proponents of the idea would be Dr. Richard Carrier would be the number one, and he's written on the historicity, which you have read. I'm good friends with
that was
all
a shot
these
at
people.
Bart.
Robert Price. Me and him are friends again. We're talking and everything.
Yeah, Derek.
There's a
Derek.
bunch of stuff that was going on.
Yeah, Derek.
But they both are proposing that Jesus was probably a complete mythical person. But this is where it gets really interesting.
I
want to bring this out.
Exactly. Thanks, Spider.
Not all the online mythicists.
They actually have
alike.
stains on them too. There's like little stains on the stained glass. They're pretty great tights.
Exist to Paul? He'd say yes. Yes, Paul believed Jesus existed, but was an angel or a heavenly figure. I don't know if most. I think most mythicists would say, well, that means technically they didn't exist, of course, because then they're just, we have a worldview that's like, we don't believe angels exist. We don't believe in these things. So it's an imagination in Paul's mind that he does believe Jesus literally existed and was literally created or whatever in heaven. Was crucified in heaven by demons and all of this stuff, that it's all taking place up in heaven. Now, I'd like to get into some of the examples that you mentioned that you think are being forced or that are not just letting the text speak for themselves. Is there anything you can think of in particular that really caught your eye that you said, hold on, I think this is just stretching credulity and it does not make better sense than the historical model?
Yeah, there are several of them. And I want to say, right off the bat that, mythicists, there are certainly mythicists who, at the very least, strongly dislike me.
If you're not in the Discord, guys, join the Discord.
One who comes to mind seems to talk about everybody who disagrees with him in the same way. And so whether that's actual dislike or whether that's rhetorical strategy or something else, I don't know. Because I don't know what's inside people's hearts and minds. But my own view of mythicism is that, I welcome this as part of academic discussion when it's done in the appropriate ways, and is published in appropriate places so that it gets feedback and interaction and people think about these things, right? I love, interacting with people who disagree with me, right? Those are the people that I learn the most from. And I love unconventional ideas, right? If I thought I could make a plausible case for mythicism, I probably would, just because I love, I love
science fiction
positions, right? I love, finding, quirky new ways of things. I think I said this on the last podcast too. I'd rather be wrong in a really interesting way that sparks interesting thought and discussion and leads other people to get things right, and to dare to come up with this wacky possibility, than to just say something that seems safe and is, not very original and not very creative. So I love it. I have great conversations with Mark Goodacre.
KB Kettlebell.
I hope that at some point,
Bennett, that's funny.
I think maybe the only reason I haven't, become a Q, rejected the Q hypothesis is that, rejection of Q is now becoming mainstream. And so it seems, like if I keep fighting for the existence of Q, maybe I'll, still be doing the underdog position a little while as the trends shift. It's hard to tell because the online representatives of Q rejection seem to be stronger than in the academy. The textbooks still seem to reflect that as the consensus. But anyway, so I love mythicism as, as a thing, right? I love any unconventional ideas. But what happens, I've argued for, I made some suggestions and proposed some ideas. And if they don't persuade my peers in the academy, then they don't become the consensus. And it's not, in my view, appropriate for me to go
Oh yeah, I've been
onto the
thinking
internet
about getting these.
and
Thanks.
complain that the
I have a
reason
couple
for
pedals under my
people
desk,
not
but I've been
finding me
thinking about
persuasive
adding
is that
those.
there's a massive conspiracy against.
But yeah, great looking out, Six
this, that,
Fight.
or
I
the other.
appreciate that.
That I have to interject just to point
And please
out,
drop
right?
this under
So when I
gear
was
as
a
well for
mythicist, I
people
would
in the
have said,
studio.
well,
We have a
most of
studio
your
gear
academy
channel under
peers
production.
are
It says
Christians.
gear. Please drop
And
it there.
you yourself
Thank you.
label yourself
But yeah, I
believer in
actually do
Jesus
want to get
or
these.
a Christ follower. If I could use, I don't know where, and I don't want to put words, but
Yeah.
I think, right? I'm trying to. Do you think this is getting in the way of accepting mythicism as an option, or do you think your peers would just reject it because this evidence is supposedly so overwhelming that mythicism is true? Don't you know? Like you just don't want it to be a fable, so therefore, you're going to lose all your faith. What do you think about that?
Yeah. Well, again, as I said, the historical Jesus doesn't. I mean, the irony is that mythicists often say that Jesus is this perfect fit to prophecy, and that's how we know he was invented. And historical approach to the sources, it's like they're shoehorning him in, right? They're trying to figure out how could Jesus of Nazareth be born in Bethlehem, and then they tell contradictory stories, right? If you're starting with well, the Messiah's got to be from Bethlehem, and so let's invent a story, and it's a conspiracy, then I'd hope they would do a better job. Of course, if you have a very negative view that all anybody who has any religious viewpoint is irrational and incapable of coherent thought, then you're going to say, well, of course they're contradicting one another. That's why they're
All right,
religious.
there's a million
But
to Cameron.
even the great thinkers of the ancient world tended to have religion of some sort, right? Some sort of belief in gods or of something, something that would seem supernatural, at least from our perspective, as part of their worldview, right? Pre-modern, pre-scientific people tended to view things in that way. Right, the Epicureans, even the Epicureans, it's just that there's chance, and they
500,000.
Anyway, let's not get into Epicureans.
Let's see. I might have to add Six
really
Fighters again. It never
I was
lets you
just
do
pointing
that,
out,
right?
like, do you think your peers would reject it just because it goes against it? And it sounds like no, because this has been my kind of thing. I'm openly biased about being a skeptic. I don't buy that Jesus rose from the dead.
250,000 Lina for being third. Appreciate you guys.
Faith would say, oh, well, I accept it, and it is what it is. But I'm reading Jesus and finding what I think looks like a kernel of a historical person, and it debunks, in my opinion, the typical understandings of what we would say about Jesus, the faith Jesus. So I think you're right in approaching the historical Jesus. You're going to really destroy many people's bubbles of belief in Jesus. What are your thoughts about that?
That was one of my first
from my
samples I pulled.
Right, if I were,
really
if I
fun.
were somehow wanting to damage people's, belief in Jesus, if that were my aim, and to the extent that people reject, mainstream scholarship, sometimes I am about bursting their
We don't have
bubble.
an evolution one. We need one, I guess.
Not in a way that takes any one view, whatever your view, if you're a Christian who holds a view that's at odds with the historical evidence, or an atheist who holds a view at
Thank
odds
you,
with-
Randy. Thank you, Randy.
So, my bias, I at least try to make it towards history, but I'm aware I have biases. That's part of the beauty of, the academic system and the way of doing things, is that we're part of a conversation that includes people with very different assumptions and worldviews. So, I mean, are there biases in the academy? Yes, but, the academia is set up in such a way as to cancel those out, right? And it's when you get people saying that, the mainstream academy is biased against us, it really just seems like, being a sore loser and saying, well, they won't accept our view, and so we're going to go and we're going to take our toys and we're going to play on our own. And that's exactly what, that's what some of the online mythicist discussion has done. But it's an exact parallel to what, evangelical scholars do when they say, well, our views are treated with this kind of hostility and don't get a favorable reception at the main, Society of Biblical Literature conference, and we're going to have our own meeting and we're going to do our own separate thing for people who are Bible
This is a
believers
valid
and share our
criticism of
assumptions and
Carrier.
things like that. Skepticism.
I've had the same. I've tried to have the same conversation with him.
Is found all across the spectrum, right? People skepticism. Who, I mean, I was during my teens, not for very long, but was introduced to young Earth creationism, and given the impression in the context of the Christianity that I was associated with then, that this was something that I ought to adhere to, and so embraced it, and then read stuff that fortunately led me away from it.
Yeah, it's not a lot of channels in our community use these type of bots, Randy. So we'll show you.
They're being skeptical, right? They're being
the main way to get started is the command Myron bot.
Dominant worldview that prevails. People who reject mainstream medicine, right, think of themselves as skeptics. And so I think the key thing that's often missing is treating your own view that you prefer with the same level of skepticism, right? And that's not something that comes naturally. I'm not going to pretend.
I won't show your address on screen, YouTube.
Although I've learned that it's better for me to try to come up with counter arguments to my own ideas before publishing something than to wait for other people to find the holes and the problems. But if nothing else, by participating in this discussion, we are subjecting ourselves to that as others see the things, even the issues, even if we don't.
Okay, let's get into some examples, because I think there's a lot of people who are going, well, you're talking about this and that. We're floating ideas out there, and the same things could be said about you or whatever, like to try and argue. Or that you might be trying to equate it with young Earth creationism or any of these other theories, which you may think it's completely wrong. But let's get into some examples. What do you think fails about mythicism, and why do you say it doesn't make the most sense comparing it to the historical
It's all good.
Jesus
it's all
model?
Good. Yeah. There are a lot of bad actors on the internet, unfortunately.
There are a number of points. One of them is the overall trajectory of how things develop. Right. If you reverse things so that you put like the Gospel of John first, and then the Gospels with the miraculous birth stories next, and then eventually get to Mark or something like that, and maybe Luke actually has a very human Jesus who is not a pre-existent divine figure at all in any sense. Right. If you reverse the order of development, then maybe you can come up with sort of a celestial figure, an invented, spiritual being, who then is turned into a historical figure. And so that phenomenon, sometimes referred to as euhemerism, the idea of a divine figure being turned into a human figure. There are examples of people doing that. It's not clear they're parallels, where you'd have somebody who's like, believe in Apollo, but accept that he's a human rather than a divine figure, or a divinity who was actually in flesh. That's not what we see in any of the supposed parallels, right? It's an attempt to explain where some of these stories come from. And the overall trajectory is from Jewish messianism, right? From Jesus being viewed as a figure who is a teacher, an exorcist, about whom his followers, the movement around him, they also come to think of him as the awaited Davidic anointed one, right? Which means the one who will restore the line of David to the throne, right? And restore the kingdom to Israel. And those are the terms in which he's thought of in our earliest sources. And the expectation, right? Sometimes for a figure who God may have prepared in heaven, whether it's an ideal figure or in the mind, existing only in the mind of God, or what kind of reality they even thought celestial things prepared in advance had, is a bit vague. And few, if any, people subscribe to that sort of worldview today anyway. But whoever this figure was going to be, however exalted, however majestic, however powerful, was going to be a human person who was descended from David. And that's the framework of our earliest sources, whether it's Paul or the Gospels. And so one of the things that I think seems like a stretch, and I think even Richard Carrier admits that this is one where he's, going out on a limb at least a little bit, is his, celestial sperm bank, where they have, the seed of David, so that you can then arrange for all of that to happen without it having to take place on earth. So there's the overall trajectory. There's the Davidic messianism, right? It's not just that they're saying he's a messianic figure in some vague sense. They're saying he's the one who's a descendant of David. They then say that he was crucified, and saying that, this is the one who's going to restore the kingdom, and the line of David to the throne. And then he doesn't do that in any visible sense. it's not clear why you would invent that, right? And so that's an issue. And there are a few other things, right? I mean, even when we talk about belief in the resurrection, right? You don't have to subscribe to belief in the resurrection. You don't have to believe that Jesus rose from the dead to be able to consider that what people like Paul believed about resurrection tells us something about who they thought Jesus was, right? And so the fact that Paul talks about Jesus as the first fruits from the dead, and he's talking about resurrection, not in the sense that, God restored a person to life, or somebody went down to the underworld and then was raised up from there. Is talking about the resurrection that the Pharisees and at least some others thought of as the form of afterlife, right? That would, when the kingdom of God dawned, would be there for everyone, right? God would raise the dead, raise human dead. And so Jesus, as the first fruits of the resurrection of the dead, connects him with humanity in that way. Right? And then, born of a woman, right, is one of the things that is mentioned there, which is not saying something fancy like born of a woman and not a man or something like that. It's like human being, right? Jesus says there's none greater born of women than John the Baptist, right?
This is something I was going to get into, is ginomai, and getting into what the meaning of that word is and what does it seem to be implying. That's like one of those technical words that are used. Ginomai, it means manufacture, create, or to bring into existence, not just birth. But it is commonly used for just birth as well. But in Paul, I hear that it's not the common term he uses, supposedly. So it's getting used in Galatians. And they make, I think Richard Carey makes this point to try and drive that home. Have you done any deep dive on the ginomai thing to try and show its meaning?
I mean, it's one of those words that, is used a lot, in a lot of contexts, and has a very long entry in a Greek lexicon, and has a certain amount of flexibility. And so again, sometimes close attention to words sheds light on things, but the attempt to take a word that has a lot of vagueness to it and to say, well, because he used this word, therefore he meant this and not that, I think is going to bump up against some problems. I think trying to give it a level of specificity that would allow you to say, well, he must not have meant, born of a woman, or, descended from David according to the, of the seed of David according to the flesh, in the sense of our flesh or our seed or things like that. Is not unlike, again, I think it's a mirror image of, when evangelicals, conservative evangelicals will say, well, he used this word, and if we look at the Greek, and then they'll come up with some thing related to the etymology that doesn't reflect the way it was used, or they will try and find some obscure meaning which lets them draw a conclusion that is not the most natural reading of the text. I think there's so much that just reads naturally in terms of Jesus thinking, this is a descendant of David who was crucified and whom he believes God raised from the dead in the way that he and other Pharisees expected God would do to all human beings in preparation for the final judgment and full dawn of the kingdom of God. That's what it sounds like he's talking about.
Well, this is the thing. I'm very good friends with all of these people, right? I mentioned this. Richard Carey and me hung out for a week with Dennis McDonald in California at their cabin. It was
fun. Great streams.
And I want to say this. I know Richard's gone on record on blog, saying things, and he may go overboard in his responses and attack, right, with some of the words. When you're his friend, you don't get that attack. But when you're not his friend or you're being critical, obviously you're going to get it.
Super cool.
And I want to say the guy's really, really laid back.
Happy birthday to your family.
He knows I think there was a Jesus, but I also have told him, I
can't yourself.
Be certain, but it seems
when's your birthday, Hillary?
This to me, and he's never seemed like, what? You're what? He's not. So he's very chill about it. And I wish that if someone's going to be a mythicist, that they would use that kind of attitude. But I don't want to get lost in that. But I do want to get into some of these super chats because some people might have some interesting questions and want to highlight some things. I want to say, as an atheist, to my audience who's watching this, that is what I think makes the most sense. What you just described to me makes the most sense. And I think
Thanks, Dirth. I appreciate you.
The failure of like the expectations and finding
yours
ways
is the
to try and make
15th.
it work,
All right.
which I think
please come through and
Christian
remind us. Please come through and remind
with
us.
Realized eschatology and other things like that.
Wish you a happy birthday.
Christology and all that stuff starts to evolve. Brings me back to like a
also
basic,
feel free to use the lurk command, guys.
Normal Jewish peasant guy. When we go backwards, when you start going backwards, you see a devolution, not an evolution. And isn't it more probable? Like, is it mythicism trying to say he was this high Christology kind of figure in heaven, gets you hemorrhaged down to kind of just a human to some extent, and then it's kind of a complex thing depending on how you want to view it. But I don't know. Anyway, I'll jump to these super chats. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
And if you manage to keep up with that, that's great, because they're like flying past so quickly that I haven't been able to.
It's all right. Yeah.
Some people talk about whether Paul had a high Christology or not, which is one of the things that needs to be talked about.
Yeah. Paul's a big one, because if you
Thanks,
don't
Hillary.
get Paul,
appreciate you using alert command.
Well, first of all, most of the mythicists
it really
I
helps
talk to,
the new
not,
viewers
they look
learn
at
how to work with the bot.
And I'm not saying they won't examine them. I'm just saying I have encountered this kind of those are complete fictions. Those are like mythical writings that we can't trust any historical basis for them. So you have to go to Paul with them if you're trying to get this idea. Yeah. All right. Jason Sobek, I screenshot those from yesterday, my friend. Just admit it. Jesus is a solar deity.
He might read my super chat. Let's see.
Then,
I don't care if he does or not, but
Greek
it's fine.
vocabulary, meaning, significance. I'm not sure. Is this Genomai? I'm not sure.
Pythia.
Oh, Pythia. Okay.
I can't read.
There we go. He can read.
I don't know why that is coming up in this. Yeah. Akaria S with the solar deity and stuff.
Even Richard Carrier, no.
Even Richard Carrier finds it doesn't.
Leaf be upon her. Leaf be unto you all. Appreciate that.
That's another thing about mythicism, right? Which is that
I love the skeptic.
There are some versions of it.
Great channel.
You get, it was all it was all astrology, but then they decided to turn it into this literal, narrative.
No, we appreciate the plug.
A lot of different, things that have done that.
Feel free to drop a link to that really channel in our Discord under community.
It's like, this text doesn't say what we want, so we're going to say it corresponds to something else, and it's really just
you can just pick one of your favorite videos and put it under video.
Yeah, I like that they're
under community, and then people can go there and check it out. Appreciate that.
I'm with Bart Ehrman. I'm on the terminology of high Christology. I don't think that when Paul says, for instance, in Philippians chapter 2, verse 6 to 11, that God highly exalted him, gave him the name that is above every name. In other words, bestows the divine name on him.
And guys, please do that. When I'm not live, or even when I am, go to the Discord, check out the community, let the people know who else is live. Please, somebody, I'll drop Derek's link, but other people go ahead, drop live links, drop videos, and please, when I'm not live, or even if I am live and I'm doing something you don't want to watch, go to our Discord, check out the community section. There'll be lots of content for you to watch there.
That's not.
It's a great way to discover new content.
Unless you are working with, right? That's what we talked about when we talked about monotheism. Unless you are assuming that high Christology means divinity, right? And full divinity.
And high Christology does not have to.
And other things.
Very important.
The key question in that passage is whether when it says that he was in the form of God, is that saying like he had a godlike appearance, right? Or is that saying he was in very
go
nature
to community,
God, right?
Go to live now.
That view, that translation, I think reflects a bias, right? Of some who want to say that Jesus was in his very nature God, right? So if we want to talk about bias, right?
It's Lina's birthday.
There certainly is bias.
We all getting sloppy drunk tonight.
But in Bible translation.
Right? All right, great.
And you'll see there are places where translators will refrain from changing wording, even though it's not very clear any longer, because the English language has changed, because people love it, right? You don't tinker with like Psalm 23 too much. And so you keep, I shall not want, even though the meaning of want has changed over time. But my own inclination is to see that the main background for that is that Paul is doing a comparison and contrast with Adam, right?
So you are taking that James Tabor takes this position too.
Yeah, that's what I'm inclined to do. But I mean, the truth is that even if
guys also go to the community tab under birthdays and drop birthday wishes and messages to Lina. She does a ton for our community. She's engaged with you guys day in and day out. She's answering your questions. She calls in. She's grown and taken on the Discord. She's calling in, right? And she even engages with our trolls and tries to educate them. And she will just straight up pull up on a crowd of creatards and theolocrats or whatever we want to call them and just pull up on their chat. All of y'all, see all y'all up in here, y'all are fascists. Let's discuss how y'all are fascists. Go ahead, Lina's here. I want to talk about, oh yeah, good afternoon, happy. We're good friends, love y'all. Fascism, go. We love it. Gotta show her some love and support today, y'all.
In view here, and it wouldn't radically change my reading of it.
Christ still fascist,
by the end
there we go.
Of this passage,
they about to
Jesus
get
has been
Lina
exalted to a higher status than he ever had before. That's the impression that we're given, right?
Therefore, God has highly exalted him. So he wasn't highly exalted before, and now he is the point.
Right. And has bestowed on him the divine name, right? Not that he had it, right? Not he gave it back, returned it, revealed that he always had it. He bestowed it on him, right? Yeah,
I can tell, Lina. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much for that. Another couple super chats here.
Here we go.
Here's on YouTube that Paul's use, and I can't read.
Y'all see it. Y'all see the boy on screen.
Right? Not born. Why do scholars fail to recognize these true facts? We'll start with that one, then we'll get to the next one.
I mean, no, it doesn't work. I mean, you look up.
Guys, I sent that super chat yesterday.
It's a word that's.
I didn't wait for it. I saw the title. I left it like 24 hours early, and I sent Derek a message on WhatsApp. I was like, "Take my money, bro." I was like, "Bro, you're doing Jesus mythicism on my birthday. Like, take my money."
Very similar words. Often it's just the double new, right? The double N sound.
Yeah, this is my message to Derek.
Distinguishes them, and that's why you have some of the.
Tomorrow's my birthday, and you're talking about. Is Jesus mythicism? Take my money. I already left the super chat.
Son, right? The only.
Look, you guys can see 114 over 24 hours before the stream started.
One of a kind, right? The only one in his genus, as we might say in English, right? Which comes from the other sort of root. And so, it doesn't. I don't think the use of that word proves what people want to claim. And if you want to pull up, right, if you just look up something like Little and Scott, I can see if I can pull it up, but you probably can too. And look up Ginamai. Wonder if I can screen share.
Yeah, you can. I'll pop it up if you.
Let's see if it'll.
That's right, Peter W. We're going to wipe out the competition.
Yesterday's super chats.
Our spreadsheets are going to take over. Exactly, Derek. We're almost done with yesterday's super chats.
I am in a room, everybody. I'm in the process of moving. I'm
Derek
out of
is
my
moving.
garage.
2
I'm
weeks.
In the room, just letting everybody know. So if you hear an echo.
Or I can just put the link in the chat.
He's got that great
put
garage
the link in the private
reverb.
chat, and I'll pop it up. It'll be easier.
Yeah. I had it.
Peter W., you got to keep spreadsheets on the competition.
So, I don't think it
so that we know how to take them down.
So they may need to
copy it.
You got to do the opposition research.
Okay, I can do that.
They can also just search for Little and Scott is one of the sort of standard Greek lexicon.
I think I got it here. Okay, got it.
So,
cool. Let me zoom in.
Right.
Is there somewhere you want me to specifically focus on?
It's got come into being, to be born, right? It's got, all these different ways that, it's used. It's used of products, right? Amount to, multiplied by, of events take place, come to pass, right?
Wow, I didn't even know. Guys,
a certain state become,
I could never read this website. These guys are crazy.
Word, right? It's like happened, right, in English, or did, right? It's one of those words that's just, you can't look it up in a dictionary and find one of its many meanings and then say, you see, they can't possibly have meant
the other way. Yeah, exactly. He's so right. Y'all, and it shows you too that scholars have different resources than most people. I couldn't even read that webpage. Right? You have to know the language well enough. It's just crazy
doing better with language.
That's what I'm saying. Scholars have access to shit I don't even know exists.
Actually challenges, I mean, it gives the atheist more, more actual, substantive,
Excel to the win, exactly.
Arguments. Well,
right?
not only that, but I also think rather than just looking at it that way, because that's kind of I'm an optimist, and that's kind of like a pessimistic way to live life, is like go out here and try to just destroy everybody else's toys. But like it also allows you to kind of appreciate and understand in a better way. So the conversations are better that you can have and go like, I understand your faith. Like I understand what your literature is saying here. And I'm trying to get the point that like we can find common ground in discussing these matters, and yet at the same time pick each other apart in some other ways. So
I think, the analogy I would make is that, somebody who actually embraces all of the conclusions of science, right? And still has a religious perspective is going to be harder to just dismiss than somebody who rejects evolution and rejects geology and rejects astronomy and rejects everything that science concludes. Right there, you can just say, okay, this is absolute garbage. Right, and when atheists make their sort of leading argument something that secular historians don't find credible, it makes it easier to dismiss what atheists have to say.
And so that's a good point that Ehrman makes
by adopting a fringe view that is not widely accepted. And as a liberal Christian, I'm somebody who doesn't believe in personal deities and those kinds of things. I disagree with.
Oh, what's liberal Christian to him though? Oh, let's talk about that. Maybe I could be a liberal Christian.
But I'm not particularly eager to help atheists win arguments.
Guys, I was thinking about becoming a Christian today.
It just seems strange.
At least for the day. It's my birthday, right?
And the same is true. I would say the same thing, to conservative Christians, is that if you want to engage in serious discussion about faith, God, things like that, then embrace science, right? And if you adopt fringe views on science,
we could send Derek another super
or on
chat.
other subjects, it's not going to make the thing that is actually really crucial to your faith, which often those things are not, or don't need to be. It's going to make it easier to dismiss your view of things.
Thank you so much. Pocket Locker 86, Jay, he's a double PhD evolutionary scientist. It's my birthday, and you're talking about Jesus mythicism. God, is that you? Thank you so much for that super chat yesterday, Jay. I really appreciate it, man. Go subscribe to him. I'm trying to help grow his channel. Jay's a good guy, and he's teaching evolution to kids and all sorts of stuff. He's an academic, of course, and so try to get people to start thinking scientific and get with modern science about things. I wasn't that way 10 years ago. All right, now we're starting with
we out here.
Constellation Pegasus.
Derek, let's go. Jesus? And don't call Jay an evolutionist. Right. That's right,
and
Peter.
One of the things I've sometimes heard mythicists
evolutionary biologists. We're going to get there together, community. We're going to conquer this evolutionist thing.
Existed. But as you mentioned, right, mythicists don't agree on
that was a fantastic shout out, though, guys. I really appreciate that.
It was astrological. No, Richard Carey disagrees with, well, no, but Paul thought, no, Paul didn't think, So the diversity of views just shows that, there are a lot of creative thinkers engaged in something, right? If there was any one historical figure who got the level of, academic interest and religious, coupled with religious interest that Jesus gets, right? I mean, there are other figures, but I think, sort of historical Moses is in a completely different place. And, so for Judaism, it doesn't come up in quite the same way. In Islam, there isn't the same sort of academic, embrace of historical criticism, among Muslims and things like that. So Jesus kind of is sort of stands out in a lot of ways in terms of the amount that gets published about him and that has been published. And the short answer is, if you take any figure and you're going to try to publish things about him, right? As an academic, in order to publish, you've got to try and say something new. And so, of course, you're going to say, well, maybe he was a cynic, or maybe he was this, or maybe he was that, and so it's just an indication that, people are, coming up with ideas. But if you look across the scholarship, then you can see that there are, consensuses that emerge, even so. And the fact that on some points, on some details, there's wide divergence, all that means is that some of the evidence isn't that strong, right, for the authenticity of these things. or some of the same things that
guys, let's hope he gets to it. Derek gets so many super chats. It is wild.
Ways, right?
But
somewhat different
that's
image.
a great point, Cameron.
And so
I want to hear him say more about it too. So
right? I think
we'll take our shot at it.
It's indicative of, right?
Happy to support Derek
to answer
either
the question,
way.
who was this Jesus? I mean, I think he was. I mean, I think there are some sayings that seem authentic that give us a clue, right? At some point, he clearly is directing people's attention to John the Baptist, right? There's no one greater, right? The law and the prophets were up to him, up until him. And then it's all, the kingdom of God is dawning. And Jesus is there as a promoter of, what John talked about. And I think that as he kind of rises into a position of leadership among at least some of John's followers, right, after John is at least removed from the active scene, maybe while he's still in prison, I think John talked about, one who would come after him. And I think Jesus did think that he might be that figure, right? One saying that seems likely to be authentic is when Jesus talks about, that his apostles that he appointed would sit on 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel, right? Because Judas too? Awkward. It's or does it go to the 12, but then Judas loses his spot and so he gets replaced or things like that. But they, you notice one of the Gospels drops it and says, you'll sit on thrones. I won't say 12 thrones because it's, then it implies that those 12 that he's talking to right in that moment are going to be the ones on the throne.
Is that why they also make kind of trying to cover up an embarrassment and adding in Jesus knew who it was that was going to betray him from the beginning. Well, he didn't really know. And so these authors are seeing Jesus. He couldn't have not known that Judas was going to trick or something.
Yeah, you get a lot of that. But when he says that the apostles that he appointed and sent out, the people he kind of makes his representatives and his inner circle.
Cameron, you said too bad. Get the fuck out of here.
Judging the tribes of
Cameron's
Israel.
Too bad, a.k.a.
to me at least.
Get the competition up out of here.
The one that appointed them, namely Jesus himself.
But now y'all can link up, man. I'm going to get y'all to link up and do some fitness stuff. That would be dope.
And so I think he was somebody who, as part of John's movement, came to see himself in messianic terms. And,
because, bro, if you do some fitness stuff with Derek, to help atheists get healthy, Derek will help you blow up,
There's
man.
a lot of effort put into making sense of, why the Messiah would be crucified, right? It doesn't make any kind of natural sense. It's clear not only that, this was an issue that lent some support to his historicity, but that Jesus didn't say, okay, well, here's a doctrine of atonement, and here I'm going to die, and it's going to be for sins, and so just get ready because it's all going to, we see Christians looking back and saying, well, he must have known, right? God must have known, and doing the kinds of things we see in lots of movements. It's the way that people deal with cognitive dissonance. And so, all I'd say about who was this Jesus, right, is that he must have been the kind of figure, right, that, he made enough of an impact on them that they didn't just say, as people sometimes do, and I'm sure some of his followers did, right, when he was crucified, oh, well, we were wrong, let's go home, right? They had, whether it was dreams or other things that persuaded them that, God had in fact exalted him beyond death. So one possibility is that he talked about, what was going to happen when the kingdom of God dawned, right? And talked about, the need to suffer on the way, right? Maybe thinking that God would intervene to save him at the last minute, and then the kingdom of God would dawn or something like that. Maybe thinking that he would die, that was seeing that John had died, saw that as a possibility, but believed that the general resurrection would then follow because God, right, indignant about the death of his Messiah, would raise him, which would mean everybody else raises. But clearly the early Christians were not expecting Jesus to rise and the rest of the resurrection not happen, right? And so this has got them, really struggling to figure out how to make sense of this.
Thank you. Doc Pleuromonot, thank you for the super chat. Does the vagueness of Rink Raglan, which is one of the topics I said I'd like to get your opinion on, scales have the ability to truly address that it's the mythic archetype and its psychological meaning that matters versus the question of historicity of heroes?
Yeah, I mean,
Big fan of
the
Star
more
Wars.
you get to a mythic archetype, the more it fits just about anything and everything, right?
No, Pete, I think Derek's big.
No one figure.
Go back to the stream where he popped in on us a couple weeks ago. Derek flexed a little bit.
Maybe I'm trying to think whether
Derek's
like George
looks like he's in
going
fantastic
back
shape.
to some of this stuff about
he's going through a lot. He's moving, so his fitness routine might be a little interrupted, maybe. But no, Derek's
perfectly.
I think I imagine in very good shape.
Some of these things, right? His father is a king. That applies to literally everyone for whom, like, the role of king is, right? When you make it, right, told nothing of his childhood, that's typical of, ancient figures, right? People didn't pay a lot of attention to children, when they were children. And then when they're adults, whether it's a historical figure or a mythological figure, people made up stories about their heroic deed, right? I mean, you can see that going all the way through to, George Washington and the cherry tree and things like that, right? People making up stories about the childhood of a figure, because by the time somebody becomes a president or a messianic figure, people didn't foresee that all along and preserve the stories, right? Which, if some of the stories about Jesus were true and were there from the beginning, they would have done, right? I mean, once you have, light overhead and angels singing, it's going to be like, okay, we're going to make careful notes about this kid every step of the way, right? So, marrying a princess, becoming king, of course, does Jesus marry a princess? Well, no, so there's some that he doesn't fit, becomes king. Well, the Christians are trying to maintain that he becomes king, even though, visibly speaking, in all the ways that one normally becomes a king, he doesn't, right? And that's a difficulty. And so I'm not sure I entirely understood, the question about, the psychological meaning, that one might find in this. But what I think does need to be said about the Wrangling, typology, and I've written an article about this called "Rankled by Wrangling Over Wrangling Ranking."
So, there you go.
I like puns. I gather that Jesus did too. So,
Is this, do I just go to the top right? Was it ranking what?
Let me put that, I'll put that in the chat.
Okay, put that in the chat, and I'll make sure that I post, I'll put it in the comments so everybody can check it out. Doc, thank you so much for the super chat. Let me get this now. And copy, comments, paste this joker here. Boom. There we go. I'm going to open it and drag it over here too. So,
and it's interesting. There are people in there who are saying, Jesus is as real as Thor. I saw one who was saying, it's like, saying that the Bible proves that Jesus exists is like, saying that, Batman comics prove that Batman existed or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a common trope. Of course, you can put any figure, and sources about them on one side, and a person, from comic books on the other. And of course, they're graphic novels about historical figures. So, it's just a rhetorical ploy, right? I mean, you'd have to show that the Bible is like Batman comics. And the truth is that the Bible is this compilation of things that were not scripture when they were written. And when historians are studying them, they couldn't care less that these things eventually, in fact, they're putting out of their minds
that they became
the fact that these things eventually
become
part of a thing called the Bible.
That is true.
They're not interested in Paul's letters as scripture.
And we were taught this in theology in Catholic school. You're taught this in the Catholic school. They're letters. Right. These are letters to churches.
These people.
These were letters
he's
to
not like writing
churches.
Verbose theological
treaties
no,
he's
to
writing
explain
a fucking
to you.
letter to a church.
Jesus was in Galilee. Like, he doesn't give you a life
Colossians,
story of
this
Jesus.
is what the fuck is up.
It's occasional letters, right?
Yeah. And there's nothing,
we don't have most
surprising
of them.
about that. The complaint that, Paul doesn't say more than saying that, he was born of a woman, he was Jewish, that he was crucified.
Kind of a lot, actually. This is a good point.
Teaching, right, about divorce, about things related to the Last Supper, is not surprising, right? I mean, he doesn't introduce Jesus, right? He doesn't say, "I'm writing to you, and here, let me tell you about a guy named Jesus."
Right. Again, but imagine me writing a letter to somebody in my lab group and saying, "Hey guys, let me tell you all about the biography of Mike Travisano."
Place, and
right?
Then names the place.
Why on earth would we do that?
Peace from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ, right? He's assuming they know
it's
about
going to be like,
Jesus
"Dear
already.
lab mates,
and so
Stop leaving crusty shit in the refrigerator.
It's not a gospel, right?
Clean up behind your nasty asses. Who left yogurt in the refrigerator? Peace, I'm out, Jay Bundy.
Activity
just think about it like that. This is very good points, y'all.
And people seem to be complaining, so why didn't Paul write a gospel? It's like,
why would he write a gospel?
Because he thought the world was going to end soon. I mean, he wrote letters, right? And
Constellation Pegasus, Joseph Rutherford accused the Bible students of creature worship about Charles Taze Russell. He was becoming bigger than life after his death. Rutherford put an end to it. Not hard to imagine people, especially in ancient times, becoming deified.
Yeah.
Good point. And Constellation, seriously, thank you for that big super chat. I will make sure your mansion is beautiful and your lawn in heaven is amazing.
Thank you, Hillary's email.
Thank you. Godless Engineer, would you debate Richard?
Guys, hang on a sec. We got to hear this.
I think I've interacted with Richard Carrier enough in writing, and every time you say something critical, you get a flurry of verbiage saying that I think he said Morris Casey is insane and senile. I'm merely incompetent, I think. And somebody on my blog once made a super chat of everything that Richard Carrier says about his opponents. And I mean, I prefer not to get into that kind of rhetorical sparring. I think that these are ideas that should be presented and discussed. And in my writing about this topic, right, like for instance, some of the review articles, that one about the Rank Raglan is one of several articles I wrote for Bible Interpretation, trying to make some things available online, since that's the place where sort of mythicism lives and flourishes for the most part. And I think that's the way to do this, is to discuss the ideas. And my reason for discussing these ideas is because I think it's important to get history right. I'm genuinely interested, and even though my religious views, I don't hold the religious views that led me to start studying this in the first place. But I find, when people ask me, why are you still a Christian? It's largely like, why are you still an American when you don't, you didn't like the previous administration, and there are lots of people who seem to.
This is a great point. It's why he was an atheist Christian. It's why he still go to church.
That don't value life in the way that.
Why do I got to give up my culture to the fuckfaces who are wrong about it?
Across the aisle would say the same thing, but
why should the people who understand concede to the people who don't?
Abortion and things like that, right? But I mean, the truth
this guy sounds really reasonable.
I'd rather be part of a discussion about what this tradition means.
It's the same reason people stay in America, but my black ass wants to get the fuck out of here.
Myself from all these assumptions and come up with a
we forgot to update the question of the day.
Symbols and ways of talking about things, right? If I were to,
I updated it in the description,
States,
but not on the bot.
Else,
I forget that's a new thing.
In Romania for 3 years, right? My wife is Romanian. I taught there for a few years, and nothing will make you aware of your own culture.
No, the question of the day is, was there a historical Jesus? Was there a historical Jesus? I'm changing it right now.
I can't escape my heritage and the things that have shaped me, and so I've decided to work within them rather than jettison them. And if I were to become, if I were to find that some evidence led me to think that, Judaism or pantheism or atheism or Gnosticism or something else was a better label, I'd just be an annoying, troublemaker in that context rather than in the one that I'm in. And so
what am I doing?
Right.
Hang on.
Right.
All right. 10 people are here. Here's 10 million.
You're not interested in like a verbal
happy birthday, Lina
debate or video debate, but writing wise, if there was a way to censor and make sure that there weren't derogatory words, but just purely dealing with the data, would that be something you might do?
I mean, I'm interested. What I'd really be interested in is, for Carrier to publish things in academic journals, and then it's very common for another academic to write an article that responds and evaluates. Right? I'd love for Richard Carrier to publish those kinds of things.
Guys, right? YouTube punk mods, when we're done with this, please remind me about Carrier. We've got to talk about Richard Carrier after this.
If I try to do it, I will get it too. And so, I think what I'd really be interested in is, close, careful analysis of ideas, right? I mean, I disagreed, I got a fairly negative review of my book on monotheism, by Larry Hurtado, just very critical. And because he blogged before he died, and I blogged, actually took the time to, he shared a link to it on his blog. And so I asked him some questions, and we actually realized that, we shared more in common than we thought. We clarified where our disagreements were. And, he's a scholar, that I respect greatly. In fact, he was the external examiner, my BIVA, my examination for my doctorate. And so,
yeah. Well, maybe we can work. Maybe we can.
Let's do it. I was thinking about this.
Thank you,
I wanted Derek to host it. I want Derek
Christian
to do it. I was going
Michael,
to tell Derek I want him to do it. So that was a great super
Genesis
chat.
21.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's figure it out.
The Greek. As background for Galatians 4,
they should both use it to promote books. That'll make it worth it. Let's go.
And circumcised as commanded by God. So maybe I need to pull this up. What is it? Genesis 21. What is the pericope? 2-4.
Peter W. The U.S. is not the most comfortable place to live in the world. I disagree with that wholeheartedly. Like I said, I've never fucking left this country and felt like I was traveling in the right direction when I came back. Spend a fucking day in Canada and tell me the U.S. is more comfortable. Travel to motherfucking Switzerland and come back and tell me the U.S. is more comfortable. I've been chilling like a villain on apps with towns with no police department and never felt safer in my life. Oh, and guess what, guys? Those are the only 2 times I've ever left this country. Now imagine as I actually stop being a fucking broke-ass fucking student my whole life and can actually travel to more places as my work and shit takes me over this world. Definitely not agreeing with that.
And that's why Paul has his work cut out for him, right? The clear teaching of Genesis is
Jesus Christ is my nigga. We're going to start a show later. We're going to start a show later. We're going to start a show later.
Has to be circumcised, right? Includes slaves, right? People bought with your money.
Finland, Norway, let's go.
And anyone who's not circumcised will be cut off from his people. And so Paul has a real uphill struggle trying to make the case that
also, Peter, I hate to state the obvious, but you're a white man in the U.S. and I'm a black man in the U.S. So how comfortable we are up in this bitch is definitely not going to be the same. But I got nothing but love for you, Peter. I just want to see my fucking spreadsheet.
You sort of appeal to Jesus because Jesus didn't, Jesus was born under the law, the way Paul puts it.
Right.
And so, but
South
Jesus
Korea
was born under the law and has opened the door for Gentiles to be welcome. Right?
Yeah, I kind of want to just get a globe and start spinning that bitch around and pointing to random places.
In the Christian movement.
Yeah, probably better for me.
Persuasive.
Right.
Yeah. And my black ass probably better out there.
Anyway,
spin that
Rob Atheist Scriptures IG, thank you for the super chat. Joseph mentioned several messianic candidates around the time area: Theodus, the Egyptian, Simon, Judas, the Galilean. Is it significant for history?
Raise your hand if you paid paycheck to paycheck. I'm raising both my hands. Raise this one if you paycheck to paycheck. Raise this one if you can't afford to skip
my
one.
Own hunch. I think I may
what I'm talking about?
Discussion.
You know what I'm saying? This hand if you paycheck to paycheck. In this hand, too, if you can't afford to skip one.
And may have thought, that may be why there's such similar figures. But there's clearly been Christian tampering with the version of...
If they skip one of my checks, I'm fucked.
Right, the passage that refers to Josephus.
I'm calling HR.
And so, whether it's that,
the backup
he doesn't
fund.
mention,
What the fuck you talking? No.
Because you mentioned him in another context.
I need check on time. Check on
moving
time.
Stuff around as well.
Yeah.
Distance Jesus from other figures that were comparable.
Yep. I will follow
there's
up
some debate
tomorrow.
about whether
Appreciate it.
what Josephus said there was more negative or just sort of neutral about Jesus. What's interesting though is that we have this this Arabic author Arabic Christian author.
Right, Cameron can't afford to lose clients, real life.
Quotes, it seems to be a paraphrase.
Cameron out here thotting on the internet trying to promote. Cameron got KB
he provides
between his fucking shoulders,
paraphrase,
between
or
his shoulder
memory
blades,
of what Josephus says
so
about Jesus.
Be checking out the
and
form,
it's pretty much what scholars had already come up with,
KBFit 2.0,
based on
2.0.
the Greek
we got to
text,
promote ourselves up in
Christian
this
edition.
bitch. It's hard up in this country.
And so the things that are obviously reflecting a Christian view of Jesus aren't there. And there's no reason why a Christian author writing in Arabic would drop precisely those things that are most Christian sounding.
What up, Spider?
And so
Spider
it seems as though the Agapists knew a version of Josephus that actually had something like what scholars have attempted to reconstruct that lies behind the tampered.
That's what's up, Peter.
So it does seem that Josephus mentioned Jesus there.
I have an ex who grew up in
reference to
you said
James,
Austria. I misread that.
Jesus called Christ.
Tell us about Austria,
right,
Peter.
Which again, some ethicists say, well, that's added as well, but that's harder to well, there isn't strong evidence either way, really.
Mm-hmm.
That one.
Thank you so much, Rob. Hunter Biden's laptops. Thank you for the super chat. What a funny name.
Oh, yeah.
Dr.
Let's check it out.
Thank you. Mentioned being a liberal Christian who doesn't believe in a personal God. Would he say more about that? Thanks for the shout out.
Yeah. So my view is
that's my other account
to that which theologians like Paul Tillich have articulated, and it's essentially the view, right? It's a technical term that's sometimes stuck on it as a label is panentheism, right? Where Paul Tillich wrote about God as being itself, right? If God is a being, right, like one very powerful being among others, then that's a being that's part of reality, right? That's not all-encompassing. That's not all ultimate. That's not infinite. And so, for me, I think the appropriate way to talk about God is as the ultimate, the infinite, whatever is before all things and is, simply there. And, I think ultimately, right, one thing that atheists, agnostics, liberal Christians like me can, I think, all agree on is much the same thing that you get agreement on towards the end of, David Hume's famous, right, Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion, across these different viewpoints, is that something must simply exist, and whatever that is that simply exists gave rise to what we see and a lot that we don't see, and to beings like us that can have these discussions and wonder, well, where did it all come from and what's ultimate and things like that. And there's no way that language can do justice to that which is ultimate. And so I stick with Christian language largely because I'm using language symbolically. I don't think any other sort of language is appropriate in that context. And that's why, for me, the existence of God isn't even an issue, right? I mean, if you make the case that, the attributes of the ultimate are different, well, that's the attributes, right? It's not existence. And everybody's debating the attributes of God. So that's by all means, let's do that. And some people would say, well, isn't that, basically, if it's, gets kind of vague like that, isn't that more like pantheism? It's like, okay, I've sometimes said that if the universe is what simply exists, then I'm at least a pantheist, right? But I'm not sure that's where reality ends, right? Maybe there's a multiverse, but then is there a multiverse making mechanism, or is there, an eternal multiverse, or, I don't know, right? And that's why I use symbols and, metaphors and things like that. But, Richard Dawkins famously said that, pantheism is just sexed up atheism. And my comment on that was, well, if you have a choice between atheism and sexed up atheism, why wouldn't you choose the sexed up version?
Right,
I mean, what's that about, right? I think the difference is
this
that, pantheists, people who would use that label, like people like Albert Einstein, right, will talk about God and use language symbolically to talk about some of these mysteries in a way that I think some atheists today, at least, are not as comfortable. But that's really what I was referring to. Hopefully, that's enough for Hunter Hunter Biden and his laptops.
Yes, those laptops. Thank you so much for that super chat, my friend.
Caleb
Aurelian says he is not God, so why does it matter if he was real? I think this is more of a question towards, well, I mean, it's obviously a question, but I feel like this is a question directed at me as a host. Like, Derek, you were a mythicist. First, you were a Christian. You believe Jesus was God in the flesh and Trinitarian, the whole nine. Then you became a mythicist.
Yeah, and also, guys, notice that answer really didn't have anything to do with Jesus or Christ or any sort of thing we would identify as Christian. It was just like, yeah, I identify as Christian. I use symbolic language because that's what language is. And then there's just what exists, and to me, that's God. But then again, it might not be. And then you could convince me God doesn't exist, and I'd be okay with that. Which actually, guys, I respect this. This is a reasonable position. Essentially, this is how I feel. What he feels like is, I'm a scholar. I do a job. I go home. I get ready to do the job again the next day. I have this opinion. I have some labels I throw on myself. They're not really my area of expertise. So this is just where I'm at with how I identify as myself and what I think currently about myself. And I'm like, cool. I mean, this guy's work really has nothing to do with how he identifies. I was just curious because he mentioned it. So he did actually what my mom did. My mom wrote me this letter. I might read it to you guys sometimes. It wasn't really a letter. It's part of a book that she made for me. And it identifies how important God is to her and how much she always wanted to, like, honor God and make God the center of her identity, right? And then she goes on to describe what that means and everything in her faith, and there's nothing about God or Jesus or the Bible or anything at all in it. It's just like God as this sort of linguistic self-identifier that they've attached to some sort of Christianity, and then boom, here's who I am. Even though to most of us who think about these things critically, we'd be all like, oh, well, there's blasé flavonoids, no sound theology here, and you're not telling us your Christology and the epistemology of the axiology of the ontology of your metaphysical position on the moral propitiation of your metaphysics, right? And most of us are like, yeah, cool. And guess what you just said? A bunch of shit I have absolutely no interest in. So I respect them for just being like, yeah, this is where I'm at. I hope that answered your question, And to be honest, it did. And he rambled, but he made a great scholar's mistake. He's taking each one of these questions probably way too seriously because he doesn't have any idea as to flow. And it's very hard to know these things when you're inexperienced and also you're dealing with Derek. But this is what Derek's audience wants, is for his viewers to just get this person's attention, really hear him, go on about what he wants to say about these super chats. This has been a fantastic stream, and I actually really like this guy. I don't agree with everything he said, but I agree with a lot, or probably most of what he said, and I find him very reasonable. So yeah, this has been a fantastic stream. I was really excited about this, and this is, I think, been even better than I thought. Different than what I expected. I expected him to have like a very formal presentation. This has been a little bit more informal conversation, but I'm sure Derek is going to use this to promote more with him later, where we get into some more technical deep dives, and maybe Derek's even cooking up some extra stuff for his Patreons.
Continuation of what the Protestant Reformation did in relation to the authority of the church. Well, when you realize that the church...
Derek's also in the middle of a move. He's been talking to me about this, but it'll probably be another couple weeks before Derek is really transitioned and moved into his new place. So I know he's working on a lot of stuff, but he's also got to deal with this transition before he, fully hits the gas pedal again. But I'm sure that after these next couple weeks, so like probably a month or so from now, you're going to see Derek trying to even take myth vision to the next level. So it's going to be crazy to see what Derek's cooking up.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Jason Sobek, Lord of the Four Corners. Thoughts on Lucian's Alexander the False Prophet?
Trump's
don't really have any
dots. There we go, baby. Let's get these conspiracy
I'm just
accounts.
kidding him here, Jason. Don't be mad at me, man. Don't be mad at me. Actually, he told me he likes it when some scholars are like jabbing back at his questions.
I'm about to get in the chat too.
So anyway, thank you for the super chat. I'm scrolling down here.
I'm not sure I have anything. It's a tech. I can understand why he's asking, but I don't. I'm not worked on that enough to feel like I'm going to make a useful point-to-point kind of comparison and contrast and stuff like that.
Okay, David Bennett, thank you for the super chat. He says, never super chatted. Oops, meant to ask. What do you take from Carrier and Lataster's critiques of your view on this question?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that it's important that as scholars, that when we're talking about history, we not respond to the
Trump's nuke dots. I love that stupid whore energy has another conspiracy account with us. We are converting people.
Right?
Guys, get yourself a good old-fashioned conspiracy account. Stop fucking around.
About the conclusions of science in ways that actually reflect, deferring to authority rather than, sort of following the evidence where it leads. Now, to some extent, I think that's actually appropriate, right? Because the average person is not going to research biology.
You can't do super chats for me.
Things. They're not going to research ancient history the way that people who are professionals.
You can send me a donation. If you want to send me a super chat, just send us a donation. There's links below. And then let me know. There's a PayPal and PayPal, Cash App, and something else. I can't even think of it. The links are in the descriptions. Let me know you sent a donation. I'll pull it up. When I pull it up, if there's a question with it, I'll read the question and answer it. But send her something to send over to Derek, guys. Let's show Derek some support. I'm really excited about this stream. So if you guys want to send a super chat right now, if you want to do stuff later, we can do stuff later. But go ahead and send your questions into Derek for James McGrath.
But I think it's important that it be approached using the appropriate tools. And I want to have that kind of discussion about it, right?
Not just one that's a great idea.
Well, let's see how many people I can persuade on the internet, right? Who, will just judge based on, who gets in the best jabs and not, actually who knows the actual sources in the original languages best, or those kinds of things, or who's doing best justice to them in discussion of this particular word. But yeah,
ask him if, as a liberal Christian, ask him about the resurrection. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like I do. Like, I'm interested in just hearing his take on some of the core claims of Christianity. Like, I mean, I guess he would just say no. He doesn't believe in miracles and stuff like that, but that's crazy. Oh, I appreciate the tip. Thank you, 2 Feet of Love. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll go look and see if there's anything.
A statement of absolute certainty.
Thank you so much for the tip.
Historical study doesn't give you absolute certainty. And it could always be the case that some better argument will be brought up that will change my mind.
Give me a second. I
or
haven't
some new
checked
piece
out
of
the
evidence
tip thing in a long time.
That will cause us to reconfigure
I'll have
things.
to pull up the cloud.
And so the conclusions of history are provisional. And that's precisely why the actual study of history in the mainstream sense is so challenging to Christian faith, which wants to say, we're focused on this Jesus figure. So what was he like? Well, we can say a couple of things with certainty, and then it's kind of vague. Right? And even if historians could, I don't think they can, certainly not appropriately, but if historians could talk about the resurrection, right, and say something about it, and followed the evidence and thought that the evidence pointed to it,
2 Feet of Love. All right, guys, so that's a great way to send a super chat. Just send a tip. Actually, that's probably my favorite way to send a super chat. 2 Feet of Love donated $10 and said, happy birthday. You are the reckoning the world needs. Much love. I really, 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 really appreciate that. Thank you so much. 2 Feet of Love. I appreciate that. $10 pre-super chat. We get so much love in this community that before YouTube even allows us to send super chat, because YouTube is trying to hold us back, but they can't, which is why today we're launching our push to 1,000 subscribers so we can have super chats. But since we're already mid-push to take over the internet, we are getting tips, we are getting donations, we have our own super chats. You can send a tip, you can send a PayPal, you can send a Cash App, you can send the Streamlabs. The links are in the descriptions. You can donate to charity. We don't need no stinking YouTube super chats around here.
Right? Because none of us gets everything right? And history is ultimately
waiting to
right. It's like
that's for
courtroom
lazy
drama,
people.
right? Where you've got the evidence and then you're trying to decide.
Into your stream,
right? And you have a jury, and
you can't send me anything yet. I don't have 1,000 subscribers.
Biases get sort of ironed out in the mix, and the shortcomings of perspective of any one member of the jury is compensated for by others.
Well put, well put, well put. A couple more here, and then I got a couple questions, if you don't mind. Abel Chavez, energy exists equals fact, therefore reincarnation more plausible than resurrection. Even creation didn't start full-blown God or universe. Sounds right to me.
Okay.
Sure, exactly.
And I'm pretty agnostic about things like life after death and stuff like that.
Cool story, dude.
I think that American Christianity is like way too focused on that in a way that is really unhealthy and unhelpful. And so I'd advocate that people leave that up to God. Right?
Who gives a fuck? Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, I was in that bubble myself. I don't know if you came out of fundamentalism, but yeah, I was really bad off. But Abel, thank you for the super chat, my friend. David Bennett, excellent answer. Loving it. David, you're learning how to super chat. You're learning how to Trump's nuke docs.
Yes!
What does Dr. McGrath think about the Shroud of Turin?
Yes!
It seems as though the testing of a little fragment of it suggests that it is not the burial shroud of Jesus. I know that there have been attempts by diehard believers to suggest that maybe they touched that a lot and it was affected chemically and stuff like that. But it doesn't seem as though there's any reason to think that it is an image created by the radiation produced when a body dematerializes and other things that I've heard that people think. So not inclined to think it is. Oh my
goodness! Drops the nuke docs account.
Yeah, I have some thoughts about the burial of Jesus. Actually, my one attempt at sort of self-publishing something was made a little book called The Burial of Jesus, where it really was me just trying to get into print when I had a bit of time and something that had not yet figured out how to get into sort of trade publishing for a general audience. Do something general about what it's like to, as a person who comes from this kind of religious background, to really wrestle with the challenges that history brings to the academic study of Jesus.
I'd like to point out something here. Robert Buell, for example, and I take it and kind of giggle just the way that the tribalism still works, no matter what community.
Exactly. No matter
you
what
could be an atheist and come down to naturalism and think, hey, we're primates, but we're going to rise above that. We're supposed to evolve and supposed to show that we're not superstitious and backwards. But like these ideas of like Richard Carey would mop the floor with him, it would not be pretty and things like that. Richard is a great debater. Absolutely. He's a rhetorician. He's great at debating.
Right.
And
it doesn't even matter.
I would not want to debate him.
They don't
if
even
I thought
know
I
how
was
much
right
it doesn't
on
even
something,
matter, right?
Like if I really knew I was right on something,
still
and
wouldn't want to debate
Richard
Carey.
I wouldn't want to debate him.
There you go. And it
just
wouldn't
because,
matter.
like he's a debater.
We're going to talk about this too, y'all. Richard Carey.
But my point is like this idea of mopping floors and competition and stuff like that. What do you think about that? What do you think about?
Yeah. Well, I think that, anyone who is listening to this who did that, right? But from the perspective, at one point earlier in their lives of Christian fundamentalism,
somebody give me a
Ken
link to
Ham
that.
would wipe the floor with, whoever or whatever it is.
Exactly.
Right? This is just the mirror image of that.
Ken Hovind would wipe the floor with Dr. J. Bundy.
It makes it hard for a person to follow the evidence where it leads.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so there's that risk. But as somebody who publishes in academic,
which is why I said don't talk about Ken Hovind's
serious
past.
Scholarship, but also as a person who's admits that he's shaped by some Christian values of humility and things like that as well. I'll put all that right there on the table since it's already come up in the discussion so far. I don't want to mop the floor with anyone. Right? There are scholars that I think are wrong. I do not want to mop the floor with them. And I want the discussion to be pretty to the extent that an academic discussion can be pretty, right? I want what everyone says to lead to a better understanding of history or better understanding of literature or whatever it is that we are trying to accomplish.
I am so a fan of that. And I honestly think that Carrier is as well. I mean, I can't say he's always, we all get when we feel like someone's wrong about something, or maybe we get our panties in a wad. It happens, we all do. But I think so too. My conversations with him, and I think if we approach this not as a debate, but as conversations.
Cameron, that's a link to this stream.
This is what I do on Myth Vision. When I do debates, they're almost just academic conversations. They're never getting riled up and emotional. But yeah, I think when we're like siding with something because we like the idea, I don't know. I threw this out there. I may be reading the minds of some, but I have had comments from Mythicists, and my recent one with Dennis McDonald that came out. There are so many people that came in the chat. It's just a show in the comment section. Yeah. But it almost sounds to me as an atheist. I pigeonhole myself. My ontology, okay? Mm-hmm. It sounds to me that if there was a guy, like I'm trying to get them to see, like, you can say there's a guy and it would not mean you somehow need to repent, or like you feel like somehow this guy walked on water or he rose from the dead. And it sounds psychologically sometimes satisfying to mythicists that there isn't a guy, and I could prove he's a phony like all other gods. He's just like Zeus. He's like this, is like that. And they, not talking about the academic ones, but in particular, a lot of those that are internet mythicists that I've bumped into. And trust me, for those mythicists out there that feel like this is them, it's probably not you, but I'm trying to be fair here. Remember, I get thousands and thousands and thousands of comments in my videos, underneath my videos. So you're not probably getting emails from people harassing you about how ridiculous and stupid I am because I think there was a guy. I get these harassing emails. Mm-hmm. I feel like if there was a guy and I tell them that, they have a life crisis almost, like what am I going to do if there was a guy? And that's how some of I am not speaking a majority of them, some of them, like a fundamentalist Christian, if you started telling them that, hey, by the way, the earth was not created 7,000 years ago, and by the way, we evolved or something like that, they literally believe they're going to go to hell if they believe that. So they can't believe it. I wonder if there's something reversing on the other spectrum. And that's an honest question of mine. Do they think this? Are they afraid? What are they afraid of? They're giving an inch to the Christians because there was a guy? I don't get it.
Yeah, and I don't either. I mean, a guy who thinks he's the Messiah and dies, is which seems to disprove it, and then his followers manage to come up with a way of saying, well, he was, and here's what happened. And, that's, that's not more conducive to, certainly not to conservative Christian faith, and maybe not to any, right? Whether anyone would end up as a liberal Christian, without coming by way of conservative Christianity is, an interesting question. I can only talk about my own experience, but I think, I certainly do.
I really need to find, I need to figure out a way to get a hold of Deaconess Annette. I think I would want Deaconess Annette in my corner. I think she's, as a cut woman, I think she's a medical personnel, maybe even a medical educator. So I think I'd probably go that route. Also, I'm pretty sure she's a badass warrior princess, so she's probably got some great, training and combat tips as well. So I'd go. That's good. I'll also talk to you guys about the rest of my corner sometime.
Approach disagreement in a manner other than floor wiping and things like that. So yeah, I don't see why I don't see why people would prefer to say it, other than that it's simpler to say it's all lies, right? It's all fairy tales. It's all made up, right? It's simple, right? Whereas saying, well, historians think that this probably has a glimmer of the historical figure, and this probably was invented later, and then this one we're not really, it's just muddy, right? And there are certain people who tend to become, the adamant, and loudest voices, either for conservative Christianity or for atheist mythicism, that don't like that muddiness that is the nature of history, right? And the nature of, science, right? Science and history, when we have enough evidence to work with, things get clearer, right? As we work on them, right? As we dig literally and metaphorically deeper, we find more, and it allows us to say more. and our conclusions get more and more secure, right? And so, another interesting parallel between arguments on both sides are, the people who say, why should I accept evolution? Scientists once thought the world was flat. And it's like, well, first of all, by Columbus's time, they already knew, it's like, there's so much myth and misinformation in that, there's an issue. But then there are other people, who are on the other end of the spectrum, right, who will say, historians used to assume that, the patriarchs existed, right, and now they don't, and things like that. And, that's, historical study has progressed, right, as it's become more critical, as it's become more open to multiple voices, as it's looked closely at the evidence. But that's not a parallel to, the patriarchs are not a comparable case to Jesus, because we don't have people writing about the patriarchs, somebody like Abraham, within a couple of decades.
Water, I'm turning on my speaker,
it's not the same kinds of stories and things like that. And even in the case of Abraham, historians won't say, we know that there was never ever a figure, right, behind that. Somebody is the ancestor of these people, right? And whether they completely fabricated stories or, that's, they're more likely to be agnostic and say nothing in our sources allow us to say anything about the ancestor of the Israelites.
UC Love, I find it fascinating, but I also think it means other than fascination, there isn't much to be gained from it.
Of course, when it's the ancestor and the person, there must be a person who had lots of descendants, then, okay, somebody is their ancestor, right? And what their name was and what their, there can be a King David without their, without any of the stories, the David and Goliath story or anything else, being true. Again, there too, some, like, the whole Bathsheba incident, seems like, I don't think, his supporters came up with this story. It's like maybe there's a glimmer of truth, but how much? Historians are not going to be confident about that. Yeah. And so it's this muddiness of history that I think people like to avoid when they can.
If there's one thing I hope this episode has done for everybody is to try and have a conversation and to try and not be so derogatory or being so making enemies of people who think differently than you on this issue. I mean, we have a Christian and we have an atheist on this talking. Like, you and me are pals. I guarantee you, if we met in person, we'd go eat a steak, have a blast, talk about this stuff all day long. And I don't see any reason to have like, all right, Dr. McGrath, I'm going to challenge you. I brought my mop. Are you ready to slide on the floor? You know what I mean? Like, I do want people to maybe say, okay, look, challenge each other. Think of these things through. Really investigate it and come down to whatever conclusion makes the most sense. If you think mythicism makes the most sense, be a mythicist. Be a mythicist. People who aren't drawing that conclusion, that are taking a historical approach, and they're not just doing it because their pastor said so. You could tell they've done some research. They're looking into this. They're not dummies. They're not idiots. Like, this is not like, oh, you're an idiot if you don't think this. You think there's a Jesus? How stupid are you? Or vice versa. You think there's not? I don't think we should be going around saying things derogatorily. That's just my point. I do think, for me, after looking at it, what makes the most straightforward, simple explanation for me is the historical one. But guess what? When I sat in California with Richard Carrier and with Dennis McDonald, and like I had private talks with Richard never looked at me and went, oh, that's dumb. You really think that? No, he was like, okay, so you think there's a historical Jesus. You think that makes more sense based on everything. Okay, cool. Like, we were cool. He had no problem with my position. So.
Yeah. And I think the internet has, on the one hand, it's made for, collaborations. I mean, we can do stuff like this, right? I mean, you can disseminate, reliable information. You can have scholarly collaboration across huge distances. I mean, we did things with the Mendain Book of John edition that, couldn't have happened, prior to this era, of communication and things like that. But also, if you look at something like, the exposing of the Gospel of Jesus' Wife fragment as a forgery, that was, a lot of that discussion happened, very quickly and happened online, right? Would have taken much longer, right, to go through the traditional peer review processes and things like that. And so the internet has contributed a lot to scholarship, but there is also, we can all fall into this kind of culture that exists in, so many places on the internet where you just, you insult and you just, the rhetoric gets heated and people get, really, really mean, right? Because it's easy to think this, not think of another person, as an actual person, as an actual human being, right? It's easier when you're sitting down over steak to have a good conversation about whatever the subject is, right? Even if you disagree.
Robert is asking who would pay. I would pay, Robert. If we were going out to dinner, I would pay. Even though Dr. McGrath might be like, no, let me, stop it. I'll mop the floor with you if you don't let me pay.
I hope that if you get Richard Carrier on at some point in the near future,
that was great.
To respond to me or something like that you will do a graphic to start the thing with
Peter Dudley said he made lower end tables. I love that. I just got back, guys. That was great.
So, you got to do the animation.
I got to try and I think what I'd like to do.
Go Gophers.
I'm such a try to mend relationships kind of person because I empathize with everybody and I try to understand from both views. I'd love to have conversation somehow be possible in the future between you guys. I'd love that if that was possible, but we'll see. We'll work on it. Abel Chavis is Bible, half the story, Quran, other equal reincarnation.
I think everything equals reincarnation.
Everything is reincarnation, Abel. Everything. Thank you so much. Rob, Atheist Scriptures, the most honest interpretation of the current evidence seems to be agnosticism of Jesus' historicity. Neither side has enough to win the issue as is. I mean, ultimately, historically speaking, on probability, I guess you'd say we aren't certain.
Right.
But
right. And that's one of the things, one of the tactics of young earth creationists, right? And let me clarify, that's why I made the comparison between mythicism, young earth creationism, Holocaust denialism, climate change denialism, anti-vaccinationism, all these things. It's not that these all have the same degree of evidence in favor of a particular conclusion, right? If you are testing something in the natural sciences, often you can draw much more, draw conclusions with a much higher degree of confidence than you can anything in ancient history, right? What I'm saying is that the same tactics are used, right? And one of the things that's used all across the board is to say, there's room for doubt, therefore, it's uncertain, or why not just go this route?
Go the other way, yeah.
And exactly. I think that, the evidence, when we take each piece, there are enough pieces of evidence where I think the direction of probability leans towards historicity enough that, I think it's not just an open question, right? Agnosticism for me would be I just don't know. I don't claim to know. It could be, might not be. And, that's not how I feel about it. I would say, I feel like the balance of probability in a particular direction. And that's one reason why I, disagree with, some of the work Carrier's done trying to, calculate probability. And, I think that, when it comes to history, right, the fact that, you find a story that says somebody had red hair and then it turns out that there's reason to doubt they had red hair, that doesn't make it less likely that they existed, right? Like each, if you have a figure who, based on one piece of evidence, likely existed and everything else that's said about them either is uncertain or seems to have been made up, then you have his figure who's likely to be historical, about whom we know little or nothing else, right? And so I think it's important, to recognize that as part of the way that, historical study works.
And that's a different question.
Maybe it'll change, right? Historical study has not
do we know
always followed
about
the same methods
that
and
may have
done
existed?
things in exactly the same way, down, across time. And so,
so I'm with you on that. It's like people are like, aren't you an agnostic? By definition, I don't believe God exists by definition. Now, what I mean by God, I'm going to refer to the typical, what I'm reading in the text, what I'm reading in the Bible, and not use symbols to define it, right? So I'm trying to get back to its original ancient Near Eastern context and whatnot. Now, we might have more in common on that. Like you might go, I think at best I'm interpreting these narratives with symbols. Okay, cool. So we have more in common there. But I'm not an agnostic, like I'm sitting here like doubting Thomas, just sitting in my room going, he might be, he might not be. Right. He might be, might not be.
Right.
I don't sit there and wonder. I believe unicorns don't exist. Yeah. I'm not saying they couldn't. I'm just saying I believe they don't. So I would use that same to say, I believe there was probably a historical Jesus.
Yeah.
Now, you might say I should remain agnostic. That would be your conclusion. I think it's more likely based on what I'm looking at.
Really interesting. Really.
Anyways,
interesting.
Rob, thank you for the super chat. I got to give you a special shout out here.
Again, Derek came through. He said the same thing on this channel.
Dr. McGrath, you came on the channel where a lot of mythicists watch my material.
Let's go.
And they're probably thinking, who is this guy?
And you got to promote your people.
Is over here talking about my mythical Jesus. Are you kidding me? Tell us about your books. You there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just muted because I wanted to see if I could find. I know that like ages ago, I put together like a roundup on my blog of all the blogging, or the highlights of blogging I had done on mythicism up until that point, which was like 10 years of blogging, and so I should share that.
Do you have it? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. But in terms of my books, right? So I started out, and I think I talked about this on another episode, so in another conversation, so I won't go into too much detail. But as you can see, I've branched out from study of early Christianity and early Christian literature to do things about science fiction as well. Become a definite, more than a side interest. But my main area is still early Christianity, and started out trying to figure out why the Gospel of John is so different from the other Gospels. And so that's what my doctoral work was on. And was a lot of work on sort of John as apologetic, or maybe a better term would be legitimation, right? That the author is defending an exalted view of Jesus, and in the process is drawing new connections and making new arguments, and
he was a mythicist.
The belief system develops in the process. And so have continued to keep going back to monotheism and Christology, but branched out into historical Jesus work, and have some articles that have been published on points related to that, right? Does the temple incident, the connections between the passage that we looked at earlier in this conversation in Philippians and the story about the Garden of Gethsemane, things like that. And then recently, what Jesus learned from women. And so that's one that I really want to highlight, because Jesus learning things from people, like the way people influenced him, is not something that most historians, right, including people with
knew everything,
who don't have a view of him as a divine figure, but still that has not been asked as regularly. When it has been asked, it's been asked about John the Baptist, and I do think that Jesus was John's follower at one point. He was part of his movement, right? But because of this penchant for this sort of male-centeredness of academia historically, even when people dared to ask whether Jesus learned from John the Baptist, whether he learned from other, might he have learned from Hillel or somebody like that, they weren't asking, what was the influence of women on him. And yet I saw in story after story that these encounters seem to be transformative for Jesus, right? And so I would recommend this book. Some mythicists will hate it, but I think some might, if they haven't actually read like a full-fledged academic book, and this is one that tries to be accessible for a general audience, and I use a lot of sort of historical fiction, and recognize that in trying to reconstruct, I am taking what we can say with confidence and trying to ask, what would it mean to turn this into a reconstruction that is historically plausible, right? And so I'm daring to be creative, and I recognize that. And that's what historians do when they take sources and turn them into story, right? It's what movies do. And, it can be a biopic, a genuine, sort of movie about a historical person, right, that's not completely fictional, but, some persons or events may have been compressed, dramatized, things like that. But it really is an attempt to take seriously the human figure that we encounter in the Gospels, right? Who does learn things from people, right? He's not just somebody who comes in, knows everything, and tells everybody what's what. He is changed by his encounters, I think.
Thank you so much for that. If you would get that link for me, I'm just going to plug your blog here. So obviously, Religion Professor, the blog of James F. McGrath, that's at pathos.com. It is in the description, and you can search his blog. This has got, what, a couple decades worth of blogs on here? Probably, something like that. It's a lot. I know it's a lot. I'm not sure if you're muted or not, but I can't see you.
Yeah. Sorry. Do I disappear when I click to another tab?
No.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. I thought you said I disappeared.
No, I couldn't hear you, I think. I didn't know if you were.
Now, I'm going to see if I can find that. I think the only way, because my blog moved a couple of times, and so the address changed, and so Google doesn't always find the old posts.
I'll just plug the Patreon. Go join the Patreon. John Kloppenborg mentioned something interesting in this interview, and he is doing the Christ associations right now and using a heuristic approach on other association groups in the first century. Can we get at the historical Jesus? And this has been a question. I figure I'd open up the scab and just go ahead. Let's go after the Jesus question. I will be having Richard Carrier. I'll make contact with him about possibly doing a follow-up show to address some of the questions and contentions that I may have and how he responds. And then, of course, with the scholars that I've had on, maybe he can look into a few of their responses and come on and address it and defend his particular view. This is what we do at Myth Vision, and we let people make up their own minds in the audience. You think about it. You think what makes the most sense. Nobody's going to force you to think that way.
Yeah. So I found a post from 2011. It was because there was something else
support
that
Derek's
was
Patreon if you can.
Previously tried to do a roundup, and then
he
left out a few things, and so this links to that earlier roundup. And this is from 2011, right? And you'll see if you click on one of the links in there. I can't remember which one it is.
These are all links. Oh wow!
Yeah, so
one of the topics you got hyperlinks here. Yeah, a roundup of my earlier blogging on the subject. Is that what I need?
Yeah, so the Mythicism Roundups, that's the May 14th one, has some of the things. But as you'll see, I've got posts on there. If you click on the keyword or search on the blog, I mean, I've been blogging about this for more than a decade.
So you're well aware of Earl Doherty's works. You've already read all that. You're aware of his material.
Yeah. Started going through it chapter by chapter, and eventually was like,
if your claims are unpersuasive, is it my fault? I love
people often ask, both in support of the anti-evolutionism and in support of mythicism and support of various other things. Why don't you spend more time writing about this? Like, because if you're not persuaded by something, if you read it and you don't find it persuasive, spending time going through point by point, especially when the response is often just rhetorical things, trying to score points at using debating tactics, but not actually getting at the substance. It's time consuming, and I'd rather actually be doing something that I think will make a contribution to the quest for the historical Jesus. And I'm hoping that my next big project, which is about historical figure John the Baptist,
preferring doing the work
that, right?
to fucking focusing on arguing John about it.
In his own right.
Just imagine that there are real people.
I just posted the link in the chat. So everybody who's interested in reading this on your blog, it is in the live chat right now.
I'm too busy to do the work.
And you may want to check that out. In fact, I need to add that to the description of the video. So if you're watching this later, you can actually go read this material if you're interested in hearing what's been going on back and forth.
But they can search like Richard Carrier, Earl Doherty, Neil Godfrey.
So you do all of it. Wow.
Everyone, Cardia S stuff is on there, I think.
You really have an interest in this topic.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you what happened. First of all, it was engaging with people and finding some, really interesting ideas on some people's blogs. But then they occasionally throw in this thing I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, Derek doesn't get that.
But even before that, I actually had a colleague. I won't say more about who it was because that would probably be inappropriate. I don't have their permission to do so. But sat in on my class, was genuinely interested in this, and was an atheist who had read atheist press stuff. And so some of the going back, a decade or two, kind of Jesus mythicist stuff. This would have been, early 2000s at some point, probably. And so there was all this stuff which I hadn't come across before because it's not mainstream, right? It's not published by a mainstream academic publisher, not mainstream academic authors, things like that. And he was influenced by that, but he came in with curiosity, and he eventually shared some of these things with me. But he actually changed his mind just by taking my class, not because I was arguing against mythicism, because I hadn't encountered it up to that point. I was just discussing the evidence, and we were working through the methods and doing all that stuff. And so that was my introduction to it, and I was fascinated. I also am fascinated because one thing that I think a lot of like mythicists in the English-speaking world don't know is that this was a really popular view in like the communist bloc countries, right? And so I came across, when I lived in Romania, I came across Romanian textbooks, like religion textbooks from the communist era, and I was like, wow, that's really interesting, because they restricted what you could publish about religion, and it was Jesus mythicist stuff in Romania, and it's fascinating, right? And so this was propaganda of an atheist regime, right? And so I think it's something that needs to be considered through all these lenses. That's not the origin of mythicism by any means, but it certainly did experience a heyday in that context. But so between knowing people who are mythicists, having people change their mind as a result of studying in a mainstream academic context, that's not religiously affiliated, neither hostile to atheism nor favorable to it, neither hostile to Christianity nor favorable to it, just trying to look at the evidence and do the scholarship well, and disagree in respectful and productive ways. That really got me started. But then people were really eager to debate and discuss things with me, and so I explained where I disagreed with them, and that's when it really kind of the blogging thing really just snowballed.
Wow. Well, thank you. I really appreciate you giving us your time. I did have one more that someone super chatted last second. Is an archangel as the Messiah and dying for your sins in the lower heavens plausible for Second Temple Jews to come up with and have it catch on?
I mean, I would say that the thing that always can always be said is people believe weird things, and I think mythicism, at least certainly some versions of it are very weird. Some of them are. I mean, I actually have got most respect for. I just think they're wrong, right? But I think there are attempts to make as good a case as one can for things. So people can invent all kinds of things, and they say in lots of academic fields that if a theory or a view or a proposal can explain everything, then it doesn't explain anything. And so they could have all just made it all up, right? The historian has to ask, okay, but does that seem to be, does the evidence look like they just made it all up, right? Because we have examples of things where we're pretty sure they made it all up, and what does it look like? And is this different in some ways? Is it they're making up a lot of stuff, but there's also stuff that they're uncomfortable with, but they can't completely fabricate away because other people know it and want answers, So I think, one of the big problems I have is that, if you invent, first of all, why invent a Messiah, certainly a Davidic Messiah who dies for your sins? It's like, why, right? You could have an archangel who sacrifices for humanity and he offers himself in the celestial temple or something like that. But it's not clear that anybody was looking for that, know that anybody wanted that and would have found that, something that was meaningful for them. They wanted messiahs, right? They wanted the restoration of anointed ones, the kingship, the priesthood, the high priesthood, to the rightful holders of those roles. And they wanted sacrifice for sins. And certainly there were stories about martyrs dying faithfully for God, and the early Christians drew on some of those things. They wanted God to turn back wrath, and so wanted atonement. But the configuration that we get in the case of Jesus looks a lot more like a human figure whose followers thought he was the Messiah, was executed, and they are finding theological ways of making sense of his death. Right? The early Christian evidence looks much more like that to me than what somebody would have come up with if they were inventing an archangel Messiah dying for your sins, right? And he's got an ordinary name, right? English speakers don't always recognize this, but Jesus is not, and Chris Hansen has an article out just about this, touching on this. Jesus is a celestial figure, right? You don't get angels named Jesus, right? I mean, it's the name Joshua, right? It just comes through Greek into English as Jesus, right? But it's the name Joshua, and it was a common human name, right? It's not like Raphael and other things, right? You have to, and of course, if you're not aware of it, you have to go back before, there were Ninja Turtles, right? In order to understand, some of the, the names and what their connotations were. And so, people could make up all sorts of things, but I don't see any reason to think that anyone did, and I'm not sure why they would have for this particular scenario.
Hey, thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Grace, for the super chat. This has been wonderful. I always enjoy your time. It was a pleasure. I hope everybody gets a book, goes to the blog and subscribes so you can get notified.
And guys, buy James McGrath's stuff if you're interested. We're still new at this. We're going to try to have more scholars on. But what Derek does, giving these scholars a platform, is an unbelievable opportunity. We don't get this. Scholars don't have fans. Scholars don't get this type of platform. Scholars don't get YouTube videos made about their stuff. So these are rare opportunities. Please go support Dr. McGrath.
But read something on this subject, right? Because just like
read his blog, field, help him out some other way. Watch other videos he's done.
It's in the kind of books,
read his stuff with Carrier,
the serious scholarly things.
Read their exchanges. They're probably pretty easy to find.
For a popular audience, right? Because the case for evolution, for
just Google Carrier,
those
McGrath
detailed studies, and
Jesus. I'm sure
if I try reading them, I'm out of my depth. But reading a book that tries to get into some of the details will give me a better sense of what the case is. Read something that gives that kind of detailed attention to the historical Jesus, whether it's by me or by someone else, and whether you buy a copy or get it from your public library. There's plenty of stuff out there.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed this episode.
Let's get it.
Don't forget,
we are Myth-Vision.
Don't any of you have that got some pipe of blood? I'm your huckleberry.
Woo!
That's just my game.
Whew, I gotta sit down. I think I made myself dizzy. Oh, I love Man, that was fantastic, man. What a fantastic way to start the broadcast. We are Piff Vision. Yes. Oh, man. That was dope. Y'all, man, a lot of people never seen my earliest appearances on Myth Vision, but the first couple times I was just on a panel. And I just remember hanging out backstage, or not backstage, but yeah, kind of just hanging out on the panel. And fortunate, I think both the first times, I was just I had just finished grad school. I was on a panel with Kip Davis, Josh Bowen. It was just like a hangout, I think. Those guys congratulated me, but every time I'm on, just being able to say we are Myth Vision, Split Vision, exactly. Every time you get to say we are Myth Vision with Derek, just as a huge fan, it just feels so cool. So super, 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 super dope. Also very grateful to Derek for the birthday shout out. It was super awesome also to get my other account on there, guys. Hunter Biden's Laptops. Please subscribe to Hunter Biden's Laptops. That used to be my Jay Bundy account. I changed it. And so it's weird. Jay Bundy was growing. Not a lot of you guys were really subscribed over to Pocket Locker 86. We started doing more. As I started doing multi-streaming, it was just easier for me to merge everything on Pocket Locker 86 because that's where I do all my variety streaming. But originally, all my Counter-Apologetics stuff was supposed to be over on the other channel. And so eventually, I think we're going to make Hunter Biden's Laptops into more of a right-wing focused channel. Just somewhere where we're really trolling and spoofing and just getting into all types of wildness. And so it's my Mr. Hillary's emails account, That's how I think of it. Speaking of conspiracy, so it was great to see Derek read the super chat from the Hunter Biden's laptops account. Also wanted to talk about, sorry you guys are hearing probably a lot of yard work. My neighbors are, on one side, they're putting in a new deck and redoing their whole backyard. They've been waking me up. That's why I've been a little loopy the last couple days, y'all. They've been waking me up. Y'all know I don't go to bed till, I don't stop streaming till like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't get to bed till like 5 or 6. Then these niggas out here, you know, with all types of fucking vehicles and hammering and chiseling and jackhammers and shit at 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. Whew. All right. Anyway, let me get some water. I gotta stay hydrated. I'm gonna probably have to eat something soon too. All right. So that's that. All right. Also, it was super dope to see Trump's nuke docs, aka Stupid Horror Energy, get her super chat in there. It was such a banger. It went right at Otangelo. She went straight Shroud of Turin. Took the time also to really have a nice nuclear mushroom cloud, avatar or profile pic. That was a wonderful touch. Mwah. And then just mwah, a sort of Trump's nuclear docs super chat with the nuclear doc profile pic that goes nuclear on the Shroud of Turin, right up Otangelo's ass. I mean, Otangelo's probably having a rough week. Times are rough, my guy. It be like that. You got to just stay strong, Otangelo. Otangelo, you're one of our faves. Also, I owe Otangelo a conversation. Otangelo and I were supposed to have a conversation yesterday at 8. But y'all know I've been goofy and loopy and then half tired and shit. So I owe Otangelo one. Otangelo, stay strong, brother. We love you. Life is rough when you're out here fighting for intelligent design creationism in the Shroud of Turin. You get your ass whooped a lot. Otangelo, if anybody's going to really turn this thing around and start to, shift the momentum to the pro-Shroud camp, you're our favorite Shroud of Turinist, We want you to be the guy who does it. If anybody's going to do it, Otangelo, we hope it's you. We're rooting for you. Probably isn't going to help you very much. But yeah, man, we got to support the community. Of course, there's so much to celebrate. We're going to do our donation. We need to donate to the International Bipolar Foundation. We got to open presents. We've got to launch our push to 1,000 subscribers. We've got to celebrate OG Roddy's album release party. He also did a podcast. So there's a lot coming up. We're going to actually do a whole show start and everything. But we're going to chill for a little bit. I'm going to put on some content. I need to relax for a bit. I gotta order some food and stuff from the store. And I'm going to do that real quick. And we'll just chill for a bit. And we'll keep the broadcast going. And at some point, we'll start a show, have some fun. See where the day goes. We'll be stuck at the mall pretty much all day, but we're stuck at the mall on a very momentous day, very momentous occasion. Lots of things are happening. The most important thing is that it's my birthday, and I'm just so happy to share my birthday with you. And I know you guys are thinking, Pocket Locker, you're getting old. No, I'm not getting old. I am a timeless, spaceless, and immaterial being. I don't want to grow up. I live in Never Neverland. It's not really called Never Neverland. It's really called Los Santos San Andreas. That's why when we start the show, it says live from Sacred Death Studios, which is this place, right? in Los Santos, San Andreas, which is this place, right? So I don't really have to worry about aging, right? So, give it up for me. It's my birthday. That's the most important thing. I really appreciate that. All right, we're going to get into the content now. Before we do that, go ahead, guys. Let me hear it. Just make some noise for my birthday. Are you fucking serious? I say make some noise for my birthday and we get porn bombed. As I say, make some noise for my birthday. You guys are the worst community imaginable. Imagine just being on your stream. You be out here 8-10 hours a day, working your ass off, grinding for the people. You say, make some noise for me on my birthday, and motherfuckers drop actual porno links that literally can get your channel canceled as you ask for some fucking support. Can you imagine? Y'all are literally the worst. Thanks so much for deleting these, YouTube punk. Oh my goodness. Also, if you guys are mods, report all the messages for pornography. I try to do that as well. Just the worst types of people. I mean, you know what? I was wrong. Maybe I was wrong about Rob.
Reports were saying.
Maybe I need to delete my channel. Maybe it's me who needs to be canceled. Is that what's going on? Do I need to just delete my channel?
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here.
Because, I mean, it's my birthday, and I'm like, hey, guys, show me some love for my birthday. And you're like, how about we drop some porno links on your black ass, and then you got to check both your channels to make sure these shits go away. I mean, this is just fucking awful. I need to go on strike up in this bitch. I need to fucking, where's YouTube HR? Does YouTube, oh, y'all. This is what happens. Like, we always talk about this on the stream, how the fucked up part about this, about what we're trying to do is that we're like trying to build the rocket ship while we're flying it, which is really not a good idea. But here's the thing. I never even thought this community would ever get to this point. So I never even thought to think about YouTube human resources. How do I contact HR up in this bitch? YouTube Human Resources contact information. There we go. Contact us, YouTube. Contact us, Help Center. There we go. Send feedback. Here we go. No, not on the Help Center. We'll send feedback community. There we go. Describe the issues. God damn it. YouTube, send feedback. Yeah, let's report an issue. Report an issue. Report an issue. Describe your issue. Chat trolling me on my birthday. Remove terrible heathen. Find better friends. Try different keywords or try searching on Google. I am Google Chrome. This is not Google. This is not how I. All right, let's add YouTube. Boom. There we go. Guys, I'm starting to think that there is no official HR YouTube mechanism in place to help me stop the chat from trolling me on my birthday. I'm starting to think I've made a terrible mistake, guys. There's no way to. I should have thought about that. You really, guys, you need to really think through the human resource implications of life before you start just doing shit. Don't just get an idea, oh, I'm going to start a channel and then the blase and the glavinoids, I'm going to just hop on and go live. It's going to be fun. All my friends are going to show up. We'll be in the chat. You know, because shit gets real out here. You know, people drop porno links on your channel literally when you're like, hey, guys, it's my birthday. We're trying to raise some money for charity. Now, boom, porno links. Them shits could get you banned. Boom, boom, boom. You lose your streaming privileges because you trying to raise money for a good cause. God, the struggle is real. Struggle be real as fuck. Guys, you're also running out of time to donate to the International Bipolar Foundation. Once we close this thing in a couple hours here, and we shut it down, guys, you're never, ever going to be able to donate to the International Bipolar Foundation again. Like, their website's going to shut down. Their whole PR team and funding operations are going to be closed. So donate now because this is your last chance to save the world from crazy people. The next time there's a fucking bomb or a mass shooter, like, and they be like, yeah, that nigga was bipolar, your fault. Your fault. Because I told you, like, the window's closing, saved the world from bipolar mass shooters, and y'all was like, nah, you know what? I think I'm going to go get some Panera. A lot of y'all are like, oh, does Pocket want me to save the world right now with a little donation for crazy people? Be right back, Pocket. Nah, I'm not even going to be right back. Let's just go lurk so I don't have to. Yeah, Pocket, I'm lurking. Sorry, Pocket. I'm away from my keyboard. I can't pull up that donation link right now, Pocket. Sorry, I'm lurking. Y'all are some shady assholes. Also, can we finally, now that the trolls are gone, and no more porno links, all right? I will ban your ass if you drop a fucking porno link on me. All right, now, can I finally get some motherfucking noise for my goddamn birthday before we get into this Arm Brown and chill? Let me hear you! Woo! I don't hear a goddamn thing. Happy birthday, Lina!
Victory, 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 victory.
Overwhelming sense of impending doom.
Overwhelming sense of motherfucking impending doom. Y'all finally done? Great, good. Glad Glad you decided to join us back to the motherfucking regularly scheduled program.
It's too terrifying.
David Blackman is up in this bitch. It was too terrifying. I had to take a nap on their asses. Lina, go fuck yourself. Happy birthday.
And was pursued. Reports were saying that after he fled the building and was pursued, he began firing at police from a cornfield. Ladies and gentlemen, when I say
again,
Civil
I don't
War,
know what the hell I'm talking about.
Yes.
Rebel Naz, we're so happy you joined us. Really good to see you. Man, I was thinking about you, man. I got super high last night. I swore I was about to fall off the edge of the earth. I was like, damn, maybe Rebel Naz was right.
it is not because I'm sitting back watching.
I know, I fucked it up, guys. It's a joke. It's a joke. You're not going to actually... The earth is flat, but, like, if you fall off that bitch, you don't fall off that bitch. There's a fucking firmament, guys. It's all protected and covered by the fucking firmament. All right? Get your shit right. You know? Get your shit... You guys are fucking lazy. You know what you guys need to do? Y'all need to listen to Alaska Future Senator.
Go read your Bible or something.
Go read your fucking Bible or something.
Watching movies and fantasizing or believing.
No way.
I think people may just be losing it. This country may be falling apart. And I will say it again. I think civil war is nigh.
Civil war.
Hello, fellow countrymen. I come to you today on a dark day. I come to you on a dark day for this nation, and indeed the world, and indeed the galaxy. As viewers of this channel may have noticed, I have engaged in mockery of a guy named Tim Pools. He's a multi-millionaire from super chats that he gets from Trump supporters, the elderly, and the confused.
But I come to you today, humbled,
and to say he was right. And the next American Civil War, or Civwa, as I call it to save time, has begun. A man who enjoyed the internet has carried out an expertly planned attack on the FBI, or FIBI, as I call it, also to save time. We now have the details of this expertly planned attack, which is that he went to the FBI and realized that there was probably security at the front of the entrance of the FBI. So he started shooting.
Rebel Naz, you know what? I just became a Christian. You know what? That's a really good point. It's definitely got to, you know what? That's it. You're right. It's definitely got to be, you know, this fucking spinning ball bullshit, you know, it's probably just not it. That's probably not the wave. It's probably just the scientific instruments, what they pull up, because God's working on us on a whole different level. And I like what the guy we were talking to earlier, the Dr. McGrath or whatever, was talking about, you know, just being a Christian, going along for the ride, being cool with the whatevers, you know. There doesn't have to be an interpersonal God or a resurrection or even a God. Y'all heard him. He's like, I'm a liberal Christian. You can convince me there's no God. I like the Christian language, you know? I'm thinking about converting, guys. I mean, at least the idea was that at least I could be a Christian for a day. You know, it's my birthday. I could celebrate, reminisce on what it was like to be a Christian. You know, Peter W., I'm putting you in timeout. Peter W., you're in timeout. Let me see. Rebel Naz, you're in timeout. Let me see who else is in timeout. Who else? I think maybe that's it for now. All right, you guys are in timeout. I just decided that Dr. McGrath and I are closer to the true Christianity. The true Christianity is somewhere between Dr. McGrath and I. And so I've just decided as a Christian for the day that Peter W. and Rebel Nazarene are both heretics. And so, yeah, you guys are in purgatory for 5 minutes. Think about what you've done.
Shooting a nail gun at
guys, yes, that's why I became a Christian for the day. To be incredibly cruel to people on my birthday. I wanted to go full 8-year-old girl on people, you know. and just be that person who's just insufferable on their birthday. Completely insufferable. Let's see what else I can get. Tux TV, you're also in timeout. You said that Christianity is an evil, so evil, everybody thinks that it's good. No, that's wrong. Christianity is a good, so good, that the evil people who don't believe, only evil people don't believe it. And it's a rational belief that's so rational with evidence that is based on so much evidence. It's just based on such an overwhelming evidence, scientific evidence, universal evidence, philosophical evidence, personal evidence, experiential evidence, revelational evidence, divine evidence. There's just so much evidence that people think there's no evidence. You know, Cameron Bennett's also in timeout. Cameron Bennett's in timeout for being more muscular than me on the internet. Cameron, I'm trying to take over the internet, so I suggest you just eat more fast food. You know, you're already going to hell. All right, so I can't really motivate you that way, but I got to put you in timeout so that you stop exercising so much, Cameron Bennett. Too much exercise, too much working out, too much dieting. There's not enough, what's the word I'm looking for? Processed sugars in your diet. You need more high fructose corn syrup in your diet, Cameron Bennett. All right? I'm on a fucking roll today. YouTube Punk is not getting timed out because YouTube Punk actually mailed me a gift. So YouTube Punk is getting 50 million pocket change for actually sending me things in the mail. All right? Right. And after this, Arm, Brown, and Chill, we will open that gift. So the rest of you can go fuck yourselves.
Window, I think, and then panicked and ran away.
Actually, Lina needs a goddamn timeout. Lena's just gone too far in existing. Lina, I'm denying your existence. And Lina, let me be clear about this. Lina, I don't accept who you are today. Okay? And I don't know how you identify, what pronouns you use, what country you're from, what racial stuff you are, what your intellectual persuasions are. You have committed the unforgivable sin of getting more attention than me on my channel, on my birthday, and so you are being put in timeout. This is birthday discrimination, okay? I'm denying you rights on this channel because this is not a democracy. It is a BBC tatership, and I'm stripping you of your humanity for the next 5 minutes for stealing too much attention on my birthday. Unacceptable. They're August 12th-ing the kids. They're letting other people be born on my birthday. They're putting it on their birth certificates, and they're telling them it's okay to get more attention than me on the day the motherfucking most high apostle of the cult of the flying man was born. And it's interfering with my push to make this a national holiday to celebrate Pocket Locker 86. It's much sooner going to become a motherfucking national holiday to be celebrating motherfucking Lina at this point. Awful. The fucking tyranny of it.
So guys, we live in really amazing, beautiful times because of the power of social media and video cameras and audio interface, Scarlet, what is it?
Fuck you, Cameron Bennett. I always forget about these second channels. These fucking second channels, man. The fucking second channels get me every time. By this time next month, you'll be whacked. Yeah, right? I'm about to be, literally by this time next month, I'll be on Kent Hovind's Whacking Atheist. It's all going to be over from there, folks. It's all downhill.
Is it Scarlet 2i? I think it's called audio interfaces.
So through the power
of... If this isn't my last birthday, it'll certainly be my last happy one. Because after I get whacked, I'm probably going to be crippled.
This technology.
I'm going to give the play-by-play of this new civil war as it unfolds. So the new civil war, or CW2, the battle begins, as I call it. Here's the first spark of the civil war.
I hope it's Kent Hovind. Kent Hovind, the restream is clicked. Can we get Kent Hovind in here early to, let's have a little backstage, exchange, a little a little ceremonial contract signing for our upcoming debate. We can, Kent can present himself like a great man of God in his Hawaiian shirt, and the crowd can go crazy for him and cheer for his Bible University education, and I'll come out, do my sexy boy dance, and then I'll overturn the tables and, sneak attack him, but then he can reverse it and throw me out of the ring, and then all the fucking officials will come down and separate us. Now, I'm going to get you. Hold me back. Hold me back on the 29th, Hovind. You're never going to take the champ. You're never going to take the champ. One of those pre-pay-per-view segments, Come on, Kent. The line's open, Kent.
War. So there's this guy, Scott Adams. He did this thing called Dilbert, which is
that would be dope, right, KBC? See, I'm trying to promote debates, man. This word wrestling entertainment, dog. We out here trying to make this money. We put asses in seats around here.
If you don't know who he is, he did this thing called Dilbert, which is a graphic novel that he worked on. And he quote tweeted some guy who said,
"Look, Kent, we can talk about whatever you want except evolution, right? That's how you do it, right? We go back and forth about all the blase and the flavonoids. We argue about everything under the sun, and everybody's like, no, you gotta, come on, you guys gotta have that. No, and then tune in August 29th at 8 p.m. on Standing for Lies, sitting in delusion, rolling around in nonsense. Oh, sorry, what's it called? Oh, Standing for Truth. Standing for Truth.
At Joe Brandon, I guess, has weaponized the U.S. government for its political purpose. It's outrageous. Yeah. So the Dilbert guys...
Jimmy Bowtie. Yeah, you guys with these second account sauce moves. That's the way to go, though. I really do appreciate that. Because I'm going to be honest with you guys. I totally forget that a lot of you guys have second accounts like I have another account. And so when you guys work around the system like that, I'm very impressed. That's some heel shit, right? Like, that's some heel shit. Like, what that's basically like doing is like the referee kicks you out and then you like walk to the back, but then like you roll out from under the ring, right? Because the person that you sent out to do the match was actually your fucking stunt double, right? And then while the ref is like making the stunt double go back to the locker room, you roll out from the other side of the ring behind the ref and your opponent. Then you just sneak attack, low blow that motherfucker, hit him in the face with the brass knuckles on the way to the down, lay on top of his ass, ref turns around, 1, 2, 3. I mean, that's a sauce move. That is some high-level heel shit. It's almost like the Bella Twins kind of twin magic, if you guys are familiar with the old twin magic gimmick. You know, you're wrestling one twin, they roll out, the other one rolls out from under the other side of the ring. I like that, guys. Way to go. Or the multiple doinks, you know, that type of shit. Great job.
Retweeting that, and he writes, I will allow my government 48 hours to explain itself. Holy shit, man.
All right,
when I saw that, I was like, oh man.
Lina, I hope you've learned from your mistakes. I really have. I hope you've spent this time wisely, and I seriously hope that by this time next year you'll have a fucking different birthday. I hope you. If you really, Lina, if you really want these Christ-tards to accept that they're fascist, if you really want these anti-science types to change their minds on important issues, you need to show that you can change your mind on important issues. So I really hope as we get to know each other over the next year, Lina, that by this time next year, you've really reformed your birthday. You know, that would be a great way to show that you're truly a skeptic.
Boy, we're in for a wild ride. 2 days go by. Okay, he said he'll give them 48 hours, the guy who did Dilbert. Here's what he writes after 2 days. I waited 2 days for my government to justify an FBI raid on the former president's home. I think that was fair-minded of me. No justification has been offered. the presumption of innocence, blah, 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 blah.
Guys, Lina, the perpetual skeptic, is immediately unconvinced by what she saw today on the broadcast. She just saw 2 hours of James McGrath, PhD, argue about why he believes there is a historical Jesus, and Lina is not buying it. B.S. Lewis said, someone told me Kent was here killing shit. That's one way to think about it. That's a quite interesting way of putting it, but yes, that's let's go with that. Oh, it used to be a game in Major League Baseball. If a player or manager got tossed, they would try to sneak back into the dugout. Yeah, you got to go for that shit. Anti-intellectualism on display. Exactly.
Blah, blah, can now be removed, blah, 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 blah. Phase 2 begins.
Phase 2 begins. Oh, shit.
Lui, the comedian.
Okay, thank God he followed up on this, because I was a little bit confused. I mean, I played it off. I was like, oh, yeah, of course. I know what Phase 2 is. I know what Phase 2 is. What is it? I know what it is. I don't have to say it. What is Phase 2? That's the part where things get fixed. One way or another. All options are on the table. Wow.
Two-way radio from the bleachers.
CK Louis.
So this
Tux knows the ops. Tux knows we're deep in ours. We got the two-way radio from the balcony. We got the Wi-Fi earpieces under the hair, right? Y'all know why bad guys have long hair. So we got the motherfucking two-way radio earpiece under the hair. Y'all don't know, we rolling deep up in this bitch.
This is Dilbert right here. This is part of the graphic novel. The best advice anyone ever gave me was be true to yourself. Some guy says to Dilbert. That literally doesn't mean anything. He says, I usually don't like to get involved, but you make me curious what the worst
Cameron, do you have empirical evidence that a lot of smart people are Christians?
Advice was.
Can you cite your sources on this, Cameron?
So I think as we go into war, as we go into battle, we'll need these parables to comfort us and to push forth into the trenches. Very interesting to note, too, that his hair is part of his head, which I enjoy that. He looks like a chess piece. So that is kind of fun, actually.
As many of you know, I talk about Civil War quite a bit.
Oh.
It's a meme, basically.
Okay.
Where there's a really funny one, actually.
What?
Where it's a guy and he's like stroking his beard, and there's like a woman shaking her butt at him, and they put a beanie on the woman.
Guys, I know a lot of the insurrectionists were armed, but didn't that shit look kind of biblical? Like they were about to like surround Congress and like whip out some fucking instruments and start marching in circles around that bitch, hoping to bring down the walls. But then they decided to storm that bitch like they was really role playing like some, capture the flag type of shit. Like, but yeah, I wish they had become trumpetist. There we go.
And Civil War on the butt. And the guy says, me trying to live a normal life. And that was the gag, like me being like Civil War, but like, a hot woman shaking her butt. Anyway, I digress.
Get away from the walls.
I'm raising my hand right now. I'm going to need a little bit more clarity on that meme. I'm going to just go ahead and admit, I didn't follow that meme. I didn't follow the explanation of that meme. I'm just going to admit it. Where can I find that meme?
That's in the Bible. That's in the Bible.
There's a reason why I talk about this.
Oh.
Because I read the news all day, every day. I read hundreds of articles per day.
Showing off.
This is why I often remember a bunch of these random stories. If you watch IRL, I'll just like, remember that story from 2013 where because I just read nonstop.
Wow.
When I see all the pieces laid out in front of me, and I see the national security experts saying, here's what happens in these places, when I've witnessed civil unrest and civil war in certain countries, and then I see...
Well, y'all know it's about God, guns, and country, so that's the divine trinity.
Civil war still to this day.
Wow.
There's a bunch of different stories talking about this.
Wrong tab.
Armed gunman tried to break into the building. Apparently he did.
Mind. You know, I have been confused and wondering for a while because I'm a...
Well, Rebel Naz, you just got to be a better Christian. It's both. It's the birthday party, block party, birthday party. I mean, I know you're not very popular, and so when you have a birthday party, it doesn't turn into a block party. But, you know, I'm an A-list atheist, and so there just isn't enough room in the arena to have a birthday. Yeah, I know. You guys aren't used to that, but, you know, I've done that. Guys, actually, I remember Cory Booker's 40th birthday party, y'all. It was actually in the arena. It was like, all right, so look, so that's what the A-listers do. We reserve the arena for our birthday parties. And then when you're much more popular than, you know, a rock star or a political figure or, you know, some kind of author or sports activity like a basketball championship or something like that, the celebration just spills over into we call it a block party. You might as well call it a city party. You know, there's a fucking ticker tape parade and, you know, motherfuckers in the next county take the day off and shit. You know, it's just what happens when you're an A-lister.
Tim Pool fan. He's my favorite YouTuber. I've been wondering for a while, like, you know, he's been saying for years, really, that there's going to be a civil war and that the civil war is between the red parts of the country, quote unquote, and the blue parts. And I was always wondering how, okay, you're you know, I listen to you. You're my newsman. How's this going to play out? Are the people from rural areas going to go and occupy the cities? Are they going to say, hey, Lori Lightfoot?
What up,
That's
Spider?
the best name. That's the best name that anybody's ever had. Hey, Lori Lightfoot, we're not leaving until you stop doing whatever it is you do here. I thought that's how it was going to go down. But apparently, how the Civil War is unfolding. Okay, remember, this is going down in the history books, and I already started talking about it, so no one else can. The way that it's actually going to go down is a lone internet enthusiast is going to shoot nail guns at an FBI office, run away with his AR-15 until he winds up somehow in a cornfield and then gets shot by police. You know, this guy was just trying to do civil war, and the police said to him, "You're terrible. You're terrible." And then they did this.
If you enter this world thinking the only way to get money is to ask someone for a job, then you're going to be left out. The reality is, you make money by figuring out ways to get money from people.
Right.
Now, there are legal rules, like don't scam people.
Well,
what I'm saying is, if you see a guy who's holding a dollar bill, you go up to him and say, what do I got to do to convince you to give me that dollar bill? And you say, let me give you a hug, buddy. It's like, wow, that feels really good. You know what? I'm going to give you this $1.
Wow.
I don't know if you can legally buy.
I was going to say, is that legal?
Or trade hugs. I don't know. It's probably fine.
Something to think about.
But the point is, you pick up a rock and say, I've got a shiny rock, and you've got $1. You want to give me the $1 for the rock? The guy might be like, why would I want that rock? And you can say, it's a pretty cool rock, isn't it? And the guy might be like, you know what? You're right. I do want your rock. It's really that simple.
Hell yeah, exactly.
But what if I want to live in a world where people actually say, you're not allowed to sell shiny rocks to people? And you say, why? I'm going to be like, because I just decided they don't have any value. Oh, but I can convince people to give me money for shiny rocks. I'd be like, yeah, I bet you can. But also, we regulate the marketplace and we decide that you can only buy and sell things that are, you know, certain criterion of value. Oh, well, you're allowed to get people to donate for charitable causes and all types of shit. Well, yeah. But we don't like when people sell people shiny rocks. There's really no point to this rant. No real question or political commentary. I just wanted to think for a moment about a world in which we stop people from doing dumb shit. I don't know if I want to live in that world, but I don't know. Just wanted to throw it out there.
Exactly. You
throw
know,
some shit against
as a member
wall,
of Andrew Tate's War Room, I kind of know how business works. You know, unlike a lot of people, Tim Pool actually walks the walk. He talks the walk, But he also walks the walk.
Or also potentially regulate things that can be used in, faith healing and, put a little bit of a squeeze on the grift market, a little bit of a hefty tax on crystals and holy water and other ritualistic non-imperatives. Oh, you guys like that? You like how I just created a class of a word for shit I don't like and then a classification for shit I don't like so I can be hateful and discriminate against shit I don't like? Like, yeah, let's tax the ritualistic non-imperatives. Which, of course, will only apply to tax-exempt organizations.
And I think he's doing a really great example of this, which is, there's a lot of people out there,
And extras tax for sovereign citizens who live within our borders, right? Like all these motherfuckers who declare themselves independent, which isn't a real thing, but you do have to also pay an extra stringent tax rate to declare yourself as a sovereign citizen, just because we have to process a lot of paperwork to keep reminding you guys that that's not a thing. So you guys have to fund this, the institution that keeps having to remind you that that's not a thing that exists.
They go on the internet who want to hear about how there's going to be a civil war because they're pissed off at people who they think look down on them, and many of who do look down on them. Instead of saying, hey.
All right, Peter W., what I'd like you to do is travel back in time to when the things called a university first started, okay? Now just travel back to that period of time and then just enjoy history and the existence of reality from the beginning of public universities to now. What you'll be enjoying is a long, hard, loving, and almost some would say suffocating, overbearing, and completely unbearable squeeze on public universities since the day they were invented. Matter of fact, the government has had to regulate itself to just slightly release the stronghold of the squeeze in something like the Moral Land Grant Act of 1855, which is what established most of the American public universities that you're familiar with, the Penn States, Michigan States, and University of Minnesota's, Rutgers universities of the world, just so that the common people could get some public funding to be educated in, the common people's skills like farming and horticulture. And that's why a lot of these universities started as what were called farmers' high schools, right? If you look into the history of Penn State University, it was originally called State Farmers High School. Yeah, super squeeze. But great, luckily, it's 2022, and there's still the great squeeze. So we're all going to die due to the squeeze. Enjoy.
Let's look at what's actually going on here. You say, yeah, there's going to be a civil war, and then that's an example. You give people what they want.
See yesterday's stream about how we had to do a protest march for science, Peter W. Squeeze on public universities. You know how underpaid academics are? You want me to rant about how underpaid actual scholars are compared to the amount of training and bullshit we have to deal with to actually get to where... Boy, squeeze on public universities.
And you... Okay, again...
Peter, you just earned another timeout. Think about what you just said.
Tim Pool is my favorite YouTuber because of moments like this. He always does something really funny. He does something really funny and really lazy, Cameron, but then he's like, screw it. Thanks. I'm not redoing this. I gotta upload 30 minutes so that I can shove as many ads in this piece of crap.
Guys, it's Lina's birthday. Somebody go beat the fuck out of her in chess and make her cry for getting more attention than me on my channel on my birthday. Nope, Cameron Bennett, you're disqualified. We need a community chess master. We need a ringer. We need a ringer. Cameron Bennett, you can play Lina afterwards. We need a ringer to beat Lina, make her feel crappy for invading my channel. And then she can play Cameron Bennett so she can feel better about herself. Sorry, Cameron.
As possible. So you get great little moments like this. Here we go.
We don't have the rule of law in Washington. That, I thought, is a pretty bleak thing to say about your own government. An odd thing, too, since the director of the FBI, Christopher Wray, is an avowed card-carrying Republican.
Okay, so he's reading this unheard article. It's basically an article about people like Tim Pool who are, getting people all foamed up.
I had a quick look at his biography. It turns out he went to the same New York private school as Donald Trump Jr., then the same Massachusetts boarding school, Phillips Academy, as the two Bush presidents. He served in Bush's administration and was appointed to run the FBI by Donald Trump himself. That's correct. But it doesn't change.
That presents a little bit of a problem with the story that they're presenting. The FBI is against Trump. Also, the guy who leads the FBI was appointed by Donald Trump. So Timble's got to have something. He's got to have an answer to this, right?
To run the FBI by Donald Trump himself. That's correct.
Okay.
But it doesn't change the facts about what's happening.
Why not?
Perhaps it was because Donald Trump wanted to fire the man, or perhaps because Donald Trump knew he made a mistake.
Oh,
but I want to cite Naomi Wolf, who made an interesting point yesterday.
It's the only option.
Lina said Peter W's waiting out the timeout to challenge her to a game of chess. Let's hope so. Are you guys going to stream that? You guys want to stream that in the games channel? We can do commentary on Lina playing Peter W. in chess.
She said, walk backwards, work backwards.
Okay.
When looking at these things, don't listen to why they claim to be doing it.
Okay.
Go backwards from what they did. It's interesting.
That's it?
I take a look at where we are now.
Okay.
What the results are.
Okay.
And then
it sounds like you're trying to buy some time here.
The revolutionary period was over 20 years. The Boston Massacre and the Boston Tea Party were years apart.
Feel that time.
But when we look back at history, it's condensed. What I mean to say is, we are in uncondensed history today.
This is admirable, Okay, I read something that totally contradicts everything I've been saying. Sometimes history happens 10 years of history happens in a day. Sometimes 100 years of history happens in 1,000 years.
We are in uncondensed history today. Okay. Days go by with no news.
Right.
Nothing happening.
Yep.
And like frogs in a pot, we boil, not realizing just how insane.
Now we're throwing every metaphor we've ever heard in. Okay. So let's. This is all of us who did not do the reading in grade school or high school or whatever. We're holding a copy of To Kill a Mockingbird and we're like, To Kill a Mockingbird is one of the classics of our time. It's a book that's printed by Penguin Publishing.
Civil War. It was a state civil war in Kansas over whether or not they would be a slave state or a free state. John Brown was particularly active. He walked up and blasted a man in the face.
Oh.
Interesting.
Okay.
In Portland, a guy walked up to a man named Aaron Danielson and put 2 in his chest for no reason other than, as we believe, he was a Trump supporter. They yelled something like, "We got one here."
Okay, so I'm not totally clear what's going on now. We seem to literally just be filling time here, but if we're going to take this one seriously, there was a guy back in the olden times, he would shoot slave owners. And now today there are people who shoot Trump supporters. Whoops. Is truly an inspirational figure, I would say, this guy. I'm going to upload a 30-minute video every day, really over 30 minutes, because I gotta do this and then this. Okay, before we go for the beautiful weekend, This guy, he truly is maybe the funniest person on YouTube. I gotta play this moment. Before we go, because it's just beautiful. It's just gorgeous.
We'll get into all that, but I want you brought back the blue, so I have this tweet here from Brianna Joy Gray.
Okay.
She said Marjorie Taylor Greene is right about the FBI, bad faith or not. In today's radar, I argue that the left should take advantage of the right's new acknowledgement of systemic bias and push to abolish the FBI, an institution that has always protected elite power, not the people. My response to this was fire emojis.
I know. I
completely agree. If we look at the FBI and we're like, hey, there's corruption going on there, we should defund that and dismantle it. And they say, yeah, we also want to. I'd be like, well, if we agree on that, we're fine moving forward. We'll figure out after.
Okay, so they read this tweet and they're like, yes, we agree. This is bipartisan. We agree. With Brianna Joy Gray, we agree. We want to abolish the FBI now. This is just like a couple seconds later.
Yeah. The left has long talked about all of the malfeasance. They talk about Martin Luther King and Malcolm X as really big examples. And I'm like, sure, fine, whatever. Yeah.
They talk about Martin Luther King and Malcolm X as really big examples. And I'm like, sure, fine, whatever.
MLK and Malcolm X, sure, fine, whatever. But they were mean to Donald Trump. And now I'm going to do 18 videos about how pissed off I am about this.
So there we go, guys. A great way to start the weekend, making fun of a dum-dum.
Guys, come on, guys. Don't be a
left nut
about it. You know what you know where it's at. Guys, come on.
Uber cars.
If you're acting
weird,
then do
Uber cars. Uber cars.
And you know, if you get the urge in the back of those Uber cars, then what are you gonna do?
Make pee-pee. Make pee-pee.
And then after you make pee-pee, you say bye-bye to the Uber car driver, okay? Have fun, stay out of trouble. Oh, God, Christ, guys, join the live show. I think I'm going to do a live stream today. Get your ass on there.
I'm ready.
Stop being weird about it, which you are.
Show me
You're making everyone uncomfortable, including me. I'm no exception. Get your ass on the live stream. Love you guys, and bye-bye. Hey, guys, you're only getting a fraction of the week.
I don't see it presented. So early still. We did that one. Wait a second. That was the wrong button. That was the wrong button. Oh, I wanted to see this one. I haven't seen this one. All right. We're probably gonna do this. All right, guys. In the good old biz of show that I find myself engaged. We call this tactic here stalling. And the reason we're stalling is because I'm trying to do what we call order some food and groceries. And so it's going to take me just another couple of minutes, and then we'll start a show. And then once we start the show, we're going to start with some gift giving, some birthday gift receiving, rather, from YouTube Punk, and then we'll get into the heart of the show. So we'll do our donation. I want to make sure we do that while there's a good amount of people here, and a lot of you that I know have made the donations are here. Caterpillar, what's up? I see you in the chat. Thanks for joining us. Goat morning. Hit Caterpillar up. Caterpillar, let the people know where to find you on YouTube, on socials. She's got beautiful animal family and some cool peeps too. All right, so yeah, we'll do that. OG Roddy album release party, that Lyle Guardia, but it gets better. Cuz shared a motherfucking podcast appearance with me. So when we get into the show, we're gonna do the album release, we're gonna listen to the music, but we're also gonna actually do this podcast. I'm excited to see Cuz's podcast appearance, or what's up with that. We're gonna have some birthday fun. We're gonna do some gaming. We're gonna see what Sacred Death is up to. We might just be mashing some buttons on some random PS4 games. I might actually, maybe we'll do some WWE gaming. I really want to play some WWE, so maybe we'll do that. Also, I have some games I haven't really touched and played that much, so we might just get into that. Who knows? I don't even know what all the stuff. I know some of the stuff we're going to do. I don't know everything we're going to do. That's kind of how we like it. Some planned, some unplanned. And then we're gonna launch our campaign. Yeah, we got a lot going on. So appreciate y'all. Let's say it's 5 o'clock now. We'll probably start the show in the next 15, 20 minutes. And in the interim, let's just we'll get our Gin and Truth started, and we'll get back to that as part of the show. Appreciate y'all being here. Really, really, really love y'all. We're unboxing YouTube's. Yeah, YouTube Punk. We're gonna do that when we start the show. That'll be probably the thing we do after communion. So I'll do y'all know when we start the show. Y'all see the whole intro and everything. We'll get into it. We'll catch a vibe. We'll do our communion ritual, and then we'll do YouTube Punk's gift. Yeah, appreciate y'all. So let me just do this order, and we'll get going.
All right, gang, let's jump into this shit. It is Saturday, right at 11 o'clock.
It's about a week ago, guys.
Gang, I'm not going to do a fucking thing all day
There you go.
long.
That's the game plan.
I'm going to sit in this goddamn house, and I'm going to record some shows. Emphasis on the S. More than one. I'm going to try and live stream. Gang, you got to see this fucking setup, right? I'm still rocking Ghetto Fab over here, but thanks to Peter, I got a TV hooked up to my laptop.
All right, but Tux, I'm motherfucking concerned about Trump. I told this story yesterday. I was part of the Booker administration. When he first got elected mayor in Newark, the very first thing we had to do as a law department was we had to prosecute the former mayor, somebody my dad's known for several decades, someone I've known my whole life, Sharp James. He was a very, very corrupt but powerful, influential politician. Actually, overall, a good guy, just made a lot of fucking mistakes. And I told this story about how he had gotten away with so much that was really awful. But the things that got him was, number one, some bullshit with his girlfriend, always, like some giving his girlfriend some six-figure contract she didn't need, right? And then he also pled guilty to some federal stuff related to inappropriate use of his credit cards. And that stuff we found in the law department. I remember going over that evidence, presenting it to the city's top attorney. That's who I was doing an internship for. That's who assigned me to look over the stuff. And it was sloppy. It was very ghetto. It was very tacky. It was like they tried to tape paper over official financial documents like credit card statements, white out over that paper so that when they made a copy of the record, you couldn't see it. And then they just left the shit laying around the fucking law department. And so it was sloppy and it was easy. And even though the people at the top and the guy himself was pretty sharp and there's a lot going on, a lot of sophistication, ultimately what got him was thinking with the wrong head, and some very, very fifth grade kindergarten cop paperwork. And so the thing I'm concerned about with actually, first, let me say something about the Cory Booker story. It was a big thing in the New Jersey media, and Cory deserves a lot of credit because he took a lot of flack for it. People in Newark, Cory's always been an outsider. Sharp James is homegrown, so people really resisted Cory for a long time, and that was a big time in his life to celebrate becoming the mayor in Newark, and he was treated like a traitor and a snitch for prosecuting the former mayor. He was neither, even though he and every fucking political person in the state of New Jersey knew Sharp James was incredibly corrupt. What we did as a law department was actually responding to a federal subpoena, and Cory Booker actually had nothing to do with it. Chris Christie, the future governor of New Jersey and current, Republican, presidential hopeful and political commentator. Chris Christie was the U.S. attorney for the state of New Jersey. Chris Christie led the prosecution of Sharp James. We responded to a subpoena from Chris Christie's office. I remember delivering shit and taking paperwork back and forth because it was a couple blocks. The federal building was a couple blocks down the street from City Hall. And as the fucking intern, I often did the legwork during this fucking investigation. So I know exactly what the fuck was going on. And it's just a shame that that's how we treat our public servants. Corey had nothing to do with that prosecution. We made sure he didn't have anything to do with that prosecution. That would have been wholly inappropriate. It was a subpoena given to the law department. We handled it as a law department. He had nothing to do with it, but he was called a snitch. Point is, I'm concerned Trump's dumbass getting away with the insurrection, getting away with all the corruption, getting away with all the crime and all the bullshit. Now is going to get caught on some dumb shit like slipping out paperwork that was inappropriate and just very sloppy, low-level, petty bullshit. It's not going to be getting Trump caught up in some mastermind scheme. It's going to be Trump trying to get his dick wet, Trump fucking around with some paperwork, and then, they try to pass it off through the Secret Service, and then they get ratted on. It's going to be some dumb shit. And then the concern that I have is, who the fuck am I going to hate watch like Trump? If they lock up Trump and there's no more Trump rallies, no more Trump insanity, the world will be a much better place. A much, much better place. But the content will suffer. That's what I'm concerned about, guys. We're out here trying to take over the internet. And you may hate Trump and think he's an awful human being, and I really do too. But god damn, y'all. If they really lock Trump up for a long time, we're going to have to work a lot harder out here on the internet. I'm telling you, coming up with shit that just ran about off rip is going to be a lot harder. Come on, we get like 9-hour streams right now, just building up to a Trump rally, all the crazy opening acts throughout the Trump rally, Trump headlining, lock her up, build the wall, stop the steal, stop this. Can y'all imagine the political landscape without these iconic tropes of Americana, y'all? David Blackman, the fastest rising star in left-wing, right-wing media coverage. The content will suffer without Trump. Hashtag save Trump is what I'm getting at. Trump just called Pocket Locker 86 fake news. Guys, I'm trying to save Trump. Nah. I'm trying to get on True Social, Parler, Tumblr, Trumbler. What's the other shit called? Getter. Obama. Getter, Hitter, Lock Her Up, whatever they call their platforms, y'all. I'm becoming a full-fledged Trumpist. We got to save Trump, y'all. That's what we're going to do today. I just decided that. We're going to do the show. We're going to do our bullshit. We're going to do our left-wing, atheist, blase and the Glavinoids. Then we're going to hump on. Somebody trying to get some birthday sex, y'all. We're going to hump on to the next thing. We're going to hop on. I was trying to go between hop on and jump on, and what came out was hump on. So we're going to hump on to the Hunter Biden's laptops account, and we're going to make our official Parler and Getter and Truth Social accounts, y'all. We're gonna start our campaign right now to save Trump, y'all. We're going deep into Trumpism. We might become officially QAnon deep fake accounts, y'all. We got to save Trump up in this bitch, y'all. I just decided the FBI has to stop. Has to be stopped. Let's make a new hashtag here. Hashtag, y'all drop this hashtag and I'll give $1 million pocket change for everybody that drops this in the chat. Hashtag cancel FBI. The FBI must be stopped. Hashtag no more judges. Drop either one, whatever you prefer. Cancel FBI or no more judges. We got to save Trump, y'all. Listen, I think they're gonna use all this as evidence to assassinate the president. That's 3 million. I think they're just doing whatever they can to keep Trump off the ballot, y'all. We can't let this. Trump being raided by the FBI was one of the darkest days in American history, y'all. Genocide of Native Americans. Nobody gives a fuck about that shit. Enslavement of Africans. Listen, Peanut Gallery. Nobody gives a shit about the enslavement of black people. 9/11. What year? 9/11 what year? Nobody gives a fuck about that shit. All right. Insurrection. Nah, did you see what happened? I watched it. They certified the election. Mike Pence, made Joe Biden the president. Peaceful transition to power. There was a few tourists that came through. What are you talking about? Nothing to see here. None of that shit matters. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about that. Trump being raided illegally by the highly corrupt and indoctrinated FBI at the command of Joseph Biden himself, who only claims he was not made aware of what was going on so that he can use plausible deniability so that he can continue to be funded by the Jewish lizard people cabal so that they can do whatever it takes to burn the Constitution if necessary to keep Donald Trump off the ballot. I will not stand for it. Hashtag God bless America. Today we begin our campaign to save Trump. Just let me get my order from QD up in this bitch.
Laptop. So now, once I get some more practice, you guys will get to see, I'm going to be this little fucker over here, and you guys are going to be able to see what it is I see like we're doing today, right? I don't want to fuck this shit up. I want to get a couple more test runs, but hey, it's going to be some good times. But gang, we're going to jump into this shit. But before I do, gang, I want to say something. Let's let the office manager go down here. Get down.
Hillary's emails. You were supposed to keep our intimate details off camera, but I appreciate you, boo.
That I've been
hashtag that's my Mr. Hillary's emails account. It's Hillary's emails, Hunter Biden's laptops, and I'm trying to make this a poly situation and get Trump's nuke docs up into here. You know, can a nigga get a birthday three-way? You know what I'm talking about?
Been saying quite literally since season 1, and that is the overwhelming majorities of the problems that plague us, at least here in the States, is that we're not having the same conversation. We're just not, right? I can sit here and I can say,
guys, this is a very important lesson to learn from Robert Reed. It's one of his central messages, and I've adopted as one of my central messages. I love it because it speaks to what is going on across the table. Politics, religion, social issues, education, healthcare, everything, okay? At the same time, you need no formal education to understand this shit and how it applies at all levels on every issue. We are simply living in the same country, paying taxes to the same institutions, okay? Sharing the same borders, going to work and live in the same workplaces, restaurants, blasé, and glavinoids. We all use the same internet, the same social media platforms. But in all of that, folks, there's one thing to remember, and you only need to remember this one thing even more than you need to remember Doug's doubt is a virtue. Just remember these simple words. We are not having the same conversation up in this bitch.
I think beef is the best cut of meat there is. I absolutely love steak, ground round, the little chunks of bullshit that's used for stew. I just really love red meat. By today's communication standard.
Also, Cameron Bennett taking a stand for the men. Cameron Bennett taking a stand for all the men. You know? Fuck am I doing getting you off on my birthday up in this bitch? Thank you, Cameron Bennett.
You know what?
That's a good mod. That's a good mod. Cameron, you've earned a bonus today. You know, Cameron, you've earned a 5 million pocket change bonus today. You know, I gotta give Cameron a little bonus salary bump today. You know, I really appreciate that. No, don't worry about this, Hillary's emails. We'll settle this off fair. We'll settle this off fair. But Cameron, I appreciate you, brother. Black power.
That person over there, what they heard? Why did you call me a libtard? I like chicken. You just told me to go back to where I came from. Where's
email pics. I wanna see full frontal Hillary's emails.
I was like, I said nothing of the sort, numbnuts. I just simply said I like steak. So that's just kind of where we are, gang. We don't talk to each other. We talk at each other, and sadly, we talk for each other, right? And we sit here with our dick in our hand trying to figure out why it is we're not, walking lockstep together, why we're not making the progress that we need to be making to make the United States better. We're just not having the same fucking conversation. Let me move my laptop back, gang. Hold on. Okay, square this fucker up. That looks a little bit more professional, doesn't it? Fuck it, let's rock and roll. Gang, that's what the first show is going to be about today. I found some fucked up ass clips. Now, gang, again, the old saying that there is no hate quite like Christian love, it runs so deep and so true. Now, the tie-in to how I started out the show is alcohol. Gang, again, it's Saturday. This is from my last Letterman's reunion. Get out your voting apps right now. Is this ice and gin, or is it ice, gin, and tonic? What do you guys think? Cast your votes. Let's rock and roll. Back on topic.
Where does he reveal these?
The tie-in to the intro is this right here, gang. What they call hate, no one else seems, that's outside of their club. We don't agree on the definition. But I said it right. What they call love, as long as you are in their club, bam, they're right. Right? Everyone else outside is like, that's not the definition of love. It just isn't. And again, no matter how much you rap Christians, now I'm talking to you. No matter how much you hate your love and a kind smile and a soft tone, it's still hate. It doesn't matter if you kiss me on the cheek before you call me a nigger. You just called me a nigger. You guys see what I'm saying? So the big problem when we're talking about, Christians in this respect is, again, we don't have the same conversation because they're so convinced that they are right that they're going to completely ignore the pain and suffering that they inflict upon others. And when you tell them this doesn't feel good at all, their response is legitimately, this is the best thing for you. Gang, this is why I always liken this topic to what it is I do for a living. Do you guys have any idea how much I hear that during your standard issued work week? Some fucking numbnuts of a husband, or at least he calls himself a husband, will do something to his wife that she didn't sign up for. And will legitimately say, this is the best thing for you. You don't even know it. You don't even know how lucky you are that it's me, you dumb bitch. And again, the only difference between Jonathan and Jehovah is that it's okay when Jehovah says it, apparently. But we call Jonathan a fucking asshole. Now, gang, the first one up is the Slapnuts from Daily Disciple. Now, again, he's getting up there. I just belch. Hashtag unprofessional.
Hashtag unprofessional. All right, guys, the poll has been started. We got to do this work around here. Uncle Bobby doesn't give us a fucking chat poll to vote. Y'all got it. That's why you guys got to keep hitting Uncle Bobby up on his videos like this one. And you got to say to Uncle Bobby, You got to say you should do something with @PocketLocker86. That's all you got to do, guys. Matter of fact, there it is, guys. All you got to do is you go to Gin and Truth, you subscribe, you turn on notifications. Then you leave them a chat that says you should do something with @PocketLocker86. That's what you do. That's all you do. Now, if we do this, then I can get Uncle Bobby to make his polls real, and then he can actually make this poll a real thing, and then he can like fucking do the poll thing. Now, look, there's the message. I just put it right there in the chat. You should do something with PocketLocker86. So you can just copy and paste it, guys. I'm also going to vote yes. I think Uncle Bobby put some soda in his drink. You got 5 minutes to vote. 5 minutes to vote. 5 minutes to vote. $1 million to everybody per vote. If 3 people vote, there'll be $3 million to everybody in the chat. If 7 people vote, there'll be 7 million pocket change to everybody. So your vote is essential to helping everybody in the community get more pocket change. Now, if you don't vote, you won't help everybody get pocket change. We still love you. You're still welcome here. We still appreciate your time and your viewership. We just know you're a selfish motherfucker. We're a bunch of heathens, so we're okay with that. But now we know that about you.
Professional. He's getting up there.
You're not the type of person willing to type a vote into the chat so that everybody else gets an extra $1 million pocket change. That's just the type of individual you are. You have strong, reserved principles about everybody earning their own pocket change, and you don't want to help everybody get $1 million free pocket change that they could redeem at the store and use for games and gambling and having fun. You hate unearned fun, basically, is what we're learning about you in this moment.
With the likes of fuckface Frank Turek. But what makes me hate him...
You're good, Tux. You could vote on this issue, though.
Just this motherfucker. It's his soft tone. It's his non-aggressive delivery style. Gang, this fuckface is... Let me turn this off. This fuckface is the epitome of when it is I say, it's a lot easier to stab someone from 6 inches than it is from 60 feet. There's nothing about what he says is ultra. He doesn't sound like me, right? His tone is very soft. He can be very self-deprecating. But it doesn't change the fact that he's a hate-filled piece of shit. Now, gang, Daily Disciple has got some fucked up ass video entitled "How to Share the Gospel with Your LGBTQ plus Friend." Now,
better idea. Don't.
Gang, no. You're Christians. Stop. At least again. Just hang the asterisk for the entire show. And I'm always serious. I'm always serious when I say that, gang. They're not your friends. You may be friendly to them, but that's not the definition. Again, we're not in the same conversation. You don't get to talk about your black friends when you don't think your black friends should be able to vote. When you think we should sit in the back of the bus. We gave you people a black president. What else do you people want? And yeah, gang, I've had people say that to my face. You don't get to say you've got black friends when that's your fucking attitude. Christians, you don't get to call gay people your fucking friends when you talk about them like goddamn dogs, like this asshole's ready to do. Okay, let's see if there's any capitalism. You guys ready? Shouldn't be. It's a short. That was anticlimactic. Wait for it. Oh! Hold on. Taking its time, gang.
Oh, you're a Christian. You probably hate me, don't you? I'm part of the LGBTQ community. I definitely don't hate you.
Pause the tape. All right. Again, I don't know how to do the rewinding thing. Robert Reed, go fuck yourself. So it's a skit. Now, the difference between the gay him and the straight him is a sports code. So it started out with the gay him saying, you probably hate me. I'm part of the LGBTQ plus community. You're all the tape.
Not at all. But you do think I'm a sinner, don't you? Here's the thing. I don't want to weasel around this answer. That's not fair to you, and that's not loving.
But you know what, gang? Let's just roll the tape. Then we're going to come back, and we're going to review this bullshit.
Yes, I do believe.
Guys, that's the vomit problem. That's the gish gallop right there, right? They spit so much bullshit. You can't get through 45 seconds of them running their mouth without them just spewing so much bullshit. You'll never get through 5 minutes of them spewing the bullshit. So, like I said, vomit takes seconds to spew, hours to clean up.
That your behavior is sinful because it's against what God commanded in his word. Okay, so God's the homophobic one. Look, the Bible says that we need to repent regardless of our specific sin. The problem comes in when we start to find identity in our sin, whether that's fornication or looking with lust or pornography or homosexuality. But I was born this way. We were born in sin with a tendency towards sin, but just because we feel like we were born with specific desires doesn't make them right. We're called to lay down our old identity, the things that used to define us, and step into our new identity in Christ. I don't know if I want to do that. Look, friend, regardless of whether you accept this yet or not, I still love you. Oh, you're a Christian.
Pause the tape. Okay, that everything about that is wrong. Everything about that just pissed me the fuck off. Hold on, is that making me? Yeah, I still look ugly as shit. All right, let's review it again. Now we're gonna pause the tapes. Roll it.
You probably hate me, don't you? I'm part of the LGBTQ community. I definitely don't hate you, not at all. But you do.
Pause the tape. Gang, I'm not gonna go so far as to say that they hate gay people, but I will say they don't know how to love them. I'll say that. Again, when the foundation of this discussion, the reason why it's fucked up, the reason why we're not having the same discussion, Christians like Daily Disciple, they're walking into this discussion thinking that there's something inherently wrong with being gay.
Exactly.
There's nothing wrong with being gay. I don't give a shit what your Bible says, Christians. Go fuck yourself. Again, your Bible says a whole bunch of fucked up shit. But this is one of those topics that you guys love to go to war over, right? So I'm not going to go so far as to say that he hates, but what I will say is he doesn't know how to love. I'll say that. Roll the tape.
Think I'm a sinner, don't you? Here's the thing. I don't want to weasel around this answer. That's not fair to you, and that's not loving. Yes, I do believe that your behavior is sinful because...
Pause the tape. That right there, he could officially go fuck himself. Yeah, I don't want to weasel around it, but I do believe your behavior is sinful. Christians, I'm sorry, how about this? Homophobes, get fucking educated. Go way the fuck over there, get educated, then come back to the conversation. Because right now, y'all all just sound like hate-filled pieces of shit, right? It's your behavior. They're not misbehaving like they're fucking petulant children, right? They are acting on a desire, and it's the desire that comes with their sexual orientation. If two dudes want to juggle each other's nuts all in their mouth, then they should be able to juggle each other's nuts all in their mouth. That's it.
That's it.
If two girls want to fucking bump clams, then they should be able to fucking bump clams.
That's it.
And there's nothing wrong with that, right? Their behavior, like your fucking kid got caught sneaking out at 12 midnight. Again, Christians, the problem is your sense of again, go look at, just Google it. There's this thing called fucking self-esteem, and it would do wonders for how it is that you guys see the fucking world. And again, it's when they like to throw in, well, I'm just as guilty. Shut the fuck up, right? Christians, if you think you're a pile of monkey shit, I don't agree. I don't think it's healthy, but I can't stop you. But when you take your self-loathing and then you go dump that shit on someone else and tell two or more consenting adults that your behavior is terrible. Motherfucker, they're not looking for your fucking approval. Just like I don't need his approval to do a goddamn thing. So again, this month, roll the tape, and he's doing it all with a soft tone. He looks like Opie Taylor with a beard. I love you, but my God thinks you're a sodomite faggot. Roll the tape.
It's against what God commanded in his word. Okay, so God's the homophobic one. Look, the Bible says that we need to repent regardless of our specific sin. The problem comes in when we start to find identity in our sin.
Pause the tape. That entire sentence was fucked up. When we find identity in our sin. Again, grow the fuck up. There is no magical curse on the world. There just is not a curse on the world. There was no cursed apple. And if there's a Christian right now getting ready to do the standard issued, Robert, how do we know it was an actual apple? I'm going to tell you to get the fuck off of my stream and go to a fucking Bible study. Shut the fuck up. Right? Again, this dude is just straight garbage. Again, does he hate? Don't know. But I can tell you he doesn't know how to love. Roll the tape.
That's fornication or looking with lust or pornography.
Pause the tape. Again, shut the fuck up. Finding identity in our sin. Right? Again, Christians, only you. Now I sound like Smokey. I remember that commercial? Only you can prevent forest fires. Now, if you didn't you catch that, you're too fucking young or you're not from the States. Look that shit up. I'm spitting on my screen. Back on topic. Finding identity in your sin. Christians, I told you, no one thinks about gay sex more than heterosexual Christian men. Right? Are our LGBTQ plus family members trying to make it, their identity? Nope.
Not really.
We're talking about it so it can be normalized. But again, there's no such thing as a gay agenda. Or if there is, it kind of looks like the heteros.
And would y'all see, did anybody see the debate where Kent Hovind tried to do this to somebody? Was it his most recent one on Standing for Truth where he went on this whole big rant at the end of the debate about he didn't know what to call the person and he didn't know how they identified? It was just gross. It just really bothered me. I remember that shit.
Sexual agenda. Yeah. But it's a topic of conversation because we're trying to normalize. And we know we have normalized when we don't have to talk about it anymore. But we're still at a stage where we have to fucking talk about it. Because we still got numbnuts like this that thinks that being gay is a fucking curse. Right? And again, we don't stop people who jerk off to porn from serving in the military, getting married, or anything else. Right? He said what? People who lust. People who lust can get married and divorced 500 times over. The only people that we have to sit here and write down actual laws to protect their humanity are gay people, numbnuts. Right? So again, don't find identity in your sin. The only people who are saying that are the people who believe in magic curses. Roll the tape.
Or homosexuality. But I was born this way. We were born in sin with a tendency towards sin. But just because we feel like we were born with specific desires doesn't make them right. We're called...
Pause the tape. Christians, I can't help you on this one. Until you understand that having a healthy and vibrant sex life is a beautiful thing. Again, you get your fuck.
Guys, speaking of which, please hit up my socials, including Pocket Locker 86 on FetLife. Send me happy birthday titty pics. Thank you.
Fucking sippy cup and back away from the adult table, right? There's a table 3 feet off the fucking ground where we got the little plastic fucking plate with the fucking dividers and shit. We'll cut up your steak for you. Right? We got some fucking mashed potatoes. We're going to yell at you because you didn't eat your fucking vegetables. Go sit at that fucking table. Right? When you guys can sit here and understand that, that human sexuality is a beautiful thing. When you understand that, then you'll be able to join the rest of us in an actual conversation. Right? But right now, y'all are just bullshitting. And we can't have, again, we're not having the same discussion. until this numbnuts decides that when his dick gets hard, and as Ben Shapiro says, when his girlfriend's vagina's moisture content and pH levels are, then stick the shit in there and do like this until the white stuff comes out. And there's nothing wrong with that. Roll the tape, this motherfucker.
Lay down our old identity, the things that used to define us, and step into our new identity in Christ. I don't know if I want to do that. Look, friend, regardless of whether you accept this yet or not, I still love you. Oh, you're a
Pause the tape. No, you don't. Like I said, he may not hate, but he sure as fuck doesn't know how to love. That was a great way to start out this fucked up ass topic. Okay. So the next one.
All right, guys, I will be right back. Tux, do the redeem. You got to put it like this. Redeem. And then victory. I spelled it wrong, so it won't go off, Tux, but do the redeem first and then spell victory correctly, and it'll go off. I'll be right back, and then we'll get ready to start our show. Thank you guys so much.
Is from John McCrae from What Do You Mean? I'm about to belch. I just belch. Hashtag I'm professional.
Again, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Sit here and kick this foolishness. You know, John McCrae, he's a dude. What is it? Are you guys ready to discuss this controversial topic? Let's go.
Victory.
There you go. Like
the only Christian with the more monotone fucking delivery style is fucking Paul Washer, right? So, gang, apparently there's a story out about I think it's here in Texas. It is here in Texas. A trans woman choked a cisgendered woman. Now, they're both cheerleaders. Now, gang, if you're familiar with Texas sporting events, they're very intense. In Texas, cheerleading isn't just a sport. It is one hell of a sport, gang. I've been to those competitions, and those guys and girls,
true story. We have close friends of the family that we consider family, and shout outs to Tamira and Aunt Verl. Her mom and my mom are very close, been lifelong best friends, and we are around the same age. And Tamira became a competitive cheerleader, and so we went down to Atlantic City, and she was in some of those hardcore cheerleading competitions. Y'all know the kind that be on ESPN and shit. Unbelievable. Really, honestly, probably one of the most fun sporting events I've ever been to. So, again, even people like who don't understand how much athleticism and craziness can go into cheerleading, it's wild to me. Cheerleading is a dope sport if you actually watch it.
Holy shit! It's incredible to watch. Now, gang, there's a whole bunch of fucked up shit that happens in the world of cheerleading. You guys remember it was here in Texas. Was it Houston? But either way, the competition was so intense that this mother over here, not a hit job, but tried to get this little girl over here, try to get her ass whipped. You want to know why? Because that was her daughter's main competition. Gang, so my point is, they're only picking out the trans story because it fits their fucked up ass narrative. You guys got to see the picture. It's someone who's built like me, literally someone who's built like me, wearing a sleeveless shirt, and there's this tiny little girl, and they're sunk in a rear naked choke. The dude's shoulders are bulging and muscular and shit. They have superimposed the face of the trans cheerleader onto the muscular guy's body. Go fuck yourself. Now, I don't know if he's going to tell you the backstory, gang. I haven't seen this fucked up ass tape, but there is a backstory. She did not put the other cheerleader in a rear naked choke. She definitely choked her. I'm not excusing the violence, kind of. But the cisgendered girl repeatedly misgendered the trans girl. Now, gang, I'm going to tell you something. And I told y'all, I have not, nor will I ever sign up for the one-legged foot race to the top of Tolerance Mountain. I tell every time when I started on Twitter, you're a nigger, you fucking nigger, 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 nigger. That's what the blonde-haired person was doing. Then the fucking nigger was like, you know what? I don't feel like being a nigger today. Wham! People used to say all the time how much I'm promoting violence. Maybe I was like, okay, I'm about to just shut the fuck up. Don't ask more for me than what you're willing to give your goddamn self. I want to go an entire day without being called a nigger. You want to choose solid food. You want to trade? Fuckface? Same thing here, right? Stop telling our trans family members to calm down. They are making a simple fucking request, and that is, please respect my pronouns, right? How many times are you going to call someone a he, she, and it, a sex predator, right? Again, stop pushing people, and maybe they won't push back. So I'm wondering.
And stop, please stop acting like your act of violence with your words, with your shaming, with your humiliation of others, with your derogatory shit is not what it absolutely is, which is a motherfucking form of violence. Derek, my man. We appreciate you so much, man. That was an incredible show, man. That was great. I got so excited. I couldn't believe you were doing couldn't believe you were doing that topic on my birthday, man. That was crazy. Felt like you wrote that one for me. Man, that was great. That was a great show. And you were right on top of it, man. We were really all thinking like, man, we want to see you do something with him and Carrier. You know, we got a lot of these Carrier domes in our community, a lot of these Carrier heads. And he said a lot of great things, man. He was really on point with a lot of things. Very convincing in a lot of ways, convincing in a lot of his very reasonable stances on things. Also, I thought really highlighted some of the distinctions about true scholarship, working in a public university. Some things I really did want to get into and really talk more about. So maybe I'll do that once we get this thing going. But appreciate you, Derek. Really, really do, man. Appreciate you. So happy we're friends, man. Great show. So let me say this a little bit about the trans fam. I'm going to tell you guys a quick story. I punched one of my classmates in the face my senior year. And the reason was we were on a field trip. Oh, yeah, we know you don't really exist. Exactly. We were on a field trip, right? And it was late at night. I wear glasses. And we're going to Boston. We're all stuck in a bus. And everybody starts taking all these pictures, right? And they're all using the flash photography. And I was like, could y'all just chill out with the flash photography, right? Because this flash is going off. Everybody's taking all these. And they ain't taking pictures of shit, right? We're on a bus. It's night. It's time. We're on a fucking highway. Ain't shit to see. And it's really irritating. And so somebody turned around, one of the morons in my class, and snapped a flash picture like in my face. Like deliberately, turned around after I make this very reasonable request because, hey, guys, it's really bothering my eyes. Can you stop snapping all the flash photography when you're not even photographing anything? Snaps the flash picture in my face. I said very calmly, all right, the next person who snaps a picture in my face is getting punched in the face. Sure enough, I got some white fucking classmate, thinks he's fucking, he was our class clown. He thought he always had to make a joke about everything, especially when somebody expressed their fucking boundaries reasonably. And he gets up and takes the fucking phone or whatever the fuck it was and snaps a picture in my face. I calmly and politely stand up, turn, punch him in his fucking mouth, and return to my seat. Now, what the fuck happened here? I made a very reasonable request of a boundary. You watch that, hurt it. You watch somebody else totally rudely turn around and as if a deliberate act of dehumanization is what a black kid might always go through, being the only black kid in an all-white school, right? and then turn around and slap a fixture on my face, which again is hurting my eyes. Now I say, okay, now I have to step this up because I have to now defend this very reasonable boundary I've made for myself. The next person who does that, I am going to punch in the face. Because I now have to let y'all know how serious this is to me. And of course, a motherfucker wanting to test me, make my word rendered meaningless. Therefore, in the future, when Jay says, you've reached a boundary, you've now crossed that boundary. If it's crossed again, I will forcefully defend myself. Decides he's just gonna get another laugh at Jay's expense. Nope, not today. Now, the dean of students, Mr. Gormley, told y'all, former New York City Police Department, scared the fear of God into everybody, real serious. Of course, Mr. Gormley's on the field trip. He always takes the senior field trip with the senior class to keep everybody's ass in order. We got to deal with Gormley. And he sits us both down, and he explains to me, now, Mr. Bundy, you already know you cannot settle your differences this way. Doing this with people will get you in a lot of trouble. Right? Unacceptable. But what was my actual formal punishment for that? Nothing. It's one of the few times Mr. Gormley has given me, demerits and infractions for loose buttons, being on stage with my top button unbuttoned, sideburns too long, non-uniform shoes, sleeves rolled, anything. Detention for all types of bullshit. My formal punishment for this, a stern warning that in other situations that could get me in a lot of trouble. What he did was he then turned to the other student and he said, in my day, kid, you disrespect somebody like that. Now, mind you, this is the very white dean of students who used to be a New York City police officer and is the disciplinarian in our school. His job is to absolutely enforce the rules. He looked him in his face. He said, in my day, we'd have taken you back. You disrespect somebody like that, we'd have beat the shit out. He didn't say beat the shit out. He said we would have really, yeah. He told him flat out. I remember like it was yesterday. He said, yeah, you'd have tried that. He let him know. It comes a time when y'all might not like it, but when the motherfucking Russians come over with the bombs and shit, a motherfucker breaks into your house and decides your safety is not their number one concern. You are walking down the street with your wife and somebody decides they're gonna accost your lady or you. There comes a time where ain't no more bullshit, ain't no more time for no talking. It's time in this world where you as a person, as an individual, have to let a motherfucker know just how willing you are to assert and defend your rights. So when you provoke the violence, do not come to me when the violence happens to you. You will get no sympathy. I will give you a stern version of the Gormley talk. I will talk to the motherfucker that punched you in the face and say, I really wish there was another way for you to handle that situation. If there is in the future, I suggest you do so. And if I were in their shoes, I would have whipped the shit out of you. Now get the fuck out of my face. All right, y'all, I'm gonna get ready to start up this show. Just wanted to preach on that real quick. I'm gonna speak on some other things. Jay has shown divine anger, which was passed down to him from the flying man. He sent the flash demon's face flying away. The prophecy is true. Exactly. According to the Gospel of John Cena and the Five Knuckle Shuffle, you can't see me.
I'm gonna throw that in there, gang, because just in case this fucker tries to make the trans girl out to be this horrible criminal, I want to make sure y'all know that there's a backstory to this. Let's see if there's let's cue this shit. Let's go. John McCrae, let's shut the fuck up. All right, we got capitalism. All right, you guys remember the good old days when there wasn't ads on YouTube? Hold on. Wait for it. Okay. Roll the tape.
Identity these days, but what people aren't talking about is how finding our identity in the wrong places can lead to stuff like this. 25-year-old trans cheerleader kicked out of cheer camp for allegedly choking a 17-year-old girl teammate. So let's talk about why I believe that it's better for all of us to get our identity from God rather than from outside of God. And also...
Pause the tape. Shut the fuck up. He's already wrong at 22 seconds in. Getting your identity from God. Hold on. Got a text here. Want to make sure everything's all hunky-dory, sexy, and vibrant. Okay, back on topic. Getting your identity from God is the worst thing you could possibly do. One, I don't believe in a God.
All right, let's get up in this bitch.
But your identity
check. All right,
and
we got
the
a good
Christian
mic
God
change going.
is, again, you were born a hot, steaming pile
It is
of
about to
monkey
be
shit.
time to start this motherfucking show. Y'all know we had a Myth Vision podcast. We went live at 2. We scheduled that around Derek's broadcast. It was a very important stream for me to watch because it was probably the most motivating topic that got me into this community. The historicity of Jesus. It was a great stream. So now we'll go ahead and get ready to start our broadcast like we normally do. Because it's a motherfucking another day at the office. Stuck at the mall with Pocket Locker. So we might as well do a show. I'm actually not young for 2 PhDs. I just graduated last year. I'm 37 today. Also, I did them at the same time. So I did one dissertation that was accepted for 2 programs, one in my department and the other being a explicit dual PhD program. And so I had to do the coursework for both of those programs, but I wrote one dissertation. Also, I started with a master's degree. I have a master's degree in biological anthropology from Penn State. So since I started with a master's, I had significantly less coursework to do than some of the other PhD students, because the way our program is set up is if you start with a master's, you don't have to do as many credits as if you don't. So, but it did take me, I think I always say 3 eternities, but my actual dual PhD, I think I finished, God, it was either the summer of year 8, I think 7 or 8. So yeah, it took a long time. And I worked there for a year before I became a PhD student. All right, so yeah, let's go ahead and get this thing started. All right. Are y'all ready? I don't even know how we're doing this. Hang on a sec. I gotta check. I gotta check one thing. Gotta check this one scene out real fast. Make sure that's ready to go. What are we gonna start with, man? It's a good day. Let's start with Kenneth Copeland, y'all. We got to get y'all some Nano clips. Shout out to Nano. All right, y'all, here we go. We are going to start this fucked up show in 5, 4, 3, 2. Well, would you look at what we have here, folks? A bunch of people gathered around to celebrate my birthday. But you're not, because you're a bunch of assholes. You're actually here to celebrate Lina's birthday. But I've decided that's okay. Because while Lina is simply getting older, I am only growing bolder. You should celebrate Lina's birthday more than mine, because the truth is Lina's going to die being a mere mortal. But I have decided that since I don't want to grow up, I have adopted as a principle of faith that I am indeed, at least for the day, a timeless, spaceless, and immaterial being beyond the aging process, Therefore, when my time on this here meager planet comes to an end, I will simply metamorphose into phase 2 of my existence, where I will become a saint of atheism, beyond being the most high apostle of the cult of the flying man. I will finally be named Saint Pocket Locker, Saint Heartbreak J, the patron saint of doubt. You know, I'm feeling that. It's got a nice ring to it. But additionally, folks, since y'all don't give a shit about my birthday, let me tell you what you should care about. What you should care about is that today makes it official that for the last motherfucking month, I have been taking over the internet, because we are taking over the internet, and we have been live every single day for over a month. Every single day. Come good streams, bad streams, good days, bad days, power outages, computer failures, no internet, no problem. Nothing stops the United States champion of word wrestling entertainment from showing up and doing the motherfucking job of putting asses in seats. Because champions have championship responsibilities. But that is not all. We were out here as a humble, meager channel, just out here trying to make some friends on the interwebs. And as we started to climb, we started to see the numbers of views and subscribers go up, and we started getting those sweet, sweet, sweet YouTube accomplishments. And then right after we were about to cross that wonderful threshold of 100 subscribers, Gutsick Gibbon made a video about us. Derek from Myth Vision became a mod, and the rest, as they say, is history. We powered through 100. We powered through 200. We are so close to 300. And so as of motherfucking right goddamn now, 5:53 p.m. on my birthday, August 12th, 2022, I am announcing we are taking over the internet. We are officially on our push to and right on through 1,000 subscribers. Let's go. We need it. Tell your friends, tell your families, tell some strangers, take this motherfucking stream, put it on a fucking mobile drive or something, hook that motherfucker up into a boombox, carry it around your shoulder, stick it on the hood of your car, put it on the front of your fucking moped, put it in your goddamn shopping cart when you are at the grocery store, and blast this motherfucking stream all over this goddamn planet until there is so much money and views coming through the door that the atheist gospel of prosperity is financially dominating the creatards, and we will establish the dominion of science all over this motherfucking globe and send the creatards packing. No longer able to afford even a hint of private jet fuel up in this bitch. But wait, of course, there's more. I could just be the sexiest man on the internet with the best entrance and the best outfits and, of course, the best United States champion in the history of word wrestling entertainment. And I could be just whooping the ass of theists and creatards all over the place, sending people crying into their shelters, understanding that their gods don't exist and therefore will never come to save them and never come to their rescue. But they are stupid as fuck, and they have humiliated themselves on the internet. But folks, it's not just about me. I do it for a good cause. I do it for charity. We do it because we want to make the world a better place. And since we have exceeded our first ever fundraising goal of raising $100 for the International Bipolar Foundation, I am going to double that. We're going to add whatever bonus you guys add between now and a few minutes from now when we donate. And we are going to set the motherfucking internet ablaze by becoming the first atheist church of the cult of the flying man to successfully donate multiple stacks, if you will, for a good cause. Unbelievable shit. Unbelievable shit. I mean, it's like you're making the world a better place by telling people God's a fuckface and isn't real. And then on the other hand, while they're crying and they're like, oh, nothing can come of this, it's actually all for a good cause. I mean, God damn, this guy is just on another level. It's on another level. Just on another level. So, of course, there's motherfucking more. Duh. My favorite rapper. Thank you, Derek, for sharing. We appreciate that. Derek shows love to the community. Not one of these YouTube haters. I'm not going to mention any names, but y'all know who you are. Doug from Pine. Oh, sorry. Microphone. Bad microphone. Don't make me say things. Bad microphone. Sometimes these microphones just take on a life of their own around here. Myron, can we? Let's check it out. Off the bat. This thing on? All right, good as new. All right, now. My favorite rapper, in my humble opinion, probably the best rapper. The one and only Airplane Mode himself today has dropped the new album, Lyle Guardia, and the best part is he happens to be my motherfucking cousin. So we are going to bump that Lyle Guardia all day long. We're going to listen to every song, and we are going to be in airplane mode all episode. But, of course, there is more. Cuz came through and dropped the exclusive DMs that he has had a recent podcast appearance all about how he is currently keeping it local. He's been airplaning, moding all to the different states and the countries and all over the interwebs. But today we're going to talk about what he is doing to represent the piece of shithole state that we call home. I am talking about America's favorite trash can, the state of New Jersey. Woo! I know. It's just, how could you even do that? How could you even fit all that into one show? And we got some motherfucking presents to open. We got some other shit to get into. We don't know who's going to call in. We don't know what the fuck's going on. Who runs this shit? What the fuck is going on around here? Let's start this fucked up ass show. But first, let me ask you a question. What the fuck is beast mode? Pocket locker 86 woke up in priest mode. You stiff as hell niggas looking like a Cristo. I own the internet. Nigga, you in lease mode.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, summer vibe, that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and not the double it. They'll say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone. Hey, I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got. No need to rush, I'ma still be here tomorrow. Had to take my chances, baby.
We have life in our Lord Jesus Christ. We have hope. We have hope. We have hope. We have life in our Lord Jesus Christ. We have hope. We have hope.
Let's go! Magic.
The power of Christ to save us.
Can you feel it? Magic.
The power of Christ in us. Can you feel it?
Come on, atheists. Get some steps in. Get some cardio. Get up and dance around. Stop being lazy.
All who believe in Him will never die.
Put your Fitbit on and get your steps in there.
All who believe in Him will never
die. Thank you, Caterpillar. We got that money, money, money. Whoa. Whoa. All right, let's oh, I got a good one. Let's talk about the role of women in the church. Can I get amen, Kenny?
Except that Paul doesn't say any about that in his credentials when he himself gives his own credentials.
Guys, that's Rebecca's face after we make love.
Oh, sure he did. As persecuting the
Except
church.
with satisfaction.
Right,
Where, guys, where are we going with this?
Rob, please shut the fuck up.
This. I don't need two Christians in here arguing, guys. This is
I'm
just
not sure.
over this stupid thing. I'm sorry. This is a stupid disagreement. Paul had a revelation from heaven. That's
From
the
heaven.
end of it. I don't want to hear any more about it.
Any more
This is
about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
No, it's connected to the statement that was raised, Rebecca.
It's connected to the statement that Rob, shut the fuck
This
up.
is a threat to our
Just
system.
the worst.
You know, for instance, go back to the book of Corinthians.
Paul was talking about.
Paul was, the women should remain silent.
Shut up!
Doctrinal standards. The women were over talking the message.
You know, maybe they were
standing up and saying, "What does that mean,
What does
preacher?"
that mean, preacher?
Shut up! Will you shut up? Shut up!
And a woman can't speak
Silence
over me.
him.
And so there is.
Look at these
there's an
Rebecca's
order.
facial expressions are like the hidden
Sparks are
gem of the
coming.
internet.
Sparks are coming. Woo!
Shout out to Nano. Incredible editing.
Fireworks. I promise fireworks.
Unless you're planning on going into my kitchen and slapping some ham between two slices of bread, this conversation is over.
Welcome back, Cameron.
Listen to me. God's people, get out before it gets hot. If you can't take the heat, you better get out of this kitchen right now. Because I'm sick and tired of full-out war going on. God's people,
I can't stand your mother.
filthy sodomite
If your mother was here right now,
get out
I
of
would
here.
kick
Let
her
me
in the
tell
back
you
of her
something.
kneecap.
I'm sick of it, and I'm not going to back
take
down.
that. Kick
and
her right
I'm
in the
sick
back
of
of her
people not
kneecap.
backing me up on this.
Now
And
put
you know
that
what?
in your
You are
spreadsheet.
insane.
Me
If you're not going to back us up, let
threatening
me
the
tell you
safety of
something.
your
God's
mother.
people,
And
you
I'm
are
sick of people
insane.
not
I don't
backing
want to
me
hang
up
around
on
a bunch
this.
of fag
I'm trying to beat
You
up
are insane.
all the women,
and a bunch of queer
especially
babes,
the religious
and a bunch of
ones.
effeminates.
And
Get
I want
out.
to see
I don't
it
love
on
God.
my
I read the
spreadsheet
Bible.
from
I'm
Peter
just
W.
a brainwashed fool. Let me
And
tell
I'm
you
sick
something.
of
I can't
people
speak for myself.
not backing
God's
me
people,
up on
they're
this.
sodomites. They're dogs. That's what the Bible calls them. Dogs.
Filthy
God's people.
sodomite
Dogs. I'm
dog.
just a brainwashed fool. I'm sick of it.
I'm sick of it. And Myron, damn it. Guys, it's my birthday. I'm getting too old for this. Somebody's got to warn me that when I get up here, it's hard to get down. It's a motherfucking safety hazard. I'm going to be on one of them commercials, y'all. They're going to be like, how did Pocket Locker die? They're going to be playing some clip. I'm going to be like, I fall and I can't get up. And I ain't going to have no life alert or none of that shit. It's going to be a problem. All right, we got to do a couple more. It's a big day. We got to do a couple more. All right, here we got a couple more good ones for you. Here we go. Do the flying man pose.
Hang on, bro, you have to know.
You gotta maintain.
Dude, you have to act like a fucking adult, bro. Fucking adult,
act
bro.
like a fucking adult.
Fuck what you talking about.
In terms of reality.
Stupid ass house nigga.
And not the fucking myopic, fucking little fucking
juvenile
worldviews.
Flag waving phony Christians.
Whoever fucking talks next while I'm talking is out. Fucking, okay? I'm gonna make a fucking point here, and if I get interrupted, you're gone.
What is going on with you? What are you talking about?
By the way, Flying Disciple Man.
Flying Disciple Man.
If you can't handle fucking people using strong language, fucking.
Like I said, I come in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit. I ain't playing with your ass. Don't call up and play with me.
Go play with the children.
Go play with the children.
You the devil. You the devil.
Fucking.
Ron Hubbard is the true God. I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
If you can't handle the the heat, then don't come.
Don't come. You gotta maintain.
There's no hell. Cut that bitch off.
Cut that bitch off.
Into what?
Turn that poop into what? Turn that poop into what? Turn that poop into what? Turn that poop.
Income fucking poop.
Income fucking poops. That's speaking in tongues. That's how black people speak in tongues to you. You piss us off too much, we start speaking in tongues to you. Name come fucking poop. House nigga. Bitch ass ninkum fucking house nigga poop. You know, that's when you done really piss the black person off. Especially if you got that long ass martial arts ponytail with the fucked up pimp suit. You about to get your ass whooped. Probably with a cane.
Kung Fu Rainbow Laser Force.
We're reclaiming the rainbow.
Kung Fu Rainbow Laser Force.
Y'all.
The upper middle class superhero team that protects your innocence any way they can. They are Tallulah, Sebastian Caden, Zoe, Quota, and Dirk.
We don't tolerate different. We're heterosexual overdance.
Fighting evil in multicolored skin tight car off suspended.
Pow!
I'm happy to wait.
Anybody really want to masturbate?
I dare off on the face of justice.
Sex is bad and violence is good.
Gonna save the neighborhood from sex.
Kung Fu Rainbow Laser Force.
All right, y'all, we got one more before we start this fucked up ass show. This one's a special thank you to someone who really did a lot to help us get started. A lot of my community comes courtesy of this person. They've always been very encouraging to me, a great friend, and I'm so happy to know that I am Doug from Pine Creek's #1 black friend.
You see, sometimes we think we need all this fancy knowledge to grow as a human. But I got news for you. All you have to do is apply one concept and put it to work. That doubt is a virtue.
That's right.
Touch your neighbors and say it's time to
Touch
doubt.
your neighbor all over the place.
Here's a new kind of faith. It's not the kind of faith of wishful thinking of the heart.
That's right.
Or helps you deny reality, or only works seldomly.
That's right.
It's the kind of faith that's reliable. Repeatable. It's the kind of faith that goes beyond all religions. All biases. Embraces doubt. It's open to change. It's the kind of faith where you know when it's been misplaced. It's the kind of faith that works. You can make sense of it. You can explain it. It's the kind of faith that you can see, touch, feel, and hear. It's the kind of faith that really does heal the sick. We put our trust, we put our hope, we put our confidence in things that are observable, measurable, repeatable, and most importantly, falsifiable. Let's join together and have a faith that spits in the face of gullibility. You have heard it said that faith has an objective. Well, what has your faith done for you lately? What has your faith done for society lately?
Theocracy.
Stephen's kind of faith has been around for thousands of years. But it was science that cured smallpox. Measles, polio, and infection. Stephen doesn't want his faith to be held hostage to outcomes. But I say outcomes and results matter. Stephen said that with God in your presence, there's nothing you can't do. There's nothing you can't heal. There's nothing you can't restore. But we all know that's not true.
That ain't true.
You can't fly.
You
can't walk on water.
You can't walk.
You can't raise the dead.
You can't raise the dead.
Let's be humble. Let's be honest.
Let's be honest.
Let's stop with the hoping and start with the reasoning. Say no to astrology on Monday. No to crystals on Tuesday. No to chakras on Wednesday. No to the vacuum salesman on Thursday. No to homeopathy on Friday. No to faith healing. And yes to medical healing. And on Sunday, I want a faith that doesn't need a holy book or a pastor or a priest or a rabbi or an imam to know it's not okay to harm others.
Hey, guys, let's pretend it's late at night. You guys want to take a little journey with me? Let's pretend it's late at night. Somewhere where it's very late at night. Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome, everyone, to Late Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself. Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by Pine Creek, the most high apostle of the cult of the Flying Man. He is none other than the outlaw prince, the one and only Jesus who can save us, Dr. Heartbreak J, Pocket Locker, BUNDY! I think I'm cute, I know I'm sexy, I've got the look that drives the girls while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. Are y'all ready to go? I'm not your boy toy. Are y'all ready to do this thing? I'm just a sexy boy. Oh, we have got a show for you today. I make them hot, I make them shiver. They just get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like their God ain't real, 'cause I'm a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Get your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Oh, welcome, welcome. Welcome, everybody, to another very special edition of that very special thing we do almost every single day. We call it Late Night Counter-Apologetics. Today on Late Night Counter-Apologetics, who even knows if we'll be doing any counter-apologetics? But as always, folks, I am here. The one and only fastest rising star in left-wing, right-wing media coverage, Mr. David Blackman himself, a.k.a. the host with the most from the East Coast. And I am in airplane mode. That is right. Today is the day. Today is the day. Today is the day. It's 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 the day. Oh, it's finally the day. take your monkey ass over to itsairplanemode.com. The album has been released. What you need to do, there's so much music. You got to go to the merch store. You got to go down to that LaGuardia digital download. Buy one for yourself, buy one for your friends. Try to get this t-shirt if you can. There's only one left. He told me he's going to send me one, so I won't buy it. Buy some other music. Get your friends and family an Airplane Mode gift card, okay? Now, what you do is you go head over here, top row, right over to the right. You just click on that LaGuardia digital download, okay? Then what you do is you say support the mode. It's in your cart. You go to your cart. Then you just check out. Guys, I already have all this music. He sent it to me. He sent me all the music. But I'm going to just buy it anyway. That's how you support Cuz. You buy it anyway. Just go boop, boop. There's my stuff. Guys, if you want to send me all your money, send it to 2412 Fernwood Avenue, Lansing, Michigan. That's where you can send all your money to. Okay, you guys, you can put in a fake address here. It's a digital download. I talked to OG Roddy about this. You can put in any address in the world. It doesn't have to be real. It can be 123. Go fuck yourself, Lane. And then you do that. You do like a billing address. I don't really care about that. I think it's the same. You just do the same thing. Use shipping address in my case. Continue. Blase about PayPal. They can do my credit card. There's the little code at the end. All right. Now, you go, boop. I could get a discount code, and I can do that. It's $10. We want to send Cuz $10. I don't know why he's charging me $6 shipping. I guess it probably won't. Oh, or he actually told me you can do the Bandcamp thing. So let's do Bandcamp too. So I showed you how to do it there. You can also do Bandcamp. Let's do OG Roddy. New Jersey. There's the album. LaGuardia. Buy digital. You can name your price, $10 or more for the whole thing. I'm gonna send 15, so it's like the same as if the other one or whatever. I don't know. I just send him more money. He always sends me money, and I always send him a little bit more just to give him a little bit of something to smile about. I'm already on the mailing list. Blah blah blah. Add it to the cart. Checkout. PayPal. That's fine. I'll do PayPal this time. I did credit card last time. Boom. All right, guys. So these are your options. You can go to itsairplanemode.com. Get your version of It's Airplane Mode, however you would like to purchase it. I've just shown you 2 different ways. All right, boom, there, log in, don't care, do it. Also, there's a link in description, guys, if you want to send me money to my PayPal. So you can do that. We'll charge the rest to... Oh, somebody did send me a donation because I have a PayPal balance. So somebody probably did that. Do that. Don't use. Put it there. This is my preferred way to pay. Actually, no. There we go. Thanks for using PayPal. Tangelo's going back and forth with me on Doug's video about hell. Let's do it. I like it. Let us know how we can help or what we can do. Great. All right, guys. So we can listen then instantly. Okay, I don't really care about that. Here it is. I'm going to the website to listen to it, guys. All right, so that's the deal. Go to the website. You can listen to it for free. If you want to be cool like me, you can go to his merch store and buy it. I don't even think it'll actually end up charging you the shipping. But go ahead, do that. If you don't want to be bothered with all that, go to Bandcamp. I talked to OG Roddy. He said Bandcamp's the way to go. I'm going to play the song. I'm going to grab a gift. And then we're going to check out his interview, his podcast, after we do communion. So y'all going to know what we normally do. Look, when you come here, you are our guest at the Cult of the Flying. But you got to understand something. We're not just a YouTube channel. We're not just a community of sick motherfuckers who just want to sin. We are the Cult of the Flying Man. This is the first church of the Cult of the Flying Man. Why is it named that? You guessed it. It happens to be the first church of the Cult of the Flying Man. You heard a lot of words. Pay attention to one of them. That word is church. What the fuck is beast mode? Pocket Locker 86 woke up in priest mode. Okay? So, when you go to church, does the minister ever come out and say, welcome to church, here's my sermon? Never in your life, okay? You gotta greet your friends, say hi to your neighbors, exchange contact information with people you've been meaning to talk to, catch up on that bullshit y'all was talking about last week, okay? Listen to the worship band, catch a vibe, enjoy the mood, fill out the ambiance, okay? I'm going to grab a little something. We do our program. We do our announcements. We let everybody know what's going on in the community. Also, speaking of what's going on in the community, join our Discord. Go to the community tab. Go to Live Now. Check out Derek from Myth Vision's podcast on the historicity of Jesus. It's what we started the broadcast with. All right? So make sure you do that. All right? Then we'll do our communion. We chill. We enjoy our communion during the communion song. Then we get into the program. Now, to help us catch a vibe, since it's the motherfucking album release day, we are going to be listening to motherfucking La Guardia by my motherfucking cousin OG Roddy. And as I just demonstrated to you, you can not only listen to the music, you can buy the music, if you would like, at itsairplanemode.com. Let's go. This one's called Stunt 102. Whoa. Time to unwrap presents.
We're gonna hold on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams to the wax for my conscience. Brian James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Put the John on them jets cause you wildin'. Put the bowl, it's a party on the island. Moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I made that tag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at. Started ballin', now I'm Chris Paul and Cats. Got him steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back. And that's all facts.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. All carry-on items should now be stowed securely, either in an overhead bin or under the seat in front of you. All aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas should now be clear. All electronic devices should now be turned off and stowed, as they may interfere with the aircraft's navigational and communication systems. Once airborne, we'll let you know when you may
All right. So we have a very, very, very special, important gift to open. All right. Hey, Dr. J, here's my contribution to the Church of the Flying Man. You have the vestments, worship tights, the offering plate, and now you have the official Bible of the Church of the Flying Man, the Book of Myron. Boom! I hope you like it, man. I appreciate all the time and effort you invest into your channel. and wanted to craft this as a thank you gift. Full disclaimer, this is a prototype, so it's not as professional as I'd like, but due to time constraints in my current life situation, I literally have no idea when I'd be able to finish a final polished product. I say all to say, don't judge it too harshly, as it's not completely representative of my typical worker standards. Working with what I have available, I made it the best prototype I could. Almost didn't send it because I was procrastinating perfectionist. Since I know you're cool with shameless promoting, also included some unique bookmarks I made from arcade, skee ball, and redemption tickets, both vintage and novelty. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any from the arcade timeout where you grew up. Anyway, if you'd like to buy more as a gift, you can pick them up at my Etsy shop, etsy.com/shop/arcade relics. I got to get back to packing and whatnot. I'm hoping this gets to you in time for your birthday. Fingers crossed. Congrats on all the success, Jay. You've certainly earned it. May you reach new heights and soar, and may the flying man and science bless you. Take care. YouTube Punk! All right. So that was wonderful. Derek, thank you so much for the post, brother. I appreciate that. And Cameron, thanks for letting me know. All right. All right, here we go, guys. Looks awesome. Very, very, very well packaged. Oh, wow. Unbelievable. Oh, that's super cool. Oh, my goodness, guys. Oh, my goodness, look at that. Look at that. Unbelievable. All right, and then there's the back. Unreal. How incredible is that? That's super cool. That's super cool. All right, let me switch over to the side cam. We'll get a look from over there too. That's the back. The front. All right. Wow. All right. All right, guys. So when you open it, all right, then we've got the leaf in there. All right, you see the first page, the elaborate leafing there. All right, here we go. Dedicated to the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club, the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment, the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology, the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself, the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his blessments blessed by Pine Creek, the most high, and there's a lot of eyes, apostle of the cult of the flying man, the outlaw prince, the one and only Jesus who can save us, Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker Bundy. Unbelievable. All right. There we've got a Sacred Death Los Santos sticker in there. Oh, hang on, guys. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no, we went and got our patch, but there's a sticker of there's a Sacred Death patch there. The Book of Myron, the King Myron edition, 2022. Unbelievable. All right, you got the Old and the New Testament. I think all the Apocrypha is in here. Unbelievable. Oh my goodness. It's actually NRSV, guys. Guys, I'm an NRSV guy. I don't know where you Tug 2 Punk caught that or how we caught that, But I actually have like probably 3 different versions. I have like about 3 different home study Bibles, and I use Bible Gateway for comparing versions. But when I actually read on my own, I use the NRSV. The reason, guys, is because the New Standard versions I think they're like modern, as scholastically accurate as I think is reasonable, but much more made for modern for reading. And also there's a lot of like more, progressive language, I'll put it that way. And I think that type of thing is important. So I'm an NRSV guy, and I'm very pleased that the level of details here. This is unbelievable. Really, really just amazing. Oh man, this looks incredible. So neat, guys. The edges are clean. The everything just measures and fits perfectly, and the sort of these the mirrored little stone plates there, they all everything just fits neatly together. I mean, this is pay-per-view entrance worthy, right? This is when you're coming down and you've got you know what I mean? When you get the one at the shop, it's not really this nice, right? The one at the shop is just it's like a shiny little layer paper with a sticker on it on like a regular folder. But this is the one you bring down to the ring with you at WrestleMania, and it's got it's just you could tell the production team has invested a lot of time into making sure that the Most High Apostle is represented. This is incredible. Oh my goodness. Wow. I guess I'll hate reading the Bible just a little bit less. Unbelievable, YouTube punk. All right, I'm going to go put this somewhere carefully for the time being until I decide where it's going to sit. I'll probably put it up on a shelf or something. I'll try to find a way to put it somewhere where it's in the frame, and then also on hand for us to use it when it's appropriate. I just can't thank you enough. I'm going to try to move on quickly to other things because you guys know I'm bipolar as fuck. I get very emotional. I do cry a lot. I'm sure I'll cry later thinking about this, but this is, wow, this is really, really incredible. One of the best gifts I've ever gotten in my life. I mean, this will sit somewhere proudly, and as far as my bookshelf is concerned, it'll be this. I showed you guys the Black's Law Dictionary that Cory Booker gave me at the end of one of my first summer with him in the law department for the city of Newark after he won his first term in mayor. He threw me a pizza party and gave me that. That was incredible. And I also shared with you guys that Neil Strauss, the world famous New York Times bestselling author and pickup artist and dating coach, gave me his personal copy of Rules of the Game, which is his book. So he gave me his personal copy of his book, signed one for my friend, and then signed the copy off his bookshelf for me. And this will be the third book of the Trinity of probably just the most meaningful physical books that I own and have. Just absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. I'm going to keep it out of the package. It's never going in the package. Also, YouTube punk, I hope you took pictures. If not, I'll take some pictures. Let's take some pictures. Let's enjoy it. YouTube punk, if you didn't, let me know. I'll take some pictures for you guys too. We'll put some pictures up on social media. But this is probably, it probably won't be in this condition very long, guys, right? Because just like my championship, it's not a toy. And so we'll have it out. We'll keep it on the shelf. We'll pull it off when we need it. And over time, things will happen to it. But man, it's an incredible showpiece, man. It's just unbelievable. All right, let's also show off some of these bookmarks. All right, that's my food. Hang on a sec. Might need my ID. Hang on.
We have a powerful cumulative case.
All right. That was great. All right, guys, my food's here. I ordered some ice cream. I need to bring in the groceries real quick. It'll only take me a few minutes. I didn't get a full trip. I just got some things I needed right away. I mostly did it to get some dog food, and then of course they told me they didn't have any dog food. So I'll figure that out. Man, that's just incredible. Like I said, I'm gonna go stick it in my room for now, just so that it's I know it's in a safe place where nothing's gonna happen to it, and then I'll figure out what to do about getting it on the set and keeping it somewhere accessible. Yeah, right. It's crazy. Yeah, and it could go like up there or somewhere, but I have to take a minute and clear some space for it. So just unbelievable. All right, guys. Yeah, if we don't go blind, is it even a bookshelf? Yeah, I know. Now it's like I got to get a bookshelf and like cover a bookshelf with like rhinestones or 8-carat diamonds or something to get it to fit right, and then like a ruby trim or some shit. It needs like a $8,000 or $800,000 bookshelf. But yeah, guys, let's listen to some more La Guardia for a minute or two while I get these groceries in. We'll probably have time to go through a couple songs, and then we'll come back. We'll do communion. We'll get into the rest of the show. YouTube Punk, thank you so much. One of the most incredible gifts ever. Ever. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, man. I really appreciate it. Yeah, you make a whole ass order for one thing, and then they're out of that thing. I just really appreciate it so much. Let's hook YouTube Punk up with. I think that's like 100 million. I don't know. Let's add a couple zeros or whatever. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, guys. All right, I'll be back in a few. Let me get these groceries for this ice cream melts, and I'll be right back. Thanks again. Thank you, YouTube Punk.
He did the whole race, bro.
This race back right on it.
Yeah, well. Too many cars, gotta stay out the way. Especially the streets when they in a rage. I remember my nigga, he caught a case. On a run on the low and he did the race. Caught a body, it ain't really shocked me. Rubbing on demon time since the bottom. All the bro in Miami, man, we sharing mamas. I wish I could've stayed in from all the drama. Rare roof, we was really there getting money. This ain't with the place where the rain or sunny. Know my niggas gon' catch me, I ever stumble. Know my team gonna pick up, I ever fumble. Niggas ain't winning, they really punt. In that location, we coming, so we loud guardian niggas, we stayed 100 if you been on my block when we kept it coming. The plane cause I carry a lot of weight. FaceTime with my baby, make sure we straight. Breakfast with able to start my day. Chop it with Henny and talk with A. So we crack, it's my dog and we get it back. Champion sound taking devil crash, and somehow I still go when I get the cash. But it ain't never been about the bag. I've been dipping in fashion, I'm about to spaz. Latest release like the sneakers app. So that done worth more if you sell it fast. Made more off the merch than I did off rap. Made more than merch than you did off rap. Yeah. Made more off the merch off rap, and I ain't even had to mention my DJ Sass. Yeah. I'm gone. Said I'm gone. I 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 said I'm gone. Yeah.
Been going and going, and shit got my main line going crazy. Going, I've been moving strong, remember they tryna play me. Said I'm wasting money doing all these songs, ain't nobody gon' play them. Now a couple months, I don't drop a tape, niggas be like we waiting. You cannot find me in Roddy, we just touching down to Miami. The way the police got these niggas on records, they all need a Grammy. It's all for the family, told my daughter how my car when I'm landing. It's all in the plan, your circle gets smaller when you start expanding. Sing, go. Where we came from, that shit made us so heartless. But what they talking, I do me regardless. I'm not pulling up there without a deposit. At all. Run my money. Pull up a gang, I'ma pull up with goblins. They put in work, but them niggas is jobless. Put in that work, they be saying it's timing. Gotta trust the process. Couple niggas expired, I feel like I'm timeless. Hey, I'm still here, you heard? Do it by my lonely, I don't need no accomplice. How you on that same block for like 5 years, and it's all you accomplish. How? Going and going. I'm going and going, I'm going and gotta get back in my. I'm getting the vibes back. You know? Feel like I'm going through withdrawal again. I need sun and palm trees, man. Hey, until then, we still going.
Airplane mode. Ready for takeoff, takeoff, takeoff.
The pain be calling, wake me up, man, I don't need alarm. I hope I get to where I'm going before time is gone. Just hope that even if I don't, they go and play my songs. Throw on my merch, roll some papers, hit the Henny strong. I'm past rap, niggas steady screaming where they cash at. Meanwhile, these bookings coming in through Zell and Cash App, and that's fast. Running in them circles while I lap cats. To the same nigga pulling zips about the backpack. Shit a rat race, get cheese still in last place. Chances I'll take, can't wait, let's the bag straight. Been on my game, I don't lag on the ass. Soon enough, the same ones that hate, same ones that's valet. Damn right, niggas wanna see your gigs on standby. Damn right, niggas crossing over like you sham guy. Swear I never gave a fuck what niggas said. Cause if you shake my hand, we 100 or I can't. You my nigga, I would never take the stand on ya. You my nigga tryna get 100 grand with ya. Yeah, if you my dog, know I love you the most. Cause the ones I call bros, we done been through the worst. Man, it's dedication. Stay patient, ain't lack faith. Ups and downs, but it's a crunch time, and that's me. Did the dash straight out the lot, playing some Max B. Niggas see me grinding, top 10 and rising. Blueprint, we wildin'. Brunch time, we vibing. Blunt lit inside it, never know who gon' poppin'. Yeah, know I love you the most. You forever show me love, know I'm keeping you close. No, I'm keeping you close. You forever show me love. No, I'm keeping you close. Some shit that I was thinking about. Just some shit that I was thinking about.
Yeah. Right?
You can get hit with the stick talk, put some money on your head like a tip jar. Young aviation, I lift off. You the man in your city, I'm big dog. Getting high, ride around in low waves. Getting money, we was only playing G's. Made a couple dial up on Cleveland. Still that same nigga from La Place and Beef. Packed through the mail, it's exotics now. Yeah, they used to have doubts, but who got it now? Went state to state and I'm selling out. Had to go hard, got a second child. I remember them days only moms was down. Damn, feel like a only child. They had locked my bro up, bill 100,000. I was still in the street trying to hold him down. Can't explain it, but now we are popping. New month, gotta take shorty shopping. New deals got me feeling grateful. Did it all for the gang, gotta thank them. They ride the wave, I stick to the mission. Hell for none but the set, fuck you other niggas. I'ma just grind till it's ceiling. Run up the money until I'm winded. Can't slip, never switch sides who I came with. Life on the line for my clique. Know I'm gon' ride for my family. These niggas gon' ride for they cause. Know I'm gon' slide if you call. Yeah, ride for my dogs. I'm gon' ride for my dogs. Yeah.
112 all black, we the family. This for all my C's, fuck a plan B. Never switched on the bro, stick to the 3 code. Give a fuck if you understand me. Bro just did 10 in the slammer. Paranoid, had to keep the tool handy. Niggas hate when you great lockdown, getting cake in the streets, looking sweet like candy. About to fly on niggas airplane mode. Neck deep in shit, it's the same mode. I done flexed on the homies for a little too long. 2022, I'm about a Range Rover. That'll hush you, niggas straight flush you. Niggas ain't gotta waste money on the drain, no. Niggas wanna talk shit, duct tape to his lip, pool table with the stick straight, ain't no. I done hit some sick niggas with the sweet, so they'll do what I say for a little fee. RP to Spencer, he was a little G. Look in my son eyes and I see a little me, so I ride like fuck it if a nigga kill me. So long as I go out like a real G. Keep the rubber gloves if shit get thick. If the floor wax down, I'ma talk my shit still when I can't slip.
Never switch sides who I came with. Life on the line for my clique. Know I'm gon' ride for my family. These niggas gon' ride for they call. Know I'm gon' slide if you call. Yeah, ride for my dogs. I'm gon' ride for my dogs. Yeah.
I done made so much money rocking with the mode you probably wouldn't know. 1,000 after 1,000 piling on the flow. Strategize the options, pocket get the growing. Pop the Henny toast, lot of different coasts. And that's just the day to day. Said that we wasn't gonna be shit, but look how we paved the way, yeah. Cops coming, I'ma take the chase. Can't stop running, gotta shake and bake. So I'm shotgunning to the 808. And I hate to say, but I'm just a sinner. Pops isn't here, but I can remember my aunt had the K with the arm that pull out. Like ornaments you would pull out in December. Or boxes of mistletoe. Y'all get the topic, I'm talking cold winter. Still the same dirty nigga, Pilgrim Village, Hazel Place. Time to take it around the globe. Politicking with my woes. I've been sticking to the codes. Also sticking to the mission. Though you niggas often lost within the vision. We ain't giving up or gone to intermission. You talk from a distance, we can't hear that shit.
I can't slip, never switch sides, so I came with. Life on the line for my clique. I'm gon' ride for my family. These niggas gon' ride for they call. So I'm gon' slide if you call. Yeah, for my dogs. I'm gon' ride for my dogs. Yeah, can't slip, never switch sides, I came with. Life on the line for my clique. I'm gon' ride for my family. These niggas gon' ride for they call. I'm gon' slide if you call. Yeah, for my dogs. I'm gon' ride for my dogs. Zach, why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No rights when they been left turns. Playing that she gotta let it burn. Saying that the house not a home. Sunshine cause you heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win. Now I'm got it, you ain't answering my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too boss. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. And the game don't love like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Call. Dick game lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call. It's time to roll. She tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
Be smoking that side. I'm trying to get high. She said that she not ready for love, so I waste my time. I got demons in my closet, I can't hide. I did all my exes wrong, they wish I died. Damn, I tried. They won't believe me when I say this. Oh my God, what a blessing. Hello Phoenix, that's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again, not again. Cause they were missing when I needed just a friend.
They were missing, yeah, they always missing. They don't want no smoke, they hit the blunt and started tripping. My daughter about to be 5, I ain't got no time to be bitching. I'm still reminiscing, we ain't had no food in the kitchen. I gotta go and stack. Oh, wait, I know I'm heading, but I'm going up. I hit the side, now your sack feel like I'm throwing up. And I just took another perk, cause one wasn't enough. Yeah. Time to roll, she tryna slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna slide, we smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride, we smoking. Stop acting shy, cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
Airplane mode. Ready for takeoff?
Perfect timing. That is the song we want to get into, but before we do that, that's our offerings. That's our communion song. Let's do communion. All right. Oh man, can y'all believe that book though? How crazy! I love it. People that just keep restarting the record. All right, that shit was crazy, y'all. Hold on. Let's close the speaker. There we go. Make sure our sound design is ready to go here. Unbelievable. Am I charging here? Yep. Looks like it. I guess I just don't have the stream pulled up. Let me pull it up. Man, that was crazy. Yeah, appreciate y'all, man. That was an unbelievable project, man. That's crazy. Also, shout out again to Derek, man. Derek, great stream today, man. Like I told people, man, y'all sleeping on Derek. And I told y'all the proof is in the pudding. I told y'all Derek was moving. I told you he was working on shit. I showed you the investigative journalism. When Derek dropped his little video, he said, I'm on my way to meet with Jonathan McGrath. I got to fill up, or whatever he said he was on his way to do. And he said he had to fill up his tank. I told y'all the audio was the same as when he sent me my little message. So I knew he was legit. And now y'all see he's getting a little space together. But I promise you, when he gets settled into his new space, it's going to be like an upgraded studio or some shit. He's going to be trying to take Myth Vision to the next level. McGrath was great today. I would like to see him interact more with Carrier. Now, let's talk about a couple of things. But before we do that, let me go ahead and hit y'all with this communion. Let's enjoy our communion. And then I'm going to give some of my reflections actually on Derek's stream because I think it's an interesting way to promote it. We started the show with it. Hopefully people that didn't catch it will go back and see it. But there was definitely some things I wanted to really actually talk about because it was a very thought-provoking broadcast. The chat was on fire. We threw a few super chats over there. I threw a couple Stupid Whore Energy, a.k.a. Trump's nuke docs, So there was a lot going on in the chat, but yeah, I didn't want to interrupt all that to start, giving my analysis and stuff. So we'll do that after we do communion. All right, so let me go ahead and make sure we're set up. I told the worship team to kind of just keep it chill today, just keep it in standby. I didn't need them going out of their way to be ready at a moment's notice all day. We appreciate their hard work. We're trying to let them have an easy day too. But y'all got it together. Y'all good? Y'all ready to go? Y'all ready to do this thing? All right, great. That's what we like to hear. The fuck did my drink go? I'm not ready to go. Apparently, that's the thing. That's apparently the bigger problem. Got my bells and whistles. All right. All right, whether you're a heathen, a believing, agnostic, or indifferent, Whether you are watching now, later, or never, whenever works for you or works for me, please get ready for the craze that is sweeping the nation. Sorry. Get ready for the craze that is sweeping all over North America. Sorry, that's not accurate either. Get ready for a movement that is taking over the internet to intergalactic domination and beyond. That would be, of course, the communion ritual here at the First Church of the Cult of the Flying Man. We don't fuck around. We don't mess around with no grape juice. Now, some of y'all are like me. I'm not going to put your names out there, but some of y'all have what we call a psychiatric mental health history. And so when you go to church and the people are trying to fellowship and break bread with you, and you're like, what you guys got on offer? And they pour this little grape juice in this tiny ass little cup. That cup just traumatizes you. It just traumatizes you. It reminds you of being in forced confinement in the psychiatric ward of a mental hospital and being force-fed these little cups with medicine in it twice a day. No, that's not how you do it. When people that are grown say they're breaking bread, what they mean is they want to gather around with their friends, catch a vibe, and get high. Y'all are like, do you want to pretend that this cracker, this corny-ass saltine, or this dry-ass flatbread is the body of a 2,000-year-old Jewish rabbi? And then, like, we'll all just, like, take a little corner of it and then eat that and celebrate it like we fucking accomplished some goddamn thing? Y'all got the communion game all fucked up. Now, get your ass a joint, a spliff, a bong, a motherfucking vape pen, an edible, a drinkable, or some other shit to take your space to another level. And grab you a grown-ass cup, like a grown-ass person, and put some grown-ass alcohol in it that your over 25 ass, and yes, I know you're over 25, I look at my YouTube analytics, put your grown-ass alcohol into your grown-ass cup. Stop fucking around on my channel. We are not children up in this bitch. Now, please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Oh, yeah. Now that's something to celebrate. Don't it feel good to you? That's how you get the spirit of doubt up in this bitch. I know what you're thinking. I heard you think it. Yeah, I got special privileges like a motherfucker up in this bitch. I heard you thinking. Oh, hold on. Uh-oh. Oh, this is a surprise birthday present from the choir. Oh, y'all brought out the horns and the strings? Yes! Yes, come in the name of Myron. Happy birthday to me. I appreciate that, choir. Thank you. Thank you for the guest special musicians. I really appreciate that. Praise be. Praise his holy altitude to all of you. Praise his holy altitude. Praise his holy altitude. Amen. The spirit of the flying man is in this bitch. Yes, I know what you're thinking. I heard you thinking. You were all like, damn, when it's my birthday, my lazy ass doesn't do a goddamn thing. In Pocket Locker on his birthday, there's a whole motherfucking show and still performs his priestly duties. Yeah. Well, that's because my religion ain't on some bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, that's because we don't fuck around in this bitch. What the fuck would we take her? Nigga, we got our foot all the way up y'all asses. And we on the gas pedal trying to shove the motherfucking other foot further up your ass till it comes out your mouth. And before you get offended, if I shove my left foot so far up your ass that it comes out of your mouth, it'll be the first fucking time something legit comes out of some of y'all mouth in a long ass motherfucking time. So some of y'all need to be thanking me for that shit. Now, why the fuck would I take a day off for some shit like that? Yeah, I ain't ready. Niggas ain't ready. Enjoy our communion song. It comes to us from itsairplanemode.com. It is called the MJ Interlude up in this bitch. Let's go. Wrong song. Oh, no, this is it. Let's go.
Start my morning every day with her. In the afternoon, I lay with her.
I feel you, Spider.
In the evening, I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug, cause she here every day for me. In the morning, hit her faithfully. At least a dub when we touch. No one falling in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. Even bring her out on dates with me. See my mama new place with me. She hold me down on the days when I ain't feeling too up.
I'ma pull up the podcast because
I go all out the way for you. Take some time out my day for you. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with you. In the afternoon I play with you. But I know I'm never tripping. The signs say I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug. She be there every day for me.
All
She
right.
my sweet Mary Jane shorty. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, she turned me into the plug. She be there dealing way with me. She be there to take the pain from me. The homie said that I'm tripping, but all they do is get drunk. Smoking on the wax, they thinking I'm off the drugs. I go all out the way for ya. In the morning I might lay with you. In the afternoon I stay, cause she know that I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. She go running every day with me. Take the kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya. She my sweet Mary Jane, and she the one I could trust. Niggas sipping lean, but me, I'm smoking the dub. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some
Thank
say
you,
I'm tripping,
Sandals.
but they ain't even in love. In the morning, I might lay with ya. In the afternoon, I play with ya. But I know I'm never tripping, cause Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't
there's
even a
Jesus
drug.
on one side and the Virgin Mary with the baby Jesus on the other.
Oh, Guardian. Yeah.
These are one of my favorite pairs of tights, and I thought they were great given the historicity of Jesus today.
Long live John Tio. my whole right hand, had to keep grinding. Had to check up on my circle, it ain't no rhombus. Still remember mom's call, told me about Johnny. Sitting back in the chair thinking she lying. Then I listen close here and she crying. Then it get dark, but it's like, cause you know for a fact God do it all in time and questioned it all. But I stopped there, John put me on to some fly shit. Louis V for the baggage, time of heart stakes, we ain't gramming. Should've showed you the plan here. Matching tux at the Grammys. Dog, your family, my family. Look out the plane, still see damage. But now look over the moon. Went down as the greatest.
All right, hang on. I'm going to pause that for a minute. All right, guys. So, y'all see I pulled up the Arcade Relics Etsy shop. That's YouTube Punk's Etsy store. He included these in my Book of Myron. They're vintage arcade ticket bookmarkers. This one's a Chuck E. Cheese. I grew up definitely around a lot of Chuck E. Cheese. Oh my goodness, this is so cool. That's so cool. That's so cool, so cool, so cool. They're like the arcade tickets. Nuba World, this one's cool. They're cool, right? They all look like the little tickets you get when you go to the arcade that you later claim for prizes and stuff, usually like that. This one's Pac-Man. It's got Namco on one side. And the barcode on the other. So guys, YouTube Punk makes these and can send them to you. This one's from a pizza shop. It's a little bit hard to see with the light there. And then this one is from Dave & Buster's. Super cool, super cool, super cool. All right, guys, so Etsy.com/Arcade Relics. You guys can help out and support YouTube Punk. Those are super awesome, super, super, super awesome. Thank you so much, YouTube Punk. Five Nights at Freddy's. Yeah. That's what it says on there. It's great stuff. Great stuff. All right. So let me give you guys a couple of thoughts on some of this historicity of Jesus stuff. First off, I really think the doctor we saw on Myth Vision's podcast today, I think he did a great job. I think he made a very reasonable case for historicism. I'm not going to really rehash that too much, but I want to speak to a couple of things I've had thoughts on for a while. One, his sort of feeling of like, hey, Richard Carrier just attacks people, may not be the most productive person to engage with. I just think there's a lot of credibility to that, and it is what it is. And I've really said this to Richard Carrier. I've asked him about this, and, his response has just been that he's not interested. Richard Carrier is a legit academic. And I think his historicity of Jesus is great, and I think it is peer-reviewed, which doesn't mean as much as people think, because it's not a peer-reviewed journal, right? It's not that he published his historicity of Jesus book in like a peer-reviewed journal where it got lots of scrutiny and all of the chapters were articles or something like that, and they were presented at conferences, and and then he put all his academic work together in a book. It's more like he wrote a book for an academic press. It is well written. He does have legit scholarly credentials, PhD from Columbia or whatever he's got. And then since he wrote that for an academic press, the peer review was it was sent to a couple of other scholars in the field who read it and reviewed it and decided whether or not, he was making a legitimate case worth publishing. And all of this is clear from the details provided by Richard Carrier. So I'm not, Richard Carrier is the source of this information, right? It's just different, right, than what a lot of other academics do. Now, the other thing is Richard Carrier doesn't have an academic job. And as far as, like I said, I've asked him about this, he's not interested in one. Doesn't want to deal with the, y'all know the best way to describe it is the blase and the glavinoids of academia. Doesn't want to have to deal with whatever, right? And he just feels like his best thing to do is to sell books and push this issue and, hope that the academic community will respond to his stuff and take it more seriously and all the stuff that you guys, I'm sure, hear Richard Carrier say about mythicism. And all of it's very reasonable and very compelling. But ultimately, I feel like, in a sense, he's trying to have his cake and eat it too. He wants to say the academics won't pay attention to this, the academics won't do this, and the academics won't take me seriously. Oh, and that's because they're all theologically and personally committed to Jesus. Well, nope. They're not. Oh, well, that's because they all work at Bible universities where they have to take a statement of faith. Nope. They don't. And then at the same time, it's like Richard Carrier really wants to sell books, write a blog, and use social media and YouTube to sell books and promote his blog and his Patreon. Now, that's a very legitimate way to be an academic. Matter of fact, I'd say it's really admirable. Because one of the things I was thinking as I was going through my academic journey is what happens if I don't want to go down the traditional faculty route? What if I don't want the traditional academic job? Well, you spend all these years and you get to be an expert at something, and then what do? And so I really admire Richard Carrier for, in some sense, modeling in this community. Who doesn't want to sell their books, though? Yeah, exactly, Nano. For modeling sort of what it can mean to be an independent academic, right? What it means to say, I got to school, I used school, I didn't let school use me. I got my PhD. I said, thank you very much. I then used my expertise to go out and make a living for myself, trading my wares as a scholar, in the public marketplace of ideas, and making a living and a name for myself. Nothing but applause for that. I'm not hating on Richard Carrier at all. No hate on Richard Carrier. I love Richard Carrier. I'm a huge fan. I was honored to read The Historicity Jesus. I have his other stuff. I've purchased it. I've read parts of it. I haven't had time to read other books in their entirety, but I read Historicity Jesus. I read sections of it multiple times and the whole thing cover to cover. I took his class. I took his class when Derek took his class. And those of you remember, Derek promoted the fact that Derek was going to take Derek Carrier's class on the Historicity of Jesus. Derek took it. I know Derek read the book because Derek took the class in Google the same time I did. So it's no shade on Carrier, but here's the distinction. Here's the distinction. If you're going to make the argument that academics will not take your argument seriously, and sort of this thing where it's like, well, the academics are suppressing the acceptance of mythicism, and then we go to you. Hey, so Richard Carrier, there's this thing that scholars do when they would like their ideas and their work to be accepted within the scholarly community. Now, I know that this thing I'm about to say might sound kind of revolutionary Or maybe the problem is it's not revolutionary enough and it sounds a bit too old school, and you're real busy writing books and selling books and making internet appearances, and you've got a very sustainable blog, and apparently the money's rolling in and you're very happy with your life that you've made for yourself, and you've just got your Richard Carrier thing worked out. But here's this thing that people who are academics truly do, generally do, when they want their ideas to be taken seriously within the academic community. Wait for it. They take academic jobs at public academic institutions where they participate in scholarly activities amongst their scholarly peers, right? And they do the scholastic work. So Richard Carrier, who I got nothing but love for, and again, I've asked him about it to his face. I've asked him about it as an email via his class when I took his class and shit. So this isn't something I'm sidestepping or wouldn't ask Richard Carrier himself. And I've been very clear about this. What I'm saying is it isn't what he wants to do. And I accept that, respect it, and like I said, I even have a certain degree of admiration for it. But you are, in a sense, asking to have your cake and eat it too. If you are going to complain about the serious scholarly academic community not taking your ideas seriously and then not go through the conventional channels of getting people to take your academic and scholarly ideas seriously, what it comes off as is you try to get your shit through. It didn't go the way you wanted. Like a lot of people, it turns out that the academic road through tenure and promotion and becoming a professor and getting your shit published and writing the articles and presenting them at journals, a lot of people decide that shit is not for them. And so it seems like Richard Carrier wanted to take his ball and go home, and then decided that the best way to have the scholarly debate about historicism was to have it with the general public. And was to have it with the general public under his terms. On his blog, in his book, in on where he debates and the videos he's on and his lectures, right? Even his class. Where the fuck does Bart Ehrman teach his class? Y'all should also know if you watch enough Bart Ehrman. Bart Ehrman teaches what? A lot of y'all know it's like Intro to New Testament Studies or whatever the fuck at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Now, part of that means if the scholarly community is flipping through Bart Ehrman's books and finds some bullshit, if they sit in on Bart Ehrman's class, or they talking to his students, or they see the shit he posts about his class online, and they sitting there looking at that motherfucker, and his shit starts to feel off, and they think he's sitting on some bullshit, there's something to do about it. They can go to the dean. They can go to the head of the department. Right? They can go to other scholars in the community and say, Bart Ehrman is saying this, and we don't agree. And Bart Ehrman is saying that, and we don't agree. They can write scholarly articles. Bart Ehrman is saying this, and the evidence just isn't there. Right? So that puts Bart Ehrman, oh, happy birthday, Vesper. That's crazy. Happy birthday, Vesper. Happy birthday, Vesper. It's also Lina's birthday. But that's the issue here, right? And in that sense, I'm disappointed that Richard Carrier doesn't see the value of the more traditional approach to getting your ideas taken seriously amongst the scholarly community. And the argument that they're all apologists and they've all signed statements of faith and they all work at Bible colleges, like you saw with the broadcast today, just isn't true. Just doesn't hold up. And even if it did, it would not mean that Richard Carrier has gone through the necessary steps to get his scholarship recognized. It's basically the same thing, like they said, that the creatards do. Oh, there's a conspiracy amongst amongst evolutionists. Oh, scientism is a religion. All of this fucking nonsense. None of it does a goddamn thing to help make their case. Even if all that was true, which it's not, right? But even if all that was true, even if there was this grand conspiracy, it wouldn't do a motherfucking thing to establish amongst the scholarly community that there was a goddamn amount of support for intelligent design creationism, right? So this is the Carrier problem. Richard Carrier wants to make the best scholastic academic case for mythicism, but he doesn't want to do it in the scholastic academic community. And I ain't trying to throw shade at the man. I'm genuinely saying it's not what he's interested in. But I am also saying there are real consequences of his personal preference to not take his career that way, and this is one of them. Because it will take the next Richard Carrier to come along who then says, I could also go the Richard Carrier route and make a lot of money selling books and be a really popular blogger and just do my own thing. But instead, I'm going to do the slightly underpaid, overworked thing. And I'm going to get in here in the ring and argue scholastically with the historicist. And I'm going to make sure I'm continuing to publish articles and, really, really push this thing as a career scholarly commitment to get it through the conventional serious channels. And I just don't think Richard Carrier is the guy. Because he doesn't want to be. He's not interested. But when people like McGrath bring it up as a criticism, it's valid. When people like Bart Ehrman say, Richard Carrier, you want to have a real scholastic interaction with me? You want to really do some Carrier versus Bart Ehrman academic shit, Richard? Go get a fucking academic job and then we'll talk. He's saying nothing to him other what most scholars say to other motherfuckers who go get PhDs, go get scholastic achievements, and then go try to make their case to the general public instead of the academic community. Which is go fuck yourself and get a real job. And again, Bart Ehrman can say all the same shit. Bart Ehrman has a blog. Bart Ehrman sells books, right? Bart Ehrman makes a lot of money off paid speaking engagements and, $100 debates and all of that type of bullshit, right? But he balances that out with what? Department responsibilities, commitment serving, going to academic conferences, getting his work published, not just books, but also peer-reviewed articles in his scholastic fields. So when he tells Richard Carrier to go fuck himself, he's kind of got a point. And with Richard Carrier can't come back with anything better than Bart Ehrman hasn't read my book, which I think is, again, a valid point. Bart Ehrman can continue to sit from his comfortable ivory tower and say, well, sorry, Richard Carrier, I'm just not convinced that the popularity of your book amongst atheist mythicists on YouTube is a compelling enough reason to read your book. And I'm sorry, the fact that some academic publisher published it because, 2 or 3 other people said that it's a scholarly idea worth publishing just isn't going to overwhelm all of this well-established historical scholarship that doesn't rely on statements of faith and doesn't rely on theological commitments or none of that shit. And he's just going, sorry, Richard Carrier, this is the case for historicity. And as far as we're concerned, the case for mythicism is not very strong because, again, it's made by people like you, not interested in an academic job. People like Robert Price they're not even seen as that legit of academics. Also, totally outside the academic realm. Who else you guys got online? David Fitzgerald, not a PhD, nowhere near an academic job. Now, look, I was real heavy into the mythicist thing. Derek is leaning historicist, but he said it on the broadcast today. He used to be heavy into the mythicism thing. But if you want to help mythicists really make this case that they have a strong academic position, then fucking mythicists have to step up and turn it into a strong academic position. And you don't get to do that by crying about it on YouTube. I say this all the time here, guys. My dream is not to become a famous YouTuber, and this is why. Real academics don't give a fuck about YouTube or your blog or your Patreon or your paid lectures or your $800 7-hour debates. Are you doing work that the people, in our case, the NIH, the NSF, the government agencies that fund research, find fundable, that academic institutions like major public universities can say is profitable and brings in real dollars for real research and leads to public peer-reviewed journals in the field that you then go around and defend at conferences, and you also fulfill your obligation to the university, which is to teach your subject, at the world-class institutions in such a way that you are part of a structure and a culture and a whole, bureaucratic and sociocultural, institutional, right, mesh, right, that holds you accountable. If y'all will see in our class, right, me and Rob are trying to stream our class this semester. We teach where? Michigan State University. What does that mean? If we start our class and we're broadcasting it and we're on some bullshit, people will be able to write to the department, Dr. Pennock and Dr. J. Bundy were saying this and that about evolution, and it does not hold up to scrutiny, and therefore you should reprimand them. And if they're right, you better believe our monkey asses will be reprimanded. But the same way, if Rebecca's in my class, and I'm going to transition right into my next point, which is from the view of a creator or a YouTuber or somebody you guys are in conversation with, there's no accountability to learn shit. This is the problem with the Otangelos, with the Rebeccas, with the Sals, with the Taylors, all of these motherfuckers. Here's the difference. Me and Rebecca could go back and forth all day long on YouTube, and everything I say to her could go into the magic funnel, which is in one ear, and out the other side of the magic funnel. Out the other ear, appearing to completely bypass the brain in between. And there's really not a goddamn thing I can do about it. Sorry, Rebecca. All right, we'll have the conversation again. All right, I'll waste another 3 hours trying to explain this to you. Oh, you still don't get it? All right, cool. All right, cool. Conversation number 3. I'll spend 5 hours trying to break it down for you. All right, you still don't get it? Cool. All right, right? There's nothing. What happens in a public university, though, is there's accountability. Hi, student. Welcome to class on day 1. Let's introduce you to the concept. On day 2, we're going to reinforce it. Here's some homework. Here's an exercise. Here's some shit. Day 3, we're going to check and make sure you know what you're talking about. All right, now day 4, here's a motherfucking quiz or a midterm. Go ahead and make sure you answer these questions correctly so we know that you know what you're talking about up in this bitch. Oh, look, I looked over your midterm here, Rebecca, and unfortunately, yeah, you didn't adequately describe natural selection. Yeah, that definition you gave about natural selection, yeah, that turns out that doesn't hold up. Yeah, remember that quote that you said from Sal when Sal said one fact can overturn a scientific theory? Yeah, it turns out that's inaccurate, so you didn't get credit for that answer either. Yeah. Remember then you said you just don't think that science, you just don't think that evolution is science? You like science, but you just don't think that the evolutionary count is scientific? Yeah, that was incorrect, so you didn't get credit for that one either. Yeah, you failed this. Sorry. Yeah, you just failed that. Now, what can happen now, right? Same accountability structure, right? Jay, I don't agree with this grade. I think you should change the grade. Oh, Rebecca, I'm really glad you sent me an email concerned about your grade. You know, I really take that seriously. So anytime a student challenges a grade, that challenge is taken very seriously by me. I take the thing, I go over it, I read it again, I grade it again. I go, nah, I'm not changing that. No, I'm not changing that. Nah, you got that wrong too. Yeah, you got that wrong too. Yeah, sorry, I'm not going to change that grade. It's even better when I do this right now, right? Because I teach with Rob, which means I have a teaching mentor, which means all the assignments that I grade and the grades that I give to them, I also send to my teaching mentor so he can review them and make sure all my grading is on the up and up. That's part of being a mentored faculty member, right? That's the beauty of the program I'm in, is that I get these mentored teaching opportunities, right? So I'm in training, right? And so I get to go, hey, Rob, can you review Rebecca's assignment for me? Because this student really seems to think I should change their grade, but I looked over the exam we sent and they just didn't give the right answers. Other people managed to mostly answer these questions correctly. So can you review this and just make sure that I graded this correctly, right? Rob will shoot back an email. Yeah, I checked it over. They were wrong as shit. Yeah, I wouldn't change that grade at all. Matter of fact, I think you graded them a bit leniently, but since they're giving you a hard time, well, we don't have to take any extra points off. Let's just stick with the grade we've got. All right, Rob, great, thanks, right? Now, Rebecca could still be pissed. Well, fuck out of here. I'm going to the head of the department. Head of the department, I don't agree with this grade. Change it right now, or Jesus is going to come strike you down. You'll burn in hell forever. And worst of all, my mother's going to call you every single day until you change my grade. Okay, cool. Head of the department's going to take it. Mr. Bundy, can you send me all the materials I need to review this situation? Yep, here's the assignment, here's the grade, here's the review, here's my mentor's review, here's what the student said, here's the email they sent me, all of it. They go through, they look through all of it. Yep, no way in hell they're changing this grade. Sorry, student, nope, we're not going to change this grade. This is the correct grade. Sorry about that. Better luck next time. Boop, should have studied. Right? Do it every day. Oh, well, fuck the head of the department. I'm going to the dean of this college. Dean goes through the same shit, gets all the material, reviews everything from everybody. Nope, student's in the wrong. Student don't know what they're talking about. This was the appropriate grade. Probably pretty lenient. Professor's known for lenient grading. Don't see a problem here. See you later. Done. Gets even better than that. I could submit, here's all the work of all of my other students who were in the same class that took the same assessment and got it right. Yep. Teachers' teaching is adequate. All other students could sufficiently answer the exam. Also, we took a detailed look at professors' reviews, has predominantly excellent reviews, except for students who are angry, far exceeds the normal review of teaching expected for excellence in this department. Done. There's accountability for a person's progress or lack thereof. None of that shit happens on YouTube. YouTube, it's magic funnel all day long. New information goes in one ear, goes out the other ear. It bypasses the cognitive processing in between, and there's nobody to call a person out on it. There's nobody to tell them that they have failed to meet the task. Right? And there's nothing to stop them from continuing to do so without consequences. So when I say to people, you need to increase your formal education of this, yes, I'm telling them they don't know what they're talking about. Yes, I'm also telling them it's not my responsibility, nor is this the setting to educate them. Yes, I'm telling them they're in over their head and they need more basic training before they jump into graduate level subjects. But I am also telling them they need to be humble enough to submit themselves to a situation where they are under the tutelage of an expert who other experts will validate and reaffirm the credentials and the expertise of, where that expert can be held accountable publicly and transparently, and then where the student can be held accountable for learning. And once again, none of that happens on YouTube. So I know you probably weren't expecting this, but in some weird way, I have the same criticism of Richard Carrier that I have of Rebecca Davis. I'm going to say it 2 more times because I can't believe I actually said it. I have a similar criticism of Richard Carrier that I do to Rebecca Davis. 1 more time. I have a similar critique of Richard Carrier that I do to Bread of Life's Rebecca Davis and Sal and the whole gang. What you're doing is simply not how academics do this. All right, let's hit a little bit more La Guardia. We'll come back. We're going to listen to Cuz's appearance. We're going to check out his podcast. We'll roll on with the broadcast. Thank you so much. Derek, again, awesome stream today. I really wanted to touch on some of those issues because I think that they're important for people who are outside of this world to sort of get a critical look on. And it's just, look, it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. If you write a fucking book that tells NASA they're building their rocket ships wrong, right? And they got the whole design all fucked up and you know the best way to build a spaceship, and they say, who are you selling this idea to? And you say the general public. And we say, what aeronautics department do you work in? And you say none. What current peer-reviewed aeronautics journals are you publishing in? And you say none. But a couple other PhDs approved my book before it was sent out to the general public. Do not be surprised if NASA ignores your ass. That's all I'm saying. What up, Bass Berserker? Appreciate you flying, man.
Yeah. Whoa.
It's not about taking it that far. I'm not saying they're comparable in terms of their level of expertise. I'm just saying one's kind of coming at it from this weird way that you can think about coming at it from an expert who wants to operate as an expert outside the academic norm, and the other's coming at it from the perspective of a layman or a non-expert or a student, right? And they also want to operate outside the academic norm. So I'm not going to take people could clip it and try to make it something more than what I was really saying if they want. But I think people who understand what I'm trying to say is I'm just saying they're both being non-academic. In the same way we have a problem with each of them because of the way they're not being academic, and it's frustrating. That's where the comparison would stop, right? Again, I'm a huge fan of both. I'm a fan of Rebecca personally, love her to death as a broadcaster, think she's a wonderful human being. Think Richard Carrier is a great guy. Think he's brilliant. I've learned a ton from him. I think he might be right. I'm not saying I don't agree with Richard Carrier. I'm not even saying, I'm not saying I think he's wrong. I'm just saying he's not helping his case. And that's because of real limits. Everybody gets 24 hours a day. And no fucking institution or academic institution or field gets to say, Richard Carrier, this is what you have to do to make your case to us. And no matter what that means for your life, that is what you're obligated to do. Richard Carrier has every right in the world to say, go fuck yourself. I'm going to feed myself however I want to. All I'm saying is if part of your complaint is you want academia to take you seriously, you just are probably going to have to recognize that there's a traditional process to make that happen. And if you avoid that process, you're going to continue to have that frustration. And you will until either you switch up and decide I'm just going to fucking do this, or you train somebody else to do it, or somebody else comes along. And if you really want to know, if you really want to know what I think is the bigger problem about this, guys, is that this is actually what stops the next guy from coming along. You got to remember, the number one thing that motivates me to be a professional academic and a research professor and to work at a research university is because just like Rich Lenski did for me, it means I will get to train the next person coming out of my lab in my field who can take my research and what I do over my career and take that to a next level, right? Somebody who comes along, who's like fun and entertaining and whatever like me, but maybe a super brilliant programmer like Cliff, right? But like has a super background in biology like Rich Lenski, and they're gonna do shit that me, Rich Lenski, and Cliff couldn't do if we were given 50 years together, right? And I wanna train that person and be here to like shepherd them along, right? And that's what you get to do as an academic. And you don't get to do it one time or two or three times. You get to do it with maybe, dozen or dozens of people over your career. And then they get their PhD under your tutelage. So Richard Carrier not wanting to take a traditional academic route has consequences beyond just Richard Carrier. It means the next mythicist that comes along and could have got his PhD under Richard Carrier, and then there could be 4 or 5 up-and-coming scholars all coming out of Richard Carrier's lab or working group who are all fleshing out the sort of pictures. Oh, there's this little area we need to fill out. There's this little case. All right, there's this little raggedy edge of mythicism over here. And they're all writing their dissertations, fleshing that out. Right? That's how academic progress is made. So there really are a lot of consequences. Some could even argue perpetually over generations when people just decide to just forego that. So that was more what I wanted to bring attention to. Is just the academic politics, to be honest with you, of it all, but why they are the way they are, and that it's not arbitrary. And just like it isn't personal when we tell Sal or Rebecca they're not being scientific, it isn't personal when somebody like McGrath or Carrier says they're just not going about this the way academics traditionally do. And I know when we hear that, we want to go, well, you're saying that because you're a historicist and you fed into the nonsense and you won't listen to Carrier and Part Ehrman won't read his book. And I'm just trying to tell y'all, I'm with y'all on all that. But the uncomfortable truth, the inconvenient truth is they do have a valid point. So let's listen to this. I need to smoke real quick. I got to take my little intermissions. Stay hydrated. Y'all hear my voice getting dry, all that type of stuff. Appreciate y'all, though.
My whole right hand had to keep grinding. Had to check up on my circle, it ain't no rhombus. Still remember mom's call, told me about Johnny.
Guys, I just also want to send a quick shout out. I know you guys think I'm joking, but I'm really serious. Even in this early stage of my career, when I'm spitting y'all, it's stuff I'm so passionate about. I mean it so much. I want to send a quick shout out to my students. I got to work with a young lady named Maya this summer. She's actually underage, our first underage trainee. She's, but I don't want to say too much. I don't put her out there like that. But she was wonderful. She came in our lab. She worked a lot with Bea, our lab manager. She just presented a poster. We're proud of what she was able to do in our lab. But just somebody who showed up, ready to work, hungry to learn about science and research, threw herself into the lab. And whatever we threw at her, she sucked up like a sponge and dealt with all the challenges of COVID and lab shutdowns and having to have two people supervise her in the lab at all times because she's underage and just all the headaches. Our lab, she was the first undergrad our labs worked with that's underage, so it was a whole bureaucratic mess for us, but she was a great sport. And then Josh, I have a rising senior who was in my class in the spring, was one of my best students. We got these emails, these like middle of the night emails right before going into the summer. Hey, we've got some funding. You needed to let us know if you've got some students that want to do research this summer. And so I reached out to Josh. We had about, literally, I think we had about 48 hours to turn around a research proposal. So thanks again to Rob. I had to write Rob's letter and my letter and come up with a proposal with Josh, and we did. And he's a superstar. He's working in a hospital. He's working in another lab. He's studying for his MCATs or whatever, getting ready for his senior year, and doing a special Avita Ed project with me, also learning how to program and do work in Avita. And let's just say all the growth and crazy stuff we have had going on this summer has required patience from my colleagues, my co-authors, my advisors, but also my very, very, very special trainees. And so at this early stage of my career, I'm very grateful to the students I get to work with. I love, love, love my students, but the ones we get to do research with in the summer that we get to know a little bit better, we get to train a little bit more intensively, we get to do special projects with them, super, super exciting. So that's why we do it, guys. That's the dream. The dream is to be radical, take over the internet, and then train the next generation of excellent evolutionary biologists who will
indoctrinate children
for generations and generations to come.
She lying. Then I listen close here and she crying. Then it get dark, but it's like, cause you know for a fact God do it all in time and questioned it all. But I stopped there, John put me on to some fly shit. Louis V for the baggage, time of heart stakes, we ain't gramming. Should've showed you the plan here. Matching tux at the Grammys. Dog, your family, my family. Look out the plane, still see damage. But now look over the modes. Going down as the greatest.
All right, Spider, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Show all the gain that you gave me. Y'all in this verse like my mom. Never bye, see you later. Rest in peace, Jonathan T.O. That's my bro, miss you daily. Goddamn,
Exclamation point mode. Bots are very nitpicky. You gotta enter their commands perfect.
Yeah. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog. My bro. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog. My dog. Yeah.
Thanks, Six Spider. Appreciate that.
Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my bro. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog.
And I'm gonna say some shit.
All right, let me pull up this.
You know, I got a TED talk. I forgave my brother's
video.
killer, and I'm saying it to say this: nigga that killed my brother. My brother died in my grandma's arms. That house that we grew up in. He shot my brother. He ran to the house. He died in Nanny Hall when she opened the door. So I'm telling you, there's some real shit, man. If I ain't let that shit go, I won't be right here today. I won't be here for my niece and my nephews. Me and Gil won't be doing this. Y'all won't know me. I won't be able to give y'all this game. But I had to leave. I had to let that shit go. When I let that shit go, nigga, I started to grow. And I started to glow. And now I'm here today, and it was harder than man.
Do we still have a? I think we might have a. We might have a poll open still. Let me see. Oh yeah. Okay, guys. Thanks for the friendly reminder. Sorry about that. All right, let's. We're over here now. Let's. Actually, we want to leave this open. This is very interesting. All right, so let's close this. Let's close some stuff. Let's close everything over here except this. That'll be fine. Actually, you know what? Close it over here for now. That's fine. Let's stay on Pocket. Let's stay on the main account. That's good. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I actually wanted to stay on Pocket Locker for that, only because that's where I have this link pulled up. Let's close other tabs. Let's go to history. All right, guys, we're so close. We got 270 subs, man. We're almost at 300. All right, y'all. Today's the big day. It's album release day. I'm so proud of my cousin. Cuz is out here doing big things. Cuz released that OG Roddy LaGuardia album today. It's airplanemode.com. Please go get it. This video is on Jersey Culture Media. Man, let me go ahead and drop the link of this, man. So y'all can show some love to these people, man. Let's go right here, boom, drop that. You said it becomes clear every day, Vesper, who the historical Jesus really was. All right, Spider, appreciate you. Vesper, who do you think? What do you think about the historical Jesus? You think there was one? I'm starting to think there was one, but as much as I'm fascinated by the concept, and I guess by that I mean how a person becomes a Christ or whatever. I actually think we just need to get rid of Jesus. I think a lot of these things we need to even. I look forward to a day where they're passé to even talk about. I look forward to a day where people look at people like they're real weird when they even say the word Jesus. I just don't think there's any compromising with religion. As a matter of fact, I'm not even sure that this community is I know this community is a great thing because we need the community and the counter-apologetics is important, but we really just need to put this thing to rest and look forward to a day where people just build community around something else. It's just god-awful. All right, y'all. Speaking of other stuff, we're going to build some community around family. OG Roddy's music is incredible. He just did this podcast, I think. Damn, I didn't see the date on it. Damn, it doesn't say when it came out. But yeah, it came out soon. He just sent it to me. All right, let's go.
Yo, it's your boy Ty Sharp from the one and only High Class Hoodlums, and you are now tuned in to another episode of Jersey Culture. What's good, man? Sal, what's up, my boy?
Yo, what's good? It's your boy Champion Stacks, and I'm still in the
Cuz on the right, look at Cuz. Told y'all, Cuz is tall, handsome. Cuz can still hoop. Cuz is over here to the right. That's OG Roddy. It's airplane mode. I call him Tahir. That's his gunman name. Roddy actually comes from he actually has, I don't know if his first name or his middle name, but his sort of like, one of his names is Farad. So when he was real young, his mom and most of the family started calling him Roddy. So that's where OG Roddy comes from. But very good basketball player, still hoops. Has a wicked, I hear he got the wicked Curry shot going. He still got the crazy jumper, be hooping on people. DJ, father, rapper, fashion mogul, designer, makes more money off the merch than the music, which is what you're supposed to do. That way people buy your music. That's one purchase, but then they get the hat, they get the bag, they get the shirt, they get all the airplane mode stuff to go with it. It's doing the DJ stuff. And then the nigga had the audacity to tell me he trying to KCA Randy, what didn't work? Oh, okay. But yeah, nigga told me he gonna be trying to go back to school eventually and get him a little degree or something. Very, very, very smart guy as well. So looking forward to this. I'm hoping he does more podcasts and we talked. You know, I'm hoping he'll come on, hang with us, get some real niggas in the building, have some fun with cuz. We play games together. We smoke a lot of weed together. We chill. We have a good time. We chop it up about life and love and family and all those things. So looking forward to this and hope we have him on the podcast soon. But glad the homies had him on. Let's go.
Working hard to make it work.
We got a special guest in the building today, man. This is a very expensive episode, man.
Very expensive episode.
You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
We had to pull some funds, call some people. I talked to 3 lawyers, you know what I'm saying?
Yes. Give it up for him. Had to call the lawyers. You know, had to pull in a couple of favors.
Got the money right. We got the God in the building. We got Roddy in the building, man. What's up, man?
Couple people owe me some shit.
Airplane mode.
I'm blessed to be here. Yo, it's funny, right?
3 years, man.
I know I gotta say this real quick, right? You know how you watch the podcast, like, and you've like been a fan of a podcast, and then you
you go.
Like, you see niggas like they have their intros, and that's what kind of what it's like to hear y'all and watch y'all do that right there. Because I done seen y'all do it so many times, like watching the pod and shit. To hear y'all and be the one.
It's crazy. It is what it is. I told y'all he's a humble guy. Tahir's one of my favorite people in the world. I miss his father. His father's a legend in our family. Brilliant guy, talented, handsome musician. That's where I got the drummer from. His father was the drummer in our family. My other uncle was kind of the keyboardist. But yeah, we lost his father tragically when he was young. I always remind him his father's death was a tragedy, but his life was anything but. And Tahir is just such a great dude, really, really humble, really fun guy. And our favorite thing about all his gifts and all his talents is just he's genuinely a great person, just a great person.
That's some cool shit, bro. That's cool.
Look,
That's cool.
Look, you see how niggas do us, man. They didn't came and watched us record the pod. They ain't do the pod, man. We 3 years in, man. It's crazy how you doing this, man.
Listen, man. It's been a beautiful thing, though, man. Love to see what's going on here,
Look, man. We talking the big business right here, man. So what's going on with you, man? How you feeling? How you living?
I'm living good, man. I can't really complain, my brother. La Guardia just dropped my latest album. That's on my website. It's airplanemode.com.
It's airplanemode.com.
I just dropped
Go cop that, you know
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Stream that on the website. Purchase directly. It's not on the streaming services yet, but that's coming soon, man. I got to get my bread up front before these bloodsuckers get to me. So
respectfully,
that's really the main thing with that. But everything is good, man. Just DJing.
Shit worth every penny too, bro. No skips on that one.
Listen, man. I appreciate it. Done specific.
You heard it here. Worth every penny. No skips. I said it the other day. When I talked to Cuz, I said, Cuz, my least favorite song on the album is I'm Fucking With You. There are no bad songs on the album. He said, Cuz, I appreciate that coming from you. I said, brother, I'm just fucking with you is really what I expect. The catalog is deep. I don't expect there to be any bad records on the album. So just is what it is. Worth every penny, folks. It's airplanemode.com. Lobbying for Bandcamp. Yeah, get on Bandcamp and get it. Go straight to the artist. No bullshit charges for y'all. Just go straight to that Bandcamp. Go to Bandcamp, type in OG Roddy. It'll come right up. LyleGuardia. LYLEGUARD. Nigga, LyleGuardia, nigga. Where the fuck is this shit? Nah, let me pull it up for you. East Coast niggas just know how to spell it because we all know Guardia. We be around LaGuardia Airport like that. But for other people, it's kind of new. It's a fantastic name, though. He always thanked me for pronouncing it right. LyleGuardia. There you go. You can buy it from the website directly. or the digital download, or you can go to Bandcamp. Go to Bandcamp. I ain't gonna do the whole thing. I already bought it earlier. I bought it earlier today on the stream, so I don't want to take them through the whole thing. But you go to Bandcamp real quick, put in OG Roddy. There it is. You go to the artist, go to the album. There it is. 8 tracks, 24 minutes. Solid.
You have champion sounds. But everything is good, man. Just blessed, just trying to keep shit moving forward. Got a couple videos about to drop. Just dropped some hats. I'm actually on Saturday. They did really well, and we got.
And y'all see the vibe. Everything is airplane mode. So you already know when you pick up the merch. Look, I'm telling you, the nigga merch is crazy, right? Everything's airplane mode. It's the pink for the ladies or the guys like me. A lot of times it's for the ladies or the people who really like pink. But people know me. I'm a black and pink guy. I got on the pink robe right now. Love me some pink. My favorite color, actually. So I was super excited about the trucker hat. Also, one of my favorite styles of hat is the trucker hat. So the airplane mode trucker hat, crazy. Simple T, man. He's done a lot of crazy merch and shit over the years, but always gone to shit that's really dope graphics. Ready for takeoff, digital download, the layover. He always does his own work. Look at this. This vintage airplane mode, right? These are the vintage shirts, man. You can never get a hold on these. Anytime he restocks these vintage airplane mode tees, they're gone. Right away, gone. Y'all see it, get the bag. You can keep all your weed shit in your bag, ready for takeoff. Y'all already know. The merch is crazy, I'm telling you. He had to send me my shit. I literally kept telling him, cuz I can't buy it, cuz I can't buy it. He told me my shit's in the mail. It's just coming with a little shipping. But yeah, I get in line. I tell him, cuz, when you get a chance, you got to send me the cuz special because I literally can't buy it. It's always sold out. The only reason I didn't buy that hat right then is because he told me he's sending me some shit. So I want to let y'all try to get some of that shit.
About to drop it for the summer over, but just working, man. Just trying to keep it going forward, bro. Keep it going up.
Forward.
Every day. Got to tap in with you.
Only one direction.
One thing, though. This dude right here, he worked. He definitely always working. He's one dude that stays hitting me up like, yo, is a studio open? Is something open? Like he always just trying to find time to work. He come through. He working on something, making something, working on something he did prior. You know what I'm saying? Making it better, polishing it up. We always chopping up ideas about stuff. And another thing too, like the merch. Like you said, he just dropped the hats. Like he always working on that too. Like he always got something out. You know what I'm saying? You check the website. There's always something available because a lot of these rappers, you know what I'm saying? I feel like they don't take advantage of that.
Exactly.
There's a lot more lanes than just the music. And
yeah, y'all hear that, YouTubers? Y'all hear that? Yo, Doug, you hear that, man? Doug, you could redeem this L, bro. I'm trying to tell you, Doug, it was an L the day the fans came through with the Flying Man t-shirt. You owe that fan, Doug. You got to make that right, bro. You got it. Nah, they chilling. They doing business right now. They might smoke. We gonna smoke. We gonna keep it right. But man, sometimes that's what it's like. I'm telling y'all actually helping my health because, man, I be forgetting my smoke breaks with y'all niggas, man. It's just so much going on the fucking stream. We just chilling everything, and you be into what you doing and the chat and the thing. And sometimes I'll be sitting there, I be like, yo, damn, I just did communion, and I don't even think I hit all my shit like I wanted to. But it's all love because you're just busy and you in the moment. But yeah, for sure, it's crazy. Like, I really feel like Doug needs to contact that fan, say, hey man, I'm sorry I didn't get to it at the time. Let me get that t-shirt. Put that in the Pine Creek merch store. Take the graphic that's on that t-shirt, put it on a couple of hats. Put it on some sweatpants, some pajama pants and shit. It's even a lot of services. I hate to put your streamers out there like that, but it's even a lot of services where all you got to do is give them a logo, and then the people could come up with the stuff and they could decide what merch items to put it on, man. So all we had to do was get a little merch, but y'all will see. We're gonna be doing the merch, man. We wanted to get some logos and some stuff. So once we take care of some of that, y'all gonna see the merch coming out. Because we want y'all to be able to support and get something in return. We appreciate the super chat, we appreciate the donations and the tips, but ultimately we want y'all to be able to like, yo, let me drop $20 on the call to the Flying Man, get me another t-shirt. Oh shit, they came out with a new hat. Let me send $30 to the church, get this new hat. That's how we think. Value. You got to give your people value.
Real businessman to recognize that.
Yeah, because the music doesn't really pay. I mean, not that it doesn't pay, but, you know, when we're doing it in this small scale of a Jersey artist or wherever artist you are, and you're not on that, you know, you ain't
Good
getting
shit, Randy.
100,000
Let us know you in the
on your
mode.
pictures or 50K likes, and, you know, you ain't got a bunch of followers.
Just put in that
You
mode.
can still make a lot of money with 1,000. I mean, I only got maybe like 1,000, 1,500 followers, but we making $1,000, $1,500 too. I'm just saying. Like,
IRS listening,
you know, just to give it a perspective though, like, you know, like people think because you don't have a lot of followers, or even if you got a couple hundred followers, I mean, if them couple hundred followers is real followers, they might support it. And if you only really need, 10, 20, 30, I mean, how many you need, you know, to make shit feel successful to you and your scale is for me. Like, I don't really need to have, you know, go out and when I drop something, I don't need to sell 100 items to feel like I was successful in releasing this piece of work. So
got you.
You know what I mean? I don't really feel the pressure of that. You know, thankfully we working and you got other things that we can do to take care of, you know, and that's not the only source of income pretty much, but
keep shit limited too. Also, create urgency.
Yeah, and that's another thing too. You know, doing different things too. Is always doing.
Yeah, that's why his merch sells out like that, because he knows he's gonna put it in limited runs. He's not trying to maximize it. He could always, you know, try to keep it up, but what he does is he puts a limited run. He makes a number of orders. People like the fact that he sends it. Usually, he does it old school, right? He gets it himself. He decides how much he wants. He sends it out, and when they sold out, then they just sold out until he does another run. And then he drops an announcement, hey, I'm going to do this, or I got this coming out, I got some of these coming, I got some of these coming. You know, it's how many people get. People don't really know. He sells them out, boom, they sold out. There's a lot of these are power tips that he's giving people that just keep it fresh. And again, he's like me. He just does it just because. We just out here trying to figure out how to grow community, figure out what works. Figure out, you know, it's more about taking on the challenge to find a way to have a normal, real life, but still be out here and do your thing and still pursue your passions, and then come up with just different ways to incentivize the people that are supporting you to just keep it going forward.
Something different. Don't keep doing the same shit. You know, I ain't always trying to drop a T-shirt or drop a hat. I'm trying to switch it up. So that's really what it is, though, Stacks. You know, like he said, just trying to figure out different ways to make bread, because I know that, like, you know, when I first started out, it wasn't really that much money in going out to perform or doing shows in Newark and in that underground scene. And then, you know, once I started doing the merch,
any money at all.
I mean, I probably spent more money to get there coming from where I was coming from. So to do the merch was really like my way to get my money back, in the sense, because I ain't really had no other way to make no bread at the time.
Like
and then it
this.
kind of started to pick up after that. But
for sure, that's definitely it's inspiring too, because to just see a lot of local artists, they really don't do that.
Yeah, man.
They got all these fans, they got all these followers, they got all these supporters on Instagram.
Niggas more lit than me.
All they dropping is music.
More lit than me, more followers than me. You know what I'm saying? No slight. I'm just, you know, but they're not even looking to take advantage of it or even put anything out to see what could be had from a release.
Plus, like, as a fan of hip hop and like other artists and everything.
Yo, Flying Man, yo, Bruce Wayne, let me know when that art piece done, bro. We get that art piece done, that might be our first T-shirt right there. We might put YouTube Punk's graphic on a T-shirt. That's the OG Flying Man graphic. You could have your choice right there. A little Heartbreak Kid T-shirt with the original graphic. Matter of fact, let's get that, and that'll be our first 3. We'll start up a little store. We'll do YouTube Punk's graphic, right? That'll be like a Flying Man OG T-shirt. Then we'll do Bruce Wayne's original sketch, right? Because that'll be like a sketch, and it's black and white. So we'll do the sketch, the black and white. Then he said he's going to paint it, and then that'll be color, I think. So when we do that, that'll be the 3rd. That'll be to launch the store. We'll launch with 3 designs. See what's up and see what's up. Matter of fact, I might even talk to Cuz, see if we could eventually work out an exclusive to where maybe we'll come up with another item, just something off, like a purple hat or something, right? Because kind of my color's like purple and black. So maybe we'll do like a purple black hat or something with airplane mode, do it like a little collabo. and then we'll sell it. Maybe he'll sell it and split the difference or whatever like that, because he's been talking to me about little ways to collab and mix stuff up. We're family and very, very, very good friends. Something everybody in my family knows. Me and my cousins, we really, really do love each other. We all get together. We have a good time. They know my cousins get together. The old folks leave us alone. They leave us alone. They already know we about to get high as shit, play some games. It's basically always going to be a party, and it ain't the type of vibe that the holy rollers want to be in the room for. So when the cousins get together, the holy rollers got to get the fuck up out of there, and it's time to get it.
Like to have tangible items is real dope.
Facts, man.
To have something in my hand, be like, yo, this is from so and so. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's dope. Like, maybe not always just a T-shirt. Like, some artists drop random items. Like, I got a 2 Chainz milk crate in my house. You know what I'm saying?
Armband, the John Cena sweatbands,
records
the
in it. That shit is
sweatbands.
dope, and I like it. You know what I'm saying?
On some John Cena shit.
And things like that. Like, you could really come up with any type of idea to make some money. Like, it don't always got to be music that you dropping.
Yeah, and it's the connection. Like I don't have people, like, a lot of my stuff, I really...
What up, James?
I mean, obviously, we do shipping, and we got people that's not in New Jersey, not in the tri-state to come and pick it up. But, like, when they do come and pick it up, like, to me, like, that's even better than the money or anything. Like, some of these people don't ask me yo, can you sign this for me? I'm like, what? Sign? You want me to sign this for you? Hell yeah. Like,
of course.
I mean,
of course.
I ain't gonna lie, when I dropped it, I wasn't expecting nobody to do that or ask me that. So, like, just having that interaction and being able to meet a lot of the people that I do sell the merch to is, like, that's top tier, bro. That's what keep a lot of the stuff going for me. Like, I'm real customer service. I've been, working for them people a long time in that field, aside from doing the music and everything.
Also, y'all, my mom's a customer service specialist. So my mom's a corporate executive. And her whole thing, like, she just got my mom, shout out to my mom. My mom building a new house. My mom just got a promotion. Me and my mom finally just convinced my grandfather to retire from his church so he'll expose the whole family to COVID. Man, my mom is out here. My mom is out here. She ain't taking over the internet. She's taking over the family, y'all. I told her, man, talked to my mom earlier. I said, the Wanda era is about to begin where my mother's house, not my grandmother's house, but my mother's house, is going to be the spot where the family gets together for all the holidays, where we trying to squeeze 3-4 generations into the same house, have us a motherfucking feast. That's right, go Jay's mom. And y'all, shout out to my grandparents too, because the one thing we say about these religious fucktards, and I can include my grandparents in the religious fucktard category. They about as fucktard for Jesus as fucktard for Jesus can be, with all the love and admiration in the world, right? But when I try to get through them, and the family starts to talk to them, their ears perk up and they listen. And when my mother really sits them down and really shoots straight with them and let them know what needs to be and what has to happen, they change their ways and they reform. We've seen them over the course of my life. The technology, right? A lot of y'all got boomer grandparents and shit. My grandmother sent me a fucked up ass text, email, message today. She always gifting me or sending me some dumb praise the Lord shit on Facebook. But we proud, right? Because I don't want a grandmother who doesn't know how to use technology. So it's like, when the internet and the messengers and the, Googles and all of that, they always let us teach them so that they stayed up with the technology. Even when when COVID first happened, I told you I was frustrated when they went back to services, but they didn't do that till everything opened back up and everybody was doing it pretty much. So it wasn't like they did it on some wild shit on their own. We just wanted to say we don't give a fuck what the law or what the policy says. We trying to get y'all monkey asses out here off the streets. But they went to remote services, and a lot of their congregation isn't really as tech savvy as they are because they're super old, even older than my grandparents. So they did like phone-in services and shit. I have gay cousins and shit that they really struggle with when we were younger, that they've come a long way on that issue. Every black family wants to be upwardly mobile, but for my family, like me and my mother, that meant moving out the hood, moving to the Poconos, going to an all-white private school, my mother becoming a corporate executive. You know, we really live in that world like Tahir does when he's doing his government job. And it's like, you know, that's different for them, you know, to get used to us having a lot of white friends and, you know, me pretty much only having white girlfriends and all of that type of stuff. So, you know, they've just grown as people, right? And this is just the latest example of you don't know even the most unreasonable people in your life can in fact be reasonable. And you just don't know when is when. So you just gonna have to keep trying, I guess, is the moral of the story.
Everything else. So that kind of like, I just took a lot of those traits from my 9-to-5 shit and put it into the music and put it into the merch and my own business. And which, you know.
Yeah, bro, we had a few people in our family hit them triple digits, Cameron. Very lucky. You know, I got some good genes, like whole lot of bipolar, I guess, in me. But for the most part, you know, just happy to be blessed and healthy. Ain't none of us gonna be healthy all the time. I'm not healthy all the time, and I sure as fuck won't be healthy forever. But yeah, we had some people reach them triple digits. I don't really know how all that works either. But yeah.
Turned out
appreciate all y'all, man. Just appreciate y'all being here. I'm vibing. I'm taking my time with this one. We do a lot of these counter-apologetics ass shit, and we sit here and we chop up hours and hours and hours of this fucking shit about the Bible and theology and philosophy. Fuck that. It's my birthday. It's Cuz's album release day. We gonna fucking chill and enjoy this motherfucking podcast.
Yeah, all right so far. So just try to keep that going, man. Just being more personable, customer service, bro. Stand on them.
No, most definitely. So even speaking on that, so the people who don't know, what's the...
Also, shout out to the boy, man. I really enjoyed, this is part of his crew. This is one of his homies that's been doing this. He told me that he started this a long time ago on his own. He does music shit too, and he was really getting his own fans and music and building up his own thing and built up his studio around doing music, and then realized he could kind of convert over his studio to start doing podcasts. And so he, you know, the same way OG Roddy struck out on the merch and the DJing and building community and stuff that way, he struck out kind of in podcasting, you know, and they all stay real tight, do a lot of events and crew shit together. It's, like I said, they always about 7 to 12 deep when you really look at all the people they link up with that's somehow doing something, whether it's their video people, the people that make their beats, the people that do their photography, the people that do their graphics or the promotion, right? And they all trying to come together and support each other. So happy to see the crew still out here doing shit.
Origin of Roddy.
Link up with the gang, right? That's part of the song. You link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the play. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the play. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
Man, what's the origin of the music? Because you've been doing this for some time. This ain't nothing new to you. You feel what I'm saying?
No, it's not. So, you know, 2012. Well, actually, probably before that, I'm a part of a collective.
AR, that's what's up. I'm gonna check it. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, I'm trying to link up with Jen and Truth. That's a big thing. That's a huge birthday present. Let's get it. Let's go.
Which is now called Dead Rebel Society, which consists of. It's a little confusing, so I'm trying to make sure I say it all and I get everybody right.
Got you.
It consists of a couple artists and videographers, photographers, designers, singers, rappers, businessmen. It didn't start out like that. It just started out as a group of friends, rapping, doing what they do. Really started out as New Jersey Rebels, Crash Battle, Josh Banks, that's his name now, and I believe my homie now goes by the Fourth. That's what he go by now.
Shout out to the gods.
Yeah, gang. That's the squad. Like without them, I wouldn't even be doing. You might know me, but you wouldn't know me for this. You know what I'm saying? Might have been something else. Excuse me. So It started out with them. I was entourage, you know, cooling, you know, in the cut. You know, when I first, you know, started out with them, I was rapping. I had already started. I was rapping in my neighborhood, but just like, you know, if you called me to come through, like, you want to make a track, like, whatever, like, let's try to figure this shit out. But once I linked with my crew, pretty much, that was it. It started to kick off after that. 2012, we was in we was probably in like Rawway, Woodbridge areas, doing our little underground circuits, trying to get some shows. Then we.
Yo, the old school shit was so dope. The old school shit, yo, the shit was just dope. Like, everybody was dope, but everybody was raw. Like, I saw that old shit, yo, they was just in their hood. It's the most hood shit because it was just people, and I don't mean hood like in a bad way. I mean hood like it's just the raw, like the love, like the feeling you really get when you in the hood and you know hood people, and it's nothing like hood. Like, it's nothing like it in the world because everybody is just chill. Everybody just wants to be together. Everything's the simple things. Everything is like, yo, we got some weed, we got some drink, everybody got something to eat, we got some quarter juices or whatever the fuck, and we just chilling. And then everything is creative because you're just out of there. It's like, we want to make a video, what to do? Nigga, let's get in the studio, nigga. Yeah, somebody hook up the computer, nigga, plug in the microphone. Everybody lay down their shit. All right, you got the cameras? All right, cool. Look, what we gonna do? Nigga, let's just go outside the projects and, nigga, show these niggas what time it is. Yeah, exactly, nigga. Let's just go outside the project, show these niggas what time it is. All right, right? It's just, it's the best shit. I love it.
We started moving out to Elizabeth and Newark and just kind of going more north. And, yeah, I don't know. Me and my nigga Henny, that's like my right-hand man and shit. You know, we was part of the entourage, and yeah, we like, yo, fuck, we might as well start rapping. At first, I wanted to be a videographer. I ain't gonna hold you. That was like I'm in here. I don't want to rap. Like I rap, but
yeah, I'm just the drummer, guys.
Initially, my passion. I mean, I'm a big music nigga, but
just the drummer, and then sometimes the sound guy.
Long story short, we're trying to sim it up until how we get to where I'm at today. Like, you know, they New Jersey Rebels was, you know, creating a scene from Rawway to, like I said, Elizabeth, and then we hit Newark. And, you know, throughout the course of times, names change, whatever the case, niggas get older, and we became Dead Rebel Society. You know, me and Henny started rapping. Yep. That's where I really became OG Roddy, I would say, as OG Henny.
Exactly.
I was a part of a duo. Without that,
exactly.
That's like the real origin. Like, I was Dead Rebel Society, and I was all these things.
Go get the cake.
But without OG Henny, I wouldn't be anything. Like, that's real shit. Like, that's what started everything. That's when we first started dropping music videos and rapping, dropping projects, some of which is online, you know what I'm saying, on them streaming services.
Go stream that, you heard?
Absolutely.
The Essentials playlist.
And, yeah, me and my nigga Henny, we done dropped, you know, classics, in my humble opinion. Classic mixtapes.
That's my opinion too. We got the stamp on that.
Classic mixtapes. And maybe, I mean, even if they may not have, I could guarantee you, it's as a DJ, there's music on there. That's the best of them.
It just bumps.
No cap.
No cap.
Talk your shit. Nah, fuck all that.
Facts. This is just real shit.
This is what it is.
Just as good as the best of them.
Reality is reality. It is what it is.
A lot of people shit in Jersey, but more specifically, just talk about all my homies. We don't put out none ass. I mean, you might not like it, but it's somebody like it. And I guarantee you it done went through a lot of niggas' ears before anybody ever heard it. So we stand on a lot. On our music shit, we stand on that because that's like...
That's your shit.
That's the bread and butter. That's the easiest shit for us to do, we felt, is the music. Everything else kind of came along afterwards.
Now, I can honestly say, like, when I first met the Rebels, probably like...
That's the Essentials playlist on Spotify.
Yeah, probably 2010, maybe. 2010. Yeah, 2010, yeah, facts.
When I first had met them, it was different. I can't say it was something like... Not them, but the sound that they was making wasn't something I was used to or even, per se, liked at that time. But as soon as I heard them and seen what they was doing.
That's the live, Apple Music version.
Seen the work ethic in the studio. More like Crash. Because I don't even think he was rapping at this time.
Yeah, no, I wasn't.
More like Crash. Seeing Crash in the studio performing, like,
our first mixtape. That's when we first met y'all. Like,
that shit really inspired me, and it made me become a fan, and it opened my ears to more different type of rap. Because at that time, I was just on some street shit. I didn't want to hear nothing else.
Yeah, man.
And the Rebels had really turned me into liking more different stuff and open my ears to that shit.
Yeah,
because
just creative.
even though it was different, that shit was quality.
Yeah.
And it was real good. And it was like, damn, this might not be something I'm used to, but I really like this shit.
Word.
Again, it was something you couldn't deny.
Always real street shit, but a lot of fun, never taking themselves too seriously, and then with a lot of without all the gang banging and shit that, especially around that time, that was just considered the East Coast sound. Like everybody just associated East Coast hip hop with, you know, knocking beats, crazy flow and punchlines, and then everything was real gangster, which is what we all loved, right? But then they brought out the element that really felt more like what I associate with Brick City music, which is just being in that environment, but talking about the passion and the fun of it, and more of like doing it for the culture. And so it's different. And then the way they had the whole crew, but everybody had their thing. It was just real different, especially because they was young as fuck. It was fucking kids.
You couldn't deny that it was like the shit was good.
Word.
And that's what really like attracted me to y'all. And that shit was inspiring for real. Cause
I appreciate that, man. I really do. You know,
at that time, y'all was breaking barriers.
I told them too, because we come from a family of musicians, primarily church musicians, but everybody in our family can like sing real well or play an instrument or both. Like I said, my uncle was a professional organist. His father was a really good drummer. You know, a lot of singers in the family and everything like that. So it was a little bit for him like weird knowing that legacy, especially like my uncle and me. And I told him like, Ty, you hold your own with anybody's musicianship in this family, man. It's fucking crazy. Really good.
Because there wasn't many people doing that.
Facts, man. I mean, I was inspired by that shit. Like, that's what inspired me and Henny to even become a duo. Like, seeing our homies like lit, like.
And y'all really had a grip on the city.
Yeah, like I ain't gonna hold you. Like seeing like New Jersey Rebels, like I ain't gonna lie, that shit kind of funny.
It's
like just
crazy.
to think about
Yeah,
where
it's
I'm at now
wild.
today of my life. But like, damn, man, what a time! Like that shit is like. I mean, listen, man, if you could consider, I mean, we ain't had the bread and we ain't had, you know what I'm saying? We wasn't getting paid a lot, but
still to this day,
I'm saying, notoriety and like, you know, moving throughout the city, like niggas like, yo, having respect for the craft, like at a time where
Instagram wasn't even around. Nothing.
Yeah, this is like
This is crazy this year. They must say Instagram came out with 2010, 2011.
This is when Instagram still had the blue shit on the top. Like
It wasn't a way to market music at all.
You couldn't put a video. You couldn't put a link in your
Instagram
bio.
was definitely not the place to
Yeah,
market.
you still typing a link in the caption and the comments and shit. Like this is like no
Facebook.
story. This is this might be before Facebook. But
still to this day,
this is after Facebook. But this is
still to this day. I could say the Rebels have had the big that I've seen personally have had the biggest cult following, and that was before social media. And now there's artists that have social media. Like I'm talking like local artists that I see with my own eyes. Like right now, even with Instagram and stuff, artists still don't have the grasp on the city like the Rebels had. And if the Rebels would have had that advantage of social media then,
yeah, man, 'cause we was wilding back then. I mean, we was
it would have been crazy.
wow,
I would have had
wild
100,000 people reposting this stuff.
We was having a time, man. I was, you know, young.
That was great to see.
You know,
Wow,
it was great to see.
niggas ain't have no kids. Like, you know what I'm saying? Niggas have very little responsibilities, very little care.
No commitments.
You know, a lot of weed, a lot of alcohol to drink, and
Too many girls.
Whatever else was popular, we might have been around then too. It was a good time, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. And then I don't know I can't really say what happened in terms of the New Jersey Rebels, but there was a shift, and the shift happened with me and Henny. We started to kind of go on like a Currency-esque tear, would I say? I mean, that's how I would describe it. That's my favorite rapper. So
I get that vibe.
I would say it was like where we just, you know, every month we're like, yo, Henny, we dropping a tape every month, bro. Every month we putting something out. So we just started going hard with the music. Wasn't really dropping the visuals, which is something that we could always work on. But the music back then, we was dropping it heavy, and that shit took off. Started doing a lot of shows.
But they were just trying to do mixtapes, so I mean, that's the shit that still kind of knocks. Y'all see, they would just come up with like one dope graphic or thing for the mixtape, and then, you know, just put the music on it. Like, and honestly, it was the way to go because it wasn't really like it is now, where people are expecting everything to be visual, or they're just looking at one-off things, like, you know, which I actually like now because I think it prepared them to be traditional artists, where it's not about a video for every fucking thing or a photo shoot for every fucking thing. It's just like, this is a mixtape. Here it is, right here. This is what it's called. This is the fucking cover. Let's rock, you know? And now his music is still like that, like La Guardia, right? It's just that great fucking amazing graphic, very clean, super classy, and then every track knocks, no skips.
Started going to South by, started going out to LA, we was in the city, SOBs. I mean, we done did a lot of stuff.
groundwork right there.
Yeah, we done did a lot of groundwork, man. I met Nardward, I've been in LA doing...
I think Vesper might be behind, but that's what's up. Okay. You think Jesus was headquartered out of Alexandria, Egypt, or John was headquartered out of Alexandria? And then you got a Jesus, is that a Jesus that's further, like a lot further ranging than we traditionally think? I'm not thinking of the map right now, but doesn't that put him way outside the biblical narrative? Boulder Dash. Peter W's not having it. Let me know what's up. Let me east of Boulder Dash. East of Boulder. Is Boulder Dash real? Is that a thing I should look up? Or to me, don't that mean BS, right? I don't know. I'm too stoned. Y'all messing with me. Don't mess with me. Yeah, east of Boulder Dash, exactly. Well, and that's the other thing, like with the whole Nazareth shit, right? Like, I always thought of Jesus' name could have been Smith of Nowhere, right? Because he just had some regular ass name from nowhere. Like, I don't know. I'm not into it. East of Boulder Dash, we'll go with that.
Nick bringing out other Jersey artists, like, that's one thing I'll say. Like, no matter what we was always doing, bro, like, we always
just south of Atlantis
putting on for the homies. Like, if I go out somewhere, if I go to, like, I'm in Austin, if my nigga, he know how to DJ, you know how to DJ? Come on, bro. Like, you my DJ for the time over here. Then. Just because, what the fuck else we doing? This what it's about. Like, real shit about putting it on for me, but putting it passing it forward, to the next man and letting him get his rock and let him get his vibe going too. Because, I mean, shit, it's big enough for all of us, bro. Like, that's how we always been about it. So, that's kind of the origin of Roddy. Like, to go back what you said, like, they started out NJ Rebels, Dead Rebel Society, and then OG Henny. We kind of started out going crazy, and then me and Henny, we kind of slowed down. Life, you know what I'm saying? Life, children, yeah. And then I had a lot of music at the time, so like I was always in the studio, always recording. I mean, I might go to the studio when I leave here, and yeah. So I had all this music. I'm like, damn, what the fuck I'm gonna do with it? Like, shit, fuck, I'm gonna put this shit out my damn self. I ain't really know what the fuck. I'm like, kind of nervous type shit. Like, you know, very similar to, you know what I'm saying? Maybe in this situation you might be familiar with.
Definitely, most definitely. I know you're talking about.
Very nervous. Like, damn, how the fuck am I going? Fuck it, man. Let me put this shit out, man. And that shit worked. Like the first joint I dropped, if I could come off the top of my head, I wanna get it right. I think it was You Will Not. It was either You Will Not or it was Dip and Slide. So apologies if I'm incorrect on the niggas who really fuck with me. And then
the fans ain't fucking like, nah, nigga, that wasn't even the first joint, bro.
Yeah, right. I might be lying.
Now, Vesper, that part makes a lot of sense to me, the idea of trying to make a more progressive Judaism. I've always understood Christianity at the end of the day to be an attempt at a more progressive Judaism. But you know what? I just decided, y'all, I'm a progressive atheist because I think the most progressive form. I'm a progressive Christian because I think the most progressive form of Judaism is the most progressive form of Christianity, which just so happens to be atheism. And Vesper said he thinks John was based out of Alexandria. Got you. Thanks for the clarification. James said I'm more charitable. No, I don't know if it's more charitable. I think more deluded, right? Like I think I just bought into the Jesus and the Christianity I wanted to see as a believer, and now that I'm out of it, I haven't revisited those issues probably as critically. But for the most part, yeah. Because when I think about it, I'm like, I do think I have a pretty shitty opinion of Christianity. But I was mostly teasing because I really just think the most progressive form of Christianity is atheism.
It might not be the first joint, but one of those joints, like when I dropped those two songs, and it might have been Hennessy. I mean, I dropped like solo joints before on our projects, and that people rocked with. But like my first actual solo song, and that shit, the reception to that was great. And I just kept it going as far as solo, as an artist, just dropping shit. And I dropped my first project, Ready for Takeoff.
James, I think maybe the way to say it is, I think Christianity tries to sell itself as a progressive form of Judaism. But then again, I don't know if that's the right thing either, but I don't know, something in there. Because I always say it's like a university. There's always three different universities at the same time. There's who the university tells you they are, who the university actually is, and who the university wants to be. So university might tell you it's fucking STEM first, state, college, that's a launching point for, excellence in, whatever, right? Like, and then it turns out the reality is it's like considered a, what we call a comprehensive university, which is primary and undergraduate institution with little to no funding to actualize any of those ambitions, that actually, mostly churns out, people who just do undergraduate degrees in the liberal arts. And they have about 10 students a year who might go to med school or something like that. But who they want to be is a university that's able to attract a more diverse talent pool and a different, set of federal funding sources. And so they're trying to slowly but surely target a more competitive student, a wider demographic, and a different type of faculty member to, take care of their long-term strategic initiatives. And so as a student or, researcher or faculty member, you're always caught in that dance, right? And all of that's reflected in your contract, right? You're like, oh, this is the blase and the glavinoids that you guys said on your website. And this is your excuse here for the blase and the glavinoids that I've actually heard from all the motherfuckers who complain about the bullshit around here, right? Oh, and then this shit here of what you expect from me to be the most top-notch, over-the-top motherfucker is a reflection of your ambition rather than a realistic reflection of what I can expect from your student body and or the level to which you funded me to achieve said ambitions, right? So that's kind of what I'm getting at. And I think anytime you're dealing with religion or any kind of organization, it's the same deal.
Available now on the streaming services. Go
get that. Go get that.
On my website, you can purchase it. You know what I'm saying? That's where I really would rather you go do, but
fuck the streaming services. Go straight to the site.
Manager that works himself out of a job.
Anything I'm talking about, anything I mention, it's all on itsairplanemode.com.
Facts, y'all. Chat's on fire real quick. Yo, Christianity is the manager that has worked themselves out of a job. God, right? I misspoke. Y'all know what I mean. God religion, faith, all of it, right? That is just fire, y'all.
But yeah, so like I started dropping some music and I started to see like, oh, shit got a little traction. So I just kept it going. And then along the lines of me doing the music, I'm like, damn, like this is cool, but it ain't really making me no money. And not that I was really in it for the money. I just genuinely loved music. Like I was always a nigga, you know what I'm saying? You buy a new whip in high school. I'm the nigga, you come through, you pick me up. Boom, here go your 4-5 CDs for the whip, bro. Just back in burning CDs, you know what I'm saying? Back in old school days, nigga. You put them shits in the big ass tower and shit. And you come through,
I don't even know about that type of
on it, yo.
That's an era.
I'm dating myself, really, but yeah, niggas that come through and shit, and you know, I was always that nigga that you know, you need the new Lil Wayne or new Drake, you know what I'm saying? When shit first coming out, I got it for you. So I was always into this shit. So I started DJing. I got to give a big shout out to my sensei, Gonzalo Silva, DJ Rec, Brick Bandits affiliate. I mean,
shout out to the Brick Bandits.
While I'm also on here too, rest in peace, Tim Dollar.
Most definitely, legend.
Big legend, inspiration for me and all my brothers that, you know, happen to know him. And man, that's a funny dude, man. So
shout out Scott Boo, Brick Bandits.
Yeah, I can't go no further without saying rest in peace, DJ Tim Dollar. But yeah, my sensei, Gonzalo Silva, he came through to the studio one day in Rahway where we recorded out of. This is like real shit. We were in the basement. You know, right? Like imagine, you know, the rapper, it's like, I want to say young, but imagine, you know, Lil Durk or some shit, he in the studio and then the nigga pull up. Boom, all right, I'm gonna teach you these DJ lessons, nigga. Come on, let's learn. Learn how to do this shit. Like, fuck it, come on, let's get it. So me and Henny, we both get in there.
Exactly.
And we start learning this shit. And you know, from there, you know, shit's really just been up, and that shit was like a life-changing, you know, experience when I learned how to DJ. Real shit. When I actually learned how to do it, shit changed my life, though.
Shit was up after that?
Up, man. That was like, damn, that was a moment. Because ever since then, I mean, I've been getting paid. So, I mean, like, you know, whether it's a couple bucks here, a couple bucks there, whatever it may be, you know, I was doing all this time before that. Wasn't really getting paid for the show. It was a lot of sacrifice, you know, South bys and going to LA. And
I feel, I know. I've been there, bro.
Yeah,
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Like, you know, that run of just like, you know, opportunity over.
Yep. Opportunity
profit.
over everything.
Opportunity
Yep,
over
there
profit,
it is.
you know, exposure.
The name of the game.
Whatever you think.
Just trying to learn the game.
Trying to learn and meet somebody new, and you know, all of that stuff kind of led me to like this point here where I'm at now, and I'm starting to like reap the benefits of
what you putting
those
out,
things that I did prior to. So it's kind of crazy to even start back and tell you like, damn, yeah, we was New Jersey Rebels, and like I was the entourage. Yes, it's crazy.
Came a long way, bro.
Yeah, man, it's a blessing.
So I mean, along that way, you know, you was hit with another blessing. You know, since you had a child.
Yeah.
So
man.
I mean, how is it being a rapper dad? You know what I'm saying?
Man,
is it look cool like it's on Instagram?
Nah, that's just the gram. I mean, listen, man, the gram.
I'm saying everybody rapper dads on Instagram be looking like this shit's the best life ever. I'm just asking.
I mean, listen, no, it's fun. I mean, that's the best thing that I do. I mean, with my kids, like I got 2 kids. I got a 10-year-old and a 2-year-old. Shout out to Eva and Axel. Shout out to my mom Deuce as well. You know, my boopy, really appreciate all the love that she has for me and all the stuff that she do, holding them down while I'm out, you know, doing whatever I got to do, you know, to hold us down. So it's cool, but you know, it's strenuous. You know, it's not always like how it is on the gram and how the captions are beat. It ain't always like how the reels look. It ain't always like that. But,
got you.
You know, I mean, when I first started, I mean, my son is only 2, so like for the most part, I had 1 kid up until this, you know, last couple years, but it was different, man. I mean, when I first started rapping, I actually was the same year that I had my daughter, so it was like, you know, you just, you one of them, you know, I'm about to get this money, man.
That sounds pretty reasonable, Vesper. It's interesting.
But I never, you know, got lost in the sauce of like, you know.
I think that's pretty in line with what we heard today on Myth Vision's podcast. Shout out to Derek from Myth Vision. I don't know if there's anybody in my community that isn't subscribed to Derek from Myth Vision, but go ahead and subscribe to him. Turn on notifications. Check out the video he did earlier, and if you didn't get a chance to send a super chat, send him a super thanks.
Falling off and not having a job and, you know, not having a source of income, like, you know, and I always, I mean, whoever watching, preach, make sure you have a
steady source of income. You know, this music and this art is, you know, what we do and what you want it to be and how you want it to, you know, you want to live to do this every day, but it don't mean you're no good if you can't go out with the guys or your girls on a Friday, Saturday night because you trying to be a rapper. You know, it's eventually you need to have some fun in your life too, and you can't have no fun if you ain't got no money, y'all. So, you know,
you need a story to tell in the rap song.
Listen, you can have a lot of trials and tribulations, but listen, man, eventually, even niggas getting tired of raw wave, dog. I'm just saying, like, eventually niggas like, damn, man, can we get some positivity out of a brother? So I'm just saying, you know, make sure, you know, that you gotta have. I never got lost in
steady balance. Cameron, it would be very interesting. I mean, it's not. Again, I'm just saying that don't seem too far off from what, you know, you kind of understood. I mean, that was kind of always my thinking on it growing up. Was that they were affiliated, or anywhere from at least he baptized them to cousins or something like that. You hear sometimes people talk about, but protege, something like that seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I never got lost in that because I had kids, so I had a kid, so that, you know, kept me on track. And it was definitely tough, you know, having to make sacrifices and, you know, missing a lot of moments. That's why, you know, I never give up. I'll never stop. I'm gonna be 65 DJing, my nigga. Like, I'll never, because that'll feel like, you know, I done gave all that time, I done sacrificed it for my kids, it would still be for nothing. And I mean, maybe one day my mind will change, you know what I'm saying? But
got you.
Yeah, exactly.
Today, like, there's no way that I could stop, or that wasn't like I guess a motivation and inspiration for me too, but more so like once you really got, you know, deep in that hole, it's like, or, you know, I'm 2, 3, 4, now I'm like 10 years in as an entertainer, or like a, you know, I don't know, whatever you would call a businessman at this point, entrepreneur, at this point, but like, you look back, it's like, damn, how the fuck I'm gonna stop? Like, my kids be like, well, damn, daddy, you done spent all them nights at Champion Sounds, and now you're just home every day. I don't know. I mean, that's, for me, that's just like, it's a tough thing to how do I say, to grasp, like, you know, to like, damn, bro, you done spent all that time away from your kids, and then you just gave up. I mean, the next one could have been the hit. That next one could have been the banger. You could have been out of here with the next joint, but you gave up. You ever see that image where they like,
yeah, and then you almost got it with the dollar,
and then the nigga just walk away and shit. That's like how I always replay that in my head, because it's like, yo, this shit is quality. Like, everything that we do, like, you know, the merch, I mean, you know, like the music, you know, everything we do is quality. The shows, the DJ, you know what I'm saying? You know, shout out to anybody who's booked your boy. Like,
shout out to y'all. Hey, go book my mans, you heard?
Book your boy. Like, we do all occasions.
And he gets booked by grown people. Like, he don't be getting booked for like he does get booked for his friends and house parties and stuff like that. But he gets booked for a lot of weddings and bar mitzvahs and, you know, the old folks and retirements, and, you know, the and he plays a lot of classics and throwback music, and, you know, really deep in his DJing, man.
It's too, like, we done did everything, man. All kinds of weddings, you know, sweet 16s, like.
We've had the airplane mode at a few family events.
Yeah, I mean, you know, listen, Stacks family having a function, I'm there. Like, I might be there just to be there, or I'm there DJing. One of the two, but I'm there.
I was at one of the events.
Yeah, we trying to get that merch. Yeah, James, we're gonna have to get some. We ain't had no designs. We got a couple of designs, man. I was gonna originally work up some graphics, man, but now it's like I feel like we got enough with the fan designs. And like I said, also I want to do some collabos with airplane mode. You know, I really like the fact that we adapted the airplane mode vibe and aesthetic. So, and you know, Cuz really appreciates it. So I think we'll probably do more, because it's a good aesthetic to go with the Flying Man. You know, the Cult of the Flying Man, airplane mode. So we'll do some of our own stuff, and then we'll try to link up, like I said, on some collabs. That way we could have some tricked out airplane mode stuff of our own.
DJ, you heard?
Absolutely, man. And, you know, it's always a good time. So, like, that's kind of been, you know, being a dad, it's been a little more rough these days than how it was in the past, because I was wasn't as booked and busy. I was just going out and, not really getting paid. So it was kind of like, a little more harder. It was a harder then because I wasn't getting any.
What is she doing? It depends. I really want to watch this podcast, but it's not live, so I could come back to it. But then again, Rebecca be streaming all night, so I don't know. Let me go check real quick. Let me see what I think of what she about to do. I did see earlier was this her thing with Nidimus. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to do it. I don't know how long I want to do it. What time? It's 9:00. Yeah, she about to start. All right, yeah. We'll come back to the podcast, I guess. We'll check this out. Because I do want to see their conversation and kind of get in on it live. What is today? What day of the week is it? Is it Friday? It's Friday. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. I think I'm cool. Oh, Tux might come through. So maybe Tux will join us at some point. But James Apperson is in the house. So James, if you want to jump in with me, yeah, we could watch it from here, and then chat. We can mute it or whatever, and then maybe see what happens if she opens it up. But yeah, we could do that for a while and then finish this up later on. Man, this podcast is great though. I'm really happy about this. It's a great interview. Really great interview. Great job. Let's see. Why don't I see anybody in here? All right, there we go. What up, James?
Hey.
Hang on, let me switch the Nope. Yeah, all right, and then I need the put the other thing up. Sorry I didn't do your intro, y'all, but James Apperson is here. What's up, James?
Oh, I'm doing good. How are you today?
I'm good. Wasn't really planning to take calls, but it's all good. Let's hang on, let's fix this. Awful. All right.
That sounded like the beginning of Funk Soul, brother.
Yeah, it would be like
Echo.
like a good creative studio effect.
Yeah. Right about now.
If I
Funk Soul,
in fact,
brother.
meant to do that. And it's kind of one thing I hate about Restream is that it's really bad. Like for such a functional service with all the shit that they do, like they've got some weird things that are almost unexplainable to me. And one of them is people like come in unmuted and then there's always like a weird echoey thing that happens when people join. It's just like they just need to do the sound design better. And I'm not sure. Sometimes I think maybe the other ones are the same way. It's like they compare themselves to the wrong programs. It's no good comparing yourself to your competition if your competition's dog shit at something.
Right. I mean, that's why I don't compare us atheists to Christians.
Exactly.
Just saying.
I had this thing. I was supposed to have a conversation yesterday with Tangela, and one of the things he said to me was like, seems you prefer monologues to dialogues. And I was like, yep. Says a lot about the other side of those dialogues, right? Like,
right.
Let's see. All right, we've got you up here now. Yeah, there we go. All right. And then we'll go back over here. All right, I guess she's about to start, so she'll probably be...
Welcome.
There we go.
Thank you. And I actually just recently updated my channel's vanity URL, so I'm Nidamos_the animated atheist. So there you go.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Thanks, Manny. So we both read this book. That's what prompted this stream, right? God and the Big Bang. Or is it God of the Big Bang?
God of the Big Bang. I'll put the picture up on the screen here.
Yes.
So, yeah, we were both in the chat on Capturing Christianity, and they had the author of this book on, and Nidamos said he was going to read it, so I said I'll read it, and then we agreed to have a talk about it. So, but we're going to talk about more than just that book, I think. So,
yeah.
We can launch in whatever you want to discuss first.
Right. So the first thing is what I find fascinating, right, between your channel, Capturing Christianity, and a book like this, right, is how you guys land on like the age of the universe and the age of the earth, right? And on the one hand, when you guys put forth like the Kalam cosmological argument, and maybe you don't do it this way, but like the force of the Kalam and what is it, like the fine-tuning argument are precluded on the sciences that validate a universe with a beginning, right? And the sciences that are trying to establish that the universe has a beginning are all seemingly evidentially pointing to an old universe, right? So at minimum, if you're going to appeal to those arguments, you seem to be granting that at minimum the universe is old. And then maybe you could try to swiggle, slip your way out of saying something like, well, the universe, yeah, that's incomprehensibly old, fine. But
sorry about that.
The earth is special because God made it special, right? And he did so early on.
All right, Nidim is going in. Let's go.
So that's one of the things that I wanted to address with you, because if you agree with the what does William Lane Craig call it? He calls it like
the Kalam
preponderance of
Oh shit! What was that?
With a beginning, right? Or the very the cumulative case that the universe is fine-tuned.
We have a powerful cumulative case.
I love this question. Thank you for asking such a great question.
We have a powerful cumulative case.
So,
what up, Lina?
Let me just say, first of all, for anybody who doesn't know or understand my position, because I feel like it needs to be said, I am a young earth creationist, but I don't care what Christians believe about this. There are great Christians who believe in, the Big Bang. There's great Christians who believe in evolution. There's great Christians who believe in all kinds of things. So I don't care about this issue with regard to Christians. And so I am not proposing that everyone needs to be a young earth creationist. Like, that is not my belief at all. So I find all the beliefs valid. I have reasons for believing what I believe. But, I'm perfectly accepting of other beliefs. So, but I will say this, I don't think that I have to accept the Big Bang to accept the universe having a beginning. And the reason is because we have limited energy in the stars, right? And so we know eventually the stars are going to run out of energy. Now, if we work that backwards, we know that they can't always have been burning.
Lina,
right?
we appreciate you sleeping in the stream.
Then they would have already been burned
the
out,
extra view
right?
time.
There would be no, if the universe didn't have a beginning,
young earth cringe.
The heat would have been used
because
up a
the
long
truth
time
doesn't
ago.
matter.
So I don't
exactly.
have to accept the Big Bang in order to believe the universe had a beginning. And I do believe it had a beginning. Now, Go ahead.
So, okay, let me get this straight. So you just don't accept Big Bang cosmology then?
Okay, well, what are you asking in contrast? Like what?
We're all
what
in.
do you...
We're all in the two. We're all
Yeah,
in the
so, like,
two chats at the same time.
You don't. Okay, so you're trying to basically apply like the second, like a very lay understanding of like the second law of thermodynamics to point toward the universe having a beginning, but that beginning doesn't necessarily have to be the Big Bang. That's
Right.
what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay. Now I understand you a lot better.
Cool. Yeah. So for me, the cosmological argument, if I cared to make it, which I don't, because I actually don't get much into this apologetics world, even though people like to call me a Christian apologist. I really don't care about the Kalam cosmological argument or any of the other arguments, really. So, but like, I'm glad other people do, because some people need those arguments and some people want those arguments. I don't mean to be dismissive of anyone else's work. I think William Lane Craig is wonderful and he's done a lot of great work. So I can accept the Kalam as a valid argument without accepting all of the things that go along with
People
the Big
use in
Bang.
support of the argument, right? Like, so what you're saying is when Christians use those kinds of scientific studies and data as evidence in favor of their argument, that's not necessarily what you would do.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
Got it. That makes a lot more sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Which I think is fair.
So that I do find that really interesting and maybe even maybe a little frustrating for me, because as someone that was pretty into apologetics as like part of like my ministry, right? I really wanted to help people have that help them not feel stupid for believing in Christianity, right?
Right.
And so when like their community of people in the collegiate fields of study on like the universe or like biology, whatever, is all saying like, hey, like the universe is incomprehensibly old, or the earth seems to appear to have a fantastically long age. All of that, like, breathing down their necks. And, in old Earth, in old Earth and old creation could still have a beginning, right? In fact, that's great evidence for a beginning, right? And so I would run these kinds of apologetics and reasons for belief using the modern scientific data to try and, bolster their faith and their commitments to the Bible.
And I think that's beautiful. And a lot of people are doing that, including the lady who wrote this book. And so, but, I know you guys who watch this channel are skeptical people, right? So I want to give you some reasons to be skeptical about the Big Bang.
Why?
Okay. And so
there's no good reason to be skeptical.
I don't know
about
how
the Big
many
Bang.
people really understand this, because
That's
I
what
think
they don't
most
understand.
people, if they're in this field, they are pressured
When
to
it
accept
suits
the Big
them,
Bang.
unbounded skepticism is
Okay, but
a virtue.
Even so, I think many of them are accepting it without truly thinking about what it comes with. And this is not
without what?
something
About
I'm making
without
up,
being
okay? There are
cosmologists
scientists
or whatever the
talking
fuck?
about this, and not young Earth creationists. There's an astrophysicist named Michael Disney. You can look up his thing. There's another there's a letter that was written and signed. It's like I think if you look under like cosmological statement, something like that, you will find a letter that was written and signed by a bunch of scientists who say, look, it is like not fair that the Big Bang is like people are being pressured to believe in it when it has so many, we're supposed to believe in all these hypothetical entities, right? So let me just break it down. What is wrong with the Big Bang?
I know.
It is built on pillars that all of them must stand for it to work. And many of them are involving hypothetical entities that we have absolutely no evidence for. Okay. So what do we have evidence for with the Big Bang? Pillar number 1 is expansion. We actually have evidence for expansion, right? We see the cosmic background radiation. We have the redshift. Okay. Those are pillars of, that's the pillar of the Big Bang that is most like observable, like that. I mean, that we have the most evidence for. Okay. But the Big Bang absolutely falls flat. Okay. You can't have it if the next pillar doesn't work. Okay. And that's the inflationary theory. Okay. So if inflationary theory, and this is, something that was proposed, I don't remember how many years ago, I'm probably going to botch it, but 50 years ago or something. But basically it is based on, it solves 2 problems that were absolutely fatal to the Big Bang. It solves the flatness problem and the horizon problem. Okay. So inflationary theory must be true for the Big Bang to be true. And we have reason to believe that inflationary theory is not true. Roger Penrose, great scientist, wrote against it, said, no, it doesn't work. Here's why. And then, okay. So, I don't have the scientific expertise to go into the details on that, but this is not young earth creationists saying this. This is not Christians saying this. These are scientists criticizing this pillar of this theory. Okay. Then in order for the Big Bang to work, you have to have dark matter. And dark matter is something absolutely made up. There is no observational evidence for it. What they will say is, but the math works. But it is completely circular reasoning, because what they did is they realized that if there wasn't some other factor, at play, the Big Bang was not going to work. So
since it worked, then they
dark
used
matter.
the math.
They made the math.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Sure. And so we have no observational evidence for dark matter.
Works.
So we're supposed to suddenly believe that the majority of the matter in the universe is absolutely
really annoying,
unobservable. Guys. I'm sorry, guys. If you believe that, why are you complaining that I believe in God? That's absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous. Don't be gullible.
Isn't that kind of fun? Okay, so one of the things that's really interesting about this,
you're going to clip her saying that later, right?
Is
I don't have anybody that gets timestamps of these things for me.
I rarely, even when atheists are,
I'll go back through later and get it for you.
Will you really?
Indicting God,
James, you're the best.
Things, the Old Testament,
if you find anything else in that video, let me know, man. I appreciate
talking
it.
through morality. Yeah. I rarely see you this fired up. There's something about this that's very important to you.
It annoys me. It annoys me that people are gullible to believe all this stuff just because a scientist said it. Okay. When there is no scientific reason to believe it. Okay. That annoys me. Okay. 2 more things, and then we'll, actually, there's one more that I can describe. One I can't even describe because I don't even understand it. There has to be these seeds. I don't even know what that is. Okay. But, and so I don't know how that works. Then has to be dark energy. If you don't have dark energy, they made up dark energy. Why? Because they realized that for the acceleration to suddenly take place in the Big Bang after a period of time, they needed something to do that. Otherwise, their theory wasn't working. So they made up dark energy. No observable evidence for dark energy. They will tell you, but the math works. That's because they figured out what they would need for the math, and then they applied those
they did math
characteristics to dark energy.
And they're so guilty of using the data from the other field to do the math.
We have no evidence of this. There is no reason to believe that. So there's good reasons to believe that the Big Bang has failed. Okay. Another thing is that it did not follow the predictions when they made the Hubble telescope. They did not expect to find galaxies that far out that were so bright And
270 subs, y'all. We're getting to that 300.
Totally
we about
blow
to be
out
at 300 in a
they
minute.
should look like according to the Big Bang model. Okay.
So okay. Well, all right, let's pause there. So when we do use like the James Webb telescope or the Hubble telescope to observe the travel of light, incredible, mind-boggling distances. Okay, when we as humans are doing that,
happy birthday,
we are
Lina.
making like a fair amount of assumptions about.
Thanks,
the data.
Cameron.
So,
thank you,
with
thank
the
you, thank you,
assumption
sir.
of like light and its generally observed speed throughout the universe, right? We don't seem to be able to alter this like fundamental constant, as it were, right? Like it can like bend and get frustrated by gravitation or whatever, but right on the whole, like right, it seems to be traveling at a consistent rate. Now, given that, right, and you make that concession, like these telescopes are finding these astronomically far objects, right, illuminating our night sky. If they are as far away as people are saying they are, then it takes an incredible amount of time.
Sorry, I didn't mean to delete, remove your message
distance,
there, Cameron. That was an accident.
Right? A time t that is
what
much
up,
larger than 10,000.
Yes.
So do you agree with me then that
Absolutely.
the universe is incomprehensibly old?
Well, no. I'm agreeing with you that light it takes a long time to try. I mean, like to get
I almost got her,
the
guys.
starlight, to get the starlight right to us, it seems like the distant starlight problem is a problem. Okay. But without inflation, okay, the Big Bang has the same problem because there's not enough time for.
Well, I'm not even saying that we
saying,
try and re-accept the Big Bang, right? I'm not even. That's not even on the table. I'm just bringing up one data point and that.
All right, Nano, enjoy your meal. Enjoy your meal.
To reality. And then
Melody,
what do we do
Melody
now
Joy,
that
thank
if
you
we
so
agree
much.
that that's true, then what do we do for the claim that the universe is
Melody's
incomprehensible, incomprehensibly old?
Definitely.
And I don't know. So I don't come as a person who has all the answers to how the universe got here, when it got here, and everything like that. I'm not coming to you as in that position.
It's just also convenient.
But
this is what she needs to deny
out.
evolution too, right?
When Roger Penrose
Yeah.
started attacking the inflationary model, do you know now what has been proposed as an alternative to that?
No.
Speed of light being
So guys,
different.
I like this view because
Now,
when I go to full screen on something like this,
I've heard that
it
one
still
before
looks
from
nice.
Young Earth Creationists.
And then when I'm not watching it at full screen, you can see their chat, our chat, our guest or side screen, and both my cameras.
And he just like zooms it
So
up.
I don't know. It just kind of works.
Now,
I just made it though.
I'm fine with that proposal.
I like it. Let me know what you think.
I don't know if the speed of light has always been constant, but if we can apply that possibility
I made it just for YouTube.
to the Big Bang, why can't we apply it to my story?
Creationism, yeah.
Thanks, Melody.
So
yeah, that's fun. I love how
animated I got.
Passionate you are about that particular issue. I did not expect that. But hey, I think we have made the best 20 minutes of YouTube tonight. Okay.
Cool.
If anyone in the chat disagrees with that, there's something wrong with you.
And Jerome asked me to link the articles, and I will surely do that as soon as this stream is over.
Comment in
What's
your put them in a pinned comment at the top of your comment on your own video and put them in a pinned comment so people don't have to wade through all the other stuff in the description, which is already really long. So that way when people come to the video, they can choose.
Lina, drop the big 4.
Pinned comment.
Perfect. Okay, so do we want to move on from that topic?
Because your story is delusional.
Okay. You had some other things that you were on your mind. Like, I wanted to ask you, do you think the creation narrative in Genesis is in conflict with scientific discoveries?
As a general question, right? Like, so one of the things that, like, I remember, let me tackle this. I'll pretend I'm like William Lane Craig or something, right? So like, or even like the author of this book, right? Where it's like, no, they're not in conflict. The Genesis narrative isn't trying to answer the questions of how the universe came to be, just who did it, right? And it's not a chronological story, an account of, how things happen. It's nuanced, right? This is poetry. You have to address the genre of the literature, right? So if you take that tactic of interpreting Genesis, right, you will immediately be able to say, of course there's no conflict because it's this thing, right? I've defined the text in such a way that it can't have conflicts with some other aspect of the world, right? Yeah, it's mytho-history. I like, and that really bothered me in some regards to go all the way up to chapter 11 for Genesis being mytho-history, because obviously that makes a whole mess of the origins of
Poor
man,
Frank the
right?
Christian.
And that's where
guys, I'm gonna run to the little
I
boys'
think
room.
Genesis
I'll be right back.
2 does face a near insurmountable problem with
listen to my studio monitors.
the idea of a historical Adam and Eve, and that drove me more towards like deconstructing my faith than anything else, because obviously,
poor Frank,
and we've talked on stream before about like interpreting Romans 5 and original sin, because it seems to me that the atonement is predicated on original sin being a thing, because if there's no actual original sin, there's no need for an atonement, and therefore Christianity is false, right? If we don't need an atonement because no one actually sinned, then there's no reason to be a Christian, right?
Right.
Yeah. And so that's where I think the Christian is burdened.
I'm gonna take Sam out real quick.
The competing with modern genetics and modern anthropology to believe in a historical Adam.
Well, there's so many ways I could go with this right now, but let me just say that I affirm people's right to make it mytho-history if they want.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's the best interpretation of Genesis. And I also don't think that interpreting the narrative as a historical narrative with the creation days is in conflict with, well, at least as far as we can talk about humanity.
Oh, I'll give you Genesis 1.
Okay.
It's the human part. It's
right. And I don't think that's in conflict with science. I don't think that's
I guess maybe I'm not giving you day 6.
Okay. Right.
What verses 26 and 27, and then God made man in his own image, creating them in his likeness.
Right.
In the image of God, he made them, male and female. He created them. I had to memorize that one for a class, so I better know it. It helped us defend the Trinity.
I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
I think that was a mistake with the let us. That's I don't
Lina,
think
that's
that's
perfect.
referring to the Trinity. But anyway, that's
neat.
kind of a topic for another day.
Yeah.
But
sure is.
So okay, is the thing that's in conflict specifically evolution?
I wouldn't say evolution.
Also, super critical
per se
snake.
is like
Thank you,
man's
thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm just
Okay,
letting Sam
human
out real
origins.
quick. I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
human
Thank you so
origins.
much
We'll
for
go
the
with that.
donation.
Okay, so
Thank
if
you so
I don't
much.
even have
had
to
to evolve
accept-
over millions of years. Okay, so we're just talking about humans evolving. If they had to evolve over millions of years.
Nope. I'm not opening an evolution can of worms. I'm opening a anthropological can of worms.
Okay.
And modern,
okay.
and just the idea of minimum genetic viability of like a species, right? What do you need for like how many organisms in a sexually reproducing population do you need for that population to keep growing, right? On average or whatever. That's where it's more hitting the road for me. I don't even have to care how much we changed from a monkey or not.
All right. I'm glad you brought this up because let's just talk about that. You know, if we track population growth, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're only in the low thousands, right? Like less than 10,000 years until the population is 0. So actually the population growth fits incredibly well with young Earth creation. And, you know, if you look and see what, you know, evolution, I don't even know what to call them because people get offended when you say evolutionists, but, you know, people who accept
evolutionary
models
biologists
and who make, you know, predictions about it and
There you
talk about it and
go.
that kind of stuff.
That's the one.
If you look at what they say, the population growth rate was for like all this, you know, the hundreds of thousands of years and then back, you know, like it's like 0.00000009 or something like that. It's so many zeros. It's like if how can a population sustain itself? There's no their proposal for the population growth rate is ridiculous. And then when you consider that, like, even if you killed off 99% of hominids with disease, war, we should still have way bigger population than we have right now.
Doesn't that, like, I guess that makes a lot of assumptions, right? Like about, I think that makes a lot of assumptions about humanity in general, and it's overlooking like the technological developments that came along with who we are, right? And I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with that because I think a lot of our population growth rate is skewed by the modern advancements we've made in technology, right? Our infant mortality rate is now incredibly different than it was, right, several thousand years ago. And the other thing I want to say here is that we have evidence of populations existing outside of, you know, ancient Palestine when the flood was supposed to have occurred, right? So it seems to me that that's evidence enough that you have to have some kind of other anthropological reason to deny that.
All right, guys, I was trying to get this figured out. I just figured out what I'm doing is I'm going to put the Bread of Life stream on my
then
phone.
you probably have a
and
problem.
put in my
but
headphones
I'm a
when
younger
I take Sam
creationist,
out
but
so
it doesn't mean I
so I
accept
keep listening to the stream.
what some younger creationists say that
you guys
the
can
Earth
hear
is
James.
6,000 years
James, you
old.
still there, right?
Sure. So the 10,000
so
accounts
feel
for
free
it?
to let the people know what you think.
I think
if you
so.
want. I'll,
but I mean, I'm not.
I won't be able to
I
pause
will
it, but I'll
fully
turn you
admit
up a little
I'm
bit so
not
they can
an
hear you over
expert
it.
on this. But
Sounds good.
you know, as we go farther back in time, it really is harder to date when groups were in certain places. But I wanted to say something real quick about your response about the population growth. I was not extrapolating the population growth as it is right now and taking it all the way back to the past. I'm talking about what we know about human civilization from 2,000 years ago, from 3,000 years ago, like the way that what we know about the population growth at that time. Do you see what I'm saying? So like, you have to have some population.
But you're also assuming like that these early hominids didn't have insane tribal wars, or that there weren't other diseases that just wiped them out. Like,
or natural
we're making a
events.
lot of assumptions on the stability that could have happened to produce a population like that.
Floods,
But
famines,
Nidamos,
earthquakes.
I give you 99%
Droughts.
dying from war and disease. Okay. The population growth rate that they suggest is much lower than 1%. It's 0.00000 blah blah.
All right, well, I
Okay.
need a paper for that one.
look
Send me
that-
something to read.
Okay.
Because we're just gonna disagree on this one. I haven't done the same kinds of reading you have, but to me, from the things that I've looked into, let's say, I think that there's good reason to at least believe that humanoid creatures of varying kinds have been all over the earth for a real long ass time, and that's just how it is.
Well, are you thinking of like are you talking about because of the fossils or because of like artifacts like cave paintings and
Yeah, stuff like that.
Things like that.
Artifact evidence and fossils.
Well, I think it would be interesting just to look back at how far back our artifacts go, because I
Yeah,
think you'll find
sure.
it's significantly less. But I mean, I guess they're going to say, okay, we picked up this arrowhead from, 100,000 years ago or something. So, I mean, I don't know. So, but yeah, there's a lot to sort out.
Right. Yeah. That one's a roughie. But you could find a way, and I know Christians who do this, right? You can find a way to, like William Lane Craig, you can find a way to interpret Adam into mytho-history and still believe that Christianity is true. I just had a real
Well,
hard time
now
trying to do
see,
it.
I feel like you're backtracking because I think that's what you said was
Oh
like,
yeah.
you-
No, I'm
you
no,
don't
I'm just
think
trying to
that's a
tell
good
the
idea.
audience that
that they can,
Yeah.
but not.
Yeah, yeah,
But
you could-
but you
not for
would.
me, no.
You're not going to do that because you
No.
feel like there must be a specific Adam and Eve created, not a long trail
Damn
of
straight.
hominids.
no, yeah, no,
Exactly, and that's how I
yeah.
feel too.
Or
Yeah.
a minimum viable genetic population that got corrupted by sin. That still doesn't work. It bastardizes the New Testament too much.
Okay, so then were you unconvinced by Michael you asked me about Michael Jones's presentation at
Oh, I
the
actually didn't get to
debate.
listen to his presentation.
Okay.
But I just was asking you what your senses were on it.
Yeah. I thought he made a good argument for it. Not
For a
enough to
biblically-
convince me. Yeah.
Aw, they almost got you.
No.
Did they need more worship music in it? What do we need to do here?
No. When I say he made a good argument, I mean like I thought it was like reasonable. Like one could reasonably come to that, but I still feel like just and I mean, I know people are going to object to me saying this, but a plain reading of Genesis 1 and 2 does not bring me to his interpretation. So
now wait a minute. Now, and okay, so yeah, this is what I think prompted this stream, right? This is where, on the one hand, I want to ask you kind of straight, like, if Genesis 1 and 2, or even just Genesis 1, if Genesis 1 seemed to clearly indicate that the universe was old, would you believe the universe is old?
sure.
So what's more important to you, that Genesis 1 and 2 seems to indicate that the universe is old, or that rational intellectual humans come to a conclusion that the universe is old?
Yeah. So what I'm interested is in knowing what's true. Okay. So I'm weighing what
Oh, we got
our
Dr.
science-
Josh here.
Oh my
Nice.
gosh! I've been wondering what happened to Dr. Josh. I haven't seen Dr. Josh in so long.
I hope you're recovering from the vid, man.
Oh.
Anyway, or Megan, I don't know who's watching, either one. But now I am like swooning.
Cool. So, like, what's important to me is what's true, and I take like scientific observations are important, and also the Bible is important. So, with regard to the age of the universe, actually, I think the universe being old could fit very easily into Genesis 1, because you could say, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void, you know, and it could be sitting that way for a long time before God says, let there be light. So I'm perfectly fine with the age of the universe being old. So that's not really the issue for me. But
so if, let's say, your Bible didn't have Genesis 1 and 2, and the narrative started in the garden, would the evidence you have aside from that convince you that the universe is old?
I would probably not look into it very hard, and I'd probably just believe whatever I was being told, which is the universe is old, so I'd probably believe it. But I would say
I love that
this.
answer.
But you know what I wouldn't believe, and I am going to open this can because it's important to open up. I would not believe in evolution, guys, because it's a ridiculous theory, and you should not believe this. Okay, so I would not believe in evolution for sure, no matter what. I don't care if I didn't believe in God at all. I would reject evolution. So that's just me.
Well,
at the age of the universe, that's fine.
I hope Doug clips that, because that was perfect.
Well, I would challenge anyone who does believe in evolution right now to think about the problems with it. Don't think about what you're being told, because the story has been passed down. And since you guys are skeptics, you're not supposed to just believe whatever you've been told. You're supposed to think about it, and think about the fact that we're proposing that mutations along with natural selection was able to assemble all of these fantastic machines of life. And that is crazy, guys, because everything we know about mutations is that they're mostly degenerative. Even if you were somehow...
Yeah, Rebel Nazarene really likes that. So, all right, you're getting back on your horse. You are crusading tonight, and you've got an atheist on that is just going to smile and nod like you do when you've got people making great points.
Refute me, Nidamos.
No, because I am not Sal Cordova's lettered, accredited. I am not an expert. I've just watched a few YouTube videos. Okay, so I'm good. Let's table the evolution discussion, because let's talk about something else. Because
evolution is wrong.
You got back.
Magic Man in Sky did magic.
Yeah. It won't be fair to me. You're going to be punching a straw man. I'm not that atheist.
All right. Well, where do you want to go, Nidamos?
Thank you for letting me stop you there. But yeah, that's pretty much the main stuff that I wanted to ask you, though, about, like, if the text just didn't have that, you know, where could you see yourself, or what could you see yourself believing, given the rest of the evidence that's around you? And that was great. So that was cool. What were the other topics that we had emailed about?
Well, here, I wrote questions to you. So I said, do you think God of the Big Bang succeeds in showing that modern science affirms a creator?
No.
And again, for those who just joined us, we're talking about a book called God of the Big Bang. So you don't think it succeeds. Why not?
Like I had said earlier, there is let's see. Well, one problem with the book overall is that it's bringing in philosophical arguments to try and make the case, not strict. I was really expecting, without reading the Amazon reviews or anything, that when I bought this book, that I was going to get a step-by-step explanation of here's how the cosmology seems to point to a beginning universe. Here's what mainstream scientists are saying about blah, blah, blah. Or I expected the book to be like you on the horse at the beginning of the stream, defending, or dismantling the problems with modern theories on how the universe came to be. What I got was a book that is some of that, but then mostly a recitation of William Lane Craig's arguments and Frank Turek's moral argument and some other things that are Christian-ish, tossed on in there that have nothing to do with the study of the Big Bang or the universe or understanding cosmology in general. The other problem with the book is that even if you grant all of it, you still have shoot, where did I want to go with this? I don't know where I wanted to go with that. That's just basically what it was. That's why I don't think it. I think it is trying to blend in philosophy. It's trying to use science as evidence for the typical philosophical arguments for the faith. And I think it's kind of disingenuous of the author to say that this is a scientific take, or a reason to accept modern science and Christianity at the same time, right? And so that's my biggest beef with the book.
I totally agree with you. I mean, the book is called God of the Big Bang, so you really do expect it to be like you described. And there's very little in the book that is at all related to that. And so, completely agree. So, but what about those arguments for God's existence? Do you find any of them compelling?
Some days, why is there something rather than nothing type of thinking does creep into my head, but I don't find the moral argument compelling anymore, or fine tuning necessarily. Let's see, what was the other one? I mean, oh man, when she went into some of the evidence for some of her arguments for Jesus and believing the gospel were terrible, to be honest. One was literally a lot of people believe a thing, therefore we should believe the thing. That, no. You don't want to commit the ad populum fallacy. I got mad reading that chapter. I'm like, what is wrong with you? If we're after truth and a lot of people believe Islam, Muhammad Jihad, we got to believe, Alhamdulillah, praise be unto Allah. If Islam takes over the world, we're screwed. That is a terrible way to do epistemology. So don't do that. And the section on UFOs was frustrating, because if your idea of validating claims is on eyewitness testimony, right, you ought to believe people who have extraterrestrial experiences because they're the eyewitness. You're getting the information firsthand and even closer to the events than any gospel you've ever picked up and read, right? If your standards are the proximity of time and witness, you can start accepting all kinds of outrageous claims, right? And again, bad way to go after truth if that's the way you're going to go about it. So yeah, I was very frustrated with that chapter. Oh, and then she overstates the case of so it was the way it's phrased in the book is particularly frustrating. Let me find it. Shoot, where is it? She basically says like that Jesus's crucifixion and resurrection was witnessed by Paul and Mark, which no, it was not. Nope. Only Paul did not witness both of those things. In the New Testament, he meets the risen Jesus, but not at the initial resurrection.
Right.
So wrong. Mark would, in church tradition, is the disciple of Peter or something, and is writing, the Petrine account of Christ's life, death, and resurrection.
Oh yeah,
He was
Nathan's
not
streams
there.
are.
So it's basically
we missed it.
disingenuous jump.
I tried to poke in over there because I'm a mod. But
he's saying
Nathan's
that
philosophy
Peter says,
is
that Jesus did the things.
I can't hang
I
with
wish
him all the
that
time. He's
apologists
out of my
would just
depth on
say
that
that's
stuff.
what you're actually reading when you're.
But I would have
reading that
probably
text.
checked it out.
You're
There's
not
a lot going on
reading,
today.
Like your neighbor, the fire truck came to your neighbor's house yesterday, and your neighbor comes back. You saw
Is
it
that
with your own
Cult of
eyes.
Dusty
and your
that's
neighbor
live?
goes, yeah, the fire truck was here yesterday, right? Yeah, first, and here's why. We had a gas leak, right? Oh, okay. You're apt to believe that because you're getting it straight from the source, shortest amount of time. Done.
Also,
it's different
AR, it's
when
much
you're
worse than
away at
that. I
work
did hear an
and your
argument. I
neighbor
had
says
my
that
headphones
your
with me.
neighbor had the fire
I
truck
took my
come and
phone.
fix a gas leak at their house. You could be like, yeah, that's generally plausible.
I heard
but now
what
it's like
Rebecca
third-hand,
said.
right? There's a reason we don't accept.
I think
hearsay
Rebecca's
in
nailed her
court,
own
right? It could
coffin,
be fabricated, especially as the
and
claims
she's
get more
gonna
and
have
more
to unbury
audacious,
herself to
right?
get the fuck out
So
of
I
it.
just
As far
wish
as I'm
apologists
concerned,
would be more honest.
she
and
just
say,
gave away
"We
the
have this
game
book
like
that makes
4
these
times
fantastic
over.
claims that are
I
what
just
so-and-so
believe what
says
I'm
and
told.
so-and-so
Clip
said
it.
and experienced, not." This is literally the person. Sure, we
Right.
got that for Paul, but
nothing you can do. If you believe in evolution, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Clip it.
I can definitely understand your frustration with that.
Even if I stopped believing in God, I wouldn't believe in evolution. Clip it.
I don't think we can prove that.
All right,
he
every word
saw
that
the
bitch said.
resurrected Christ, unless there's some kind of document that I'm unaware of.
Fuck
which
is
there might
wrong with
be.
her?
But I mean, he was definitely one of the ones that was hanging out with Jesus quite a bit.
Also, she's trying to get me to have this conversation with her about evolution on the Examining Evolution channel. I'm gonna ask her to put it on all of our channels so that her monkey ass can be exposed on Bread of Life.
But even if you don't,
She knows a lot of the Bread of Life channel. She wants to talk about Jesus, so she doesn't want this audience to see her exposed as deeply about evolution.
He's mentioned several times.
I ain't new to the game, bitch.
So, it seems like he was among the early group that, and if we believe Paul's testimony that there were 500 witnesses, it's most certain.
They'd actually probably be pretty pissed.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Well, that also though does kind of.
We think it's one thing to be misinformed. We think it's another thing to take a platform and insist on misinforming others. Most people who work in education, that's the type of thing that boils our blood.
Which John are we talking about?
Which
James are we talking
if you are a layman and you're not an expert, that's fine. But when you try to pass your misinformation off as reasoned skepticism of the experts, that's when the experts feel like, well, now we got to cut you.
Just happens to have this similar name, but it's not the same person. So you have to come at the text with the presupposition that those are likely the same exact mark. And if you do, then
absolutely,
the Mark who's writing
Cameron.
the gospel
Can't
was
wait.
once a defector of the faith for a little while. Or like,
you mean because he ran away?
Derelict of duty. Yeah. Well, he and Barnabas and Paul had a little contest over something, and So
thank you, Chris Moore.
The
Thank
New
you, Chris
Testament
Moore.
records
Appreciate
all their
you.
fighting. when Paul says, like, when Peter came to Antioch, I opposed him to his face because he stood condemned. And like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I love that stuff.
Yeah. But anyway, you get my point. Like, be fun question, just a total tangent.
Okay.
What do you think the church fathers would say about like our YouTube channels, right?
Yeah, this is
or Christian
crazy,
YouTube.
right?
Christian YouTube is what I would want to say.
Hard to predict. It's like it's an amazing
it's a tough
development,
one.
isn't it?
Yeah. You guys are getting on video the debate between, once saved, always saved. Wow.
Yeah. One of the things you mentioned, because I asked you, like, one of the things the book seeks to answer is, does Christianity make sense in light of logic?
Reb
reason,
Naz
and
is a
science?
good heel Christian.
So you kind of sent me a short response
Overall.
on this about like something you find illogical, I guess, maybe the Trinity.
Oh, yeah. Like that whole like triangle. You ever see the triangle document, right? Or picture?
Damn,
where
that's
this
crazy.
Is not this is not
right.
Is not this not like. I don't know. Like,
hey guys, I'm really inspired by the way you guys look out for each other, man. It really means a lot to me. Thanks so much, YouTube Punk. Thanks, Lina. I'm afraid of what's gonna happen once Lina actually gets her set up. So maybe I'll keep trying to delay that. But no, really, I appreciate you guys helping each other out.
I get it. Like you have your other background beliefs that if you hold these beliefs, it seems like you ought to be holding on to this other belief, right? So if you almost need to like beliefs for people that watch your channel. And even
same, Lina.
the skeptics and atheists.
Really
right?
appreciate it.
It seems like anymore from watching all these conversations, it's kind of like your faith commitments and your current beliefs are like a woven blanket. It's not like your belief in Jesus is really this like one argument that you found so convincing, or this maybe for some people it's this one experience they had, right? But once you progress away from that experience, or you're trying to have a conversation like this, it's this interlocking woven tapestry that you almost have to like
I know it's scary.
Each strand, each part of the what are those called?
Lina, the anti-Christo-fascist.
Quilt. You have to take each square of the quilt apart and to then kind of recognize, wow, this is actually kind of a terrible blanket, right? And I feel that way with like trying to believe the Trinity, right? It's like you don't really accept believing the Trinity until you believe a lot of other things about Christianity. Does that make sense?
Yep, absolutely.
And that's why I think the Trinity doesn't make sense on its own. But if you
also, guys, I'm trying to start a 24/7 network. So the idea is going to be that like, people are going live, and then people have like broadcast, and we have playlists and stuff. The playlist player. That's what we're going to be launching this year as part of our quest to 1,000 subscribers. Is doing more of these 24/7 streams, doing more overnight stuff. So the idea is that when you guys have channels and playlists, we can start a 24/7 network, and then we can put on like your past broadcasts and stuff when we're not live. So yeah, the more channels we get going, the better.
And actually, I have a lot of experience with this because of Muslims, sharing the gospel with Muslims. I have never successfully shared the logic of the Trinity with any Muslim. Okay. And I've had a lot of conversations about the Trinity with Muslims.
Yeah.
So, they'll ask me about it and I'll explain it. And then they'll be like, no, that's like not logical.
Also, I need to fix mine. I have it in work mode. It's been in safe for work mode.
What I have noticed is that when I introduce Muslims to Jesus through the Gospels, they can come to know Jesus, and then the Trinity is not a problem for them. So it is kind of like what you're saying, where it's like, that's a part of the quilt that maybe you wouldn't,
24/7 communion. There you go.
Wouldn't accept.
We got to do something
At
for
all.
all our people all over the world.
Didn't have
The
other
cult of the
reasons
flying,
for believing.
The cult of the flying man
and I
is
think
every
we
time
do that
zone,
with
guys.
a lot of things. I mean,
We got to make
have-
sure there's always something to watch.
Nidamos, we have to do that in science.
And then we're going to start
so much,
gaming channels.
because nothing makes sense.
and
We don't
weed
have a
growing channels.
unified theory that unifies general relativity.
Guys, also, I'm going to start since I'm the Most High Apostle, I'm going to start another science education channel, but it's going to be a 24/7 marijuana grow. It's just going to be 24/7. You're going to see what's going on in the secret closet, the secret garden, I think we're going to call it. I might call it My Secret Garden. It's a movie that made me cry when I was a kid. And then you're just going to literally be able to watch the grass grow, But there's going to be like a bot and some music and interactive chat and shit. So it'll be like another fallback channel. When you're bored and you don't like what the other channels are streaming, or you just want to like lurk and chill to some music, you can go to the Secret Garden. And when they tell me I'm growing drugs on the internet, I'm like, no, I'm doing ecology and evolutionary biology education. Don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
God, I'm like, okay, in one sense, I see how it is. It seems seemingly contradictory, but if things can be like that in nature, why wouldn't I think the nature of God could also have
drugs
a
on the
level
internet?
of something that would
I
be difficult
would
for me to understand and that would
never.
be seemingly contradictory? So the Trinity doesn't keep me up at night. I mean,
Right. It's just this thing where God's just going to defy all of our intuitions anyway. So he made us. We're lesser. Just get with the program. We're not meant to fully understand him. Oh, wait. Maybe I don't want to say that.
Okay, so was there anything else that doesn't seem logical to you about Christianity?
Specific. Oh man, I don't know if LPP is still listening. He'll be like, this makes total sense. What's wrong with you, Andy? But yeah, I don't know if I want to go into some other long topic. We can let people ask us questions.
Okay, guys, if you have any questions, please put them in the chat, and I'll start with the one that I starred from the beginning. So West 501 says, do you or the panel think the Bible... I'm sorry, I'm going to have to get my glasses because this is kind of small. Think the Bible, New Testament, has the exact words Jesus spoke? If so, how can you prove that claim? Well, do you want to answer that, or do you want me to answer that? What are your thoughts on that, Nidamos?
Yeah. The exact words Jesus spoke. I mean, from a skeptical point of view, the short, sweet answer is no. Now, what I can say is that the Gospels contain, and the Gospels in the book of Acts, because Jesus does make pop appearances in there. And in 1 Corinthians, my grace is sufficient for you, or 2 Corinthians, that Paul hears the voice of Jesus. So what we have is we have documents saying what people heard, saying they're accounting what they think the Christ could have said in their narratives, or if in the case of the epistles, what they think they heard Jesus say to them personally. And
Cool.
they could be sincerely mistaken.
Yeah. And I would just say it, in some cases, I would say I can't prove that they, were writing down the correct words of Jesus. Not at all.
Yeah, I know. I think that's the issue.
And
Lina. I
in addition
absolutely
to
was
that,
thinking about
there's
that.
some places
And that's
in the
what
New
we've got to
Testament where it's
address.
kind of like, who heard this? Because Jesus is
Oh,
there. Right.
Yeah, yeah,
Jesus
yeah.
is
more
there
infallible
with
than
maybe
the Pope.
okay, so one of them is when
Jesus was alone on a mountain to pray. Well, how did they know he was praying? Right,
Yeah, that's
or Alone in the Garden. There you go. Like Alone in the Garden.
Lena, I think it's actually even worse than what you say. Not only does she not see the problems, nothing would be a problem. Oh, I don't see the problem with Genesis, but if there was a problem, that wouldn't be a problem. Oh, I don't really see a problem with the Gospels, but if there was a problem, that wouldn't be a problem. You know what I mean? Like, it's unbelievable.
So mad about, yeah.
Yeah, if he was speaking loudly, then I can totally see how they heard that. Yeah, but it is kind of interesting. The one
spirit
that's
is willing, but the flesh is weak. Or who heard him say? Which of the gospel authors heard him say, my God, why have you forsaken me?" Right? Like you have to presume that they both, the gospel authors, if they are eyewitnesses, that they both, if the text is taken at face value, they both fled but then returned later to the actual crucifixion part. When it seems to me that they're all like scared shitless of getting crucified themselves, right? And the idea is that like for dramatic effect that Jesus is taken alone with Peter kind of like,
I've dealt with those atheists. Yep, that's true. That's another layer.
And then,
Absolutely.
Peter's hanging out with a servant girl and that's it. Like he's not at the crucifixion.
Well, see,
not until
crucifixion,
wait,
Mhm.
not until the Gospel of John, which is later, do they add disciples actually.
That's what I was gonna say. John was at the crucifixion.
I forgot about that.
So
I did forget about that.
Yeah, so John was at the crucifixion, and the women were at the crucifixion. So I mean, if we even say,
but only in John, right? Were they at the crucifixion in? Matthew,
I
Mark, and
have to
Luke?
go back and look and see, but so the one that
Anyway,
gets
you get
me-
the idea.
Yeah. Okay.
No, that's it.
Okay. Cool. All right. Let me see what else. This is Cameron says, who was there watching the angel talk to Mary about being pregnant? See, I think, the only place where that story is recorded is in Luke. And I think Luke interviewed Mary because that's the gospel that has the most information about Jesus's birth. And so it seems like it is more from Mary's point of view. It has like a lot of details that you can imagine Mary giving. So, but this is a good one. This one now, see how long you're on it. He said, who witnessed Jesus' conversation with Satan out in the desert? Yep. Now, this one is interesting because nobody else was there. And that means Jesus would have had to tell someone about it. Or I guess the Holy Spirit could have just told someone. The Holy Spirit could have inspired it. But I mean, that takes a little more of a stretch in belief. Like you actually have to believe that the Holy Spirit did that, which is fine.
That's the problem with something like this, right? Is that what you've essentially done is made a just so story. And so a just so story is a way that you bring biases and justifications to the data that you have around you in order to make this make sense, right? Oh, it's just so the case that this other thing happens, even though we have no other reasons to believe it, but this helps us believe it. You're importing some assumptions and ideas there.
I know, kind of like the Big Bang. But anyway, okay. So, but yeah, you're right, Nidamos. I mean, so there's reasons to. I mean, if somebody was just saying, "I want only words that I know from a witness that Jesus spoke. I don't believe in any of that Holy Spirit inspiration stuff," then you might have a problem with that story. That I'm saying I think that's how Long brought up a great point that's one where there is no witness unless Jesus happened to repeat it to someone else or unless the Holy Spirit told. So, but we don't have that in the story. Mel says when Jesus was only 12, stays behind at the temple, knowing parents would worry. How is that honoring his father and mother? Even my own non-omniscient son would know better. Do you want to respond to that, Nidamos? Does that bother you that Jesus did that?
No.
Never
No.
bothered. Doesn't bother you?
No,
Doesn't
because
bother
he gives the justification for it right there in the text, like that his real Father is in heaven, so he can do what he wants.
Yeah, but it's interesting, Nidamos. Did you see the clip with like Randall Rouser? I think it was even on Doug's channel.
No.
Where he clipped. Well, I think he clipped, or I don't know, because I don't usually sit around and watch Randall Rouser. I think he's a great guy, but I don't do this that much. But Randall Rouser was like horrified by this, and he was like just kind of like expressing his frustration that Jesus did this and his like not understanding why Jesus did this and stuff. So anyway, it does bother some people.
Yeah.
The Uncle Jesus show wants to know, where does the Holy Spirit reside most of the time besides in folks' hearts? He's everywhere.
There were some other questions. I think
Okay.
I really get under Rebel Nazarene's skin or something. Where was that question?
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Nidamos, why do you believe a stuffed bear was designed and created, but a real bear that is more powerful, dominating, impressive, and complex is a result of some random mindless accident? Oh, no. Checkmate, atheists. I'm so
The
shook.
loss of faith.
Just because I don't have a ready
The group does not
explanation
suffer.
for the origins of a particular species of bear doesn't mean that God did it, that it's a uniquely created animal, because reasons like I don't owe anyone like a story of evolution or anything like that. So and maybe what if I
It's too
maybe
terrifying.
I don't believe that. Maybe I what if I was like a polytheist atheist or something, or some weird, I believe the demon made the bear, like the bear maker argument.
The bear maker argument.
Were you there? Yeah, I wasn't there. I
Well,
wasn't there for the bear in its underwear.
Well, do you find Rebel Nazarene's like his question like about the bear, like I agree with him. Like I'm like, yeah, a stuffed bear isn't going to come about by chance, and neither is a real bear. But I wonder why if you don't find that to be compelling, why not?
Well, I don't find it to be compelling because it's really just like we're creatures that just want cognitive closure on things. We just want to have an answer for everything. And when answers are complicated and difficult to pursue and way beyond like our particular like areas of study or
We just make one the fuck up.
expertise, we can't just immediately like dive over and say, bam, God. Like
It's
just frustrating
undignified to
me,
my
'cause that's what it's
2022 brain
doing.
for you to
It's like,
pretend.
I
It
don't
really is.
know like all these
I'm sorry.
processes that
I'm sorry. Slavery's real, and mental slavery is
explain
real
the
too.
origins and
I'm not gonna
absolute
stand.
certainty of a particular set of animals or whatever. So therefore, it must be a God reason. Like I just don't see how that actually follows. Like, and then you get into like another problem, right? Like, okay, fine. The bear was designed by God. So which parts of the bear are good and which parts are not good? Are the razor sharp teeth to rip apart its prey and us good or not? Was it designed initially for predation or not? Or did when Adam and Eve fell, did God just go, oh shit, now I've got to introduce death into the world, so I need to change the complete and utter morphology of all these creatures to make sure they can absolutely maraud everything that they encounter. Great, I'll give you that. Then God's awesome at making natural torture machines that roam around in the forest and don't give a shit about any of us.
Yeah.
Wow,
And
nice.
there you go. And what is Rebecca saying? Wow, nice.
Yeah, I you're bringing up some great points there.
That I have no answer
And I
to.
think Jason Torn put a kind of a question in. He said, "So if something can't be explained, only
That's my
logical
horse.
explanation is God." Yeah.
Magic
That's
Man in Sky.
basically kind of following up with what you're saying. Now, there's somebody in here called the Uncarved Block.
Oh yeah, I'm the potty mouth atheist that comes by sometimes. I'm
Ad
sorry.
promo.
Why? Oh, did somebody say something about that or what?
No, yeah. Sorry,
No,
sorry, gorgeous.
The Uncarved Block says,
Hey there, baby.
what is an example of an undesigned thing? Now, something tells me this isn't the Uncarved Block. It's Kim undercover. But
Hey, pretty mama.
anyway, we'll see. Maybe he'll reveal himself. So,
Or like, eyeless fish that develop eyes when you bring them out of their caves. Are those designed, right? Was that good? Or do they fall with the fall in the cave and then lose their eyes? Like, you have to get this, like, Rube Goldberg of Just So's for these really crazy things in nature. Pubic lice, were they designed? Are they good? What were they for? What did they do before they could predate on our furs?
yeah, well, I mean, these are good questions. And I mean, I tend to think mosquitoes weren't wanting to suck my blood before the fall. But, so I think, but I mean, they are good
Things
questions.
weren't
Like,
going
why
to
does a
suck her
shark have
blood
sharp
before
teeth
the
and
fall.
can smell blood?
So there were no
you know?
insects before the fall. No
so-
humans got mosquito bites
I mean, I have
before
a
6,000 years
potential
ago.
answer for that,
Guys,
but,
it's all
you know,
ridiculous. None
I
of
don't
this
know
is
if you
not
wanted to go into it or
absolutely
just wanted to make a
absurd.
point.
There's no
I'm
like
done with that
soft
one.
version of
Okay.
Christianity.
But Rebel, here's the thing. I got on my horse and I said what I said, and I didn't expect to communicate in that way. And I care about you as a person. I just think that making the argument that way just doesn't quite work for me.
There was something...
and you could be disagreeing with me and mad at me or whatever. You're on the internet. I'm probably never going to meet you face to face.
Yeah. Okay. So, what were these other ones? LPP said he wanted to know.
Sometimes
What
your channel
about
makes
you?
my blood boil. That's all. And if he wants to talk to me and have a shoot the shit, get drunk, whatever, I don't care.
And BS Lewis said, "Did you know Nidamos is Atheist of the Month? Congratulations! Nidamos is Atheist of the Month on Jamie
Jamie's
Russell's channel.
Right? Yes, on Booty 2121 or 2112's channel. Were you there for that?
I've seen that because it's like his email or something, right? Or is it? I've
It's his
seen that
vanity URL.
somewhere. Oh yes,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
where I've seen it. That's where I've seen it.
Oh my
Okay.
god. I'm
Yeah.
getting He-Man underwear. You have my address? I mean, it is on Franklin County Auditor's website, so I guess you could dox me if you want. Home buy scammers do it all the time, calling me up, trying to buy my house.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I heard you have a property at 38 somewhere drive. Will you sell? No. Stop it.
Okay, well, I have a question for you. You were really frustrated with me about this, like, kind of my answer about how I wouldn't believe in evolution and stuff like that because of science.
No,
and you were thinking it was because of younger.
creationism.
Okay, but now are you satisfied with my answers? Like, even if you don't believe them.
Now I think they're consistent, and now I know why.
Okay.
They're more consistent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm totally gonna clip that like moment around 20 minutes though.
Oh, when I got mad about evolution?
No. Where you were like, if Genesis 1 and 2 weren't in the Bible, you probably would believe in an old universe.
Yeah, because I wouldn't care. I'd just believe whatever I was being told about it. I'd believe the science books. I'd believe whatever. It's only because of my belief in the Bible that I ever looked into any of this. So.
This is
and I would say that's
absurd.
true for evolution too. Like the only reason I ever looked into it was because of my belief in the Bible. But now that I have looked into it, I have scientific reasons for not believing it.
No,
and
you don't.
I am welcome. I am
goodness.
looking forward to having Jay Bundy come on my Examining Evolution
there we
channel
go.
since he's an evolutionary biologist. But Jay, you have not responded to my email. So I'm waiting for you.
Pocket locker.
Yes. So, okay. Anything else that you're seeing in the chat?
Not really, but people are free to pepper us with some more questions here. I got a little bit more in me.
So Jerome says, Nidamos, when people complain about the optics of that story, they are thinking about the parents being worried. No? How would Jesus retorting about his real father matter?
Oh, okay. Okay. So I missed the argument, I guess, is what Jerome is saying. I
mean, it's a good point.
Yeah, I guess you could say that, like, oh, okay, here we go. Like, Jesus really was honoring his mother and father by showing them his relationship to God the Father and how important that was to him. And while it may seem painful and difficult for them to accept that their son was away, it had to be the case. And once they got there, I mean, then they're good.
I mean,
it's kind of like the whole, like, we give our kids shots even though they don't understand why we're giving them a shot type of analogy, right? Like, this is a necessary action that must be taken. You don't understand now. It's not going to make you feel good, but, we got to do it this way. So
Jamie says, why is Nidamos a heretic?
Because
well, a related let me switch that to a related question.
Okay.
What are your biggest reasons? I know that you were kind of led away from the faith partially because of people like believing Trump and stuff like that, and you're like, dang, if this many people could be deceived, then what else are they deceived about?
Yes, you understand the argument. That's great. Yeah.
So, but like, what are the things like you?
How Jamie
I guess
Russell admits he's young Earth creation because he was born into it.
Are the big things that are bothering you about Christianity the stuff from Philo and like that
yeah. So actually,
what up, Tux? What up, man?
Well, no, I don't want to spoil this.
Happy birthday!
Thank you. Have you been listening to this madness?
No, I just got home from playing golf, walked the dog, kissed the wife.
You missed much more important things.
So
Rebecca said,
inspiring philosophy.
I don't even know where to start.
Braxton Hunter and
if the Bible said the Earth was old, she would just believe what she was told.
And Michael Jones made this jump.
If 2 + 2 = 5.
There it was. There you go.
2.5 minutes.
She said
that I found to be a bit disingenuous.
If she thinks evolution is crazy, if she accepted that the Earth was old, and if she stopped believing in God, she still wouldn't believe in evolution because it's just crazy. And now she said she has scientific reason to deny evolution. Man, we've got a couple other gems. They're all hard to remember. Like so many of them.
The conceptualization of God manifest.
But yeah, she's given away the kingdom about 8 times. Nitty's done pretty good. I think the key is she's just a little too friendly with some of us.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Tux, I hope you had a good time tonight, man.
I did. I'm
the God of the Hebrews.
You know, I'd really like you to shut down your
the scroll of
tab. See,
is
The bitch is coming over.
the gospel.
I'm gonna double
There's
nut.
gonna be a
I gotta go.
righteous teacher who
To shut down this Rebecca tab?
No, that you were just
who
gonna
will
shut
lead
down
us
this
in
live
truth and
stream.
righteousness.
Say, sorry folks, I got the gal coming over. I'm gonna double nut.
That predates the gospel.
Maybe I'll be back on
So
in the
when I
morning.
read stuff like
Oh,
that,
who
I
me?
think
Yeah, I
it's
wish.
disingenuous
Yeah.
for people like Inspiring Philosophy to say
Yeah.
there's no possible way
Hey,
that-
handsome guy like you.
I do have a crush, but I think she's currently very far away from me.
While at the same time,
But she did send me a nice
point
little
that a lot of
birthday
people were expecting
message.
right? That they kept naming their
And
kids
she watched my
Jesus,
promo,
like,
so
it was like in the baby book of names.
So
there
we'll
was only
see.
3, John, James,
basically that means she hasn't stopped talking to me because of the ridiculousness
they make a
and
concession like that.
cursing
So
at people
now
on the
if you look at
internet.
it
So
from
that's
the
a
skeptic's
start.
point of view, well, all these people are coming in.
I
with
see
an
James is
expectation of a
on.
Messiah, or thinking about a righteous teacher.
Yes, I am.
and
Yeah, that's what I need.
there he is.
I needed a birthday
was about
nude.
rescue us. Now our
I
temple destroyed.
I didn't request that yet, but
Yahweh now.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, the
I
Savior
am
came
not
before the temple
I am
got
not
destroyed,
available for the offering.
right? Like that. That's, we missed
yeah,
it,
Rebecca
guys.
called me out, which is interesting.
And
She just got back from her travel.
that's
We've been
one
waiting for her to get back.
And I wish like these kinds of texts and ideas would be acknowledged and then dealt with, right? Like let's really get.
But I
down
think she
in
thinks
there
I'm gonna give her a
and
biology
it-
lesson, and I'm
it is
gonna
all
give her
true,
like
then adjust your
the.
apologetics and your arguments.
Let's talk
and
about
don't
is
gloss
Rebecca
over the
really an
stuff in
honest
history.
person
Um,
or qualified to be
'cause,
making the
again, this is
assessments
not,
Rebecca's been making?
A genuine way
gonna
to
put
frame
Tux
Judaism.
TV.
Also,
Oh, yeah, you can
even
add it.
if
Go
you
ahead,
look
bud.
at Christendom
Yeah, yeah.
itself, there's an extreme
me to turn it
plurality
off when
of
I leave.
interpreting, texts within communities, right? You just can't deny that, right? So why do we grant
You can make
God's
yourself bigger too if
revelation
you want,
being
since
so
you're on camera.
pluralist around
Ah,
us
that's
today, but we don't
I
grant
love
that for the
James.
first century Jews? Well,
You just
they
love
had
deserves
James's image.
every minute.
That's a pluralist
that
enough,
just is such a great
right?
picture.
It's
you
still
know?
not Messiah beliefs. No,
Ladies
that
love
wasn't
cool James.
around.
That's what they say.
Come on, guys. Like, there's like the Essenes
Uh.
living out in the desert, wanking around for Yahweh, doing
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, she does. She's
There was
gonna
felt
want
like-
the science.
Alexandria was
But that's
trying
the
to
I
thing.
felt
be
like
capital
you,
for Judaism
James. I felt
instead
like
of
you
Palestine.
were on with
It was-
Rebecca.
it
I
was
think
there.
yesterday,
It was
and you basically
pluralist.
gave
It
a
was
good uppercut to the
deeply
chin.
influenced by
He did.
Greco-Roman
On-
culture. Just
I really do.
It's
I think
okay.
you
Wait.
just.
it could still
What's-
be true,
I can't remember what I said now.
even with all that. Just don't.
I'm sure it was
I
great,
don't
though, right?
remember
I just wish they
exactly
wouldn't paint the
either,
picture
but
disingenuously.
you were asked a
Well, do you
question
think they could
relating
just,
to
have you talked to
um,
Michael Jones about this?
whether
No,
there
I'm
is a
actually just
Jesus,
gonna make
whether
video,
there is a
and then
God.
If he notices my tiny ass
Yeah.
channel,
And
I'll
you-
deal with it.
I think you went down the path
because
of
you might want to
dark matter 2525s.
No, what's he gonna do with a puny
Greater insult.
160 subscriber?
Yeah,
atheist?
greater
He
insult.
doesn't give a shit. He's
Yeah.
busy. He's
What's
got
the-
Yeah,
She has a lot of
the
people.
atheist doesn't
blue-eyed,
believe this.
soulful
What?
boy.
Go in
I don't
peace.
want to crush his dreams.
Right.
Wait a minute.
What do you mean?
Do you
the,
believe I
on
did
JD
this?
what do you
this,
mean the
and
greater
this?
insult?
The greater insults, the Dark Matter 2525 video, and Rebecca has seen it.
Well,
She's admitted that she's actually watched that video.
We'll see.
And
she thinks it has merit.
It's basically an atheist, a Muslim, and a Christian all go to Judgment Day, and the atheist is dismissed immediately as you get to go. You get to go in peace, and then just for the next 10 minutes, a berate of
Wait,
how bad God thinks of the Christian and the Muslim. It's a fantastic video. It's an old one. I want to say it's
I want to
like
check
from
it out.
2016.
I mean, it sounds like my argument. I always say if heaven's real, I'm going in the back door.
Was it recent?
Like I'm not
Well,
waiting
that's
at
the thing.
I'm not waiting at the gate. I'm not doing any of that shit. I'm like I was honest. I fought the good fight. Tell God people I'm here. I know people. I'm going around the back, and if God wants to see me, I'll be in the fucking lounge.
Augustine,
Right? Because I'm not waiting in the line. I'm not talking to Peter at the gate. I ain't going over the book of my list. I'm like nope.
Okay.
is that an Arabic?
Let me up in this bitch. But yeah, I should check it out. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so why
was
is
rambling.
the embodiment of
Oh,
Romans chapter
we lost
1?
Tux.
He'll be back.
I don't know what that
I'm
means.
not gay.
My internet's
For sex or J.
my internet
I'm not
sucks
suppressing
back.
the truth and unrighteousness to be given over to my lust.
But yeah, Cameron, the thing about her wanting the science, because I noticed that earlier, was that, again, I'm not going to teach a
Okay,
student who
well,
doesn't want to learn.
This has been wonderful.
Yeah.
Might be a good stopping point.
And I'm not going
But
to
did we
go
talk
into a
out
graduate
everything we
level
wanted-
discussion with somebody who doesn't comprehend the high school biology. That would be what we call a sequencing mistake.
Faith and Genesis.
The basics come
Did
first.
we talk about all that?
Yeah.
Enough?
Dude, you're gonna be like bigoted on Rebecca's chat. Like, I'm sorry, I'm angry now. I am fucking pissed. Do not make sexual assumptions about people on YouTube. Okay, I am not gonna be okay with people making claims about my sexuality ever. And if I look and sound effeminate, you deal with it. But you don't get to come on Christian channels and make assertions about people's sexuality.
It's
Let people
awful.
be people. I'm sorry. I'm upset. Now the fire's
Would you
on.
like me to block him?
No, because I want to just say, as someone who has had to wrestle with a lot of sexual issues, that's just not okay. Okay? If you call yourself a Christian and a lover of Christ, there's something wrong with this in your worldview. You should love people who you disagree with. You should be putting forth the gospel of Christ in charity towards them. You don't get to run in the channel and I'm sorry. Just end the stream. I am too pissed.
All right. I'm sorry, everyone. And I just want to say this before I end it. I don't see anything effeminate about you, Nidamos. So I just totally disagree with this person. And God bless you guys. Good night.
Oh, Nitty did a great job. I don't know who did that. I don't know what happened. I didn't see that. That was tough. I don't know who did that. That was inappropriate. Yeah, I don't know who did it. That's tough. Totally inappropriate, guys. And I keep telling you guys, it doesn't help. You're not helping anybody. Apparently, whoever did it identifies as a Christian. It's not a good look, y'all. Like, it's just not a good look for either side. If you're a Christian, y'all supposed to be all about grace and forgiveness, and y'all the least graceful motherfuckers I can imagine. And then the only thing worse is when these atheists be out here trying to deplatform everybody and dox people in the chat. And, oh, you want to play somebody's video clip? Did you hear about all their dirty sins? How about you send me a DM with all your dirty sins before I give a fuck about what somebody else did? Like, it's just... It's ridiculous.
So, how about I contact Nitty and have him come in here?
Yeah, that'd be
Wanna do
awesome.
that?
That'd be awesome. Yeah, I'd love to do that. Yeah, because we could get into it. Let me.
Yeah, we'll support him. He knows that.
Let me go through another. Let me play another bit of this OG Roddy interview while y'all get that set up, and let me know what's going on. I'm gonna smoke real quick. Listen to some OG Roddy, and let me know if Nidimus comes in, and then if not, in a few minutes we'll just chop it up.
Any benefits from it. I was just going out there for free pretty much. And now it's now I don't feel bad going out there because I'm getting paid for it, but it's definitely sucks still, like, missing them times with the kids. And you know what I'm saying? Baby, I got to work on Sunday. I got to work on Saturday.
I didn't see who it was. If I would have seen who it was, guys, I would tell you. But being that I didn't see who it was, I didn't want to go through the effort of trying to look for it, right? Like, I try not to be that person. Like, when somebody says, oh, this happens or that happens, like, if it's none of my business, I don't even go look for it because then I'm just giving it more energy and attention than it deserves. So if they didn't say who it was, then I don't know who it was. But, if I do know who it is, I'll let them know that's not acceptable. And I do think a person has a right to end a stream. Y'all got to understand you're dealing with people. And people don't have the right to keep entertaining people. Like, they don't, like, especially it's not what people do for a living. And even if it was, they would only be out here because they have to do it for a living. So that they don't owe you to like keep a stream going when they're being insulted by the participants. They could just be like, "No, I'm done." It's like if I was playing a show on drums and somebody starts throwing drinks at me and no security does anything, I'm walking off the stage, and I'm still getting paid, and that's just that's just how it is.
So Jay,
go ahead.
I feel like we need to really hype up your birthday. I mean, you've barely done anything.
You know what's funny? I feel like this is probably the most overhyped birthday I've had in forever. First, I've been in graduate school forever, and Rich Linsky's like a super famous advisor, and his birthday's the day after mine. So I'm just used to nobody caring about my birthday. And then it's weird, like, I don't know, I don't like to put too much attention on certain things, especially something like my birthday, because it's just the day I was born, it's just, but yeah, I feel like it's a big deal because, I tried to just make it a great day. I was really excited about Derek doing Jesus Mythicism on my birthday, so I scheduled that at 2. And, we started the day with that. And, it's Lina's birthday too, so we celebrated that. And we got to do the donation. That's the thing we really got to do.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm excited that I made it through the month. To me, it's like we made it through the month of being live every day. So, the birthday is just more like, we made it. Shit, we here. The fact that we here, we made it is the celebration. We made it, and we're still live. I'm currently live and not currently having to restart the stream because it's been pulled. So so far so good. But yeah, let me go ahead and get this charity link. Go ahead, Tux.
If in the immortal words of Frank Sinatra, and if you could survive to 105, look at all you'll derive out of being alive. That's the best part. You had a head start.
But
if you are among the very young at heart.
Yeah, baby.
Bless you. Bowtie, bless you.
You got a drink? Do you have a drink, Tux?
I don't. I have an empty wine glass, and I've got some whiskey, and I could probably... Oh, wait a minute. I have... glass. I have some whiskey. James, what'd you put in the chat?
So
there?
that's the guy that was talking that trash. That's his That's his YouTube page, and his name translates.
The guy with the characters.
His name translates to Augustine, son of God. So he's probably Catholic of some version.
No. The largest recorded study on biological markers, no. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I try to avoid biology like the plague. Like, I try to avoid all my colleagues' nerdy-ass emails about big news and science and celebrate somebody's paper. Oh, Jay, it's your free time. Do you want to play video games with your club, or do you want to watch a YouTube video about biology? Look, I'm going to tell most of y'all what I really think about biology. I'm going to be honest with you. Here, you ready for this? It's true. It's true. It's just true. Whatever it is, biology is true. So everything else is everything else. It's literally details. They'd be like, oh, we figured out the last 10 remaining % of the human genome. I'll be like, I don't care. I want to hear there's a cure for COVID. Hit me up when there's a cure for COVID. I will be knee deep in some biological news. What else I got on my wish list? A cure for herpes. Y'all know what I'm talking about? It's a lot. It's too many fine ass people that ain't on the market no more due to little herpes.
Yep. You know what's ironic about herpes, though?
Go ahead.
It's actually a protection against COVID and other viruses. It does something permanent to the immune system. Maybe permanent because they can't cure it, right? But it does something permanent to the immune system that gives you incredible boost to defenses against some pretty serious viruses. So...
James, are you saying James, are you saying that I should?
You should try. You should put an ad out, say, come give
No.
come give me some
I'm
herpes.
just saying, but you're suggesting I should actually pay attention to these biology news things because they're somewhat useful. Go fuck yourself. Listen. Just imagine whatever you do, right? I'm gonna just keep it real. I'm gonna keep it at one of my old jobs. I used to work at KFC. I used to have to wear a fucking shirt that said I'm a chicken genius in training. Now imagine if I walked home from smelling like fried chicken, sat in a chair, and y'all were like, "Hey Jay, you want to make some fucking chicken tenders? Oh, is this your time off? Oh, you know what you should really do? Make me some motherfucking French fries. Hey, how about some mashed potatoes and gravy up in this bitch, right?"
Right.
That's what y'all do to me. Jay, you heard about the latest? But no, I don't want to read no more biology. They don't pay me overtime for that shit.
Right. Story.
Oh, man. But wait, I do have to see that one vid. What was the video y'all was talking about with the
Dark Matter 2525?
Yeah, let me go see that real quick.
Here, let me find it.
He released a new video today, or God gets canceled.
You know, I'm not a sub of Dark Matter 2525.
All right, but y'all, let's take this toast real quick. I don't want to
see if I can find it though.
But thanks for the birthday wishes, everybody. I do really appreciate it. I'm a little shy. I think this is actually literally, like I said, this is the most celebrated birthday I've had, and all the birthday wishes in years, man. I had my mom tripping. I was like, "Mom, I gotta go." She was like, "Oh, well, son, what are you doing?" I was like, "Mom, I gotta go. My favorite streamer doing shit, and everybody shouting me out. I got a show to do at 2:00. I got gifts to open. I got fan art to celebrate. I gotta go." She's like, "Really?" I was like, "Ma, I told you, me and Tyre are blowing up. We taking over the internet. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with you." I be trying to tell him, yo. I told him me and OG Roddy about to be famous cousins. I'm gonna be the lesser known one. They gonna be like, "Oh yeah, that's OG Roddy. Yo, that's OG Roddy. Yeah. Who that?" That's his older, lesser known cousin, some guy. I don't know. He always got on some fucked up ass outfit. I don't know why OG Roddy be letting this nigga with tights roll around with him. OG Roddy, who the nigga with tights? The middle-aged nigga with tights. Yeah, we don't understand why you hang out with him. Oh, that's my cousin. Oh, that's his cousin, y'all. Y'all know everybody got that one cousin, you know? You know, that's how it's gonna be. But cheers, y'all. I appreciate it. All right, let's look at this Dark Matter 2525.
Oh, yeah, we could stream it. That'd be fun.
What, the
Dark Matter? But just so you know, the first 4.5 minutes of that video is nothing but like visuals to set the mood. There's no dialogue in the first 4.5 minutes.
I like that type of shit. Yeah. Nah, you know,
is it Dark Matter or is it non-stamp collector?
It's
Dark Matter. It's Dark Matter.
Listen, guys, I don't like all you guys that come out and you guys are like, I don't like.
Oh, the greater insult. Found it. Here you go.
I got both though. I got you. Which one are we doing first? God gets canceled or the greater insult?
What one do you want?
Oh, let's do God gets canceled and then we'll go back. We'll do the new one, then we'll do the old one.
Cool beans.
Nico's MIDI core pack.
Nico's MIDI pack. Also, special shout out, man. Shout out to YouTube Punk, man. YouTube Punk got us started with our original OG Flying Man graphic. Yo, Tux, I don't think Tux has seen my Tux. Have you seen the book, man? Did you see my gift?
I saw the book.
Oh, you did see the book. Okay, James,
I definitely saw the book. I saw that live.
James, did you see the book? That's crazy.
That was really nice.
Crazy.
I've never given anyone a gift that
Jay,
nice,
I have never come all over my phone like that.
Yeah, that's a sexy ass book. That's it. That's a sexy ass book, man. I really
is sexy.
Oh, we got to show Flying Man. Flying Man didn't see the book. All right, hold on. Let's show him the book real quick. We'll show the book for the new people.
So, James, you got
all right.
You've got a really good way about talking to Rachel. When you were talking to Rachel yesterday,
you mean Rebecca?
Or Rebecca? That's what I meant.
Yeah, I do. You know, I wonder how I come across because I'm never really sure.
All right, big thing, Flying Wayne. That is the front cover. It's just.
I feel like club music needs to be playing.
Yeah, it needs. It do need some. I'm gonna play some. Some YouTube Punk sent me. We need some. Actually, let's play some airplane mode.
Yeah, some airplane mode.
Yeah, that's what we need.
When you're showing that off, that's very fitting.
Airplane mode. Ready for takeoff?
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. And then it has the leaf on the inside. And then that's my entire introduction with all my official title. Dedicated to the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club, the sexiest man in all of Word Wrestling Entertainment, the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology, the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself, the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by Pine Creek, the most high, with like 12 eyes, apostle of the cult of the flying man, the outlaw prince, the one and only Jesus who can save us, Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker Bundy. It's Sacred Death Motorcycle Club Los Santos with our official patch that's on the back of all of our cuts. The Book of Myron, the King Myron edition. It's NRSV, which is the my preferred pastoral translation for reading. Really, really awesome. And then, of course, the back cover. Really, 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 really dope. Super, super, super. Super excited about it. All right. I want to put it up here, but I'm gonna wait till I put something under it. I got it sitting somewhere soft. I'm gonna wait till I can put something under it so that I don't mess up the bottom of it here. I'll be right back.
All right. So did the Miss ever respond?
No, not to me anyway.
But let them people know how you do. Later, love you. Peace out.
I've been getting more serious about that, especially because I use stuff, and so it gets picked up and put down a lot. Like the belt, I always put the belt on a pillow. Otherwise, I put it away in its case, or else, just even getting picked up and put down and bumped up against that wall and stuff like that'll leave marks on it. So we want to. That's eventually going to get worn out over all the years of use, but I can't wait to use it all the time, and I'm going to probably take it with me. I'm sure I'll take it with me the first time I go back to Jersey to see my mom's new house. Actually, my grandparents will get a real kick out of that. They won't quite understand why I started an atheist cult of internet personality and why they gave me a Bible, but they'll think it's cool that I nevertheless have a personalized Bible. And so, that'll be fun. I'm sure OG Roddy will get a kick out of it too. So, what did we say we were going to do? Oh, we're going to do the videos.
Here's the great insult, if you want that.
Yeah.
Put it in the private chat.
All right.
You said you were going to do a different one first, but I am not familiar with that one.
Yeah. They said he just did one today, so I'm just going to do the one he did today. All right, guys.
Oh, he dropped one today.
Yeah. So this is actually no. I should go to the new scene. I made a new scene for YouTube. All right.
God gets canceled.
God gets canceled. Yeah, we're gonna do that one.
Oh my.
God, can I come in? I don't want to intrude. God, what's wrong, big guy?
I'm being canceled. Big thing, Flying Wayne. I'm so glad. I want to thank you also again for that graphic. It's amazing. We're gonna try to put it on some merch. And then also, 11 out of 10. Agreed, 11 out of 10, man. Got fans out here. We doing big things.
Do we want to show the cartoon or no when we play it?
It's showing.
It's showing. Oh, let me share it with you guys. Sorry. I'll share it with you guys back here. I think I was sharing the other screen, so let's get rid of that. I'll share this screen.
Minimize me.
I'll let you do the backstage stuff. I'll just share the screen. And
Okay.
then, you can decide what to do with the view. Yeah, that's perfect. And then I'll go switch back over to it. Actually, I just want to close this stuff. I keep using I want to keep the stream open over here, but nothing else. Because it's my other account. All right, we'll keep that there. Go here. Good, perfect.
What? But you're the most powerful being in the universe.
I know.
Yeah, actually, that's a great idea, YouTube Punk. Let's cut it out. Let's clip that. We got to start making short clips. So we'll go maybe over the weekend. We'll go back through the birthday stream and we'll make clips. Yeah, the new graphic. The new graphic is actually my icon, and it was on the thumbnail, and I made it the graphic for the server. But yeah, Flying Man, Bruce Wayne made me this hand drawn art. So I think this would be perfect on a t-shirt. Also, we have YouTube Punk's graphic. We'll have this. And then I think he said he's going to fill this in with color or something. So I'm going to try to make the sketch as a black and white version. That way, like, people can kind of have like a cool black and white look. Maybe like this would look great on a black shirt, a white shirt, whatever. And then if it gets filled in, we'll use that as like a color version and people can pick between those. And then we'll probably also do something with the sort of OG graphic that we have from YouTube Punk as well, which most of you have seen, but I'll pull up real quick for people that don't know what I'm talking about. It's just good figuring out where I put stuff a little faster. All right, here, nope, wrong folder. Theme backgrounds. This one.
Offline.
This original Flying Man poster. So this is the one that. Wait, you mean the what says offline, Tux? Your restream?
Yeah, my restream.
Maybe just a lot of times I just press the button and push it again. So turn it off and turn it on again, basically. And then check. Sometimes it just takes a minute.
No, it's not going.
All right, let me see.
I was trying my hardest to get something working on Tuesday. I tried about 30 different things to try to get
you know what it is,
audio.
Tux? It's the event. All right, so I think I'll show you the way to do it. Go back out and then, because you're probably going from the edit destinations, right?
Yeah.
Go instead over to the event. See how the event is live and it's like Lina's getting old.
Yeah.
So you want to go to the event and then edit the event and then turn on Tux TV from within the event.
I don't see where I could do that next.
It's the same way.
It shows that I'm already on. It shows I'm already on that way too.
So then you let me see. No, I don't. It doesn't show you're on this way.
See if you can turn it on then.
Yeah, I can probably turn it on. I just wanted to make sure you knew where it was.
Yeah, it's not reacting properly for me to.
Oh, that's weird. But yeah, all right. So go, and then I guess let's try your channel real quick. Tux TV.
That's why Nitty doesn't know I'm on.
Sub. Oh, I see. Let's see. No, that's not the right Tux TV. All right, Tux TV channels.
Why isn't that working?
Tux
Unable to go
Bodai.
live. It seems like you're already streaming.
All right, Duck and Tux. Tux, what's your channel called?
Tux TV.
No Good and Evil popped up. That's weird. I don't know which. Can you see my screen? Which one is it?
Yeah.
Which one is
It's gonna
it?
It's gonna be. You're already subscribed. That's weird. How come you don't see my logo? Are you subscribed to the right one?
I don't know.
Click on that purple one there.
That's what I thought. That's not you though.
That's not me. Yeah, unsubscribe from that one. You're subscribed to the wrong one.
Yeah, I don't know what's the hell's going on. Because I went to the filters. All right, let me try see what happens if I search with my other account. Hang on, guys. We got to find this real quick so we can get Tux live with us. Let's see.
Well, I mean, Tux can just put a link to his own channel in the private chat.
Oh, yeah, he can. I got it, though. It's right here. Yeah. I'm just trying to make sure he should be live. I'm just checking it. So I got it. Videos. Yeah, it's not showing you live. All right, that's not good. All right, let's go see what's going on. That's not good.
I swear, me trying to do anything just screwed up everything. Me trying to figure out why.
No. That was the right thing to do. Is we should figure out why that. Oh yeah, it's still not showing you on. Okay, let's save.
It shows that I'm on from mine.
Oh, it said an error occurred. Yeah. There is something weird going on with the error. That's so weird. All right, let's edit destinations. It says sending data. Let's turn that off. Oh, it almost said streaming. All right, let's see. Now it says it's streaming. All right, let's turn it off. Let's leave it off
let me
there.
try.
Let's go here.
Yep, I'm streaming.
Now you're streaming?
I'm in. Yep.
All right. Let's go see that. All right, guys, head over.
I wonder what was going on.
Why isn't it showing it for me?
Jump over in the first place.
I'm not seeing you live. Oh, now I do.
I show
now
him
I do
first
it.
place.
Now I do it.
I show
Now I
him
see
live.
it. Now I see it. Now I see it. Now I see it.
Lydia, you'll get a notification that I'm on.
All right, guys. Great. That was, see, we needed to do that, guys. We had to hook Tux up. We got to take care of the co-host. That's always priority number one. We can't take over the internet if my co-host can't get their platform off of my platform. I'm not like Pine Creek. My co-hosts are explicitly instructed to use the channel to promote your shit. That way I can be lazy. And I can be like, oh, you guys want counter-apologetics. I'm playing video games. No, Pocket, we need to know why the Bible is so evil that everybody thinks it's good. That's not my responsibility. I'm the worship pastor. I do songs. I play drums. I do communion. If you want good counter-apologetics, then go see James Apperson or Tux. I'm not responsible for that. I'm the Most High
James.
Apostle. I'm doing what the Most High Apostle should be doing, which is getting high. Okay?
So how could you possibly be canceled?
You guys are going to learn to understand this goddamn organization chart and stop coming to me with your Bible nerdery and your philosophizing. We have James Apperson. We have Tux. We have my one black friend. We got fucking Lina up in this bitch. Come on, you got so many damn options and you're boring the fuck out of me. It's not my damn job. I'm here to play drums and smoke weed.
Here you go.
It's okay.
Oh, and fight.
God.
Of course, fight. I like to
You
fight.
can tell me.
I allowed people to have their own opinions.
You done fucked up. You done fucked up,
Well,
guys.
that doesn't sound so bad.
It is when their opinions about me are bad. Have you seen my poll numbers?
Yep, they're shit.
Religion is going into the pooper, Jeffrey. People think
You
I'm
like
an
Biden up in this
asshole. Or that I don't even exist.
I mean, they're entitled to have their likes and dislikes, beliefs
This is amazing.
and disbeliefs. And
No, I'm being persecuted, Jeffrey.
persecuted.
Yo,
God
did someone call my
complex.
Yes, damn it, we're being persecuted.
I knew it! I told you, didn't I?
Jesus, you actually were persecuted,
You
but that
were.
was thousands of
That
years
was a long time ago, Jesus.
So
You
are
need to
you
let that
saying
shit go.
Christians aren't
He's still milking it.
persecuted now?
You know what I'm talking about?
Sure, but not in America, where they complain the most.
But how can that be true when I'm being canceled?
Oh no, Dad's being canceled?
No, he's not being...
You mean like drowned in the flood canceled? You mean like burned eternally in a lake of fire canceled? Ain't this a bitch?
Canceled.
Are you sure? You know how people love canceling nowadays.
People have always gotten canceled. They just didn't call it canceling until recently.
Well, prove I'm not getting canceled then.
Okay, how many churches are there in the United States?
380,000.
And how many U.S. presidents have there been?
46.
How many were Christians?
46.
Really?
How many Supreme Court
Hang on a sec. Technical thing. Nano, I'm about that, man. Guys, upload that stuff, man. We're going to start to... We'll make a channel. Let's make a channel. Hang on.
I love that quote, YouTube punk.
Let's make a quick... I don't know if God exists, but it would be better for his reputation if he did not. Yeah, that's... Matter of fact, y'all, that's another one right there. That's another merch idea right there. All right, so look, here's what we're going to do. And matter of fact, what we're going to do is we're going to get with Rodrigo. Rodrigo knows the hookup on the merch and the graphics, so we're going to have Rodrigo do that because it'll be better that way. But look, what we're going to do, we're going to go in here, and we're going to put it under... Honestly, we got to put it under Watch Me that way because it's stream related. So we're gonna put it under
YouTube punk. Who's do you know whose it is?
It's a text channel. Nah, we're gonna put it under community, y'all. Let's put it under community. This is gonna be easier under there. Community. We're gonna add text channel called merch ideas. All right, create the channel, edit the channel, put merch graphics, quotes, and ideas. Nah, hang on. Put merch, graphics, ideas, quotes, items, and ideas here. All right. Save the changes. All right, now check this out, y'all. I'm gonna just hit y'all right now with some of the real ones. All right, so first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna put this in here. Boop. We're gonna go here. Community merch ideas. Doop. That way that's in there. Copy, paste. That way that's in there. All right, then we're gonna do we're gonna do Flying Man Ministries, which is gonna be basically the shorthand for the cult of the Flying Man. But it's like the media wing, you know. It's like the media wing. What's the name of that fucking Catholic network and shit?
Capturing coitus?
No.
I mean,
y'all know what I'm talking about. ATN.
Canadian Catholic?
No, it's like the one on Real TV. The Catholic.
Oh.
Y'all know what I'm talking about. Anyway, Flying Man Ministries. So what we gonna
Sunday
do?
Night Live?
Whatever.
Holy
What is
Water.
the name of that station? Look, it don't matter. Here's the idea, guys. The idea is this: holy water, right? Anointing oil, and pocket Bibles. All right, boom. All right, so that's how you use it, y'all. Now, what the fuck am I talking about when I say Flying Man Ministries, holy water, anointing oil, and pocket Bibles? All right, here's what we want to do. What we want to do is have the little novelty Bibles, the little novelty pocket New Testaments. See, it's a play on words, pocket, but also you put it in your pocket. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go to the merch store, you're going to order it, you pick a fucking color, and then it comes to you, and it's like a version of the New Testament that goes in your pocket, but it's from Flying Man Ministries. And so when you get in this shit with the theist and they don't want to talk about the Bible, y'all know the fastest way to deconvert a motherfucker in the spirit of doubt is to read the Bible. You go, oh, I got a motherfucking Cult of the Flying Man Bible right here. Let's get into the New Testament, deconvert their ass, just whoop on them with that shit. Boom. You want to support the ministry. You want to bless yourself, bless your friends, do a little sprinkling in the spirit of doubt, get you that Flying Man Ministries holy water. You know, bless yourself, keep a little bowl sitting by your doorway when you walk in, dip your finger in the bowl, make the, do the bless yourself in the name of Darwin, Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless you, bless yourself, right? You want to step it on up, get you a little bit of that Flying Man Ministries anointing oil. Bless your forehead. Bless the forehead of your friends. Science bless you. Science bless you. You got a little pasta, don't know what to do with it, you don't want it to stick, put a little bit of that holy anointing oil in there. Boom, boom. Stir it up in the spirit of doubt. Need to make sure your salmon doesn't stick to the pan. Holy anointing oil will do you. Just cook it. You could just cook right in the holy anointing oil. All right? So those are some of the merch ideas. Now, if y'all have other merch ideas and other graphics to put on the merch, you go ahead and you put it in the channel. Now, I just demonstrated for you some legit shit right there. All right, we going community group think the fuck out of this one. All right, now let's get back to this unbelievably good video.
This is Have There Been?
116.
How many were Christians?
107.
What percentage is that?
92.2%.
And how many are Christians now?
All of them?
And how many Christians are in Congress?
468.
What percentage of Congress is that?
88.1%.
I got pizza rolls in the micro. I'm gonna go grab them real quick.
Oh, no,
so
you don't.
good.
You stay right here.
You stay right
How many
there.
people in Congress are unaffiliated with any religion?
Yep, 0. 1. There's one. There is one. There you go.
1.
What percent of Congress is that?
I got it.
10 million points for Jay.
2%.
So, who exactly is persecuting Christians? Seeing as how they literally control the most powerful government on earth.
Jeffrey, have you seen my numbers? They're dropping like a rock. It's only a matter of time before they go after the politicians, too.
How awful would it be to go after politicians, the most moral and upstanding of citizenry, and democratically replace them with those who are more representative of their constituencies?
There you go.
So terrible.
Oh,
So
my
should
goodness.
Christians be happy
In a
with
representative
becoming a
government, how
minority?
could you?
Huh? You think they won't be persecuted once they're only 87% of Congress?
Jesus, you want to take this one?
No,
Well, do it anyway.
Why? What's he talking about?
I don't wanna.
Jesus?
Fine. I kinda sorta told everyone that only a tiny fraction of people will make it into heaven while the rest of humanity will perish.
What? But I said I wanted none to perish.
I know.
Don't you see what that means? If I create a universe in which I want nobody to perish, but then most of the people in it end up perishing, then that makes me an utter failure. Me, God Almighty, a failure.
But I thought it would be kind of cool to have heaven sort of be like, like a private country club.
Exclusive.
Really
I get that.
exclusive,
I get
with
that.
umbrella drinks for
That's
all
amazing.
eternity.
Wait a minute.
Fair play.
I thought you were against wealthy hoity-toity crap like that.
Oh, don't get me wrong. Heaven will still be totally communist. I mean, there's not going to be any ownership or currency in heaven, Jeffrey.
But aren't you against decadence? And
Jeffrey, we're talking about people who want to literally live forever in a place where there's zero discomfort, everyone is just like them, and all their wants and needs are met. These people basically want to live as babies for all eternity. It doesn't get any more decadent than that.
Shut up already!
Facts.
I'm sick of your whining! Both of you have gone totally off track and forgot that this is supposed to be about me getting canceled.
Yep, exactly.
you can't force people to like you. And if a bunch of people dislike you, you can't just write it off as getting canceled and thus somehow not your responsibility. Why don't you simply try being more likable, huh? Have you ever thought of that?
Okay, fine. I'll try to be more likable. Ugh. I just want to know one thing, though.
Nope.
Shoot.
What percentage of humanity can I burn and still not
There you go.
get canceled?
There you go. There you go. Exactly. That's the problem. The more likable God, I still ain't fucking with that nigga. Nope. I'm done. I'm done.
Shit.
Right? This is one of them relationships where your ex be like, well, look, I understand you don't want to be in this abusive ass relationship anymore. And you want to move out and get divorced and legally separated. But do you think we can still get together once a week for lunch? Nope.
Wow.
What about a birthday text? Nope. Well, can I call and check on your family? Nope. Nigga, you can't get none of that. That's so good. Go ahead, Tux.
No, I'm
okay.
I'm good.
If, say, Ben Affleck or some other famous actor dragged a person into the middle of the street, dumped gasoline all over them, and then set them on fire, do you think Ben Affleck would not get canceled after that?
So just one person? What if the person getting burned did something wrong?
Okay, let's say they stole a candy bar once when they were 12 years old.
So? What's wrong with burning someone for stealing a candy bar?
Ah, fuck, God's definitely getting canceled.
I knew it.
But why? I invented morality!
Also, guys, let's also acknowledge 2 Feet of Love, Caterpillar, Super Critical Snake, man. You guys are huge. Let's go ahead and, guys, we're going to watch this next video. After the next video, we are going to donate to charity. So please, go ahead and take this last opportunity to donate to the International Bipolar Foundation. After the next video, we'll go ahead and do our donation. Super Critical Snake donated $25 today. Thank you so much. Caterpillar donated $10. Appreciate it. 2 Feet of Love also donated $10 to me. To me, you don't have to give all your money to charity. There are links in the descriptions for me. You can send me all your money. We got a building fund. We have a weed fund. And we have an ever-expansive need to fund our tuition fund. Now, listen, I know you think we're smart, educated, sexy, well-spoken people. But if we are going to take over the internet and be the best cult in the history of counter-apologetics, we have to get an education in the best apologetics. That is why I and all pastors are required to attend and receive a dual PhD in ministry development and spiritual acquisition at the most prestigious apologetics university on the planet. Unfortunately, it's a 7-figure tuition, 6-figure monthly room and board, okay? And you have to have a mega church, and you have to have a personal jet. It's just a requirement, or else not, you don't qualify, okay? Of course, I am talking about the prestigious and illustrious Scrooge McDuck Bible University. So you must put your money in the golden plate so that myself, my one black friend, Tux, James Apperson, probably Lina. You know, as the roster grows and grows and grows and grows and grows, the tuition fund needs more O's and O's and O's and O's and O's. That's how it goes and goes and goes and goes and goes. Let's continue to shows and shows and shows and shows and shows. All right. Yeah, look, see, you pick a graphic. See, guys, this is what we're going to do. You pick the graphic, you make the graphic you like, then you get to go to the shop and you figure out what T-shirts and blase flavonoids you want it on. Oh, look, I want it on the cool kid's hat. Oh, look, I want this little hippie cool kid's hat. Oh, I want this little sleeveless shirt. Oh, look, I want this little thing bodysuit for my baby. See, that's how we're going to set it up. And then you're going to send us all your money. And in return, you're going to get the stuff that you wear. And you're gonna love wearing the stuff. You're going to wear the stuff. And you're going to help us. You're going to help us grow and take over. It's the atheist gospel of prosperity, guys. It's a real thing. It has to happen. You just let it happen. Just let it happen. All right? What's that other one? Oh, what's the thing? The bigger insult? Is that the thing?
Yeah, something like that.
The greater insult. Let's get it.
Greater insult. So
3.1 million views. Wow. That's incredible.
So it doesn't start talking till like over 4.5 minutes in, I think. So it's up to you if you want to forward it to that or not.
Well, I got to pee, and I'm going to check and see if my food's here, so.
All right, that works.
Good thing. Oh, I haven't seen this in a while.
Marcus, open your eyes. Where am I? You are about 27,000 light years from Earth in the Sagittarius constellation on the outskirts of globular cluster NGC 6440, discovered by human beings 232 years ago. Turn around for a moment and look up. There's single-celled life in the oceans of that planet up there. Life there will eventually become multicellular and terrestrial. Like on Earth, over 99% of the species there will go extinct before one finally makes it to where we are standing right now, on their moon.
If I didn't want it that way, then I would not have made it that way. Like a precious metal or jewel, for something to have value, it must be finite. Nothing unlimited is precious, including life. Sabrina, open your eyes.
What's happening?
Look at the horizon. You are about to see the sunrise of a red hypergiant. And even though we're far from it, the scorched desert world you're standing upon is 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Nothing lives here. Yet there are countless such places strewn about the universe like little motes of dust. Though this entire world is but a mote of dust, so too is that red hypergiant when compared to the galaxy it calls home. And though that red hypergiant is but a mote of dust, so too is that entire galaxy when compared to the cloud of galaxies in this tiny corner of the universe. I did not author such massive scale and variety for one type of people to think one type of way. Samuel, open your eyes. I brought you to this place at random. We're in a galaxy far from the Milky Way. You did not know this place existed until you saw it. Space travels faster than the light that passes through it. As galaxies move farther apart, their light will eventually cease to reach each other. Thus, future civilizations...
How much did I miss?
Oh, you're good.
Look at you guys. Liars. I thought there was music for 4 minutes. You're watching it again, all of you. Liars.
Overnight.
James Apperson.
There's no counter-apologetics until 4.5 minutes in.
Oh, I feel like I've been betrayed. You're watching it again. Oh, we got more money going in. Yes, YouTube Punk. Thank you so much.
Marcus, open.
It's pretty funny too because I can imagine an apologist saying some dumb shit to me, like, "Yeah, no, I saw it. YouTube Punk. Thank you so much. I still see it. I have a chat on my screen." I would love to hear somebody tell me that that's a bad donation because of the amount. I just love it. It's just a delightfully sinful donation amount.
Your eyes.
Thanks again. But thanks, I appreciate that, AR. Thanks for the reminder.
You are about 27,000 light years from Earth in the Sagittarius constellation on the outskirts of globular cluster NGC 6440, discovered by human beings 232 years ago. Turn around for a moment and look up. There's single-celled life in the oceans of that planet up there. Life there will eventually become multicellular and terrestrial. Like on Earth, over 99% of the species there will go extinct before one finally makes it to where we are standing right now, on their moon. If I didn't want it that way, then I would not have made it that way. Like a precious metal or jewel, for something to have value, it must be finite. Nothing unlimited is precious, including life. Sabrina, open your eyes.
What's happening?
Look at the horizon. You are about to see the sunrise of a red hypergiant. And even though we're far from it, The scorched desert world you're standing upon is 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Nothing lives here. Yet there are countless such places strewn about the universe like little motes of dust. Though this entire world is but a mote of dust, so too is that red hypergiant when compared to the galaxy it calls home. And though that red hypergiant is but a mote of dust, so too is that entire galaxy when compared to the cloud of galaxies in this tiny corner of the universe. I did not author such massive scale and variety for one type of people to think one type of way. Samuel, open your eyes. I brought you to this place at random. We're in a galaxy far from the Milky Way. You did not know this place existed until you saw it. Space travels faster than the light that passes through it. As galaxies move farther apart, their light will eventually cease to reach each other. Thus, future civilizations, born long after Earth has disintegrated, will know nothing of other galaxies. They'll know a universe of darkness. But you, an organism born billions of years in their past, totally shrouded by time, have seen the beauty of a universe they will never know. I am the Lord your God. Throughout your lives, I have watched your actions, heard your words, felt your emotions. Sabrina, you were raised as a Muslim and have been a devout follower of Islam throughout your entire life. Please, rise. Marcus, you are a Christian, and though you weren't always steadfast, your faith grew as you got older, and when you died, you were firm in your belief. Please,
I'll grab it in a sec.
Rise.
When
Samuel,
this one's over.
You were an atheist who was never convinced of my existence from the moment you first heard about me right up until your death. Why have I gathered you three, of all people, here together after your deaths? You see, I was thinking of building a bar right over there, and I wanted to see what would happen when a Muslim, a Christian, and an atheist walked into it. Yeah, who wants to trade places with the atheist? You heard me. Look, your lives come with consequences, and you will be judged. But just this once, let us see if you're willing to trade places with this non-believer. Just step forward and raise your hand. Any takers? I see. Very well. Samuel, I like you. Be at peace. You two, on the other hand, oh boy, do I have some words for you two. Get up! That's your first problem. You think I want you kneeling before me? What's worse, that you think I'm a monster or that you don't realize you think I'm a monster? Why would I want people worshiping me? Is that what you would want out of your lives? Do you prefer equal, loving relationships? Or for people to grovel before you with fear and reverence? Because let me tell you, that gets old really fast. Every dictator who foolishly desired such power ended up being some of the loneliest people to ever live. Christians, Muslims, there's billions of you now. Billions! And you have so much fear. God-fearing is an actual phrase now, and it's supposed to be a good thing. Is that what you think I want? Fear? Sabrina? Marcus? Both of you actually believed that I send people to hell to be tortured. Tortured! Sabrina, why would you worship someone who tortures people?
What choice did I have?
You can choose to have integrity, and you can hope that your creator also has integrity. And if I am an enlightened being, and why wouldn't I be, then should I not also have integrity? Or you can trust those who claim to speak for me. It seems you have done the latter. Marcus, why would you worship someone who tortures people?
I just trusted that you would know what's just. God is good. God is love.
Love? Since when does love have anything to do with inflicting agony for eternity? You refused to take Sam's place because Sam was an atheist. You believed Sam would go to hell, didn't you? And you trusted that sending Sam to hell would be justice. Sam merely didn't know that I exist. Should I feel insulted because of that? Should that offend me?
I don't know.
Sam didn't know either of you exist either. Do you feel insulted by that?
No.
Yet not only did both of you believe in me, but both of you thought I was a monster who sends people to be tortured forever and desires the eternal worship of everyone else. I find that incredibly insulting. You offend me. Why would I want to be around someone like you?
Because we know better now.
Do you?
Yes.
It's called the greater insult.
How are we supposed to know?
What up, Jason?
Everyone around us believed these things. They were written thousands of years ago. Our churches, our friends, our families, our whole society believe these things.
Samuel didn't. Even though he was alienated for it, he still didn't believe it. Throughout his life, he was the one who was called offensive and called out of line for not conforming, sort of like Jesus was. Yet it was the believers who offended me this whole time. It was the believers who nailed Jesus to the cross. You think those holy books weren't written by people just like you? They ate, drank, and slept just like you. They had their ideas about what I'm like, and they projected themselves onto me, using me to justify their preferences just like you. They used me to claim that their opinions were objective truths, that their beliefs were knowledge. They didn't know where they ended, and I began. You worshipped the God of the imaginations of ancient people who, not unlike the people of your time, used their ideas of God to spread their influence politically, culturally, and morally. You fell for it. Sabrina, you fell for it. Samuel did not. I can actually talk to Sam without all that baggage in the way. I can have a relationship with Sam. I can be on equal footing with Sam. What am I supposed to do with you two?
Show us the truth.
Teach the truth to offensive cowards? Have you not been irreparably damaged?
No.
We're not afraid of you.
Good. Now, we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, well, I said it's called the greater insult. Thanks, James Apperson. What an image.
All right. Powerful.
That was incredible, man. Like, I don't know. That's the thing, man. That's the thing. You got to really be okay with people who say, I really just don't care about all of the work it did to figure all that out. Or somehow there's some other need to claim that a personal truth should somehow trump all of this. It's just quite unbelievable. All right, let's go to...
You know, one of the things in that was how it points out that men wrote this.
Sorry, go ahead.
The holy books that both the Quran...
You're good. I'm just getting it set up.
The various books of each Bible, they weren't written by God. They were written by man. And Jesus in Mark 1 comes right out and says, hey, I'm here to proclaim the gospel of God.
Right.
That means if Jesus was real, he has access to a book that exists somewhere. If he is a part of the Trinity, and he is in a situation where there is a book available to him, there is knowledge available to him, that he failed to execute writing it down himself, failed to bring it to mankind and protect it by miracle.
Right.
There is no way that something that would have come from heaven is in the form we see it in the Gospel of Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, in Paul's writings, in Peter's epistles, in James' epistle, in a vision of what's going to happen in the future written by whoever wrote Revelation. John takes claim to it, but we don't really know who John is. So if you have a situation where not only that, but Justin Martyr, I believe, is stated as saying that there was a gospel of heaven, that he had read something called the gospel of heaven. Now, I've never been able to get hands on it. I've searched for it. I don't think it exists.
Say that again?
That Justin Martyr claims that there is a gospel of heaven. So obviously it's a non-canon, lost to history. Lost to time.
Okay.
But to me, if there is a God's gospel, Jesus has its hands on it, or it was just some manic depressive who just thought he was Jesus Christ, and there's no such thing, and he was just making it up. But humans wrote this, every word of it. And it seems to me that if angels were at his tomb, it seems to me that angels could bring that gospel of God, or God's gospel. Right? To Jesus, he could pass it out for the next 40 days, according to Acts of the Apostles. He's around for 40 days before he ascends. He doesn't even need to dictate anything. He just needs to say, hey, this is what I wanted to do. He doesn't need Paul 3 years later in a vision.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I don't know. It's completely untenable. You know, I really give a lot of credit to Derek for his, like he says, his willingness to sort of get in the sandbox and play with it. But my approach is, I think it's really, you gotta just really say to people, look, you just can't do this anymore. I don't know. I just think like it's just so weird to me. Like, oof, it's tough.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just so much wrong with it. We could talk for days about everything wrong with it. Rebecca wouldn't care. She would just say, whatever.
Yeah. Jesus loves me. This I know.
Well, this is sort of what I was thinking, where it becomes a situation where, I don't have my, I'm looking for my lights. I guess I don't have it on this phone yet. That explains a lot. All right. So I guess the thing I was going to say is, I guess for me with her, it's almost like, I think she has to decide if she wants to be an apologist that we like more than other apologists or consider a friend, or if she wants to be considered someone we take seriously. She's either going to be an example of everything wrong with apologetics and Christianity, who we just happen to know and maybe like a little bit more than the William Lane Craigs or the Kent Hovens or Ken Hams of the world. But at the end of the day, still sitting on some bullshit. And I mean, I don't know. I honestly think the Christians like Rebecca are honest, and that's why I say it'd be useful. They're still useful, a more friendly example of why these people are so stupid. But nevertheless, an example of, I think, someone who's going to tell you, oh, you have this issue, and then it's just never an issue. And I was this type of Christian too, and I just had to be honest with myself about what I was doing, which is well, young Earth creationism isn't an issue. Well, evolution isn't an issue. Well, if Jesus was born in Nazareth isn't an issue. If he had disciples, wasn't an issue. If he didn't literally rise from the dead, not really an issue. Oh, was he mythical? Oh, well, that's not an issue. Oh, well, God created through completely natural means, which none of which is miraculous at all. Oh, that's not really an issue. Well, if it said it in the Bible, I'd believe it. Well, if I didn't believe there was a God, I wouldn't believe it anyway. All right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're smarter than the rest of us, and you're just right. Because that's what a person's got you pinned in on, right? They've got you pinned to, well, I'm right no matter what, right? Well, I mean, it's all good because at the end of the day, I'm right no matter what, right? And if somebody else is right, well, I'll just be taking what they're right about, and I'll be right too, you know. And they can be right, and I can be right, and we'll both be right at that point. And doesn't really matter, you know. Like, it's just like, okay. And again, like, whatever we could say, William Lane Craig, let's take William Lane Craig. I like picking on that fuckface. Let's take however many views he has or books he sold or tour donations and funds he's raised and compare that to Rebecca's revenue and whatever. You know, as somebody I think actually believes this nonsense and goes to church, sure. Swap them on out, you know? I don't care, right? But again, like, if she wants to be taken seriously, she gonna have to take this L. She gonna have to admit, I don't know enough to even assess what I don't know. And the conversation I gotta have with Rebecca, y'all, is if really understanding this means you need more formal education, are you willing to pursue it? And I'm getting to the point where if the answer is no, that's game, set, and match.
Yeah, either learn how to cook or get out of the kitchen.
You know, sometimes, yo, that's why I'm the worship pastor. When the worship pastor tries to give you the atheist theology, he just be rambling. He don't know what the fuck he talking about. That's why you shouldn't be asking the drummer motherfucking theological and philosophical questions. When the motherfucking niggas like Tux and James Apperson that are responsible human beings and write shit and think about what the fuck they say before they say it, James Apperson hit you with the dope. If you don't want to learn to cook, get your ass about the kitchen. It's that simple, folks. It's that simple, folks. You know, it really is. It really. All right, let's get this God's God real quick.
What's up, God?
Oh, Tits McGee over here just died.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I agree with you about Angela.
Tits
and he was an atheist.
I used to know a bartender we called Tits McGee.
Sorry, I was being a YouTube pervert.
What's up, God?
Oh, Tits McGee over here just died in a car accident.
Oh,
damn. And he was an atheist. Boom! Surprise, motherfucker! I'm real.
Come on, God, stop antagonizing the atheists.
I ain't gonna fuck with y'all. If that shit happens to me, right? Like, that's gonna be one of them moments where I legit, like, fall backwards, you know, through the clouds or whatever, because that's a boo I'm not ready for. Like, let me wake up tomorrow and hallucinate that I've died and gone to heaven and see, like, a God standing over my bed like I'm real motherfucker, and I guarantee y'all I will be in the hospital or something because I'll fall onto the floor, bang my head on the side table, and be fucking dead. Like, yeah, I just got to be honest with you. I don't know if there's much I could be more confident about than that there's no God.
Same here.
I just really think that, like, the same way I know no supernatural being has ever made an audio mixer. Right? No supernatural being has ever made a universe or an organism or a primate and none of that shit. It's just not possible. Go ahead.
You got your phone, right?
My phone, yeah.
Yeah, pick up your phone.
All right, here we go.
All right. Does God have your number or do you have his number?
He's supposed to have mine, but I sure as fuck don't have it. You know,
he's not calling you to wish you a happy birthday?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Like,
exactly. He forgot. He forgot.
I spent 9 months weaving you together, Jay, 38 years ago.
Yeah.
And wow, that was fun. Look at the knowledge you've obtained.
It's funny
in
how the
37
parents,
years of life.
It's funny
of breathing.
It's funny because he knew me before the beginning of time and all of that shit, right? But it's funny how the parents who've only known me these 37 years since 1986 or whatever, ain't neither one of them forget my birthday. Right? Or the motherfuckers on here who've known me less than 6 months or 30 days or whatever the fuck, they ain't forget. But yeah, God's
pick up your new laptop and see if he sent you an email.
Maybe this motherfucker hit my Gmail. Now, that would tell you right there if there's an email from
Nitty.
If there's an email, let's get Nitty in here. But Nitty, I'm checking for a birthday email from God real quick, and I'm gonna tell you something right now.
Email.
Yeah, and it will actually disprove God, because if there's an email from God and it says, "Hey Jay, happy birthday from God," you know that nigga don't exist because he don't know shit. If he fucking emailed me, if he emails me,
YouTube Punk wants to know if God sent you.
Did God send me a Bible? Oh, that's hysterical. That's too much.
Of course he did.
That's too much. No, YouTube Punk sent me a real Bible, Nitty, for my birthday.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, a bespoke, bestudded Bible. It's amazing.
My audio good, by the way?
Yeah. So hang on a sec. Let's switch up and get over here into the restream with these guys. Yeah, let's harass Nitty, y'all.
You're good.
So,
let's call him names. Let's question his sexuality. See if he sticks around.
Yeah.
I'm rubbing my nipples right now. You just wait.
Oh, you sexy tiger, you.
Yeah.
Happy birthday. Mr. Pocket Locker.
Come give me a lap dance.
Happy birthday, man.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
I'll get my arms all wiggling crazy.
Nidimus, I don't know what happened with
Need
your
to keep those arms down.
Appearance
where we can see him
on Bread of Life today.
Oh my God.
I want to congratulate you on so many things. Number one would be though, whatever that person said that upset you. I told people, good on you for ending the stream. You don't owe people to fucking stick around after you've been assaulted. Like if people not going to regulate that or control that, and good on Rebecca for letting you go. You know, I think she handled it appropriately, and
that was awesome.
Yeah, just
actually, Sal Cordova and her sister called her after the stream, and were like, "That was fucked up."
Oh, that's good. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Let me.
That's awesome.
Let me switch to this scene over here. All right, so. But also,
because I was getting.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go on.
I was just gonna say you were getting so many clips from Rebecca, man. She just gave you so much. I said I think she's too comfortable with a lot of us, but it was just wild. I mean, I was trying to catch a Tux up on it, but she give me a couple of highlights that I forget. But she said to you. She would just believe whatever she was told. If the Bible said that the Earth was old, go ahead.
I did an SE type of questioning on her beliefs on the age of the universe and the real reason that she seems to hold on to young Earth creationism. So I was like, okay, Rebecca, you said you have like scientific issues with the Big Bang. Let's set those aside for a minute and just do a little thought experiment with you. And I was like, if Genesis 1 and 2 seem to teach that the universe is incomprehensibly old, would you believe that the universe is incomprehensibly old? She's like, oh yeah, of course. I'm like, okay. So what if the Bible didn't have Genesis chapters 1 and 2, and you had the same evidence you have today for an old universe? Would you believe that the universe is old? And her response to that was, "Oh yeah, of course I would. I believe whatever I was told." I was like,
Right.
"Oh no."
It seems very reasonable.
Right. I was like, "Whoa,
Why
wait,
wouldn't
what?"
you?
Right, it's
Yeah.
reasonable, but the point of the thought experiment is that she really believes because the Bible says so. Right? Like it seems to me an admission that if that text said something different, she would believe the opposite claim, or she would she's mostly getting her belief in that claim from the Bible, right? Like it's showing that, like, I specifically phrased the question like, if you had the same evidence we have and we didn't have this text over here, which would you believe? And I don't think she's being entirely honest when she's saying, and maybe if she sees this, which I highly doubt, but when she's saying like, I would just believe whatever I was told, I don't really think that's true, because she later does say, we're after the truth here. And it's like, okay, then if like you're evaluating all this data and it's making the opposite claim, like it's like she's not a flat earther, right? And why is she not a flat earther? Well, the preponderance of the evidence seems to bear weight to the case that the earth is not flat, much to the chagrin of Rebel Nazarene, who was in the chat asking me if the earth was flat, I would believe in Jesus. Probably. But yeah, it's like, she believes a preponderance of different evidences show her that the earth is indeed like a globe, right? And so like, if her Bible text though seems to give her the impression that the earth was flat, would she say that the earth is flat? Like maybe, like it seems that that's the rationale she's using to believe that the universe is young, or at least the earth is young. That the text seems to have some indications of that, right?
Yeah, it is. And the only reason she accepts round Earth instead of flat Earth is because she never realized that her Bible teaches flat Earth. If she would have realized that before she would have heard, both theories, she would have went with flat Earth, and she'd be stubborn about it today. She just
Did you like that line of questioning, James? How I got to that?
Yeah, it was great. But so here you are making these wonderful points, backing her into a corner about this stuff, and she pretends like she doesn't understand that she's backed into a corner, that she can't.
Right.
So it's just, nothing matters. Like, she has no standards. You can't hold her to a standard.
Right. Yep. Oh, well. All right, Jay, what was another gold moment for you? You can put yourself back.
Well, she posted. She posted my comment when she was talking the other day. I think to James. And it basically said, "Hey, what if Jesus is a scam?" And you get all these warnings of, false teachers, false prophets, wolves in sheep's clothing. The Bible says that. How come she doesn't just heed that warning? That's laced throughout the Bible. I mean, it's right there, black and white, just the same, in Jesus' own words, according to the various red letters. You got to worry about that stuff. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, my background is because I was on Captain Dadpool's channel, and I thought that fit the vibe that he goes.
I don't know what Captain Deadpool is. This is
Captain Dadpool.
Dadpool.
Mm-hmm.
I was this many years old when I found out.
Atheists and skeptics that talk.
All right.
Anyway, Jay,
right.
give us another gold moment you want to review
I'm still
and
setting
praise
up,
me for. I want to be lauded.
I'm still setting up some stuff in the studio here, so appreciate you guys, but I can hear you. I have the speakers on. So another great moment was when she said that, how did she put it? All right, well, I'll go straight to the evolution thing because you kind of stayed away from it. But she said that. How did she say it? Even if, well, she said she thinks it's just crazy, and she said that even if she became convinced that there was an old Earth, a really old universe or whatever, right? Whatever you guys were actually debating, that it wouldn't change her stance on evolution. Which is insane. Because again, right, the same way we know the Earth is old and that the universe is old is how we know where we found the fossils, which the fossils are layered in the same cake, right? The fossils are the fucking sprinkles in the motherfucking layer cake of geology. Right. Yeah. And you're like, oh yeah, except that the cake was baked 4 hours ago. But the sprinkles weren't there. I'm sorry.
I mean, you gotta to admit a lot of interesting things that are well worth recording for later use. So,
Too much.
Really appreciate that.
And then she said she could be convinced, even if she was convinced that there was no God, she still wouldn't accept evolution.
Yeah,
which was just.
I didn't even want to touch that bag of worms because
why not?
With people. So here's the reason I don't fuck around with that. It's because one, she's just so entrenched on the particular literature that she's read on it. She's much more like engaged in that part of the discussion than I am or have ever been. So that's reason number one. Reason number two is that she has.
Can I tell you the truth?
What?
I think the truth is, and I mean this sincerely, on the scale of evolutionary knowledge, and let's keep it a simple scale, it's a really complex scale. I'm gonna be honest with you. The real scale is fucking, I don't even know what the top of the scale is. Do you see what I'm saying? Because I got some people that are like geniuses in my life, and they'll point to you some people, I'll be like, oh.
Well, let me get to my second reason why I didn't go there. It's because that's a fast track to me looking silly and giving her no pushback. And the third reason is that the whole non-Evo posse was in the chat. Like, I'm not going to fuck around with this issue with people like LPP, Sal, and Rebnaz in there. Like, because they're just going to go for the jugular on me.
Dude, I can't wait till LPP starts trolling me. Why doesn't LPP troll me? I mean, you think he hasn't seen the Guts of Gibbon video or something?
So, like, I didn't want to go there because I just don't want to deal
he lets
with
me on his channel.
Them non-sequiting the chat away from the substance of what we were talking about.
All very smart, Nitty, really smart strategy. Really, really smart. I just wanted to say that on the scale
I was going to end up getting dogpiled, and that would have given Rebecca more opportunities to put, like, creationist stuff over me and what the other things that we were talking about.
To be honest, she'll do the same thing to me. She'll do the same thing to me. If she really goes into a conversation with me and goes into debate mode, what she'll start doing is she'll start doing whataboutism, right? And then I'll have to keep conceding, well, that's not my area of expertise. I really don't want to talk about that. Well, that's not my area of expertise. I really shouldn't debate that.
Sure.
Well, I really shouldn't discuss that because I don't really know. I mean, I don't think what you're saying is really, you're saying it right. But, you know, again, I can't, like, really speak about that because I've never read it. You see what I'm saying? And then it's like, oh, I thought you were supposed to be the expert here, right? You know, and then it's like, well, Sal understands these things, you know. So, but I was just going to say on the scale of, and this is kind of my point, let me keep the scale simple. Or we can keep it a 0 to 10 scale, right? I think Rebecca's evolutionary knowledge is a -15. And a lot of people think I'm joking, but I'm not. What I mean by that is, I said this to people, I won't do biology with her until she demonstrates she knows the basics. There's a sequencing mistake in education. You don't teach people, calculus before you teach them intro algebra, and you definitely don't teach intro algebra before you teach them motherfucking addition and multiplication, right? You just don't do it. It's wrong. If you try, you're doing it wrong, right?
Right.
So, you know, I wouldn't jump into graduate level topics. Like, dude, I just spent 10 years in a PhD program in biology. I want you to guess how many times we discuss ERVs. Go ahead, Nitty. Give me a good guess.
Oh, I have no fucking clue.
Just give me a good just guess. All right.
What was the question?
All right. I spent 10 years in graduate school for biology. Got a dual PhD. How many times did we discuss ERVs?
Once.
All right. Nitty's going to go with Tux. What's your guess?
I think Tux is in the band.
All right. To my knowledge, James is correct. 0. Now, does that mean ERVs are not an important part of biology and that they don't have a role and that they don't say something important about evolution and blase and flavonoids and whatever about the spliff, the cutoff site, see what I'm talking about? I don't even know. They'd be like, yeah, it's a something, but a fusion of the something else, and this chromosome stuck to that one, but they split, and then something with the primates, and it's like, nobody cares.
Adjoining site or whatever.
Yeah, nobody cares.
I don't know.
Nobody cares. You know what we know? We're like 99.99, however many nines, we don't really care, arranged between this many nines and that many nines, related to chimps and whatever the fuck, right? And then unless that's your job, like, unless literally, like, ERVs is, like, something you're writing a dissertation or you work in an ERV lab, not only is nobody talking about ERVs, nobody ever wants to talk about ERVs. Nigga, swear to God, if we pull up in the faculty lounge, we having some coffee, I'm munching on my sandwich, and we talking about the game last night or some crazy shit going on in the department or somebody fighting or who looking cute today, and your ass sits up and, hey, guys, you want to talk about ERVs? Absolutely not. Under no circumstances, right?
Yeah.
Right? So then, but when you be on YouTube, right, somebody who knows absolutely, probably has not taken a serious biology class in their life, or at least not in the last 15 years, right, is going to sit up there and, as an evolution denier, then talk to another YouTube counter-apologist and be like, well, let's talk about the ERVs. Well, let's talk about how you could possibly get a replicating series of nucleotides that replicate on their own if you don't even have DNA yet and polymers. And we'll be like, what?
Right. Yeah, it's like, what the fuck am I supposed to say to you when you have all that shit? And that's precisely the point. Like, that's why I don't go there. But go on. Let's talk more about that stream and our reaction.
Yeah. All right. So that was epic. But no, seriously. But guys, that's what I mean about negative knowledge. When you've gone to the Sal graduate school like Rebecca has, right? You're not just at 0. I meant that because I knew people would laugh, and it is funny, right? But I mean -15, right? She's literally advanced in her anti-knowledge. She's been miseducated past 0, right? It would be better, literally, guys, it would be better to start with somebody who said, I know absolutely nothing about biology. I know absolutely nothing about evolution. I'm sure, like, literally my students can show up with nothing on day 1 of our class. And we'd be like, we got you. Don't worry. We're going to start with the basics of the epistemology of science, how the scientific method works. Then we're going to get you into the basic fundamentals of understanding evolutionary theory. Don't worry, it's all good. Then we got a little digital model lab system. You're going to jump in. You're going to do some exercises. 14 weeks from now, you're going to be good up in this motherfucker. Yeah, you're going to be explaining evolution to all your friends and family. You're going to be writing that shit up in your medical school applications and shit, right? You're going to be doing your own experiments as a group, the whole 9, right? But it'd be great to start from 0 and get my 14 weeks in, right? With Rebecca, I'd have to get my 14 weeks in to get back to 0, right? I have to unsal her ass, right? For like 2 semesters, right? Just to get back to 0. So that's a problem. But in your context, in the situation you was in, you handled it beautifully, exactly the right way. The other thing I want to say quickly about that is that it shows you that it fits into a whole anti-denial suite for them. You know, they want to have, oh, Nitty. No, Nitty, we're talking about how I feel just about YEC. And how I feel about YEC, or not YEC, old Earth, young Earth, doesn't touch evolution for me. Oh, and if you convince me about that, it wouldn't touch, that's not how this works. Again, you don't get to bake the cake and pull out the sprinkles. Same way, you don't get to eat the sprinkles, without the, right? You see what I'm saying? And so that's what they're trying to do. And again, none of this works like that. Just like you said, oh, well, if the evidence told you the earth is round, well, we're done. Because the same science that we use to figure out how shadows work and why the earth isn't flat, and
how we have YouTube channels.
And how we took
our theory of light plays into how computing works.
They want to use the phone, they want to take the camera pictures, they want the medicine when they go to the hospital, but they don't want the science that underlies any of it when it's not convenient for them. And so what we have to start to tell them, y'all, is y'all just got to leave the Bible alone. The conversation I'm trying to have with my family, no, because it's the serious thing, right? It's sometimes, I remind you sometimes what you don't do, right? You don't take a heroin addict and talk to them about heroin 24/7. I could be wrong about this. Talk to somebody who's really gone through recovery, but y'all understand the analogy I'm trying to use, right? When somebody is in a situation where something is toxic to them, where it's poisoning their mental well. Again, Derek takes the opposite approach. So maybe Derek would fucking tell you I'm wrong, or maybe me and Derek are just two different type of atheists who have two different strengths to bring to the game, right? Because Derek's thing
I think it's that.
Yeah, me too. I think Derek loves to get in the sandbox with them and say, no, we're going to play in the sandbox. I'm going to bring you the best theologians, the best scholars, the best PhDs. And he's badass at that, right? I'm more like, I come from straight Negroes, that Jesus is everything. God is good all the time, and all the time God is good, And for them, I need to just hit them like, nah, y'all just need to leave this alone. You just need to leave it alone. It's just not true. Just leave it alone. None of it makes sense. And beyond that, it isn't honest. It isn't good. It isn't even decent of you to continue to believe this. It just isn't. Right. And then trying to your best to have that conversation. Now, when that conversation wavers over here into theology, shred it. And then when it wavers over here into philosophy, shred it. But keep bringing it back to them and being an honest, good, decent human being. And how that Bible is going to be the very reason they can't do that.
Yep.
And that to me has to be the conversation, because otherwise they stuck on stupid.
Yeah, they are. But Nidimus did a great job though of keeping her talking.
Fantastic job, unbelievable job.
That's
really.
one of the mistakes. A lot of atheists make that mistake. They want to talk. Do most of the talking to try to bring her around. True. And if you just get her talking like Nidimus did, she'll just volunteer all kinds of crazy shit you can clip and talk about. And so I thought that was go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I mean, that was the best part about it, the way that Nidimus handled it. I've not seen anyone go so good at that as he was, is just to keep her talking and get her to volunteer all this crap that she normally just doesn't talk about. So go ahead.
I was just gonna say she also was very like Donnie to me. I kind of get irritated when people try to tell me that Donnie is a good moderator. Some of these guys, they're just playing y'all, and I don't mean that in a bad way. It's a dirty game, right? I'll be honest with you. It's like being a wrestling fan, right? They're cooperating, right, behind the scenes. The people fighting are working together. They have to. You don't even want them to not. I always tell people about this. What's the difference between a wrestling match and a UFC card? UFC, you're hoping, praying, lucky, crossing your fingers, hoping you get a really good, exciting story told in this battle, right? But there's a lot of times where most of the card is boring as fuck. Why? Because the guys are not working together. One guy would really like to knock the other guy head off so you could see a knockout, but the other guy's going to try to stop him. So then they just going to dance around for a little bit or toe fight
Standing
or whatever.
for truth, you know.
Right? So what you love about wrestling is that that's not going to happen because they're going to have a script. I'm going to jump off the top rope, kick you in the face, you roll out, grab a steel chair, whack me upside the head with it. I'm going to go flip out to the back roll. The valet going to come down, the referee going to get distracted by her, and it's going to be a freak show, right? Well, that's what's happening on YouTube. And a lot of us are like, well, we're wrestling fans and we're flipping through the channels and like the WWE's not live right now and AEW's not doing a big show right now. Oh, there's some fucking motherfuckers mud wrestling in the backyard. Yeah, might as well. We're wrestling fans. Fuck it. Fuck it. Pour a drink, give me some weed, and let's watch these motherfuckers wrestle in the mud. You know? We're wrestling fans. Hey, I want to watch the news? Nah, fuck it. We're watching mud wrestling. You know? So that's what we do on YouTube. So to me, that's what the Donnies and the Rebeccas have figured out. Oh, this is a good hustle, right? And if I show up and I host the conversations and I do the panels and I get good at the YouTube game, it's rewarding. And so I think they've kind of figured it out and they've settled in. And I don't think that like Donnie goes into these situations.
Well, definitely not Donnie, but no, like Rebecca didn't even think of like having a pinned comment, right? Of stuff to like boost her content or an engagement, right? That's like kind of like a thing that I should be doing more of on my channel, right? If there's like key moments that don't fit in the enormous description that I choose to make, you got to do a pinned comment, man. You got to add that to your game of the system, right?
Yeah, I mean,
but anyway,
I guess I should be doing. I don't really pin comments and stuff.
Oh yeah, you got to pin.
What do you mean, like after the video?
Yeah.
Like when you go back later after the stream, pin the comments?
Yeah.
That's a good idea. But she's good at I think she's a good broadcaster.
Oh, man. So who liked my Bears Still Evolve point, basically?
That was huge.
Right?
That was crazy.
Sure.
That was,
it was
a
brilliant
moment. That was brilliant. I think we laughed till we cried. That was really good.
You really did? You were laughing your ass off?
Yeah. There was a lot of laugh out loud moments. Go ahead, James.
Laughing. It was brilliant the way that you phrased it. Like usually I feel like I'm the guy in the room that figures out the best words to use, but the words that you used to describe that whole thing, I was like, damn, I could not even compete with that.
Dude,
that was just
that's what I figured. I was literally sitting here thinking like I'm nowhere near as good as Nitty as this because I haven't been doing this as long. But yeah, man, you were brilliant and you just got her talking. Let's see what else was there.
She does do attack. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say overall, I really realized more clearly than ever before that she's just infallible. She believes in an infallible Christianity, and I did at one point too. I should make that clear.
Unfalsifiable too.
Totally unfalsifiable. Nothing is. It's the actual. And I realized more apologists should adapt this. It's really the argument from nothing is an issue. Is the universe old, young, medium? Doesn't matter. Was Jesus born in Nazareth or Galilee or Atlantis? Doesn't matter. You know, virgin birth, non-virgin birth, we cool. John the Baptist, real, not real, doesn't matter. Moses, historical figure, not historical figure, who gives a shit? Real Adam and Eve, not right? And they're just, I love Jesus. Okay, well, Jesus wasn't real, doesn't matter. Well, Jesus actually said that he doesn't love you, he didn't die for your sins, and he doesn't want to save you. See, he had only said that because he said that the wise will be listening, and he wanted to make sure that was a parable, right? It was a parable for the way that the true Messiah would come and even persecute himself before the others to test the faith. But us true believers, he told us in our hearts the real message. I mean, it's just none of it fucking matter.
No, and when she can't think of like something stupid to say, she just says nothing. And then she'll like go to the next comment so that she can like distract us from the fact that she didn't answer the question.
That's what I mean about figuring out the YouTube game. Go ahead, Tux.
Yeah.
I resemble that innuendo.
Tuck's just like, I do that too sometimes.
But that's the game, though, right? And again, part of it's fair, right? Hey, I gave 10 seconds to that question or comment, or 30 seconds to that super chat. And again, I tell people all the time, people don't have to read your comments. They don't have to react to them. They don't have to pull up your super chats. They don't have to, right? People in our community forget what a super chat is. I suggest you watch more content in other communities. You'll be quickly reminded. A super chat is supposed to highlight a comment in the chat for the benefit of who? The streamer? The community? Nope. The other motherfuckers in the chat. Most of the time you buy a super chat, it puts a little symbol up there, and then based on the amount is how long it pins your little logo up there with the amount that you super chatted, right? And then you get the banner, that's the color, right? And the idea is that that's a donation. It's a way to support the stream, and then other people in the chat will see that you've super chatted, which will hopefully get them to respond to your chat more. So
all the cool kids are doing it.
Yeah, all the cool kids are doing that. What happened is people in our community and other streamers have realized that you could use the super chats interactively, right? And then you could sort of create an encouragement for people to give more super chats by reading them and responding to them. And then our community, people like Derek and some of the better streamers really fucking mastered that, right? And so then it became a thing people expected, right? But my point is, somebody like Rebecca has the right to just sit there and let the super chats scroll on through and fly on by and pick and choose what to respond to and pick and choose how to long respond to it. She's not doing anything wrong. And I even noticed this the other day where we were watching a video that somebody recorded, Braxton something or other, who cares?
Braxton Hunter?
Yeah, Braxton Hunter, right? And people were talking about, like, he's making this short video. Now, he does them live, which is smart, but he's recording them, right? And he'll be doing something like 10 questions atheists can't answer. And so he'll be like, hey, atheist, question number 1 that you can't answer. What does the word atheist mean? Well, see, when you ask an atheist this question, they give you some dumbass shit like atheism means there's no God. But do you know that there's no God? Question number 2, atheists can't answer. What's your name? Oh, it's on your birth certificate? Well, is that really your name? I mean, if your mother hadn't given it, right? It's just, and what triggers people is that there'll be people in his live chat like, my name is Scott. Atheism is a lack of a belief in a God, essentially flaming him. And maybe they even send him super chats to flame him, right? And they get mad that he ignores all of this stuff while he's they get mad that he ignores all this stuff while he's recording his video, right? And it's like, it's actually really smart because his content would suck ass if he was trying to make apologetics content for believers. And then every time he tried to make a point, he owned himself by, reading super chats deliberately intended to flame him and undermine his content, right? It would also be a mistake to play to the, 14 active people in his chat who hate him and therefore want to literally troll his content rather than the hundreds of people who are probably watching him at that time and the tens of thousands who will watch the video later, right? His goal is to make this video, let y'all sit here and troll him like some dumbasses, and if y'all want to send him money to troll him, go right on ahead. It'll just pop up in the live chat and y'all can argue and flame one another and have at it. He's just clocking up engagement on the algorithm. Then he's going to release this video for 20 to 45,000 people, right? And then he's trying to give them compelling, well-produced, tight segments that are going to drive more subscriptions, comments, donations, Patreons, and whatever his business model is. And so sometimes it's just funny, it behooves you as a user to take a back seat, realize whatever perspective you have on the channel is not the only perspective on that channel, and oftentimes not the primary perspective that that content creator is gearing their stuff towards. And a lot of times they just don't care, right? And losing you who unsubscribes because I've been sending you $20 super chats every single video to tell you that you're dumb as shit, and you have not interrupted your clearly well-written segment to acknowledge a single one of them. When I'm unsubscribing, and I'm also leaving you another comment that you're not paying, and this is my final $20 super chat to tell you that I'm no longer sending you any more super chats.
Right. Yeah,
Well,
I've seen that. I've seen that. Hey guys, I need to bow out. So I'm gonna
Thanks for
tag
your
No
support,
Name into
James.
the
By
ring.
the way,
Appreciate you,
It's
James.
absolutely brilliant, and I hope we get a chance to talk more about
Yeah,
that. soon,
Nitty,
so.
it was just crazy. It was crazy. What's up, No Name?
Hey, what's up, guys? Happy birthday, bro.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. How you doing, man?
I'll make it, brother. How about you?
Same. I guess it's August 13th. I feel like I should email Rich, but I appreciate you, man. But yeah, where did you see Nitty's conversation with Bread of Life today?
I missed it. No, I didn't.
Okay.
What happened?
Did you catch Derek's stream either? Derek did a stream earlier about historicity of Jesus. It was pretty good. You should check that out.
well, did you see Derek on
I
Deep
slept
Drinks
all
too?
day and. Oh, sorry. Again?
Derek was on Deep Drinks podcast before that.
I know. I didn't see that.
Yeah, it was great.
Oh, I
so
should
good.
check that out.
Surviving heroin and surviving religion was like the theme of the stream. Yeah, it was awesome. Super, super good.
And what? Can you drop us a link to that in the Discord, maybe?
Yeah,
Are you in my Discord?
No, I'm on the Restream though, private chat. I put a link to the Bears Evolve clip.
Yeah. Can you drop us a link to the?
Yeah. Give me a sec.
Yeah. Do you do Discord, Nitty?
I do, yeah, a little bit, but I'm pretty infrequent on there right now.
All the cool kids are in our Discord.
But yeah, here it is in the private chat. But David McDonald makes great
I'll put it in the
content.
videos.
He's interviewed Heathen Queen, Shannon Q, Dr. Josh. Yeah, they're great interviews. They're a really good time. He's got a really high production quality on his channel. Yeah, so we got to get his channel to 1K, man. His main
he's
channel.
not there
That's his
yet.
secondary
Yeah,
channel.
I'm trying to.
He's at like 730
got you.
or something now.
Can't show.
Yeah, he does good hard work. You know, I feel like my channel's currently like Dollar Tree stage. And he's like, you know,
Dollar Tree stage is
fucking
good,
IKEA.
man. It's kind of.
I like it.
It's
I'm
kind
having
of
fun
fun, man. Yeah. It's
As a hobby, this has been fun.
Exactly.
Has he only been on for a month, or is it just showing?
Deep Drinks podcast is newer.
It's
but
the second channel. Yeah.
it's a main channel.
Nitty, how do you do your animation?
So right now I'm running an OBS virtual camera that has Adobe Character Animator piped into it. I could actually show it on your stream how it works.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Do you have screen sharing?
I should, yeah.
Ooh, let me close all the porn.
Yep, go for it.
You don't want to see the titties that Nitty's looking at on your stream.
You don't know that. You don't know
I'm
that.
just kidding.
No, I don't.
I'm just
No
kidding.
nudity.
It's another.
no.
It's an.
Too
It's
much.
an. It's an.
I don't
it's an
trust
Oz
people.
joke.
The next time, here's what somebody's gonna do. They're gonna jump in as like a super hot girl. They're gonna be like, "Jay, I'm about to show you my titties," and then a dude's gonna hop in and start jerking it on the stream. That's what I'm afraid is really gonna happen. It's
Have you been dick bombed the last couple of months?
No, but I'm so traumatized that I think that's what would happen. I would be too suspicious. I wouldn't trust that my fortune was that good. I'd be like, nope. This is just a dick bomber thinking ahead. It's just because some of them were pretty deep.
Dick bombing.
Yeah, some of them were pretty deep with their ploys.
1 second. I have to update my computer settings. Lame. A minute.
Nah, I missed a lot of YouTube, and today I got sucked into doing like real friend
Real
stuff,
work.
and so Nitty's Titties Time playlist. That's fun.
Yeah, man. What is going on here? So it's Restream is saying that my browser settings aren't letting me update.
You got to ask Tux about that. I don't know about you having those problems.
It's saying
But
I
yeah,
need to
I'll check it
update
out.
my
Would you say I just
settings.
need to know what it is? You said it's Adobe
Character Animator.
Adobe Character Animator. Yeah, I'll make a
Yeah,
note of
here.
it.
I'll get the.
I'm
gonna get this figured out.
I
Hold
got
on.
the Steam one. Animes or something like
Character Animator is free, so
yeah, this is free.
I have the cloud, and I'm sure I could do it. But the first time I played with it, it did this weird thing where it superimposed my head into like George Washington's wig or something. I don't remember.
Yeah. All right, hold on. Let me.
Wow, that's weird. I'm gonna delete this.
Try this really quick. Let me try and join back from Safari and see if I can get Safari to give me the prompts to let you screen share. Hold on. Be right back.
Sure.
But I was just saying, no, I'm really behind on YouTube today, so catch me up. What did I miss?
Actually, I don't know, like there's a lot, but like I said, the Myth Vision podcast was really good. So I don't know, is that the historical thing, and then just Rebecca's conversation with Nidimus. But yeah, there's so much. We literally just went over it. We just spent like an hour talking about all of it. Tux, what did you think of did you see Derek's stream? Oh,
Can you not hear? Hey, it's real Nitty.
Yeah. So what is going on? All right. Anyway, if this is choppy, sorry.
It's fine.
But OBS.
Yeah. I know the virtual cam. Yeah.
I'm here, and this end is coming from here. So there's a character, and it's let's see, where's right? So you camera to your camera. And
I see. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, hold on. I need to.
Yeah, that's how the Steam one works too.
Anyway, because this is driving me.
Lost Nitty again.
Okay, I'm back. Can you guys talk?
Yep.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Everything's clear now. So Safari just sucks. And yeah. But yeah, you get the idea. It's a little bit of a Rube Goldberg machine, but it gets the job done.
Dope. Yeah. I'm fine with it. Yeah, I'd actually, have you seen the one I was talking about, the animes or whatever from Steam?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, it's sweet because it's got like animals and characters, and so it's fun if you want to go with something that's like, not gonna look at all like you or whatever.
Yeah, like go some other kind of route.
It's either Team Skeptic or Red's Rhetoric that was using an animated Lego character for a really long time.
Oh,
I
nice.
was curious what program they used to pull that off. It was pretty neat.
Yeah, the one thing I'm going to be doing here is I have like a response video that I want to make this weekend to the Trinity Radio video about the Spider-Man analogy. And what I do is I write a script and I record it
as Nitty through OBS. So it records like all the layering and all the motions for Nidamos himself. Yeah, it's in my arm glitched out. It records all that stuff. And then I bring that recording into DaVinci Resolve, and then I do my additional editing there. So I'm able to do all my like takes and mistakes and nitty glitches and all that shit. And then I resync it all up and put in like the clips and other like text elements and stuff into my edited content.
You mean when you're making your videos?
Yeah, that's my process.
Oh, so you actually because you record videos with your character. Yeah, I was wondering about doing stuff like that actually. Like making so it's sort of like streaming, but you do it at home first and do a couple outtakes and then sync it all up in the Resolve. I use Resolve as well. I like Resolve.
Yeah. And that has like the fact that DaVinci Resolve is like free, and once you start getting into like using it, it's pretty intuitive. Like once my Ableton brain started to work on what I was looking at in DaVinci Resolve, I'm like, oh wow, I can actually do this. So yeah. My Stinkin' Summer Institute is my first edited video where I respond to like my church's teaching at a summer conference on 1 Samuel, and the character of Saul, and like what not. They basically are like, this is what not to do in your Christian life and being a leader and blah blah blah.
All right, so
which is like total bullshit. But anyway,
if you used a cartoon besides yourself, what would you be? I guess No Name.
I would be Meatwad.
Oh, you're asking me? I'd be Tim Curry from Legend. The Darkness.
I would just be a wizard. I wouldn't be like a dope, like a black Gandalf wizard.
I'd be.
That'd be pretty sweet.
I'd be a cloaked inquisitor.
Tux, you wouldn't be 90s Spider-Man Kingpin?
Whatever you just said sounds like a language I don't speak.
Okay.
I don't know what that exactly means.
I think you're having some connection issues, Tux, because your video and audio aren't syncing up.
Oh, yeah? This is why I never have nice things.
Nah, you look good. You're fine. You're fine. Tux, don't worry about it. I think it's theirs, but you look good on the stream.
I look good on the stream.
Yeah.
You've been watching me on the stream.
Yeah.
Oh,
right,
okay. So on Restream, there's some lag.
Yeah.
So
All right, so guys, I got a podcast to get back to. I'm gonna let Tuck stay back there so he can work the controls. Nitty, let's set something up to get you on one of the shows. What are you doing this Sunday?
Oh hell yeah. Well, I am a dad who's pretty busy with the kiddos most of the time.
3:30.
Yeah, that's a no-go because my kitties are awake.
All right. I was gonna try to get you on our program, but I'll email you, or you should email
you're
me.
Good. Yeah. Okay. What's your thing? Put it in the private chat so I can.
It's Pocket Locker 86.
Get it. Oh, okay. Pocket Locker at Gmail.
Yes.
Okie dokie.
Yeah. All right, I got a podcast I'm gonna get back to, and then I'm gonna eat soon. So, but yeah, No Name. Did you? I appreciate you coming through for a little bit. Did you? Is there anything else you wanted to talk about?
No, man. I just wanted to wish you a happy birthday, bro. I hope it's a good one.
It has been. Thank you so much. And yeah, I appreciate you. You said you did stuff with your friends earlier.
Oh yeah. We watched a couple of movies, Dark Place and Kung Fury. That was fun.
That's dope. Let's schedule. Actually, we should schedule the next movie night. We haven't done a movie night soon. That'll help with this push here. So maybe we'll do that this week.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah, just let me know.
All right, man. Thanks so much for coming through. All right, let's Tux, I'm gonna keep this screen shared, I think. Hang on a sec. Yeah, I'm here. and there's my screen. And then you should see the podcast on the screen, and then I'll let you do whatever you want with the video. And then actually, let me go back to the YouTube.
Probably hop off in about a half hour.
Yeah, you're fine. Whatever. Yeah, that's good. I'll close the room and you hop off.
What's my one black friend status for Sunday?
I don't think he's gonna be here. I'll ask him. Are you gonna be around?
I think so. I'm attending a wedding tomorrow, and so I don't really know what I'm doing on Sunday. There's a lot of people who are in town for that wedding that I wouldn't be surprised if my house fills up.
I'd have freaking guests if I had downtime to check my email, but I'm not doing shit till Monday. So Monday, we're starting our push for 1,000 subs because this is the end of like the 30-day thing, and like there's been so much going on. So Monday, I'll start booking all these interviews and preparing for the debates and making the push. I'm gonna try to chill out and have some fun and get some fucking rest this week. Yeah, because I still got a restful weekend to me, guys, still means I'll probably stream all day tomorrow and late night Counter-Apologetics and 4 shows on Sunday. Also, I'm hoping to stream my class starting the beginning of August, so I'm gonna have to shift my schedule to a lot earlier, especially on Sundays and Tuesdays, because we teach on Mondays and Wednesdays. So I'll probably continue to keep streaming earlier and earlier in the day. That way I can start ending streams around midnight when I have to teach the next day, because I got to teach at 10 o'clock in the goddamn morning. All right, so let's get back into this podcast, though.
All day, 2-3 gigs on a Saturday.
Y'all don't forget, today's the official, we're going to rock with today, August 12th. My birthday's the official album release party of It's Airplane Mode. Go get LaGuardia. New album's out. You can buy it through the merch store, or you can buy it at Bandcamp. Just go to Bandcamp. You can put in OG Roddy. Go ahead and buy that album, LaGuardia. We purchased it earlier today. Bandcamp's probably the easiest way to do it, but if you want to pick up some other merch store and in addition to the music, go ahead and get it through the website. But yeah, he did this podcast with the homie. It's been a great interview, actually, and a nice change of pace for me. We did a lot of unexpected sort of counter-apologetics today with Derek stream going on and Rebecca and Nitty, and I didn't plan any of that. So I want to get back to chilling because honestly, I'm done thinking about Jesus is taking up enough of my fucking day. All right, let's. Sorry, where did I put that damn? I don't know where I put that damn podcast. Oh Lord, I want that. I don't need that. I thought it was over here. Did I? Oh, here.
Niggas. Listen, y'all, ain't as easy as 2-3. Baby, I gotta work on something. Now I don't feel bad going out there because I'm getting paid for it, but it's definitely sucks still. Any benefits from it? I was just going out there for free pretty much, and now it's now I don't feel bad going out there because I'm getting paid for it, but it's definitely sucks still, like, missing them times with the kids and, what I'm saying? Baby, I got to work on Sunday. I got to work on Saturday, all day.
Damn. 2-3. No Name, thanks for coming through, bro. Appreciate you, man. We out here. We trying to push to 1,000 subscribers. I'm trying to spend a lot more time alone on the stream. I think what's-his-face said it best. Otangelo said it best. I enjoy monologues better than dialogues. I'm just trying to, I got a lot that I'm getting into, y'all, and I'm trying to work and I have a lot of thoughts about things. I'm trying to really push myself out there. And I do have a lot of co-hosts, right? Y'all see when Tux gets in here, I'm trying to do more of my co-hosts. So like Tux, and we got my hot program with my one black friend. Every Monday and Wednesday, we're going to be doing Science Time with Cliff. And we also probably going to be doing regular streams with Rodrigo. and then hopefully also regular streams with my dad. So other than that, I'm going to try to do what a lot of the other growing streamers do, which is really keep it limited as far as when people are doing call-ins and how much time they spend in. That way I'm not just, spending endless hours going on about stuff when I'd rather just get busy with some other things we got going on. Tonight we trying to shine a little late night spotlight on our favorite rapper around here, also one of our closest friends and favorite cousins. I don't want to say the favorite cousin because all my cousins know we all get together, we all love each other, and we all have our own relationships, and we all get along super close. He's actually got other cousins that's out there in Jersey he spends a lot of time with too. So, it's a family gang when we get together, but me and Ty are especially close. I'll put it that way.
Gigs on a Saturday, niggas. Listen, y'all, ain't as easy as it looks.
Appreciate it. Airplane mode. Let's
shit's
go.
Tiring, riding that whip, unloading, uploading all your shit, putting that shit ain't.
Yeah, no name. Cuz just sent me the podcast, so it's the album release. So we got to get through this podcast, promote Cuz out here, doing this podcast. This has been a great interview, man. Real cool, some real nigga shit, real classy though. I love it.
It seemed easy, but it ain't easy, man.
Hey, look, man, I've been on tour with the DJ. I'm like, yo, listen, you need to start working out, man. This is a heavy job. We got a lot of shit to load, man.
Facts, man. I'm a skinny nigga, man. It's hot. I'm sweating. I get up there, bro, trying to put these big ass shits up there, man. But I wouldn't trade it for the world. But
You talking about installing a PA system, man. A lot of y'all go to these concert venues, man. Y'all don't realize you go to smaller venues or smaller gigs, or when you're playing a lot of these bars and clubs. A lot of times, number one, you're responsible for bringing your own system. And then other times you want to bring your own system because you don't know their gear and you know your stuff. You know how your stuff sounds in different spaces and stuff like that. Or a lot of times they don't provide an engineer or anything like that. So it's up to you and any crew you have with you. You got to load up all that stuff. And this is really great stuff, man. Talking about all the work that people don't see, man. That's why I get paid a lot. I tell people, believe it or not, people pay me more to do sound than they do to play drums, and they have to. It's a lot more involved into it. But even like when I was in grad school at doing sound gigs for the choir, those were paying gigs. For drums, a lot of times I do favors for people in the community. They need a drummer, I'll just show up and play. But if you need a sound guy, I'm not even really thinking about your concert unless it's 500, and that's like if you're a student group or something like that. Probably like 1,000 if you're really out there in the community and y'all are grown.
Process, nigga. Like, I love the process, right? Like, I love the process of, I don't even care. Sometimes I might not even care about the result, but I just love, like, maybe putting everything up and, all right, what the fuck, the first song I'm gonna, that, like, once you in it now.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I'm saying. And I'm 37 years old, and I've been a sound engineer my whole life, right? I went to Penn State and did the music tech minor, and I do studio stuff. I've been doing live and recording my whole life, so, and a gigging musician my whole life, so we get busy with that, and so you gotta lend your services out there. I tell people all the time, this is a studio. My services are for hire. Y'all see that right now. It's just because it's COVID times, so y'all are locked down with me. A lot of time we just riding out this pandemic, but when I get back out there and start dealing with crowds and people, y'all will see. If I ain't gigging that weekend, we doing sound stuff, or it's gonna be a band in here rehearsing or recording and all types of shit.
You in it now? I'm lost. By that time, but like, damn, I get everything set up. I'm checking looking at the crowd and shit. Oh, that's
trying to check the vibe.
Or they tell me, it's a bachata party. We need
I agree,
3 hours of Spanish music. I like that. I like a challenge like that. So it's like, I ain't done that in a little while. Let me dig in this bag and see what I got for them. And that's the process that I enjoy. And then you go out there and you have a good time. But dadding is cool, man. I was just flipping back around. Dadding is cool. Everything is, I wouldn't trade it for the world, man. Wouldn't trade it for the world, dog. Everything I do is for them kids, man. Everything I do, all them sacrifices, bro. Everything I do is, hopefully, pay off and hand this down to the kids, man. That's what we're doing it for.
Most definitely, most definitely. So even speaking on just your origin, the music, and this and that, would you say your music has changed over time to the sound of it, or would you say it just got more mature?
A little bit of both. Yeah, definitely. It definitely has got more mature. I mean, I know when I first started out, we was,
It's gotten way more personal. That's the main evolution, is the maturation and the production, the elevation and the complexity of the music as your taste gets more sophisticated. When he started, he was just making hood shit with his friends, right? So as long as it knocked and they was spitting fire, they ain't give a shit. They was just wilding. It was just make fire, get the streets what they want. And then as he's matured, it's been a lot more sophistication to the production and who he works with and track selection and getting to be more choosy about the vision of the progression of the album and the tracks and all of the sequencing, all of those things that really come with time. And then way more personal. A lot of if our family really got into Tahir's record, like the older heads in our family, they would have to probably start with the OG Henny shit. Like I wouldn't even start them with La Guardia, because really being his family, like you had to start with the old shit, like the fun records. Just really start to feel him out as an artist, because y'all could jump straight into La Guardia and it's dope. But for our family, he's talking about a lot of painful shit on that record. He's talking about a lot, like losing his father, losing his friends, different periods of feeling alienated from people in his life, feeling like he had to do things alone. I mean, he's getting into shit in this record that would be tough for a lot of people in our family to hear if they didn't, have some perspective on it. So I mean, we gonna listen to what he say, but I don't want to sound like I'm just piggybacking off of what he say. So I'm deep in the catalog. Y'all know I done heard the fucking progression and I lived it with him. So that's what I hear. So we'll see what he say.
Cursing and wilding and
saying anything.
There you go. There you
I know
go.
when I first started out, we was, cursing and wilding and
saying anything.
Bitch this, hold that, and I'm not. I mean, sometimes that's the only way to convey your message. But
Silk the fucking shocker, bitch.
Exactly. It's like it's a lot more wild. Yeah. You gotta just put the clip right there, like you know what I'm saying. Boom, right there. Like yeah, we was a little more wild in the beginning, bro. Yeah, he's Sal in the first video, so it's kind of crazy. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, like he's in my first video he's in, and here we are,
years later.
Years later in the cut. You can't make this kind of shit up. Big shout out to Ray Mood too. That's my dog. That's my bro in the group chat. Oh, while we doing shout outs, shout out to Bompton Burt. Shout out to Harlito. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Too Good Smoke. Shout out to Blueprint Cafe.
It's like a whole bunch of weed.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Them names is crazy.
Hey, free the weed dealers, you heard? Shout out to Sean Hotwell, too. If we just off this
That's
string.
what we do. And hey, look. Yo, the weed was always so deep in this crew because they always kept hustlers around and it was a two-way street, man. They put them dudes on. They brought them dudes a lot of business, a lot of money, and they promoted the shit. So there was always hustlers in the crew, man. It was deep. Like, yo, we was just smoked out all day. Like, I remember waking up in his place, man, just waking up off the mattress. We just gamed all night, listened to music, partying, passing out, waking up, smoking. Yo, Jay, let me take you to the breakfast spot, stay blunted. Grab some breakfast sandwiches, go back to the crib, just chill, and just really like, man, it's like you're never worried about shit. Like shit is just always free flowing and the vibe is always just perfect, man.
Yeah, though, the content changed.
Quality time, man. When I get with Tahir, it's genuinely quality time. It's no cameras. We gonna start streaming when we get together, so y'all gonna see what the vibe is like, but y'all gonna realize, man, it's not gonna matter whether there's a camera there or not. It's just like quality time with family, just chilling, just having a good time.
So, bro, like,
When we first started, we was reckless. You know, you just used to just be drink. We used to drink. Just drink some Hennessy, drink some Hennessy, go in the booth, rap, whatever. Whatever.
We don't give a fuck. We don't give a shit.
Not now, but even then, like, once you actually first started to really get into it, like,
Oh, people paid attention. Hold on, let me pay attention. Let me pay attention to what I write.
We gotta actually, like,
hang on.
not really, but not, I won't even say that we were saying this to one another. It's just like recognizing, like, yo, hold on, like,
we could really talk our shit.
we can talk our shit. We need to say a little bit more of like what we really doing and what our day to day or like.
Sorry, y'all, I got a lot going on. It's like 4 screens. I gotta remember. That's what I'm saying. I have people in the chat and everything, and I don't have Discord alerts go off. All my Discord alerts are muted. So appreciate you, Bass Berserker. But yeah, just let me know in the chat because I don't keep it up. I'm gonna pull it up though, so I'm hoping this is safe for the screen. Oh man. Oh man, this is crazy, y'all. Wow. Yeah, this is unbelievable right here. Sweet Sin Music with the stained glass and the broken heart, man. That's crazy. The only thing I'm noticing here, Berserker, this is incredible, by the way. Thank you so much. Happy birthday. The only thing I would shift here is that this eye is covering up the crack a little bit, and it took me a minute to notice the crack. So I don't know if this whole thing shifted up a little bit would still give you enough spacing to get that there, or just something with the eye. But otherwise, man, this is perfect. And I only say that because I don't know if it would ever make a difference if we ever tried to get it printed or anything like with the actual shape or whatever. Like if we ever tried to make it like a patch. Because I'm thinking a lot of this stuff we could turn into patches, right? So I will also love to get this like patches put on my cuts, right? I have all those biker vests, right? I'm in the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. So most of the cuts y'all see, I have a red one, a black one. I have a white one. I don't wear the white one a lot because it got a little faded, but I'll get another white one and wear the faded one. I don't really care. And then I have a denim one. And then eventually I'm going to start getting leather ones. But I want to have, the patches all over them. Of course, I want to put the Sacred Death patch on the back, but I have a lot of patches. I just haven't had time to start ironing them on. But yeah, I love this. This is incredible. Yeah, this is perfect. This is amazing. Church of the Flying Man. This is perfect. Perfect. And also our names are a little bit weird, but we're the First Church of the Cult of the Flying Man, if anybody cares. The Cult of the Flying Man. And then I think Nana or somebody came up with Flying Man Ministries, which is FMM, so that's pretty convenient. But it's just supposed to be like any other sort of religion, right? Where there's like, you're some fucking fucktard religion, so the name of their religion is the Cult of the Flying Man. You're some, church or denomination within that, so we're the Church of the Flying Man, right? And then you're specifically attend a church, like you go to a congregation that you attend for worship, so we are the First Church of the Cult of the Flying Man. So whatever, we don't give a shit. But Berserker said he could do those edits. Fantastic, man. I appreciate you so much, man. Look, I don't have a lot of the skills, right? One of the skills I don't really have is I'm not a visual artist. Like I don't draw or do a ton of graphics. I've made some graphics. I'm gonna show y'all some stuff. I'm gonna get into some stuff, but most of the graphic design and design work that I want to do is more for content, right? It's more like the graphics for shows I'm working on or graphics for stream projects I'm doing with some people I'm collaborating with. Stuff I've made for like the International Prize Fighting Association, which is like a UFC league. I'm halfway trying to start sometime. So I really do appreciate this stuff because it gives our content that professionalization that really helps our shit look sick. Where it's like you go to the stream and it's like we have a sick, like custom fucking, graphic and it looks like, like we just like have pro graphic work, and then we have fucking Nano's, Atheist, Fever Dream, fucking edits, at the beginning, and YouTube Punk's graphic, and the Bible, and we got the sounds and the stores and Myron Bot, and then of course the Cult of the Flying Man. Everything has to be airplane mode, and y'all know that's OG Roddy's thing. I talked to him about it. I was like, yo, bro, like, I'm doing this whole thing, man. I need airplane mode. Like, that's the vibe. That's the aesthetic I need. Like, I just and he said, cuz, like, just whatever you want to do. I said, I want to do it, like, every day, all my videos. I'm going to make music videos with it. He was like, saying, just whatever you want to do. He said, whatever you want to do. So, yeah, it's just everything is perfect. It comes together, and it makes me look like $1 million, right? But I ain't really doing that much. It's just the community is really coming and surrounding me. And then of course send a shout out to my advisors. Of course, man, all my academic advisors, David Putz, Rich Lensky, Mike Travisano, and especially my teacher mentor, Rob Pennock, man. If y'all seen this promo video we did, man, I love this promo video. I love just the vibe, just the energy of it was so much fun. But one thing I want to really show y'all about this promo that we did is that, man, it's like this image quality, this camera quality, right? This our new camera. And there was just no way, there's no amount of work that I could do to make the footage look this good. And so I got the camera, I'm getting all the accessories for it. I'm gonna learn how to do photography. I'm gonna start shooting photos and putting photos on the phone. I'm gonna start shooting shit in my neighborhood and the night sky and the motherfucking Michigan rodents and shit. And, we're going to get better at photography and videography. But shout out to Rob. Shout out to the National Institute of Health, who takes care of my TREM funding. Shout out to the National Science Foundation, who's brought us a ton of gear. We don't even have our audio gear set up. But, man, look at the image quality on this camera, y'all.
Whooping the ass of world champions at Go.
All right, this is what we're going to do to celebrate it before we get back into this podcast. For those of y'all that knew, I appreciate all the love. This will be my birthday treat to myself, is watching this promo again. I love this promo so fucking much. But this is the next level, y'all. We pushing to 1,000 subs. We're almost at 300. We're at 270 right now. A little bit more love from fucking Derek from Myth Vision and his golden touch ass. Y'all, look at the video that Derek came through, y'all. Y'all, and I didn't go front. Derek told us about the move. He was showing us the backstage. He was talking about his marriage. He was showing off his muscles. He was talking about the historicity of Jesus. But look at this shit, y'all. Look, he came through one time in that video. He came through for like an hour and chilled with us. That video has 840, has almost 1,000 views. There's nothing on his channel even close to that. It was the middle of the goddamn night. He just came through, dropped it on his social real quick, and like it's just crazy, man. Derek, man, I don't understand this guy, man. All right, let's watch this promo one more time, and then we're going to get back into the podcast. But check out the image quality. Just the camera looks like $1 million fucking bucks, y'all. But that's what I mean. We out here looking good, and it's just because my advisor supported me. He was like, yo, Jay, make these a video real quick so we could get you some equipment. He loved the video. He loved my talk. He loved the Black Darwin character. Rich Lensky sent me a very nice email. He said he really enjoyed my talk and my presentation about my Vita Ed exercise. So we out here. We are fulfilling our obligations to the National Science Foundation, which is important because when you show the government you are a good steward of their money, they send you more money. We government sponsored, bitch. Let's go.
this thing on? Is that camera on? Turn that goddamn camera on.
Camera on.
That camera on. Put that camera on me. Put that camera on me right now.
Put that camera on me.
Ken Hovind, I'm coming for you.
Ken Hovind, I'm coming for you.
You done fucked up. See, I knew if I challenged you to a debate on your channel,
I fucked up. It don't even matter.
And
This
then
is a
once
pipe
I
bomb.
whooped your monkey ass all over the internet, you would hide it.
Hide it.
There's no way you would release it. But I did something smarter because while your dumbass is still struggling to figure out the rules to checkers while pretending you're playing chess, me and my supercomputer evolutionary algorithm are evolving a brain that is motherfucking whooping the ass of world champions at Go.
That's right.
You are levels and levels
In
and levels
HD.
and levels and levels
With
and
an
levels
8K
and levels
camera.
and levels and levels out of your motherfucking league.
And
See,
so
while
clear.
I
Look
earned a
how
dual
clear it is.
PhD at the motherfucking
Whooping
Michigan
ass
State
in HD.
University after my bachelor's and master's at Penn State University. That's right, master's, Go State, biological anthropology. You're fucked.
You're fucked.
Then I joined the LNCA lab at Michigan State. Dual PhD, integrative biology and ecology, evolutionary biology and behavior. You're fucked. Then I moved on to the experimental research lab of Dr. Mike Travisano
up the
at
ladder.
the motherfucking University
Climbing
of
up the
Minnesota.
ranks.
Go motherfucking Gophers. Big Ten, all throughout, all up in this bitch. Three
Big
very
Ten.
legit universities. Go fuck
All
yourself.
three.
You're fucked. What did your lazy ass do? You went to some bullshit ass hole in the wall. That's a compliment. It's a motherfucking trailer in the middle of nowhere, Colorado,
trailer.
where you wrote some piece of shit toilet paper dissertation that I will rip up in your face to show you that it is not worth a goddamn thing, Kent Hovind.
Not a goddamn thing.
I am coming for your ass.
Coming for your
August
ass.
29th.
8 p.m.
On motherfucking Donnie's channel. Searching for delusion, standing for lies, reasoning for evidence, hiding underneath the blanket of Christian delusion. Whatever Donnie's calling his channel these days.
Don't even
Kent.
remember. It doesn't matter.
It really doesn't
People
matter.
will find it 'cause
I hope
the
you
champ
bring
will be
all
there.
your friends, your family, your wives, your ex-wives,
I'm bringing
your fucking
the 10 pounds of
people at your
gold.
compound, all your motherfucking staff, because believe me, I am rolling deep with the cult of the flying man. The Most High Apostle is coming for that ass. And best believe my co-pastors will be in the building.
so heavy.
The ushers will be in the building. The motherfucking congregants will be gathered. The drinks will be poured. The weed will be in the goddamn air. And we will be celebrating as I roast your monkey ass.
That's right. That is right. And that is how you promote a goddamn debate. That is word wrestling entertainment, folks. Fuck is wrong with y'all? All right, back. Speaking of word wrestling entertainment, let's get back. Now y'all catch the vibe. Now y'all see. See, y'all think I've been trying to tell y'all that OG Roddy is even higher than the Most High. I've been trying to tell you I'm not even the cool cousin. And I told you it was my birthday. What did I do? You know, sat around, talked about religion and science and philosophizing in the backwoods of YouTube and Jesus that, and was Jesus real or not real, and young earth creationism, right? Oh, cool, Jay, you're a faculty member at a you're trying to be you're not even a faculty member, you're a postdoc. You're a faculty member in training. Yeah, guess how many people care about that? 0. Right? Also, you're wild. You're bipolar, manic as fuck, all over the place, climbing up and down the damn furniture, dancing, tights, long, wild hair, totally uncouth. I tried to tell you. I'm going to be this nigga's older, way uncool cousin, way less popular cousin, right? He's like, sorry, I'm taller, 6 foot plus, light skin, handsome, rapper, entrepreneur, family man, real laid back kind of guy, nice steady government job, beautiful lady, that's how he get down. He just, smoke more than me though, talk cooler than me, just laid back. I've been trying to be like this nigga. I don't know. I'm just not. I try to be cool for where I'm at. It's levels to cool. I get in airplane mode, but I can't be the airplane mode. I wish. That's why I say Pocket Locker is in airplane mode. It don't say Pocket Locker is airplane mode. This nigga, OG Roddy, is actually airplane mode. It's different. It's a different level, folks. I've been trying to tell you now. You're seeing the evidence. You're seeing the difference.
Like how we is.
Who would you rather kick it with? The evolutionary Bible nerd or the rapper / DJ / artist guy? The manic motherfucker or the motherfucker laid back, chilling, talking about life in the streets. The real shit.
And like, that's what we came up with Zag. Like, that was like that still is like the thing that we use in our music today, Zag. That's,
Zag,
we rap
Zagness.
We have been rapping so long that we was around when Lil B was saying swag.
Right. And then there was Zag, and then we zagged it on him.
We made up Zag, right? Zag, you hear it in like a lot of my records.
That's what it is.
It's just that's the same.
Zagging
the
on
same
him.
thing as
been zagging on him for years now.
At that time. Don't really have any meanings to it, but like we use it. Like if I talk to Henny or I talk to somebody from my set, like we'll be like if I I'll meet you here at 5. He'll be like, all right, Zag, like boom.
Got your own language.
Oh yeah, the Cult of Personality cover, of course. That's how we get down. That's our ending piece. We gotta bring that back. We used to end all our live shows like that. But yeah, I wanted to put it back. I put it in the videos. Also, I put that in my presentations, y'all. When I start my presentations now, I do entrance music, and if I have a longer one, last one was like super short. But if it's a video, I'll put those in there too.
Own lingo, own way that we talk. So like we still use it today. And we started out using it. I mean, we still use it today. Like I still use it, but like we was using it heavy back then, like using that's why we got March Zagness 2, March Zagness 3. Classic mixtapes, my
classic mixtapes.
Sound like some shit. Yeah, I'm just saying. If you ain't familiar, you should check them out. They on itsairplanemode.com.
Man, just go to the site, man. Matter of fact, this whole episode, man, just put
put it up there. It's airplanemode.com. That's what it is.
But they up there, like, that was just like our own way of, speaking and just using our own lingo. Like, I still feel like we are very much like Mozzie, the rapper Mozzie, right? Like
one of my favorite rappers right now.
I feel like we like him, like like you don't understand, you don't know what he's talking about sometimes, so you don't think it's good, or you don't think that is you not really relating unless you really listen to him all the time. You might miss what he really saying. He got
a different language.
Exactly, like what I'm saying, the way he talks, even as a fan,
you like, damn, what the. Nah, I get what you're saying.
And I feel like we were very much like as a duo, and even me, a lot of the music that I do, I feel like it's like that. Like you don't really appreciate it or maybe necessarily understand it unless you like know us or like you listen from the beginning of like when we first started rapping, and then you listen to now, you're like, damn, these dudes is like
they've been on this shit the whole time. Yeah,
you listen to what we talking about in 2012 or 13, 14, like damn, it was just playing around. They were just starting to get shit figured out. And like, but you can hear in the mixtapes though, like on our SoundCloud, like how it just like the progression, like just being more in the studio, just being more focused. And then, you get to now where like we got, I got Ready for Takeoff. I dropped the Layover 2.0. Stacks produced the beat.
It's the COVID shit.
thoughts. Yo,
Yeah,
one nigga told me,
COVID
he said,
shit,
"Yo,
yeah.
COVID thoughts, that shit gonna
COVID
blow.
thoughts.
Like this
COVID
shit
was
gonna
fire.
blow, right?"
Yeah,
I'm gonna just send you the
COVID shit
screenshot.
was fire.
I'm gonna send that shit to you. But yeah, like so when you listen to songs like that versus like "Nice to Meet You," which is a fan favorite on SoundCloud, got like 60K, 70K plays and shit. Got a video on YouTube too. Shout to Dolo Films. Can't forget Dolo Films. Shout to Dolo Films. That's my dog. Did every video I ever did.
Got me one of them Dolo films.
You feel me? I would say the best New Jersey videographer. I don't know many other ones. I mean, I know many other ones, and I got to give a big shout out to my other one, Isaiah KBS. Can't forget you, cuz he just shot my last video, his first video, and it's 10 for 10. He's a great young bull coming up in the game at Isaiah KBS. And at Dolo Films, if you need a video.
I definitely seen Dolo Films before. I seen that name.
Yeah,
I never shot with him, but knew that name. Real quick
You're
though.
part of Dead Rebel Society too, Dolo Films.
Oh, so look, y'all in-house. Look, man.
Oh, no, I'm playing.
We getting Dolo up here for sure.
Yeah. Oh, y'all got Dolo. Man, I get.
Man, y'all know how y'all be, man. The Dead Rebel Society. Y'all just don't fuck with the kids, man. Come on, man.
All names up here, man. All one by one, man. Yeah, we might even have to get Kush on a Zoom. But
oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, you had some though. Real shit though.
What's going on, man?
Nah, you know what it is though. Like we
I'm
different,
about
like,
to heat up some food.
most of my homies, man,
I'm
honestly,
hungry.
like
It's time to eat.
unfortunately, like I won't even say everybody say, oh, we different, but like we not like we might be together, we might be out, we won't never post nothing on the gram, we might go to the studio, don't ever post it. We might go, and like I know that like in today's time, like content is king, and like that's all. Like I'm hip. I mean, I'm familiar. You check the gram. I'm always posting them reels and shit, man. Trying to stay with the algorithms, but like when I'm with the homies, like that ain't really our twist. Like we actually, so like as I said, we came up before any of that shit was ever really popular to be like with the homies and be putting selfie like, yo, we here, we got 1942, or we drinking this, and we got Clico, and we like.
I got you. I get what you're saying,
we a
man.
little old too, so like we enjoy having our should be private. So it's never really a slight to like y'all or anybody. I'm sure there's plenty of. I'm sure I'm missing plenty of people if I were to say whom, but like plenty of people probably look for where the Dead Rebels at, or where Crash Battle, or how can I get a interview with some of these and we just like we be in the cut, but we still here, we still working, like
got you.
The homies, Josh Banks, he just dropped his project as he just dropped the project not long ago. Check him out on the gram at Josh Banks. And then I just dropped mine after him, and then we got Crash Battle. He about to drop after me in the next couple of months. So like we always working. It's just I don't know, man. I enjoy not feeling like pressed to be having to go on social media and like feeling like I gotta like even here I done been here with y'all a couple hours and I ain't fucking whip out the phone once to take a video, and it's just like that because it's we a little older, like you see when you see it, like it's starting we making we got a little source of income coming in, you're doing okay, like the gram is the gram, it's gonna be there, but like
got you.
That's really what it be a lot of the time. So even with this, and I could say, like how they were saying in the beginning with this whole it's really been about 3 years, just on the strength of like, nah, it ain't right, no,
The timing is right, man.
I wasn't ready. But I'm ready now, I'm shit ready now. Like, shit is up, I'm in a good mood, I mean, shit is great, like, I really got no complaints. The merch is doing well, the album, like I said, it's on airplanemode.com, but I put it up on the stream. I didn't put it up on the streaming services yet, but like, I had a homie go and buy that shit for $100. Like, that's love. I mean, that's like 25,000 streams. No flex. I'm just explaining like when you do it, not even though, but like when you do it your way, like it feel man good to say something like that because it's like, damn, like I dropped 2-3 projects already and them shits ain't make me $100 yet, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe on the merch, maybe on the merch that I released with it, or maybe on like some of the side stuff that I did or the shows to go with it, but not on the actual streaming side of it, not on the actual like people who were listening to it. I didn't make no money from that. I might have made $100 on the 3 tapes before this one, maybe.
Now you giving the people right now game. You feel what I'm saying?
That's what it's about.
You know what I'm saying? So like, a lot of other artists in Jersey, they gonna know like, yo, I got this crazy following. Why am I going through Apple Music when I could just go through myself?
I know you got 10, 20 people who would give you $25, $30, whatever, $10. You know, your moms, your pops, uncle, aunt. Like, you know, my mom's one of my biggest supporters. Like, yeah, do that, do this, do that. Oh, this is great, bro. I like this. She on the tape too, and she probably gonna watch.
Shout out to moms.
She probably gonna watch this too. So shout out to Big T. Yeah, my mom, one of my big supporters on like just the whole like, yo, do it yourself. Like, yeah, do that. That's a good idea. Just do it by yourself. Like, they gonna listen to it when they. My mom always said when I was a kid, like, you know, the kids gonna always be outside. Like, and that's kind of how like the same method I apply with this. Like, yo, they gonna always be outside, but like, you know, do what you gotta do in the house first. And like me putting it in the crib and putting it on my site, that's me being in the house and doing it organically, and it's paid off. I mean, people who I really don't know directly who purchased it, and my man's bought it for $100. Shout out to you, my boy. You already know. And then like people who bought it that I don't know, it kind of tripped me out even more because it's like, damn, like had I never put it on to those streaming, if I put it on to the streaming services from the rip, I would have never made that bread. I would have never got the money that I got to pay my phone bill or whatever the fuck I wanted to pay. You know what I'm saying? Go out and get a little bottle of Casamigo. You know the shit. But, yeah. Like I would have never been able to do. I mean, I would have still been able to do that, but I wouldn't. I mean,
it's an extra income you wasn't expecting.
Income that I was never gonna get had I put it onto the streaming services. I would have never seen that money.
You just gave me some game, man. You feel what I'm saying? I feel that heavy. Now I'm like, yeah, man. Well, damn, why the fuck would I want to drop on this? I could just put it through. You know what I'm saying?
You got 10 people that's gonna buy. Yo, it's you could. I mean, shout out to my nigga Brain Orchestra. I don't know if you're familiar. I gotta get him on here too. I don't mean to drop all these people I gotta get on here, but Brain's a good one you could get from New Jersey. But like he's a person that that's a homie of mine. He's from this New Jersey street clan. Damn, that's a whole other thing to go into. But the New Jersey street clan, like Brain is a part of that, and you know he's done a lot of vinyl work in his time, and you know that's not that like just putting it out on his website, you know, selling vinyl and putting it on Bandcamp and selling vinyl, and you know I mean, I don't want to get him in any trouble, but I know he's made X amount of dollars, X amount, you know what I'm saying, of dollars.
That's listening. Yeah.
You know, from just doing that, and then he puts it on, you know, so like Rock Marciano, like shout out to Stacks for putting me on to Rock Marcy.
Like, put me on to see what you're doing right there is what I'm like, oh damn, they the people that you really fuck with doing that type of vibe. Like,
yeah, I'm taking you.
So
like this is like, you know, this is why this is my nigga. Like this is like my brother. Like, you know, I go to his crib. You know, it's love because he's like such a smart individual too. I'm giving him his flowers while I'm on here too.
Facts.
This is a smart individual. Like, you know, he give me ideas that I would never have, that I would never even think to have or think to do. But this nigga, yo, you ever thought about doing it? So I mean, you know, if you got a friend like that, you start to be trying. Yo,
that's like how you talk too. You ever?
Nah. Yo, you know you could. You know you could. Yo, check that shit out. Come to the crib. Check that shit out real quick. Yo, look at this nigga right here. Look at this shit. Look at this shit right here. Yo.
Screens, you like that? Oh,
like,
shit.
Wait. Oh, okay. And he'll show me Euro Droog or show me all these like.
He showed me him too.
Show me all these people that, you know, like really, really are like independent. And like I'm a big Currency fan. Like, you know, niggas kill me all the time. And I say, yeah, Currency is my favorite rapper all the time. Head of Jay-Z. I'm like, damn, what? Yeah, no, he is. Like for me, like that's the weight that he holds for me. But, you know, Stacks, to go back to what he's taught me is like just being independent, like just doing your own shit. Like, you know, Rock Marcy, he dropped the table and I was fiending to try to find this shit for weeks. I couldn't find this shit. I had to go buy this shit to listen. And I'm an old, you know, I want to say I'm an old school nigga.
Old heads. Proudest moment of my hip hop life was I talked a very, very good friend of mine and talented rapper out of a major label record deal. Sometimes when something like that happens in the hood, somebody be so excited to sign that damn piece of paper with a name I should mention to shame them, but won't. But I showed them how it was about the fastest way to end up in debt he would never get out of, at least 6 figures worth of it, and then actually end up with his music on the shelf. Sometimes what a lot of record labels do is like they'll lay out this contract for you, and you don't, since you don't really have nothing, they just lay out all this money to get your record made and promoted and, all of this stuff, and pay you and your advance and all of this stuff. And then you get like, pennies on the record. And then if they don't decide to promote you, then you don't recoup that money. But they still paid all that money out. And so a lot of contracts were set up, at least they used to be, so the artists still had to pay all that back. That's why a lot of the smartest artists of all time took their early contracts, built their own studios, built their own record companies, built their own production facilities and in-house shit. And then when they renegotiated their contracts, they went in for more and then like just distribution, because the only thing they needed really help was getting their music distributed. But now that we have these services that distribute the music, most people realize even those models are fucked up because they take so much of the money. So with stuff like what he's talking about, it very much mirrors what you see in the YouTube game. Even people don't realize Super Chats is not really the way to go. If you really got an audience that wants to subscribe to you, Patreon's better, but even then they take a big cut. So a lot of people like David Pakman, that's why you see David Pakman has website memberships, and he really does a lot to push those. You still take the Super Chats, you still take the Patreons, because that's how people spend money there. It's like if somebody already spends money on Patreon and they're going to search for you on Patreon, you want them to find you and send you their money. But you always want to educate your audience to how you want them to consume your stuff. That's why when I came to this album release party, I made sure I really sat down with him and talked with him. I interviewed him myself for a long time. Like, how do you want me to tell people to buy the music, and why that way versus this way and all this other stuff? And we talked about a lot of this. And it's the same thing. It's like YouTube takes a lot of money off people's Super Chats. And so people like David Pakman have figured that out. And so they try to incentivize their membership and their other things. And so you'll see a lot of this happening. I expect you to see people like Derek leading the way, sort of showing you how to sort of level up. But expect some of the other content creators to follow suit, at least the ones that are serious about it.
But, I'm hip like everybody else. Like at the time, like, damn, this shit gonna be in the shit on the streaming services. Where the fuck's it at? I can't find this shit. Damn. Oh, I gotta buy this shit. Bought the shit, loved it. I felt like a much more appreciation just for the music, just for even purchasing the shit.
Yeah. Actually, I got a question for both of y'all in that aspect. Do you think the fact that they took that out of music has made like music depreciate? Like, cause I feel like when I was a kid, like I remember when I got my first real CD I was able to buy, well, I wasn't supposed to be able to buy, but I bought, was 50 Cent, Get Rich or Die Trying. I was already a big fan. So like when I went and bought that shit, I felt like, you feel me? I went to go buy that shit in a tank top and do-rag. You feel what I'm saying? Like, that's the type of vibe I'm on. So when I was able to get that, I'm like 8 years old. You feel what I'm saying? I'm like, I got it. Yeah. I'm at school with a CD player, like, yo, y'all ain't even got it. Opening up the little
packaging and shit.
The bulletproof. Like the little paper that comes in there was you open it up and now you got all the pictures and the songs and the names and shit. So I'm like, yo, like I'm hanging this shit up in my room. I got a poster now. Like, now I got the whole thing. You feel what I'm saying? So like, I feel like it used to be an experience to go buy somebody's album.
I agree.
I think about it all the time.
Yo, we got to get us a fucking poster up in that bitch. Like a fucking, some Pocket Locker 86, some, use my green screen and shoot shit to shoot some posters. And then give people all types of pocket change for taking social media pictures with the poster up on their wall. I like that idea. What am I trying to do right here? Y'all got me tripping, man. I'm hung. All right, I'm using the wrong computer. That's first problem. All right, here we go. Let's get in this dashboard. Watch this. Time to make that donation, y'all. I realize it's getting late. Sorry about that. Let's go ahead and make this donation. Thank y'all so much. We'll probably clip this out later, I guess, and put it up. That would be a good idea. Let's go ahead and get the commands. Let's get that charity command. There it goes. Oh, great. Kelly's here just in time. Wonderful. All right, guys, let's do this. 404 page not found. Why? It means I didn't copy the link correctly. Let's see. Yeah, probably too much. All right, let's do that. Let's look at this time. Yeah, that should be it. All right, there we go. All right, guys. We raised oh my goodness, guys, this is amazing. So our goal was to raise $100. Thank you guys so much. We actually raised $160. This was our first ever fundraising effort. I decided that when we launched this thing to do a stream every single day for a month leading up to my birthday. Be a great way to sort of push our first fundraising initiative. I am bipolar, as you see there. So I said, let's raise money to help support mental health efforts. Thank you so much for your contributions. Our goal was to raise $100. You guys are so amazing. I said, if you guys, whatever you guys raised, I would make up the difference. So if you guys raised $20, I would contribute $80 so we could donate $100. If you guys raised $60, I would donate $40 so we could donate $100. But since I said if we made our $100 goal, I will donate another $100 so we can make it $200. So since we did in fact reach our goal and you guys raised $160.52 without any contributions from me, I'm gonna add $100. Let's do this. It's gonna be amazing. Let's go ahead and look at our donations. We've got 20 of them. Let's go ahead and acknowledge everybody. I want to thank Lina, Anonymous, Lina, YouTube Punk, Anonymous, KB Fit 2.0, Caterpillar, AR, YouTube Punk, KB Fit 2.0, BS Lewis, Satan's Little Helper, and Super Critical Snake with the top $25 Happy Birthday Jay donation. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Unbelievable success story. There's the $100. Let's donate. On-air thank you. Yeah, I'll give myself an on-air thank you. Display name, let's say Pocket Locker 86. Comment. Go fuck yourself, Jay Bundy. Also, happy birthday. You are old as dirt now. Email. Send it to Pocket Locker 86 at whoops. Gmail. Yes, this charity can contact me. Let's do it with PayPal. Do that. It's not showing my password. Yeah, let's go ahead and use my PayPal balance. Thanks for the donation. Somebody also donated, so I think that's the why I have a PayPal balance. So we'll go ahead and use that. And yeah, we'll do credit union and continue. I got that good old MSU Federal Credit Union. I actually love my credit union, I'm a big fan of MSU, FCU. All right, donated $100 to charity. So that is that. Now, how do we end this? Oh, maybe I log in or something. I don't know which account it is, so let's see. Login success. Campaigns. Nah, it's not looking right because we should have one already. Right? Alright, so let's get the fuck out of that. Let's log out. Let's try YouTube. That one. There we go. Alright, we did want to add the bar, but you guys, we got it done without that bar. We don't know no stinking bar around here. Alright, let's do that. Well, I want to donate it. Where do I get to send it? I want to send it. Edit. How do we send them the money? Okay. Let's try this one down here. Boop, do it. No, that's that thing. I knew it was gonna be that thing. All right, let's try Streamlabs charity and campaign. Boom. I don't want to read an article. I'm lazy. All right. Teams, donations, milestones, giveaway, rewards. This is so weird. It's got to be from here, right? Oh, it has an automatic end date, so maybe it ends on its own. And does it just expire? And then we don't have to do anything? All right, guys. I guess we'll call that the end of the campaign. I don't know. That's so weird. I thought I'd like have a thing to do where I like end it formally and do something. But it doesn't really look like it. So maybe it ends automatically. All right, so we'll check back with this and see if it ends. But thank you guys. We reached our goal. I donate the extra money. If it doesn't go through, I'll check and see what I have to do to make it go through. I want to eat and get back to the podcast and not sit here and read an article. So we'll do that and I'll take care of it. Thank you guys so much. I'm really, really grateful. And yeah. We'll get our wheels turning as to what our next fundraising venture should be. But thank you guys so much. We did it. We did it. We did it. Oh, we did it. Hang on a sec, y'all. Hang on a sec. Oh, man. You know, I got to tell you, I love the people. Those are the demons. You know, folks, I got to tell you, it feels pretty good to say that we raised $260 for mental health awareness by shoving our foot all the way up the ass of some theists. Boy, we've been out here
making fun of your gods, deconverting motherfuckers, spreading this here spirit of doubt. And all the haters, they've been crying. I don't like it. I don't like what I don't like his message, and I don't like his flamboyant attitude and his outfits and the dancing and the jokes. I don't like it, and he's making fun of me, and he makes me feel stupid. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair. But I did it for a good cause. I just, we're out here doing the not Lord's work in the real world that the not real Lord just won't seem to motherfucking manifest himself in and help us. And since he won't help us, we had to call him out for it, which is a pretty harmless thing to do, you think. All we're saying is you're dumb and we don't agree with you, and just prove us wrong or show up with some evidence. Whatever. We did it for charity. Quit crying. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Oh, we whooping their ass, and we raising money for a good cause. That shit crazy. We some dope ass motherfuckers up in here. We really got to give it to ourselves. We really outdid ourselves this time, guys. We literally outdid ourselves. We were all ambitious and shit, 60% over our goal and whatnot. No big deal. It's what heathens do, raise money for charity out here. It's just what we got to do. Crazy. I'll be right back. I'm going to get my food.
Time like now, like that you could just it's a blessing. Don't get me wrong. There's a gift and a curse behind all of it, but
facts.
The fact that you could just record a song and upload it online for free, it kind of took the value out of it. It kind of took a lot of quality out of it because back in the day, even before it was just digital, even before DAWs were digital and you could just record music with a click of a button, and you actually needed to have tape, and you actually needed to have physical things to record onto.
Real
where
quick.
if you made a mistake, you'd have to rewind tape.
Not to cut you off, I remember, I'm gonna date it again. I remember having to go and put the tape, and you put the you get tissue or a piece of paper, and you ball it up on the sides of the tape, and you put it into the radio, and you can record and hear the. Y'all never.
Nah.
I came after the tape. I'm old. Or you put tape over the.
And you can hear the feedback?
And you can record 97.1. You can record the radio on your tape and dub it over again. That's how old I used to see my uncles. Them niggas was in jail and shit. Shout out my Uncle Rock, Uncle Danny, RP Uncle Deshaun. But I used to be able to. This is how I used to be able to go, and I would record the radio on a tape. Hit record, play the radio on 97.1. I believe that was the main one, or 98.7 Kiss FM.
That shit don't even exist no more. That's ESPN now.
It didn't exist in my car, nigga. You come in my car, nigga.
I grew up on 107.5 WLS. That's what I grew up on.
Kiss
that shit still playing my car to this day.
Man,
but like I was saying,
I know, but I had to.
Back in the day, it was expensive to record music. It was expensive to distribute it. It was expensive to just even get a song out there. So, to make all this music, it had to be quality. You weren't going in the studio just recording bullshit. You weren't trying things. It was all right, this is it. We spending thousands of dollars on this studio time. We gonna spend $1,000 pressing this shit onto a CD with the booklet. Like you said, we're gonna have to get the photo shoot just to even get the pictures for the booklet. We're gonna have to pray. This costs way too much money to the point where artists would spend a lot more time on an album because it had to be right. Now, an artist could just go in a studio, record a song, accidentally stumble on a word. Who gives a fuck? We're going to put it out anyway. It's free. You know what I'm saying? We don't got to spend nothing. There's no money behind this song. It's just effort, and that's it.
I will say.
It's good and bad because there's a lot of good talented people that don't have the money. So now, back in the day, there might have been a lot of good musicians. They just couldn't afford to get it out. So there's a lot of good music you didn't hear.
Yeah.
There's probably a lot of classics that should have been out that we'll never know because these people didn't have the $5,000 to get into the studio and press the sound to the record.
Right.
So now, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a double-edged sword because now you're getting a lot of wannabe rappers who don't even know what
They
a
can't
good
count
song even
bars.
should sound like.
Well, you know, in today's music, they don't even. There's no such thing. As that. There's no.
No, I'm saying, but they can't even count the bar. Like, you know, you say like, yo, I gotta do 8 more bars to finish this lineup. He couldn't even count the 4 before it got to 8. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I deal with that all day.
Yeah, like,
They don't
what
even
the
got
fuck?
that no more. Though. They don't got that. No, they don't got that anymore. They don't got 8 bars. They don't have that. You just
Bro,
go
my
on
girl
there.
don't even make music. She could count bars.
Listen, you go on that motherfucker. You fucking say what the fuck you. This is what the music is. Like they
It's
don't
not
got
necessary.
no bars, no concept.
It's
to
not
the flow.
necessary, but it is good to know. I think.
I'm just saying that, like,
I
basic.
agree. I agree.
But my main thing was that the artistry, I feel like, left because it used to be like, yo, if you was a rapper, everybody at school knew who was a rapper because it wasn't everybody could be a rapper. It used to be like, homie over there.
I gotta give you some drawback. I don't mean to cut you off. I gotta give you some drawback because I don't want to forget. What y'all saying is I agree with, right? I agree, right? I do.
Got you.
But then we look in new age rap, right? And we think about like the people who, right? Us, you know, are we pretty solid individuals, right? If we wanted to do something, we're going to do it, right? Now, maybe there were people back then in the 70s, whatever, and especially right now, who might not have been like us or, you know, like that could just go to a crowd of people who they didn't know and they could, you know, spit they freestyle or say whatever they needed to say. But them niggas is nice. Like they might be nice, but they may be nervous to do that.
Yeah.
And you know, this new wave of just being able to record like me in my crib and go to Champion Sound, it gave them an opportunity to really show what they could do. And now you get people like, you know, I mean, Lil Uzis and whomever else, you know, guys like.
See,
for sure.
I think it's different on that.
Lil Tekkas or whoever, you know what I'm saying? Whoever the fuck, Lil such and such.
Yeah, first, I mean, but that's my thing about artistry. Like, Lil Uzi is an artist, so when you see him, he show you he's an artist. You feel what I'm saying? Even when I first heard Uzi, his first version of song I heard was like "Count Them Rolls," and I'm like, yo, he's wilding. He rapping though, but this is a whole different. I never heard this shit.
I'm just saying personality more so, not rapping.
But that's what I mean by artistry. Is I'm saying is that an artist used to be somebody that was a superhero. You know what I'm saying? Like if you go back to when hip hop first started, they gave themselves crazy names because they was like, yo, we gonna be like superheroes. Because I'm saying, but even when you think about that. Even the kids now that they name themselves, they don't even think about where the origin of this coming. They just following suit because in reality, you're making yourself bigger than life when you rap. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, the game has lost a lot of
I think all the
genuineness. Like, you know, like people they don't really like me. You know, I still care about the music. I still care. Like people don't care. They don't care about.
It's a lick. This is a.
They don't care about you know, you go and listen to anything that I care. I mean, listen, man. Anything that the homie's done, I'm telling you, we care about the shit. Like, I could definitely say that the music is something that we take very serious. So, like, I agree. You know, it's just, man. You know, where would we be without some of these guys today? Without having a one hit, you know, they might start out as a one hit wonder in today's time, right? But like before, you would be a one hit wonder and that's it. In today's time, if you're a one hit wonder, you get a little steam and you figure this shit out. Now you got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 songs because you got a little cult. It's give and take, but I definitely
the one hit wonder songs back in the day though were thrown out because there was a big budget.
No, but I agree though. I got much more respect for the artists of yesterday's time than today's because
like if you was to record a song today, right, and you could just put it online for free, put it on your DSPs, whatever, get on Apple Music, it'll be there by tomorrow for free. That's cool. But now imagine if you had to spend, let's say you recorded a song tonight, and it was going to cost you maybe, let's say, $5,000 to get it online. And you were going to pay, you were down to pay, you had the money, but this is what it was going to cost you to upload it to the internet, $5,000. You might go back and listen to that song a few more times before you bounce it out.
Facts. Bring that back.
Sure the ad-libs are right. You might want to add this, you might want to fix your words.
Yeah, facts. We might have to bring that back.
Five racks.
Let's bring
Let me listen to this one more time. Hold on, run that back. Let me make sure it's good before
bring back 5K
before I drop my credit card information in here.
Yo, punch you back in? You feel me? Like,
exactly. You're gonna go back and
well,
fix
that's
it
the thing too. Back then they ain't had no punching in. Ron Isaac going in there.
shit again.
Ron Isaac going in there. The first take, boom, in between the sheets, singing that shit.
Hey, yeah, that shit. It's expensive to punch in.
But look at what you're talking about right there. That's artistry, and that's somebody that loves the craft.
No, I know. I'm just saying. Even you know, all those artists back then, they didn't have like, you know, today we fuck up on a laptop, you fuck up on a computer, oh, Pro Tools, run that shit back. Nah, them niggas got to take out the whole reel and all this big shit, put in another one probably, and all right, you ready?
That costs bread. That reel costs money.
Next time, like, you know,
yeah, you can't fuck
right.
up. But that's my thing. Just I was just saying to you because you've been now through some eras of this music.
Man.
You feel what I'm saying? So I'm looking at like to me personally, I feel like the artists that are blowing up and are doing good, they like people if they care about the art. But a lot of these guys that's in the in between, that's
gimmicks, they get it.
That store the mainstream.
Yeah.
Like, excuse me. Like I just think that they don't. I could tell that you ain't really in this for this. You feel what I'm saying?
No,
so I hear it in your music. So some guys that people think is hot, like they really got it. They not. He wasn't a rapper 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
I
so
agree.
To me, I don't respect it because I just know you just doing this as a.
I agree.
Come up.
I like that. I like that perspective because
You know what I'm saying?
You know, as somebody who, you know, who does it and who's been doing it for a long time, you know, it do. I mean, I see a couple interviews sometimes, but niggas be like, "Oh, I just started rapping a year ago, and now I'm hot." Like, I be like, "Well, I'm like,
you knew somebody."
Not even that. I'm like, but for you know, to what degree? Like, you know, like I'm always like, man,
It's an education question for real. Like,
I'm always of the essence that yes, would I like for shit to crack and you know how to shit on Hot 97 and all the stuff, you know, things like that. Yeah, of course. Like that's cool. Like, you know, that would be stuff to tell and say on this interview, but I don't know if it will fulfill me like how it fulfills me to sell the merch and to sell the music and to sell a service like DJing. And when I go to these places, I connect with them much more than I would connect with maybe anybody if I had my music just playing on. So what good is it to just say that I'm on Hot 97 if I'm not getting booked or, you know, I ain't getting paid to do anything? You know,
that's what a lot of guys going through right now. You feel what I'm saying?
What good does it do what good does it do any of us if you go on to those places and you don't get paid or you don't? I mean, and to take it back, not everybody. Everybody that goes on the radio isn't getting paid. You know, of course, there's a process, I'm sure, and I don't really know the whole entire process, but. It's definitely an accolade that artists want to have, that, you know, be in the car to, you know, oh, look, you know, you put the phone on and you turn it around and you're like, yeah, I'm on 97 and you're that's dope.
But you still sitting in the same trap house you was in last week.
But if you ain't even in your own car, I mean, god damn, it's kind of I'm gonna be depressed. Me personally, I'm gonna be depressed.
I get what you're saying because
I want to have no highs that are just for. That's why sometimes I hate my birthday because like it's only for one day, you know, like
shit. I got the motherfucker they talking about, Sam.
You know what I'm saying? Though, like boom, everybody tell you happy birthday. That's kind of like what it is been like when you.
I get what you're saying.
Like boom, it's like that, and then the next day it's like on to the next.
Yeah, you feel what I'm saying?
You know, like it don't do nobody no good if we ain't making no money, like, or doing something that's really fulfilling for us, you know, and. Yeah, that's what it's all about for me.
I got you. Real quick, though, shout out to Stacks, man. Happy birthday to my boy, you feel what I'm saying? When this episode is going to drop already, it's always his birthday, so I'm saying. But if y'all in the comment section, make sure y'all say happy birthday to my boy, you know what I'm saying?
Facts, man.
I'll take it.
Yeah, no, big happy birthday to Stacks, man. Like he said, man, I knew this nigga since 2010, man. Never changed up, never switched up on me. You know, always been a solid individual, always return my calls, my texts. You know what I'm saying? I'll be in his house.
That nigga text you back. That nigga never text you back, bro.
I'll be in his crib. He not even there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't say enough about this individual. He took in some of my friends, them snotty nose ass niggas. He took some of them niggas in. He didn't have to, but he did. And I really, they his homies too now. But you know, like them some snotty nose ass niggas. You know, I was thankful that he took them ugly niggas in, man, because I wasn't sure.
You said the movie like, I don't know, bro. Let me know how it go.
Yeah, man. So I was real thankful for Stacks, man. So happy birthday to him, and you know, this nigga's just a really, really good individual.
Nah, yeah, solid, man. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate my boy, man. I only known him for 3 years. You feel what I'm saying?
Word.
Solid individual, show mad love. You feel what I'm saying? Like we didn't know each other forever type shit.
Yeah,
you feel what I'm saying?
That's why everybody I see him with, I bring my friends in. He act like I'm like, damn, these niggas act like they known each other for years and shit, man.
That's my man's. You feel me? Reason behind this Jersey culture shit, for real, because I wasn't going to change the fucking name. You heard?
Yeah, and big shout out to you know, to y'all, man. Jersey culture. You know what I'm saying? The off season, like, you know, y'all are, you know, making way, and you know, y'all you know, really taking them steps that you need to take. It's not always lit, You know, as you were relating to them South by Southwest travels and tribulations. You know, Texas a little bit more lit for me these days. Shout out to my nigga Freddie Boom, my nigga Norman Bass, Pelagrosa, my nigga Orion. But you know, like
those trips is different.
But those trips are different, and you know what y'all doing right now for the culture and like just putting on for up and coming artists is really dope. Like, I mean, I don't know what else to. I don't really know. How do I say? There aren't any other media outlets in the state right now that's really doing what y'all doing and really, you know, getting to the artists that, you know, I'm from Jersey and I'll be like, damn, who is this person? And I go check out the interview. I'm like, damn, this nigga dope. Or, you know, then this nigga's interesting. I'm gonna go on their gram. I'm gonna go check and these niggas be lit. Like, that's what's the cool thing about Jersey, you know, real quick. It's like, you know, we so big and it's such a big state that, like, you know, the niggas be lit all over and you have no clue. Like, you go on their page and they got a couple thousand followers, or they may not have a couple thousand followers and they still lit, you know. And in Jersey, it's like we so spread out. There's so many, you know, south, north, you know, central, however niggas is dividing this shit up.
You know what I'm saying? It's all these gang codes I don't be knowing.
Man, I don't get it neither, bro. But like, you know, every time y'all do an interview, I'm always checking it out. And like, you know, some of the people y'all bring on, like, I may not be hip to them, but, you know, when I check out the interview, I'm now hip to who they are and what they doing. And, you know, that's thanks to y'all. So, you know, y'all that's got to give y'all flowers for what y'all doing, man. It's not easy.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, man, it's not easy.
You know what I'm saying? Now, hopefully, you know, after this interview, they click that motherfucking link in the bio, you know what I'm saying, to your site, and the sales go all the way the fuck up.
Listen, man, you know, you can click on that, you know, click on that.
It's right here. It's sitting right here.
Or you click on, you know, go to my bio. You know, everything for me is at OG Roddy. I mean, you know, the project dropped about a month or two ago. It actually dropped on, May 27th. And it's going to be coming to the streaming services real soon. We got a video that's going to come out with that. And, you know, doing some more merch releases with that too. But, you know, just taking our time. You know, a lot of time we drop the music, we just put it out.
Live with it, man.
Come on, man. You know, for people, I'd be so mad.
Remember, yo, you ain't got to throw it all. You got time with this music. This shit ain't going away because some shit that you got out right now, it could pop next year and you be like, damn, I could really just been pushing this shit, shit.
I agree. I have countless platinum singles that never went platinum because I didn't work on them. I didn't, you know, push it or do a video or, you know, really work the song how I thought that I should have worked it. But I definitely believe that, you know, some of the songs that's out there is, you know, worldwide bangers. They just ain't been discovered yet. I was thinking of when I was coming here, I'm like, damn, how can I describe this shit like that? What we do, you know, when 50 say like, you know, you mentioned, it's funny you mentioned "Get What You Die Trying." You know, 50 says, you know, I'm a diamond in the dirt that ain't been found. You know, that's how I feel. Like I'm a ground king that ain't been like that's truly when I like the music, the DJ and shit, like just the overall like the content that we doing. It's like, you know, eventually they'll catch up, and if they never do, then you know the ones who sleeping on it don't deserve it. Ty, that's
on it.
That's a gem. Like that's my biggest gem. Like that I live by. Like if a nigga's sleeping, like they probably just ain't really deserve to even be hip to me, Jersey culture. You know, like
what they doing.
Like,
hey, producers know sometimes the gem in the crates is for the crate diggers.
We get to the part of the show. We give you 3 crazy ass questions, not your average questions.
Okay,
you feel what I'm saying? Yeah. So I need you just to, you know what I'm saying, bear with us. You feel me?
Cameron Bennett, man. Cameron Bennett. I don't know where we'd be without you, bro. Cameron Bennett keeps me on point each and every day, all day, throughout the day. Cameron Bennett is a pro, man. Cameron Bennett, thank you so much, brother.
Y'all out at a nice dinner, you know what I'm saying? I go to the car, and you got to get into a situation with a guy. He knock you clean, smooth out in front of her. Which one you taking, man?
Damn. I was hoping you said we could have squabble in.
Nah, it wasn't no squabble. You just got your ass whooped. You know what I'm saying? You tried, but it was over. Like, he just got you. He beat. I mean, everybody ain't tight, and I'm like Mike and everybody. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't Floyd, man.
Listen, man. Ooh, that's a good one. I'm probably gonna have to.
Wait, let me hear the beginning of this.
It wasn't no squabble, and you got him. This too is we get to the part of the show. We give you 3 crazy ass questions, not your average questions.
Okay,
you feel what I'm saying? Yeah. So I need you just to, you know what I'm saying, bear with us. You feel me? You ready?
I'm ready.
Sal, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, bet. Boom. You in a bad predicament here, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You can either get stripped in front of the entire Rebel clan. You know what I'm saying? All the homies right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's you and your lady, y'all out at a nice dinner, you know what I'm saying? I go to the car, and you gotta get into a situation with a guy, he knock you clean, smooth out in front of her. Which one you taking, man?
Damn, I was hoping you said we could have squabble in.
Nah, it wasn't no squabble. It just, you just got your ass whooped. You know what I'm saying? You tried, but it was over. Like, he just got you. He beat. I mean, everybody ain't tight, and I'm like Mike and everybody, you know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't Floyd, man.
Listen, man. Ooh, that's a good one. I'm probably gonna have to. I'm
gonna go naked.
Have to go with the naked joint.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, no homo, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
That's that sad walk back to the car.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that because ain't no way.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch your ass
that'll
over
just lead into other stuff. You know, we old, like, nobody want to take a loss and be just taking a loss these days. So, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
You gotta make a phone call now.
nigga mad and shit. I don't want, nope.
You gotta go home and hear that shit till you get angry. I'm gonna call old boy that whooped your ass out there. Now you like, yo, you know what? Now you gotta get shot because you took it too far.
I'm gonna have to take the L with the homies, man. Just hope, like Uncle Elroy, hey, hope it ain't cold that night. You know what I'm saying? It's cold that night. You know?
Hey, yo. Boom, I got another one for you. Now, look, boom. You in the middle of nowhere. You out in the woods. Matter of fact, you out with Stacks. Y'all out in the motherfucking PA, you know what I'm saying, in the woods, chilling and shit.
See, that's where I'm from. See, that's where my mom moved me out to PA, right? Out to Pennsylvania. That's what a lot of Jersey motherfuckers think of. You go to the Poconos, you go out to Pennsylvania, stay up in the resorts or something like that. And so my mom used to stay out there with my dad, and you know, like that was where she used to like to resort or vacation or whatever, was to get away from everything, go to the Poconos. So when she got her little corporate ambition or whatever, she was like, oh, this would be a great place to raise a family, which is how my black ass ended up getting raised in the Poconos. In the PA, as we call it, though. You know, it's the New Jersey and the Pennsylvania, that PA, baby.
Y'all having a good time, and all of a sudden a gorilla come up, man. It's 5 of y'all. You going to choose 5 of y'all versus a gorilla, or let's just say you dipped off from everybody, and it's just you and a wolf. You know what I'm saying? Which one you taking? You and the wolf, one-on-one? Or you, Stacks, and a couple of the homies versus gorilla.
No, I gotta go with the homies, man. Listen, man.
Exactly.
I gotta go with the homies, man. Listen, us and the gorilla, listen.
We gonna figure something out.
Four of us gonna get them, man, because somebody gotta be a sacrifice. You heard? Listen. Somebody gotta get in there with cuz and wrestle him up. You know what I'm saying? Yo, we get him from the back and the sides and shit. Somebody gotta bite the, but it ain't gonna be me. I'm the skinny nigga, man.
I got you.
You know I ain't putting up a fight with that nigga, so like, I'm better off coming from the side, the back angle, you know what I'm saying? Nigga like Stacks get in there, he could wrestle around with him.
He sacrificing you. He said, so you die, and we all gonna live through this shit.
He might not even die. We might get him out of there. He might just have to go through it. Lumped up. You know, you Martin episode.
Yeah. Now, he gonna be worse than that. Motherfucker got some broken shit.
Lumped up a little bit, but we gonna get him out of there.
She gonna be sliding down. It's gonna be over, man.
No way I'm going out there with a wolf. It's solo dolo, though. No way.
It's over for that way.
No.
Yeah, you know, I don't even want to go out there with a dog, man.
Exactly.
You don't left the studio, nigga?
Oh, yeah. Like, yo.
The studio, nigga.
Big, chill out.
Yeah, come on now. So, no, I'm going with the bear. I'm going with the gorilla every time. Gorilla, bear, whichever, bro.
I got you. Ayo, boom. So here the last one. It's the iconic, you feel what I'm saying, for the pod, man. You gonna do 5 years in prison, 5 years smoking crack, man.
Oh, prison. Yeah, I can't get out the crack. We got to do the prison on this one. That's tough. That's such a good question, but nah, for me, y'all saw I wasn't much hesitation for me. I think I truly do have an addictive type of personality, so I'm very fortunate even for the experiences I had with, say, psychedelics that, you know, those could have they went south, but they could have went way south. I've had some bad experiences, especially with my psychiatric profile.